Chapter 2. Rest assured and depart. Now that the enmity has been established, it is best to take decisive action. Without hesitation, Jiang Nai swiftly gathered several crackling twigs and branches and piled them upon the painting. In but a fleeting moment, the exquisite portrait was reduced to ashes, scattered by the wind, leaving only a faint glimmer hanging in the air above the fire. Jiang Nai, with a cautious expression, gazed intently for a considerable time. Suddenly, a crackling sound startled her, causing her small hand to instinctively retract. She had been so absorbed in the painting that she failed to notice a spark had singed her palm. Wincing, she rubbed her hand and glanced down, noticing a delicate glow had embedded itself within her palm. Hastily, she smacked it a couple of times and blew gently on it. When she looked down again, she spotted a faint red mark the size of a grain of rice in her palm. She dismissed it, reasoning that it was likely a result of the recent burn and would heal in a few days. Little did she know the formidable entity she had unwittingly provoked. Having unceremoniously consumed half of a roasted chicken, the creature nonchalantly sprawled against the cave wall, returning to its slumber. Curiously, Jiang Nai found herself trapped in a recurring dream throughout the night. In her dream, the beautiful young man from the ancient scroll sat coldly beside her, his glassy eyes glinting with hints of malice and wrath. "Who are you? Release this king at once." Awakening with a start in the morning, the young girl scrambled to her feet, tiptoeing and scanning her surroundings. The cave was vast and empty, devoid of anything. She raised her hand to touch her forehead, drenched in cold sweat. He reheated the leftover chicken from last night and consumed it, then sat by the fire, murmuring to himself. Could he truly be an old ghost? Never mind. I shall recite the rebirth incantation for him several times, sending him off to the heavens early. It will not be in vain that our paths have crossed. The little fellow settled cross-legged, mimicking a solemn chant. Supreme edict, transcend your lonely soul, all spirits and phantoms, blessed by the four births. He formed a calming gesture with his fingers, reciting while contemplating inwardly. Go forth without fear, but do not return to seek me. Should I become enraged, I might obliterate your very essence. Behave and depart peacefully. Young lady, young lady. As Jiang Nai completed the fifth recitation of the rebirth incantation, a cacophony of cries echoed from outside the cave, accompanied by hurried footsteps approaching. A slightly aged voice sighed and murmured, "Chunya, I think it's time you ceased your wailing. We've searched nearby all night and found nothing. The fourth young lady has likely been taken by a wolf. Our lady is immensely fortunate and auspicious. The old matriarch has declared that she possesses a golden destiny, infused with nobility. Whoever encounters her shall be graced with fortune." "Humph. You old woman know nothing. How dare you curse Our Lady to be taken by wolves? I reckon your grandson will be the one to face the wolf's wrath." Madame Su was so incensed that she nearly gasped for breath. You. Sue's chest tightened, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. Truly, she was a crude girl with no sense of decorum. Nevertheless, it was imperative to attend to serious matters, and she decided not to dwell on such trivialities. Chapter 3. The peculiar fourth young lady. The wet nurse, who displayed an expression of great delight and swiftly ran past the two individuals. As Chunya turned her head, she beheld a round, plump little girl laboriously waddling towards them from the densely overgrown cave entrance. Granny Sue's face momentarily stiffened, her eyes widening in astonishment. How could the little girl be unscathed? Soon, the wet nurse who had approached their side, cradling the chubby child. If they delayed any longer, they would once again be forced to endure a night exposed to the elements. "Slow down." A delicate voice interrupted Granny Sue's words. The assemblage turned to gaze at the source of the sound, the little girl. Granny Sue met Jiang Nai's seemingly playful yet enigmatic gaze, causing an inexplicable shiver to run down her spine. Despite being merely 6 years of age, the child possessed a pair of deep, dark eyes that exuded an unsettling chill, making one feel a slight unease. "I observe your visage. Your forehead is sunken, and there are red veins upon your nose. This indicates that you have encountered injury and bloodshed recently, which may jeopardize your life. Should you be willing to slap your own face a few times to draw blood, it might avert the impending calamity." Granny Sue was left speechless. Wet nurse, whose lips twitched slightly as she quickly patted her daughter's back. Nearby, an old woman named Wang chuckled awkwardly, grasping Granny Sue's arm and urging her to depart. The little girl's gaze lingered on Granny Sue's retreating figure as she spoke softly. "In this world, all things are bound by cause and effect. Nurturing malevolent thoughts will inevitably lead to dire consequences. If one does not break free from this cycle, they risk playing with fire and may even bring misfortune upon future generations. Granny Su trembled, as if she had heard yet not heard, and was hastily pulled away by Wang. In but a fleeting moment, a heart-wrenching wail from the elderly woman, Su, echoed down the slope, reaching the ears of the gathered crowd, who was taken aback, instinctively shielding the young girl with an expression of vigilance. "Let us take a look," she urged. Jiang Nai, with a visage of calmness, gestured towards the source of Su's agonizing cry. The three approached, only to behold a gleaming, coal-black wolf cub, clutching a piece of flesh and turning its gaze towards them, whose legs trembled with fear, yet her grip on the young girl remained firm. Chunya stifled a gasp, her palms slick with sweat. Indeed, there was a wolf here. Su had collapsed to the ground, unconscious, her calf grievously torn, bloodied to the point of exposing bone. "Quickly, kill it, kill it." Wang, paralyzed by terror, clutched a nearby foot pedal, her voice weak and trembling. Moments earlier, the two had been preparing to mount the cart when the wolf cub had suddenly darted out, seizing a chunk of flesh from Su's leg in one swift bite, leaving her in a state of shock. Though the accompanying drivers wore expressions of trepidation, they, emboldened by their numbers and armed with hoes and wooden sticks, were undeterred by the wolf cub. They formed a circle, shouting and preparing to take action. Jiang Nai, uninterested in idle chatter, merely signaled them to focus on the fallen Su. Chapter 4. Perception of all the following day, Wang's health deteriorated, and she succumbed. She had trailed alongside Jiang Nai's cart for the better part of the day, enduring both the scorching sun and the fatigue that came with it, her body oscillating between chills and fever. That night, as they rested, her feet developed a series of blisters. By the next day, they had swollen to the size of plump pig trotter. The individual was beset by profuse sweating and a persistent fever, rendering them unable to rise from their bed. Ultimately, they were hoisted onto a carriage by several sturdy porters, completely devoid of any strength to cause mischief. Thus, the journey proceeded without incident. What was originally a 20-day trek was abruptly shortened by 5 days. On that particular afternoon, Jiang Nai and her company arrived in the capital city. Even the ailing Wang Pu, who had been bedridden for over 10 days, exhibited remarkable vitality today, insisting on squeezing into their carriage under the pretense of fostering intimacy with the fourth young lady. This old woman took up the space of two, compelling the wet nurse, Madame Hu, and the elder, Madame Fong, to vacate. Wang Pu sat grinning on one side, while Chunya and Qiu Yi chose to ignore her presence. Jiang Nai, nestled in the soft cushions, bore an air of weariness, having scarcely slept well for over a fortnight. Every time she closed her eyes, she envisioned that pestilential figure seated beside her bed, silent yet fixated upon her with a haunting gaze. It was akin to being haunted. Under such circumstances, achieving restful sleep seemed utterly impossible. Despite reciting the incantations for the dead countless times, Jiang Nai found them ineffectual. Now, she could only secretly hasten the crafting of talismans to ward off evil spirits. Given her current frail condition, it took her 3 days to carve a single talisman. Reckoning the time, she would require another 6 days to amass 9 talismans, a truly arduous task. It was a critical period of growth for her, and that ancient specter deprived her of sleep, as though it sought to annihilate her entire family. Such a grudge could not go unavenged. Strangely, however, the old specter appeared to be growing increasingly emaciated in recent days. Once possessing a slender waist that seemed breakable by a mere hand, it now appeared gaunt to the point of skeletal, with a faint stubble of dark blue hair sprouting upon its chin. Alas, why dwell on that ancient specter? The lively capital is bustling. Miss C, aren't you going to step down from the carriage and take a look around? How rude of you, old woman. Autumn Leaf retorted, her pretty face clouded with anger. My young lady hasn't uttered a word, yet you incessantly chatter beside her. Jiang Nai cast a deep, penetrating gaze at Granny Wang, questioning, is this all arranged as a performance for me? In an instant, Granny Wang stiffened, as if turned to stone. My lady, are you truly jesting? At this hour of daylight, where could a performance possibly come from? She chuckled awkwardly. Good then. Jiang Nai nodded, her voice soft and sweet, adorned with a gentle smile. Granny, your health is just beginning to improve, but you must not endure any further strain. Do you understand my meaning? Granny Wang gazed into those eyes, as chilling as the depths of a ravine. Yet, upon a second glance, She beheld the young Miss C.'s round face, still radiating warmth and mirth, devoid of any wintry frost. It must be an illusion, she reassured herself, inhaling deeply and forcing a smile for the young girl. The carriage jostled and turned into a broad street, finally halting before a grand black gate. Chunya, momentarily taken aback, lifted the curtain to peer outside. Have we arrived? Jiang Nai rubbed her eyes, gently assisted down from the carriage by Autumn Leaf. Once on the ground, her gaze casually swept over the two servants standing guard at the entrance. Chapter 5. Is the front door impassable? Before long, Chunya fetched a length of rope from the innkeeper. Miss, what do you need this rope for? The young girl sprang onto the bed, lying flat with perfect balance. Come, tie me up. Bind me tightly to the bed. Chunya. The young girl had always been whimsical since childhood, her mind brimming with ideas even at such a tender age. The several maids who constantly attended to her often found themselves bewildered by her thoughts. Chunya approached with a rope in hand, dutifully binding the little girl securely to the bed frame, then gazed at her with a peculiar expression. My lady, you are still quite young, and it is normal for you to toss and turn in your sleep. If we were to stand guard through the night, you would not tumble off the bed, nor would there be a need for such restraints. The little girl offered little explanation, struggling against her bonds only to discover their firm grip. Realizing that she could not free herself without external assistance, Jiang Nai nodded contentedly, allowing Chunya to take her leave. With her limbs tightly bound and lying on her back, Jiang Nai gazed up at the gauzy canopy above, a faint smile curling at the corners of her lips. Her eyes drifted to the palm of her right hand, where a small, reddish mark the size of a grain of rice had deepened in hue. It seemed this was the emblem of the mountain-dwelling painting. Although she still did not fully comprehend why burning that painting had resulted in it merging with her very being, one thing was abundantly clear to her now. The secret of the mountain-dwelling painting must remain concealed from all. Such an extraordinary realm of existence was something she had never encountered, even in her past life as the empress of the ancient Jiang Kingdom. It was undoubtedly something of immense value. There was a hint of grievance, yet perhaps it was simply the fate of that insufferable boy. You shall remain trapped there for eternity. Do not blame my heartlessness. She was not foolish. How could she possibly release him? To do so would be to expose the secret to the world. The young lad appeared quite formidable, able to summon her into the mountain dwelling at any moment while her consciousness was in a fragile state of slumber. Until she devised a foolproof strategy to contend with him, it was imperative that her physical form remained outside, lest she fall into his grasp. Invoking a response from neither heaven nor earth, she was uncertain as to how this mountain dwelling was governed. Given her position as its mistress, could she not effortlessly eliminate the inhabitants within? Lost in contemplation, the young girl soon drifted into slumber. The following morning, her nurse, Mrs. Hu, entered the room and was taken aback to find the girl bound tightly to her bed. How did she end up like this? She exclaimed. Granny Fong soon arrived as well, and alongside Mrs. Hu, they hurriedly untied the ropes binding the girl, casting reproachful glances at the timid Chunhua. Jiang Nai, still dazed, lifted her heavy little head, yearning for just a bit more sleep. No more slumber, young lady, they urged. The master has arrived with company and is currently waiting for you in the hall. So early? Jiang Nai's head bobbed slightly, her demeanor somewhat listless. During her time at her maternal grandfather's home in the family village, she had grown accustomed to a leisurely existence, typically rising only at the hour of the snake. Never before this early. With a soft "oh," she felt as though she had dug herself into a pit. Young lady, awaken. We must wash up, comb your hair, and dress. It would be remiss to keep the esteemed master waiting. Oh, at long last, I am to meet my father, whom I have not seen in ages. Chapter 6. Restructuring Jiang Yao's household. Jiang Nai declared with a stern countenance, Fetch me paper and pen. I shall require them to meticulously revise the plans I have drawn. Chunhua and Chou Yue fixed their gaze upon the alterations they were about to make. This will undoubtedly be her long-term residence, and it must be transformed to her absolute satisfaction in every aspect. Jiang Nai curled her lips into a smile, reassured that the truth would reveal itself by tomorrow. Jiang Yao, my dear, you shall find yourself unable to escape the consequences of your actions. That evening, Jiang Nai quietly slipped out through the side door of the chaotic room. She spent the night in the adjoining chamber of her wet nurse, Hu Shi. The following day, after being attended to for her morning routine, the young lady leisurely retrieved a small box from her medicinal pouch and applied a bit to the nape of her neck. Within moments, Hu Shi was taken aback and lowered her voice, inquiring, My lady, what sort of medicine is this? Do not fret, Wet nurse. This is a concoction of my own making. It will cause the skin to redden superficially, and even the most astute physician would fail to ascertain the cause. Jiang Nai reassured her. Will it be effective? Hu Shi pressed on, her concern evident. It will heal without any medication in 3 days, Jiang Nai replied with a smile, assuring her that there would be no harm to her health. Only then did Hu Shi feel a sense of relief. She had always known the child to be shrewd and meticulous in her endeavors. Despite her youth, should she choose to scheme against you, you would find yourself utterly outmatched. It was clear that the young lady had devised a plan to stir trouble for the second madam. The day after Jiang Nai returned home, she unexpectedly arose early to pay her respects to the matriarch at the Muyang courtyard. Upon her arrival, she encountered Qiu Shi, who was accompanied by a girl of about 13 or 14 years old, and they met at the entrance. Qiu Shi beamed with delight. Little C. This is your soon-to-be sister-in-law, Jiang Yinfu. Fu, this is your fourth sister, Xiao Nai. The young girl, in the prime of her blossoming youth, was indeed a sight to behold. Jiang Yinfu donned a splendid rose-patterned round-collared jacket, enveloped in a gray fox fur cloak, while her oval face was kissed by the chill of the wind, turning a rosy hue. Jiang Nai tilted her small head, gazing at the gentle and charming older sister, and with a twinkle in her eye, she smiled and remarked that she had come to visit her sister. Jiang Yinfu returned the smile, exuding warmth and grace. Qiu Shi observed the delightful sisterly bond with great joy, harboring a particular fondness for young girls, especially those adorned in sweet pinks, envisioning how splendid it would be to showcase them among the esteemed ladies of the town. Alas, after 5 years of marriage, she had only given birth to an insufferable little boy. Jiang Yinfu was indeed Jiang Nai's elder sister. Jiang Nai recalled that she had an elder brother named Jiang Hu, both offspring of their late mother. Beyond that, the Jiang family's main branch was rather sparse. Their father, apart from having this stepmother who bore him a younger brother, also had a concubine named Shou, who had but one daughter. The 3 women, filled with joy, entered to greet the old matriarch. Shortly after they settled, word came that the second and third wives, accompanied by their respective daughters, were arriving to pay their respects to the matriarch. After exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Ye remarked with a smile, I heard the 4th miss would sleep until the hour of C when in the countryside. How does it feel to be up so early today? Upon hearing this, the second daughter, Jiang Yanqing, discreetly touched her lips with a silk handkerchief embroidered with lotus and peony, masking a hint of amusement. The second daughter, Jiang Yanqing, and the third daughter, Jiang Yanru, were of similar age. At the tender age of 8, Jiang Yanqing from the second household donned a vibrant yellow long coat that reached her knees, cinched at the waist with a delicate green satin ribbon, from which hung a charming auspicious sachet filled with treasures. Her round little face radiated with pride. In stark contrast, Jiang Yanru from the third household was adorned in luxurious red satin, her small head crowned with an exquisite jeweled hairpin, and both her wrists and ankles adorned with bracelets, presenting the appearance of a veritable moving jewelry box, a sight quite overwhelming to the eyes. Today, Jiang Nai wore a simple lilac-colored cotton jacket with a round collar, her hair styled in 2 top knots, embellished with jade butterflies. This unpretentious ensemble, paired with her delicately chiseled little face, exuded a festive charm. From a distance, the matriarch observed the young girl being led across the threshold by a maid, finding the scene rather amusing. At that moment, upon hearing her second daughter-in-law engaging in trivial chatter, she cast her a disapproving glance and beckoned Jiang Nai over, saying, Come here, my dear granddaughter. The little girl scuttled over, her round form wriggling as she approached her grandmother. The elderly lady chuckled and pulled her onto her lap, smiling warmly as she inquired, My dear, after such a long and tiring journey, did you sleep well last night? The little girl tilted her head, feigning shyness as she cupped her small face with her hands, pondering whether her grandmother sought the truth or a mere fabrication. Amused yet slightly exasperated, the matriarch playfully poked her finger at the girl's nose, saying, Oh, you little rascal, simply speak the truth. Jiang Nai lowered her head slightly, intentionally revealing a conspicuous red mark on the back of her neck, and in a soft, delicate voice confessed, I truly did not sleep well. The entire bed felt cold and hard, and my neck is quite itchy. The furnishings within the room are exceedingly antiquated, rendering everything unappealing to my eyes. In my previous residence in the countryside, my grandmother allowed me to arrange my courtyard according to my own preferences. How could one possibly block my doorway with 2 dilapidated vases? I have heard that this quaint courtyard, adorned by my second aunt, is indeed a reflection of her efforts. However, I must candidly express that the arrangement is quite unsatisfactory, particularly the bed, which causes discomfort throughout my entire body. I find it utterly disagreeable. The occupants of the room, the elderly lady, merely inquiring out of politeness, could not have anticipated that the young girl would speak so candidly, leaving the second daughter-in-law at a loss for words. The elderly woman felt a twinge of discomfort, pondering whether her granddaughter was being rather too forthright, lacking respect for her elders. Yet, upon noticing the extensive red marks on the girl's neck, she was taken aback, realizing the second daughter-in-law had been rather careless, subjecting the delicate skin of the young girl to undue distress, which was truly unacceptable. She promptly summoned the wet nurse, Mrs. Hu, for an explanation. Mrs. Hu, feigning a sigh, began to explain that unbeknownst to the elderly lady, the girl's bed back at home was always dressed in the finest swan-down fabric. Every aspect of the bedding, from the grand to the minute details, was meticulously attended to by her maternal aunt, crafted with exceptional care. The girl had always been sensitive. If her bedding was even slightly uncomfortable, it would leave her skin marked with red and purple bruises. It was only in the latter part of the night that we discovered she was better off sleeping with us, lest her condition worsened. Mrs. Hu, a natural actress, immediately fell into character, her tears flowing as she expressed her heartfelt concern. All present. Chapter 7. Signs of financial ruin. Yet she must suppress her emotions, lest she fall further behind. Jiang Nai clutched her box, her gaze vigilantly fixed on Jiang Nianxin. Why do you obstruct me? I naturally wish to teach you a lesson. You master of deceit, Jiang Nianxin retorted, hands on her hips. Grandmother may be honest and simple-minded, but that does not mean we are all fools. Who do you think you are deceiving? You would go so far as to bring a mere 2 taels of silver to grandmother's attention. You are deliberately trying to ensnare my mother. What do you know? The young girl puffed up her cheeks, casting a sidelong glance at her. That Granny Zhang. Upon my first encounter, I sensed she was destined for financial loss. My actions are in accordance with the will of fate. Since loss is inevitable, it is best to let it befall Nai first. Furthermore, your mother's misfortunes are of no concern to me. That is grandmother's decision. If you have objections, take them to her. Jiang Nianxin, exasperated, stamped her foot in frustration, yet she could not contend with the strength of Jiang Yao, and thus pouted as her mother forcibly led her away. Han, with a beaming smile, approached her daughter Jiang Yanru, exchanged a few pleasantries with Jiang Nai, and then took her leave. In this inexplicable skirmish, Han emerged as the greatest beneficiary, and the glances she cast at Jiang Nai became imbued with deeper significance. Following closely behind Jiang Nai, Chunya murmured softly that the second and third madams did not seem like individuals to be trifled with. Jiang Nai curled her lips into a faint smile, thinking to herself that whether they were easily manipulated remained to be seen. But anyone who dared to act mysteriously in her presence would inevitably be discomfited. Take the second madam, for instance. Did she truly believe matters would conclude so simply? The wet nurse, who inquired with curiosity whether the Zhang woman truly possessed a countenance indicative of financial ruin. Jiang Nai nodded, smiling nonchalantly, and asked if the wet nurse believed that a mere 200 taels of silver constituted financial ruin. She elucidated that Zhang's countenance suggested a far more devastating financial downfall, potentially leading to utter destitution. As for the cause of her ruin, Jiang Nai had no desire to concern herself with such matters. The eldest sister, Jiang Yanfu, entered the room and gently inquired about the types of books her younger sister typically read. Jiang Yanfu paused, her words trailing off, realizing it was quite a profitable transaction. Mother Fong glared at the impetuous girl, pulling her aside and instructing her to quickly brew a pot of tea for the eldest young lady. Jiang Nai promptly interjected, claiming to feel a bit lightheaded. Mother Fong resisted the urge to facepalm. What she had told him had nothing to do with the so-called One Valley, Two Palaces. Lanzhou? It seemed to be located in a remote corner of the empire's northern region. As Shen Yi pondered what hidden aristocratic families or reclusive experts might reside in Lanzhou, the young girl grew impatient. She reached out and tugged at his sleeve, beckoning him with a forceful wave, urging him to sit down so they could converse face to face. Feeling as though she were at a disadvantage, Jiang Nai disliked the sensation of being looked down upon. Shen Yi tugged at the silver chain in his hand, instructing her to come with him. Jiang Nai was utterly perplexed. The young boy led her by a silver chain, and she couldn't shake the feeling that he was akin to a child walking a pet cat or dog. Where are we going? Jiang Nai inquired, her tone tinged with annoyance as she quickened her short strides to keep up. The boy half dragged her into the wooden building, And it was only then that Jiang Nai realized it was furnished with various essential household items. There were beds, desks, a stove, and tea sets, everything one might need. Brother, did you bring all these pots and pans and stoves with you? Living here seems quite pleasant, she remarked. Shun-Yi shot her a fierce glare, his gaze imbued with a complexity that surprised her. He had painstakingly safeguarded this mountain-dwelling map for over half a year, never expecting to encounter such a reckless child who would carelessly set it ablaze, claiming the map as her own. It was utterly bewildering. First, go fetch me some food, he commanded. Brother, allow me to speak candidly, the girl said, maneuvering her petite frame to sit across from him, her expression earnest. If I leave, I truly cannot return. Do you understand? After I stepped outside that day, no matter how I concentrated or how recklessly I dashed around the house, I simply could not come back in to see you. I am genuinely worried that if I go out, I won't be able to return. You are now the master of this mountain-dwelling map. Cannot you freely control your ingress and egress? Shun-Yi questioned, his gaze skeptical as he appraised the diminutive ball of a girl before him. Her features were indeed exquisite, and aside from her short stature, she might very well blossom into a beauty in the future. I am still too small. My will is not yet strong enough. The little one spread her hands, showcasing her diminutive stature. Shun-Yi remained silent. Jiang Nai blinked her clear, large eyes and presented an innocent expression to Shun-Yi. She attempted to speak in a soothing tone, saying, Brother, what do you think? Just wait for me to grow a bit more, perhaps in 3, 5, or 7 years. Once my resolve is strong enough, I shall immediately release you. Shun-Yi thought to himself, is this little one suggesting that he intends to starve him for 3, 5, or 7 years? Who knows if he would still be around by then? Brother, does that sound feasible to you? Jiang Nai tilted her head slightly, exuding an air of innocence. You are the master of the mountain residence. Even if your willpower is insufficient to extricate both of us, surely procuring some food should not pose a significant challenge. Give it a try. Very well, brother, I shall give it a go. But if it doesn't work out, please do not blame me, she said. Shun-Yi remained speechless. The little one then sprang to her feet, exclaiming, Let me warm up. With that, she turned her back to Shun-Yi and began to dance energetically, flailing her arms and legs as if performing a ritual. Shun-Yi found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 8. Testing the waters. Those who are pitiable often possess qualities that are equally detestable, Xiu-Yi remarked, pursing her lips. I have heard from several servants in the estate that this old woman is quite the tyrant. She constantly flaunts her authority before others, bullying and extorting them. Relying on the second mistress to manage affairs, she has become overly proud and arrogant. Jiang Nai chuckled. If the third mistress were in charge, it would surely give rise to an entirely different group of individuals. Having finished her breakfast, Jiang Nai intended to dismiss everyone so she could quietly practice her Yin-Yang technique for a while. Outside, a servant announced the arrival of the two young ladies, Jiang Nianxin and Jiang Yinru. Jiang Nai paused momentarily, a smile playing on her lips as she remarked, The virtuous do not come uninvited. The wet nurse, Madame Hu, promptly interjected, All guests should be welcomed. I shall instruct the staff to prepare some pastries. Jiang Nai acquiesced to her suggestion. Before long, the two young ladies from the second and third households entered, beaming as they approached Jiang Nai. Is our fourth sister still having her breakfast? Jiang Nianxin laughed, her smile radiant as a blooming flower. We visited grandmother today, but did not see you. We assumed you might be unwell, which is why we came to check on you. Jiang Nai regarded the outspoken Jiang Nianxin with amusement. At such a tender age, how had she not learned any decorum? Instead, mirroring her mother's sharp-tongued nature, Jiang Nai offered a slight smile and nodded. Indeed, it is as you say, third sister, your understanding and eloquence are commendable. This remark left no room for Jiang Nianxin's pride. You. Jiang Nianxin began, but Jiang Yinru quickly tugged at her sister's arm, signaling her to restrain her temper. They exchanged a glance, believing it subtle, though Jiang Nai perceived their silent communication entirely. Suppressing her ire, Jiang Nianxin coldly confronted Jiang Nai. You are aware of Grandma Zhang's situation, are you not? Jiang Nai feigned innocence. What situation? She replied. To be honest, I prefer not to pry into others' affairs. There is much I do not understand. Feigning ignorance, are we? Jiang Nianxin's eyes blazed with fury. Her mother had warned her that Jiang Nai's young attendants, despite their tender years, were far from ordinary. One is composed and meticulous, speaking with impeccable discretion. The other is charmingly versatile, concealing sharp intentions behind a smile. Having arrived at the Jiang household only a short while ago, She has already ingratiated herself with numerous servants, extracting a wealth of information from the mouths of the elderly attendants. Jiang Nai claims she finds it difficult to inquire. Whom is she trying to deceive? Jiang Yinru, eager to join the conversation, remarked, "Fourth sister, I heard second sister mention that you previously asserted that old Madame Jiang was a harbinger of financial ruin. It seems your prediction has indeed come to pass. This old Madame Jiang has plunged her family into destitution while repaying her son's debts." The sisters were quite curious whether fourth sister had merely made a lucky guess or if she had discerned something from old Madame Jiang's demeanor. Third sister, you truly have a gift for jesting. I am but a child. I merely spoke without thought. How could I possibly glean anything from that old woman's face? So, fourth sister implies it was merely a casual remark? Indeed, what else could it have been? Chapter 9. Psychological Shadows. Han was taken aback and quickly grasped her daughter's hand, inquiring, "What is it? Has Jiang Nai caused you any distress?" Jiang Yinru hesitated, her lips trembling for a moment before she finally spoke. "Mother, do you recall the old Madame Jiang who was caught in the storeroom?" "Of course, I remember," Han replied with a hint of pride. "Had it not been for her fortuitous attempt to pilfer from the storeroom, I would not have found it so easy to replace several of the kitchen overseers and entirely remove those under Jiang Yao's influence. In fact, I owe this old Madame Jiang a debt of gratitude for her assistance. She has inadvertently aided me quite remarkably." Han chuckled heartily. Jiang Yinru's complexion was undeniably grim. "Mother, do you know? Jiang Yinxin informed me that prior to the incident involving Granny Jiang, Jiang Nai had remarked that she was destined for financial ruin. Shortly thereafter, Granny Jiang indeed lost her entire fortune and fell into destitution. What of it?" Han's expression was one of confusion. Such whimsical utterances from a child could hardly be taken seriously. It was merely a coincidence, akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Yet, Jiang Yinru's pallor deepened. "Mother, you are unaware. Just yesterday, Jiang Nai mentioned something to second sister." "What was it?" Second sister did not pay heed, but I overheard. Jiang Nai cautioned second sister not to approach the water's edge in the coming days. Subsequently, while out on the lake with second sister and the young ladies of the Ping Shunbo family, she tragically fell into the water. "Mother, tell me, is there truly such a thing as mere coincidence in this world?" Jiang Yinru's face grew increasingly pale. This was no mere happenstance. When Jiang Nai foretold Granny Zhang's financial downfall, it occurred. When she warned second sister against the water, second sister fell in. "Mother, Jiang Nai is no ordinary person. What common individual possesses such formidable abilities?" Han's expression shifted, mirroring a mix of fear and uncertainty. "Are you suggesting that Jiang Nai may possess some sort of supernatural power?" "I cannot say," Jiang Yinru replied, her heart a tumult of anxiety. She was reluctant to acknowledge it. Yet she found herself inexplicably unsettled in the presence of her fourth sister. Although this sister appeared innocent and harmless, she exuded an aura of peculiarity that was difficult to ignore. Could it be that she is inherently endowed with a golden tongue, capable of manifesting whatever she utters? Mrs. Han herself found this notion rather implausible. Noticing her daughter's anxious expression, she tenderly grasped her hand and whispered, "Ruru, do not fret. No matter how formidable Jiang Nai may seem, she is merely a 6-year-old child, incapable of stirring any significant turmoil. Moreover, we have never confronted her directly. What is there to fear? This is the principle I have always imparted to you. Until the circumstances are clear, one should avoid being the first to expose oneself. Rest assured, we shall not interfere in the matters between her and the Yao family. Let them engage in their quarrels while we observe from the sidelines. By refraining from involvement, we shall remain untouched by the flames." However, Jiang Yinru could not share her mother's tranquility. Her heart was genuinely troubled. After visiting her grandmother that afternoon, she had overheard her chuckling about how, in 3 days' time, Jiang Nai was to accompany them to listen to Master Lin's lectures. This news unsettled Jiang Yinru, rendering her restless, as she sensed that something was amiss. When the word of the lectures reached Jiang Nai, she was sprawled on her bed, chiseling at a stone with a small knife. Upon receiving the news, she momentarily froze, then let out a wail of despair. Disappointment flickered in her eyes as she realized that this was neither a matter she could manipulate nor one that pertained to her interests. Thus, she lost all desire to inquire further, flinging her book aside and leaping off her stool to take a stroll. Spring Bud. The young lady is only truly quiet when she is engaged in the peculiar task of crafting odd little pills or carving small trinkets. Typically, she cannot remain still, and her pretense of perusing books for half the morning today is a clear indication of impending trouble. Upon noticing Jiang Nai's departure, Mrs. who reproached Spring Bud, questioning the need to frighten her with such a plethora of books. Should the young lady be further disheartened from her studies, it would be quite troublesome. Instantly, a look of chagrin crossed Spring Bud's face as she repeatedly apologized to the two of them. It seemed exceedingly cruel for the young girl to sit at the table for so long, incessantly flipping through pages. Little did Jiang Nai know that her usual demeanor had long led those around her to classify her as illiterate. Whenever she opened a book, she yearned to be a sloth, yet once the book was cast aside, she became animated. Jiang Nai sprinted to the entrance of Highness garden, where she spotted an incense altar adorned with candles from a distance. She deftly climbed onto the roof, seeking a concealed yet vantage point to observe. Clutching a plate of fragrant fruit, she took a bite while positioning herself for the best view, eager to witness how the master of the three paths would exorcise malevolent spirits. Before long, the ethereal master of the three paths emerged from the dwelling. Jiang Nai's eyes sparkled with excitement as she remained transfixed by the sight. The master, wielding a peachwood sword, strode forth with a commanding presence. With a flick of his sword, a tea bowl was deftly balanced upon the blade. The master then inverted the sword's tip, sipping a cup of warm tea, only to abruptly expel it. The flickering candle flames emitted a soft crackle, dancing lightly. Jiang Nai, her mouth slightly agape as she nibbled on the fragrant fruit, stared in astonishment for a moment before spitting it out with indignation, muttering resentfully, "Wandering sorcerers are a menace." The individual claiming to exorcise malevolent spirits has faltered even in the most fundamental principles of yin and yang. If one cannot properly navigate the balance of these forces, how can they hope to dispel any negativity? It is utterly nonsensical. Furthermore, the second young lady fell into the lake outside, and her body has now been laid to rest in her own chamber. What efficacy can this impostor's ritual possess from such a distance? While Zhang Yaoshe may appear astute, she is, in fact, quite foolish. It is laughable that she can be so easily deceived by such obvious charlatanry. Jiang Nai, after merely a fleeting glance, felt an overwhelming urge to leap forward and confront this fraud. The act of banishing evil is no trivial matter. This individual merely set up a farcical arrangement in Highness garden, thereby corrupting the previously harmonious atmosphere of the place. Indeed, during her evening meal, Jiang Nai was hastily summoned to the Wuyang courtyard by her grandmother. "Your second sister's condition has suddenly worsened. Not only is she suffering from a high fever, but she is also foaming at the mouth, deliriously calling your name. Would you accompany your grandmother to visit her?" Jiang Nai nodded obediently, fully prepared to heed her grandmother's wishes. It was only right to visit her ailing sister. The elderly matriarch nodded in satisfaction, gazing at her granddaughter through the flickering light, her heart swelling with pride. Just moments ago, the second daughter-in-law had been wailing for help, creating a cacophony that gave her a headache. How could her own daughter, the fourth girl, be as lacking as Jiang Yaoshe claimed? She was both obedient and sensible, with no faults to speak of. Chapter 11. The energy of lunar Yin. Have you discovered the necessary airflow for the mountain-dwelling diagram? Shun Yi inquired hastily, nurtured by the old Taoist's aura. The landscape painting allowed the youth within to communicate with her for an extended period. This was by no means a propitious sign. In other words, once the landscape painting replenishes this aura, the youth might very well be able to observe external movements at any time. Ginger cast a fleeting glance, shrugging her shoulders. "Not yet. Then what are you waiting for? Hasten to the mountain. I suspect that aura is on White Cloud Mountain," Shani urged incessantly. If he didn't prod the little girl to rush to White Cloud Mountain overnight, she probably would have been in the arms of Morpheus by now. Too complacent. Despite her tender age, her temperament resembled that of an octogenarian, with 3 meals and 2 naps a day. Without a kick, she wouldn't budge. She'd retreat to her bed like a broody hen, utterly dispirited. Why the rush? The young girl grumbled inwardly. This youth was becoming increasingly annoying. If it weren't for his incessant nagging, she would have been asleep, growing taller. Ginger felt the pony suddenly lurch, sending both her and the horse tumbling into a pit below. "Hurry, hurry. I told you to fetch the rope quickly. What took you so long?" "Little Ma, I was afraid of alerting the people at the camp over there." "What rotten luck. To stumble upon a dried-up corpse during a night trek." Before I could even pilfer anything, more people arrived at the camp. Let's hope we don't run into them. I heard they're Prince Zhao's men, out of the capital in search of the regent. A young man named Xiao Ma Gu paused momentarily, then lowered his voice and remarked, I have heard that the army of King Zhao operates with strict discipline. Wherever they traverse, not a single mountain bandit remains unscathed. We must tread cautiously. Although we are not notorious brigands, encountering a regular army can be quite unsettling. He urged, let us dig swiftly and remain vigilant. We must not disturb the occupants within, lest we invite unnecessary trouble. Rest assured, Xiao Ma Gu, came the reply, we are not novices in this trade. We shall proceed with caution. This group, led by Xiao Ma Gu, had long roamed the outskirts of the capital, excavating graves and seeking out wild tombs. These unregulated sites often yielded some treasures, sufficient to cover their expenses for several days. At that moment, as a young girl fell into a pit, she instinctively gathered her strength. However, the pit's depth and the soft soil made her descent perilous, and she slipped further down. Just as she managed to grasp the edge of the hole, she inadvertently seized a shoe, prompting a terrified scream from its owner. Get up, get up. It's a resurrection. Summoning her strength, the girl leaped out of the pit with a swift motion, her small face etched with indignation. You talk of resurrection? Your entire family will rise from the dead. The scenery along the riverbanks is splendid, yet you choose to ensnare me. What is your purpose? Xiao Ma Gu, initially startled by a shout from his companion, was taken aback to see a lively young girl emerging from the earth. The speed of the events left everyone momentarily speechless. As the scene unfolded, a short-lived man was pierced through the heart by a bony hand. Gasping for breath as he let out two feeble cries before his head tilted to one side, and he unexpectedly succumbed to death. Xiao Ma and his four companions were taken aback by the sudden turn of events. The stout man let out a wail, calling out for Big Head. The short-lived man had long since lost all signs of life, his head drooping lifelessly. Jiang Nai's expression grew grave as she silently recited a 9-character mantra, her fingers interlocking, the index finger meeting the middle finger, which rested atop it, as she swiftly altered her hand gesture. Yin-Yang Celestial Eye, activate. Before her, a vast pit revealed a long decomposed skeleton clawing its way out. The skull dangled from the neck of the short-lived man, as the man's head tilted to the left. The skull leaned to the right, creating an oddly eerie yet comical tableau of two figures standing in an unsettling embrace. With a swift motion, Jiang Nai pointed her hand, and a flying sword materialized from her waist, soaring with a whoosh towards the cluster of ethereal white flames atop the skeleton's head. This skeleton was animated by the essence of the moon's shadow, and extinguishing the moonlit glow above it would render it completely dormant. A soft sound echoed, as Jiang Nai perhaps underestimated the skeleton or overestimated her own capabilities. She redirected the flying sword with a flick of her finger, unleashing a powerful exorcism strike that surged forth like a ferocious tiger breaking free from its confines, striking the skeleton with a forceful impact. The skeleton, struck by this formidable energy, toppled backward into the pit. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Nai hurled a small stone lion. Upon landing, the stone lion grew immensely, letting out a thunderous roar as it charged towards the skeleton. Xiao Ma and his companions were already captivated and astonished, yet at this moment, they perceived everything with utmost clarity. They witnessed the stone lion open its massive jaws, delivering a powerful bite that swept away the remnants of the past like a tempest. Jiang Nai activated her celestial third eye, clearly observing her little stone lion devouring the moon's shadowy essence from the skull. The group felt a whirlwind swirl around them, and upon reopening their eyes, they noticed a slight rise in temperature, dispelling the previous frigid chill. In an instant, they beheld a strikingly handsome youth, with dark hair tied elegantly and a folding fan in hand, his bright eyes fixated intently upon them, particularly drawn to Jiang Nai. Indeed, the recent fierce clash had been nothing short of spectacular, leaving these mere mortals utterly spellbound. This solitary girl traversing the night was truly extraordinary, a person of remarkable powers. Suddenly, the plump one fell to his knees, clasping his hands together in reverence, exclaiming, "Master, we are but blind to your greatness. Please do not take offense. We humbly request your assistance in discerning our fate." He stammered, casting a fearful glance at his unfortunate companion. This was a master of divine insight. The prediction that the two would not survive past the hour of the rat had indeed come to pass. Chapter 13. The essence of the moon. As Jiang Nai ascended the mountain, she increasingly sensed a subtle current enveloping her, gradually seeping into her limbs and coursing through her being. Suddenly, the little creature halted, raising its right hand in surprise, a look of astonishment crossing its face. A faint, discernible glimmer coalesced into the rice-grain-sized, pale crimson mark on her palm. With the infusion of this ethereal light, the mark deepened in color, resembling a drop of vermilion blood. Its crimson hue captivatingly vibrant. Blinked, raising her small hand. Concentric circles of light were swiftly absorbed by the mountain-dwelling map mark. An epiphany struck her. It seemed the mist enshrouding crescent moon spring, used to operate the mountain-dwelling map, was precisely this substance, the essence of the moon. Mirroring energy was likely beneath the mountain-dwelling map's notice. It craved the quintessence of lunarine. Such essence was exceedingly rare, not to be encountered just anywhere. Only here at White Cloud Temple, perpetually veiled in misty mountains, with its pure lunarine, could such exquisite essence arise. The old Taoist faintly possessed this misty aura, a result of his perennial residence amidst these sylvan waters, imbuing him with a trace of this essential energy. Within the mountain-dwelling map, Shun Yi had indeed widened his eyes today. He had not anticipated that the young girl, despite her tender age, not only possessed remarkable manifest strength, but was also adept in esoteric arts. Her Xian techniques in dealing with the dried-up corpse were truly impressive, her movements fluid and seamless, resolving the matter in moments. Not only was little 18 astonished from the outside, but he, too, had been taken aback within the mountain-dwelling map. Thus, he hadn't immediately informed the young girl that he was the one little 18 sought. Shin Yi hadn't expected this unassuming chubby little thing to be so formidable. At this moment, he was even more astonished, gazing at the incessant waves of mist that enveloped the surroundings, spreading like an all-consuming shroud. Before long, it completely concealed the crescent moon spring. The corners of Shun Yi's tightly pressed lips unconsciously lifted into a faint smile. This lifeless salted fish had finally arrived without making him wait too long. Was this the long-sought object needed to activate the mountain residence map? Little did he know. The very salted fish he had scolded was silently mocking him in its heart. Jiang Nai mused. By infusing the mountain residence map with this source energy, the young man inside will become even more vibrant and lively. To truly eliminate him is no easy feat. One must strike at the opportune moment with precision. A missed strike would only make him wary, and he might retaliate fiercely. It is best to ascertain the strength of the opponent beforehand. Knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every battle. Shun Yi remained oblivious, unaware that the young girl's desire to eliminate him had progressed further. He was the second most powerful figure in the Haiyue Empire, just beneath the emperor. Releasing him would be akin to unleashing a tiger back into the mountains. This man might very well wield his authority against her, perhaps imprisoning her in the depths of a dark water dungeon, mercilessly whipping her daily until she divulged the secrets of the mountain residence map. It was imperative to eradicate this threat completely. The secret of the mountain residence map was known only to her, with no one else privy to its mysteries. Chapter 14. Master and Apprentice after a resonant hum. For streams of colorless energy rose beside the old Taoist. Simultaneously, the 5 stone lions were enveloped in sinister energy, rapidly swelling in size. Their roars echoed through the air. Shrouded in black mist, the 5 stone lions lunged fiercely towards the old Taoist, jaws agape, ready to tear him apart. The old Taoist, upon witnessing the situation, remained unperturbed. Instead, he lifted his head and offered a faint smile to Jiang Nai. Without any apparent movement, Jiang Nai observed as he waved his sleeve, causing a colossal stone lion to burst into a phantom before him, scattering into fragments. The 2 remaining stone lions closed in. Yet the old Taoist moved with the grace of a dragon and the stride of a tiger, swiftly shifting his form as a peachwood sword emerged from beneath his sleeve. As he drew the sword, a radiant golden aura enveloped it, nearly blinding Jiang Nai with its brilliance. This ancient peachwood sword, aged a millennium, appeared far more formidable than the exquisite peachwood sword she had crafted in her previous life. It shimmered with golden light, indicating it had transcended the realm of mere artifacts and possibly ascended to the status of a celestial weapon. No wonder the old Taoist exuded such calm confidence, as if victory was assured. With this ancient peachwood sword in hand, what malevolence could not be vanquished? Jiang Nai let out an appreciative sound, her wide eyes scrutinizing the sword from top to bottom, unable to look away. The old Taoist was exceedingly cunning. The sword he had employed to subdue the malevolent energy at Zhang's residence the previous day was clearly an ordinary peachwood sword. Yet, the old Taoist swiftly formed a seal with his fingers, casting an exorcising spell, while the remaining 4 stone lions, poised beside him, could not advance even an inch. In a flash, the old Taoist suddenly lifted 2 of the stone lions and hurled them outward. The 4 stone lions instantly traversed the invisible barrier of ethereal energy that Jiang Nai had established, bursting forth and dissipating beneath the starlit sky. Jiang Nai beckoned with her hand, and 5 diminutive stone lions transformed to the size of her fingers, gently landing in her chubby palm. Indeed, it took the old Taoist no more than 3 moves to dismantle the sinister tools she had cast away. The little girl gazed curiously at the smiling old Taoist before her, rendered momentarily speechless. The Taoist's mastery of esoteric arts was indeed formidable. Although she was not as powerful as in her previous life, the old man could dismantle her shadowy techniques with merely 3 moves, which was undeniably impressive. Jiang Nai pondered that even at her peak, she might not have been a match for this Taoist, contemplating her solitary pursuit of the mystical arts. Devoid of anyone to discuss and learn with, she considered that apprenticing under him might not be a bad choice. Moreover, the old man's perpetually cheerful demeanor was quite endearing. She resolutely refrained from mentioning her loss in a wager with him, believing that accepting defeat warranted taking him as her master. With a sigh, the young girl remarked with an air of maturity, "It seems I am still somewhat lacking." The old Taoist stepped forward, affectionately patting her head with a warm smile, and earnestly replied, "You are still young. The path ahead is fraught with change, and time is on your side." He added mysteriously, "Your fate is unique and not of this world." Jiang Nai was taken aback, her gaze sharpening with surprise as she looked at the old man. Could it be that he disowned her connection to her past life? This revelation was rather significant. Noticing the spark of intrigue in her eyes, the old Taoist inquired with a smile, "Dear child, do you have any further assessments in mind?" In this day and age, being a master was no easy feat, especially when one had to endure the scrutiny of their apprentices. Chapter 15. You are too ugly. Fortune not only possesses the wisdom to recognize others, but it also harbors grudges, hence a bit that old woman, Sue. Madame Sue, in her relentless pursuit to incite the ferocity of the little wolf cub, confined it in a dark, sunless cage and cruelly pierced its front paws with steel needles. Her intention was to unleash it later, allowing it to indiscriminately attack any passerby. However, her plan backfired catastrophically, resulting in her own leg being bitten off by the very creature she sought to manipulate. Jiang Fugui stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression stern as he listened to his daughter speak. He couldn't shake the feeling that the name Fugui sounded particularly grating to him. Could it be that she was attempting to deceive her father? Casting a silent glance at his daughter, he noticed only a flicker of starlight in her eyes, devoid of any unusual intent. Jiang Fugui concluded that perhaps he was overthinking the situation. He shook his sleeves and endeavored to exude the authority befitting a father. "Due to the incident with your second sister falling into the water, the wife of Lord Pingshun shall visit tomorrow with her daughter. We shall discuss this matter later." Jiang Nai gave a soft huff, thinking to herself that it was not within his rights to postpone matters at will. Madame Chiu, with a stern demeanor, offered a few admonishments to Nurse Hu and the others. Once the guests departed her quarters, Chunhua and the others fell to their knees, deflated. They had been thoroughly frightened and felt immense guilt for their lack of vigilance, having been oblivious to the fact that their young mistress had slipped away in the dead of night. Jiang Nai rushed forward, snuggling into Nurse Hu's embrace, and playfully reassured her, "Do not worry, everyone." With her current skills, avoiding the watchful eyes of Chunhua and Shiyue was effortless, which only served to explain the girl's palpable fear. Jiang Nai promptly offered words of comfort to the others, instructing them to prepare hot water, intending to cleanse her weary little body. Oh, the trials of apprenticeship are indeed exhausting. In days gone by, she would have been content to lead a languid existence. Her guiding principle in life was to embrace idleness whenever possible, to recline rather than sit. Yet, even the laziest among us must carve out a few alternatives for themselves. The young girl settled comfortably in a bucket of water, crossing her little legs, relishing the moment. Suddenly remembering something, she submerged herself, leaving only the top half of her gleaming forehead exposed, her inner turmoil a tempest of fury as she seethed. "You vile rogue. Are you spying on me while I bathe?" The youth, with eyes barely open, cast a calm glance at the stone tablet. The girl, with her disheveled hair draping over her forehead, resembled a little squirrel entombed in a puddle, revealing merely a fraction of her head as she made faces at him. "You are exceedingly unattractive," Shun Yi remarked coldly. "With such a foolish appearance, this little creature would not captivate me even a decade hence." Jiang Nai felt as though smoke were billowing from her head. How dare this wretched boy claim she was ugly? Throughout her life, who had not praised her for her rosy, adorable visage. This frigid-faced man, devoid of charm, wielded his sharp tongue mercilessly. To marry him would be akin to blindness. "Close your eyes," she declared. "I am about to emerge from my bath." How could her pure, pristine form be sullied by the gaze of an unrelated, odious man? Chapter 16. My affluent home Shun-Yi chuckled softly, a foolish creature, full of self-importance. A petite steamed fish, even when offered to him, would not elicit his admiration. He harbored a disdain for Jiang Nai, who, in turn, felt a similar aversion towards him. The presence of an enigmatic figure, ever watchful, lingered nearby, provoking an increasing sense of discomfort within her. She pondered whether, with her gossiping mirror as a focal point, she could ensnare the young man within her intricate web of intrigue. The young lady, with a subtle shift in thought, sprang from the bath, donned a pair of shorts, and wrapped herself in a crimson robe adorned with diamond patterns. She turned, gesturing at the empty air, declaring her intent to rest, and urging it not to disturb her. "You lazy creature, sleeping all day long." Seeing her sprawled upon the bed in a most ungraceful manner, Shun-Yi chose to close his eyes and resume his cultivation, preferring not to witness her untidiness. Jiang Nai, extending a thread of her consciousness, confirmed that the young man remained undisturbed, which brought her a modicum of relief. Through this tenuous connection, she could monitor his movements, ensuring she was not overly beholden to him. Though fatigue weighed upon her, this semblance of control offered her some solace. With a sigh, Jiang Nai succumbed to slumber, a deep sleep that lasted a full day and night. In a dazed state, she was fed by the wet nurse, who sure, before drifting back into rest. It was not until early morning that Qiu-Yu roused her, and in her confusion, she mistakenly believed it was time for dinner. The girl had worn herself out at the Baiyan temple, prompting Qiu-Yu to chuckle at her predicament, noting her eyes were still slightly red from exhaustion. Jiang Nai yawned, unable to resist lamenting her frail constitution. Once she had completed her morning routine, she consulted the 3 ancient bronze coins gifted by the old Taoist for divination. The reading revealed, "In the midst of tumultuous winds and clouds, one shall rise to pierce the azure skies and aid the heavens." This suggests that significant events are on the horizon, and the truth shall soon be revealed. Today appears to be an exceptional day. Jiang Nai, having finished her breakfast contentedly, wiped her mouth and inquired, "Where's my dear Fugu?" Upon hearing the young lady's question, Chuanyao smiled and replied, "He is basking in the morning sun in the garden." Oddly enough, this little wolf cub, whose wild nature is hardly discernible, resembles the young lady in her languorous demeanor. When there is little else to occupy his time, he enjoys sunning himself on the rocks behind the garden, gazing up at the sky at a 60-degree angle, reminiscent of the young lady when she was 2 or 3 years old, sitting on the rocks of the pavilion in the lake, resting her chin on her hands. Lost in thought, Jiang Nai, with her short legs, hurriedly bounced out the door in search of the little wolf cub. "Fugu, Fugu," the little girl called out twice, and the wolf cub responded with a couple of whines, leaping down from the rocks and swiftly running to her side, nudging her chubby little leg. The girl led him towards the front courtyard, chattering, "Fugu, today I will take you to explore the front yard. Please do not let me down." Just as Jiang Nai stepped out, an elderly maid rushed into the garden, demanding, "Where's the 4th young lady? Who are you?" Chuanyao frowned and retorted. However, Minghong immediately recognized her as Su Changma, the maidservant of the 2nd madam. Su Changma sneered, "Today marks the 4th young lady's first day of lessons." Chapter 17. A sudden change of heart, but I haven't kept him long enough, and he just ran away. Although Jiang he did not recognize Jiang Nai, his instinct for survival urged him to deflect responsibility. "As long as you raised it, come, stand up and accompany me," he insisted. "Where are we going?" Jiang He's heart raced inexplicably, a foreboding sense of impending misfortune looming over him. Jiang Nai gazed at him with a smile, her expression shifting like the turning of a page. "Just follow me, no need for so much chatter." "Move." The wolf cub beside them whimpered softly, its pair of emerald eyes fixed on Jiang He, causing him to tremble with fear. Suddenly, he spotted a middle-aged man passing through the corridor, and relief washed over him like a flood, as if he had found a long-lost ally after an eternity. "Father! Father! Save me, father!" he cried, tears streaming down his face. The group of youths stood agape, astonished that the notorious Jiang he could be so cowardly, reduced to tears and calling for his father because of a mere girl. Calling for father? Jiang Nai watched his awkward retreating figure with a smile that quickly turned icy. "Even calling for your ancestors is futile. Take him away," she commanded succinctly. In an instant, a figure shrouded in black robes appeared behind Jiang He, delivering a swift blow to the nape of his neck, rendering him unconscious and lifting him effortlessly. Upon the appearance of this individual, several shadow guards instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons, their pupils dilating in shock. When had such a formidable expert infiltrated their midst, and why had they remained oblivious? As shadow guards, their failure to detect a hidden threat and endanger their master was a grave and unforgivable error. As the figure in the black robe carried his son as if he were a mere chick and strode away, Jiang Jixiang could not help but feel a surge of urgency. He hurriedly jogged over, raising his voice. "Who are you? How dare you cause a disturbance at the Jiang residence?" With a gentle smile, Jiang Nai greeted him with a respectful nod. Jiang Jixiang, momentarily taken aback, then noticed a small, glutinous rice ball waddling toward him on its short legs. "Uncle, do not be anxious. What trouble could possibly arise within our own home?" Jiang Jixiang gazed at her in bewilderment, questioning, "Is that your subordinate? Where is he taking your second brother? You must insist that he put him down at once." Jiang Nai's previously calm demeanor shifted, her expression darkening. "Silence. Enough of your incessant prattle. Today, I shall certainly discipline your son." Jiang Jixiang found himself momentarily dazed by the young girl's sharp rebuke, feeling an inexplicable tremor within his heart. "If you wish to accompany me, then come along. We shall visit father together. If not, then so be it." The Jiang Yao clan had sent someone to bring the wolf cub to meet her. Such a grand gesture could not go unacknowledged. Despite her appearance resembling that of a small round dumpling, she would not allow herself to be trifled with, for that would be absurd. As the young girl marched on her short legs, she inwardly cursed. How can this fellow move so swiftly? The group of youths watched her roll away like a ball, exchanging glances filled with astonishment. Prince Zhao had intended to converse further with her, yet she departed as quickly as a gust of wind, leaving him with a sense of dissatisfaction. Chapter 18. A turmoil. Two rough servant women were unceremoniously kicked by Jiang Nai from outside the garden to within its confines, their heads striking the ground with a resounding thud. With a whip as red as fire in her hand, Jiang Nai entered the gate and immediately noticed several elderly women in the Hisiong garden mercilessly pressing down on Madame Hu, attempting to force her onto a long bench. It appeared they intended to punish her. Jiang Nai's expression darkened instantly, her bright eyes flashing with righteous fury. What a perceptive Jiang Yao! Concocting a pretext to chastise the unruly servants surrounding the fourth miss. With a swift motion, Jiang Nai delivered a kick to a nearby stone bench. The bench flew into the air, shattering into numerous pieces that rained down upon the attacking old women. Startled, they looked up to see a cascade of debris hurtling towards their heads and faces, met with a resounding impact. The few coarse old women cried out in anguish, scattering in panic as they clutched their heads. Jiang Nai's strength was precisely measured. The shattered stones merely caused them to bleed and bruise without endangering their lives. She had no desire to oppress the weak through brute force. However, this Jiang Yao buzzed around her like a pesky fly, incessantly irritating her. In the past, she could overlook such minor skirmishes, but today they dared to target those close to her? If she did not respond with equal fervor, this Jiang Yao would surely mistake her for a meek and pious soul. Jiang Nai bent down to pick up 2 pieces of broken stone. Flicking her fingers with a sharp snap, one of the women who had attempted to assault the wet nurse was struck in the forehead, collapsing to the ground with a cry of pain. Who was startled and raised her gaze, only to see her little girl approaching slowly from the flower path, her face a mask of stern coldness. The girl's expression had never been so deeply somber and frigid, her eyes locking onto several coarse servants on the scene, a layer of icy mist swirling within their depths. Where was Jiang Yao? She demanded her to come forth and speak. Jiang Nai was impatient with the pretense of civility towards Jiang Yao. Dealing with such pests seemed to require but one resolute approach: to crush them with strength, instilling fear so they would never harbor ill thoughts again. Since the mask of civility had been torn away, Jiang Nai dismissed even the courtesy of addressing her second aunt and directly called for Jiang Yao. Meanwhile, Jiang Yao was in the parlor, fawning over the wife of the Ping Shun Bo, her demeanor submissive and ingratiating, her posture perpetually lowered to the dust. Suddenly, Su Chong rushed in, breathless and agitated. "Second madam, the fourth miss has come to claim someone." "What?" Jiang Yao's expression shifted dramatically. At first, she thought she had misheard, but as she grasped the meaning of Su Chong's words, her face turned the color of liver. How audacious this little girl was. Was she truly unteachable? The fourth miss, who was she? Lu Shuyi, the second young lady of the Ping Shun Bo, asked her friend Jiang Nai with a face full of curiosity. Jiang Nai scoffed, a look of disdain crossing her features, remarking that she was merely a wild girl who had come from the countryside a few days ago. Apologetically, she turned to Lu Shuyi, saying, "Shuyi, I truly apologize for this. You came to visit me and have encountered such an unpleasant situation. Rest assured, my mother will handle this matter appropriately. There is no need for us to intervene." Jiang Yao rose to her feet, offering a forced smile as she expressed her apologies to the lady of the Ping Shun Duke's residence. The lady responded with a faint smile, assuring her that it was of no consequence, and suggested they accompany her to witness the events unfolding. A twinge of displeasure flickered within Jiang Yao, yet she dared not oppose the lady's wishes. Nevertheless, she could not help but harbor a touch of disdain for this woman. What was she, a mere countess, but a gossiping busybody? Had it been the noble ladies of esteemed families, upon hearing of such an incident in another household, they would have gracefully excused themselves with smiles and departed, rather than eagerly following the hosts to gawk at the spectacle. Rumor had it that the Ping Shun Duke's lineage had once been butchers, and their fortune had surged a decade ago through a single miraculous pill, leading them to wealth and the title of a duke through sycophantic flattery of the emperor. Such nouveau riches could hardly be compared to the venerable aristocratic families of the capital. Their depth and grace were indeed worlds apart. Yet, as a woman of no rank, Jiang Yao found herself obliged to bow and scrape before the third-rank countess. The lady's desire to witness the chaos in the Jiang household left Jiang Yao with no choice but to comply, offering a subservient smile as she walked alongside the Ping Shun Duke's lady. Upon arriving in the garden, they were met with a shocking sight. 7 or 8 rough, elderly maids were rolling on the ground, their faces obscured, bloodied, and bruised, which frightened both ladies considerably. The Ping Shun Duke's second daughter, Lu Shuyi, screamed in horror, hastily covering her mouth with a handkerchief. Jiang Nai, though equally terrified, managed to maintain her composure better than Lu Shuyi. While her face paled, she successfully suppressed her voice, refraining from reacting as melodramatically as Miss Lu. Jiang Yao, in a fit of rage, descended the steps, pointing at Jiang Nai, who stood in the center of the courtyard. Her trembling finger jabbed emphatically as she cried out, "You've truly overstepped your bounds. It is evident that you are just an uncultured country girl, daring to intrude upon the garden of my second aunt. What will people say?" Before Jiang Yao could finish her tirade, a stone came hurtling towards her, striking her head with a sharp crack. A sudden wave of warmth cascaded down her forehead, and instinctively, she reached up to touch it, only to find her hands stained with bright crimson. Her heart raced in terror, and she staggered backward. "Mother!" Jiang Nai called out in alarm. Granny Sue hurriedly rushed forward with 2 maids to catch her as she fell, one hand pressing against her chest, patting it gently while urgently calling, "Madam, madam. Fetch the chrysanthemum oil quickly, let her take a whiff." Blood. Jiang Yao's vision blurred, and she felt faint, too terrified to look at the crimson liquid on her hands, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. Jiang Nai, undeterred, leapt onto the stone table and sat cross-legged, her gaze piercingly fixed on them. Silence enveloped the garden, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. After what felt like an eternity, when the tension in the air became almost unbearable, Jiang Nai finally spoke, "Come here." The disheveled Chun Hua and Xiu Ye, having been pulled about by the elderly women, quickly assisted Ming Hong, Feng Momo, and Hu Shi, hastening to Jiang Nai's side. Jiang Yao's fingers trembled as she pointed towards Jiang Nai, her lips pale and slightly moving. "Silence. I do not wish to hear a single word from you at this moment." Jiang Nai's gaze, icy and unyielding, fell upon Jiang Yao, as she flicked her fiery red whip with a shudder. Chapter 20. Purpose? Qiu's health had been frail, confining her to her chambers for recuperation. At this moment, she had just heard that the 4th young lady had caused a ruckus at Xiang Garden. Startled, Qiu intended to venture out to ascertain the situation, only to encounter her husband, who appeared troubled and hurriedly entered, his head bowed. They nearly collided, and Qiu swiftly inquired, "Where's Nai Nai?" Without waiting for an answer, she hastened towards her daughter's Yulan garden. Qiu followed closely, noting her husband's grave expression, which left her hesitant to voice any further questions. Jiang Fugue rushed into Yulan garden, where he found the servants in a state of hushed panic, diligently moving items outside and packing them into boxes. Alarm surged within Qiu, prompting her to call out, "What are you all doing?" At that moment, Chunya and Qiu Yi dared not respond, too preoccupied with their tasks, moving with remarkable efficiency. Qiu, nearly on the verge of tears, approached one of the servants, grasping her hand. What is happening? My dear child, please tell your mother what is going on. Why the sudden departure? Jiang Fugui, pacing restlessly, could no longer contain his frustration. This is nonsense. It was merely a disagreement with your second aunt. How can you just leave, disregarding your grandmother and mother? He barked. Come with me, we need to speak privately. With an irritable tone, he strode towards the side room. Nai, discuss this properly with your father. Chiao was in a state of anxious perspiration. For your father cherishes you dearly. He merely refrains from voicing it. Yet he has always held you in his thoughts. Mother, do not fret. I shall enter and speak a few words with father. Jiang Nai sighed, offering a few words of comfort to Chiao before turning to follow Jiang Fugui into the side chamber. Jiang Fugui, his lips drawn in a frown, cast a glare in her direction. Why, indeed, does second aunt harbor such animosity towards me? She is the second daughter of the primary branch. Whom does she offend? The eldest daughter is on the verge of marriage, yet second aunt does not exhibit such hostility towards her. There must be some oversight on her part. Jiang Fugui regarded his astute and resolute daughter, a flicker of something peculiar flashing in his eyes before he hastily concealed it. With a sigh, he remarked, Pay no heed to second aunt. No matter her schemes, they shall not come to fruition. Today, after your uproar at Xiangyuan, she will surely think twice before attempting any further tricks. Jiang Fugui continued, Rest assured, my child, for today's events, your father does not hold you accountable. Jiang Nai's gaze flickered slightly. So you do not intend to reveal the truth to me? Jiang Fugui moved his lips, ultimately hesitating to speak. In due time, you shall come to know. I hold no ulterior motives towards you. This you must understand. Chapter 21. Remarkable precision. Zhao Wangfu Shinyunshin absently flipped through the book in her hands, occasionally glancing towards the entrance, a hint of restlessness evident in her demeanor. She should have had the audacity to remain at the minister's residence a while longer, seizing the opportunity to converse with that young girl again. As the evening drew near, her brother's letter had yet to arrive. My lord, the attendant swiftly entered the room, clutching a thin envelope in hand. Moments ago, someone had flung this letter across the threshold, and our people had promptly pursued the sender, yet after 2 rounds of searching, they found no one. His Royal Highness, Prince Zhao, hastily rose to his feet and approached the attendant, receiving the letter and scanning its contents with rapidity. Shun Yun gazed at the flowing characters penned by his elder brother on the letter, exhaling softly in relief. Summon General Ding Yuan and Marquis Sini, he instructed, and inform them that there is news from the regent. Shin Yun paced within the study, contemplating. That round little girl truly possesses an extraordinary gift for accuracy. At that very moment, the round little girl sat cross-legged upon a wooden bed, eyes closed as she diligently practiced the authentic heart technique of the mystical gate. Observing her fluency in reciting the heart technique, the old Taoist offered a few pointed suggestions. Now, witnessing a subtle mist of genuine energy wafting from the girl's head, he secretly nodded in approval. Though he did not verbalize it, he thought to himself that his young disciple was indeed remarkably astute. The heart technique is intricate and elusive. For someone of her tender age to grasp its essence so readily and master it within a single night is truly commendable. Jiang Nai devoted herself to the study of the heart method until dawn broke, at which point she bid farewell to the old Taoist and arranged to meet again in 2 days. Spring Bud had been somewhat restless throughout the night. Although she knew in her heart that her young master was safe, the absence of her presence still stirred concern within her. Now, upon witnessing her lively emergence, a smile involuntarily graced her face. Indeed, Jiang Nai nodded, turning to regard the beaming Jiang Li. You need not accompany me here in the future. The 20 li is not too far. Jiang Li swiftly shook his head, insisting that it was not acceptable. The master had instructed his subordinates to protect the 4th young lady, so he must accompany her. Rest assured, it is no trouble at all. However, it was indeed troublesome. Every other day, they were required to stand guard at Baiyun Temple, and with the chill of the deepening night air, it was likely their legs had grown numb from standing outside all night. Then you shall wait for me in the carriage, he suggested. Baiyun Temple typically did not entertain outside guests, and even the noble patrons from the capital had to make an appointment at least half a month in advance to consult the old priest. It was rumored that the old priest's schedule was already booked until after the new year. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li's face broke into a broad smile. My lady need not worry about me. Once you enter, the young priests of Baiyun Temple will arrange for us to stay in the eastern and western chambers for the night. Spring Bud nodded, my lady. I have only just risen. Jiang Li, busy outside with the carriage, chuckled as he relayed to Jiang Nai. This morning, the second master administered family discipline to young Master Jiang He, delivering 10 lashes, and even apologized to the old master and the madam. Well, now the mother and son from the second household will have to recuperate together in bed. I estimate they won't be able to rise for at least half a month. Jiang Nai pouted slightly. Chapter 22. Resentment. It is likely just a minor reprimand. After all, the second uncle striking his own son is probably a case of raising the hand high only to bring it down lightly. Those lash marks look severe, but they may not be as serious as they appear. Jiang Li inwardly praised the young lady's perceptiveness, but outwardly he hurried to defend his master, saying, "The old master can hardly personally strike his nephew. This serves as a lesson for both Jiang Yao and her son. And what a lesson it is. If Jiang Yao had foreseen the dire consequences of provoking Jiang Nai, she would have surely weighed her actions more carefully. It was one thing for her to endure pain herself, but to have her beloved son subjected to familial discipline was unbearable. The image of her son writhing in agony haunted her thoughts, prompting her to silently grit her teeth in resentment. This grievance was etched deeply in her heart, marking a significant rift between her and Jiang Nai. The young girl, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over her, yawned and said, "Nurse, I am weary." Who nodded in agreement, suggesting, "Let us have some porridge first, and then you may rest." What had the old Taoist maiden from Baiyun Temple imparted? It seemed she had taken her teachings quite seriously. Just moments ago, the matriarch had sent word, advising the girl to rest well and to make an appearance for dinner. Furthermore, the matter of attending Mr. Lin's lectures was to be postponed, awaiting a more suitable time for her. It was emphasized that she should prioritize her studies at Baiyun Temple under the guidance of the 5 sacred masters, and that she ought to focus solely on her learning, avoiding unnecessary distractions. Jiang Nai nodded, reflecting on how the matriarch displayed a keen sense of propriety, far surpassing the clumsy naivety of Jiang Yao. Regrettably, the matriarch was of advanced age and had long ceased to manage domestic affairs. Had she been more involved in the household, Jiang Yao would have certainly found herself sidelined. After finishing her porridge, Jiang Nai rolled onto her bed, her head barely touching the pillow before she succumbed to deep slumber. Shun Yi had intended to converse with her further, but suddenly remembered an important matter. After drafting a note, he glanced up only to find the young girl fast asleep, completely oblivious to her surroundings. Observing her in such a state of blissful ignorance, Shun Yi could only sigh in exasperation. Wasn't she knowledgeable in the healing arts? Why not take a moment for introspection and discern whether one might be suffering from hypersomnia? That evening, Jiang Nianxin was abruptly awakened from a nightmare. She sat upright, trembling, yearning for the comfort of her mother, Jiang Yaoshi, only to find her still bedridden and unable to be disturbed. A sense of dread and fear enveloped her, and when she called for her maid twice, there was no response. Suddenly, a flash of white light accompanied by thunder illuminated the night outside, casting a ghastly, pale face against the window pane. Jiang Nianxin gasped in horror, her scream stifled as she fainted from terror. In that moment, Jiang Nai also jolted awake, her expression one of bewilderment, caught between dreams and reality. Her chubby little hands instinctively pressed against her painfully throbbing head. Outside, torrential rain poured down. Stumbling about, she continued to pound her head with her hands, visibly suffering from the agony. Suddenly, a blinding flash of lightning struck the window paper. Jiang Nai leapt up, mindlessly crashing into the wall ahead. Chapter 23. Lacking emotional intelligence, Jiang Yaoshi's frustration reached its peak as she observed the elderly woman and her granddaughter engaged in endless chatter. How could she possibly rest on the bed under such circumstances? The maid, Suiji, perceptively assisted her in sitting up as she fidgeted on the bed. "Mother, the matter concerning Xiner is urgent." The elderly lady shot her a glare, her anger boiling over. This second daughter-in-law was increasingly intolerable. What pressing issue could possibly warrant dismantling the bed and having her carried to the sunlit courtyard? It was utterly absurd, turning the Jiang family into a spectacle for the servants to witness. Observing the old woman's displeased countenance, Madame Jiang Yao dabbed her eyes with a silk handkerchief, sobbing, "Mother, I implore you to show compassion and dispatch someone to invite the 5 Peaks adept from the White Cloud Temple. Xiner's condition is dire. I fear her very soul has been seized by malevolent spirits." The old woman was seized with the urge to strike her second daughter-in-law with her cane. Did she take the 5 Peaks adept for some common fortune teller, readily available to be summoned at a whim? Barely 5 days had passed, and already she sought to invite another. Did she imagine the 5 Peaks adept to be a mere house servant of the Jiang family, at her beck and call? Did he not require seclusion for cultivation? Was he to perpetually revolve around the Jiang household? Utterly preposterous. The old woman, exasperated, pointed at Madame Jiang Yao, her expression a mixture of anger and disappointment. This second daughter-in-law possessed so little tact. In retrospect, entrusting her with the management of the household affairs was proving imprudent. With the eldest daughter-in-law perpetually ailing and unable to fulfill her duties, it seemed the responsibility would have to fall upon the shoulders of the third daughter-in-law, Madame Jiang Yao. Oblivious to the further decline in the old woman's esteem, continued to weep. Old madam, you cannot forsake Exon. She is your own granddaughter, after all. The old woman's eyes flashed with anger, and her teacup crashed to the floor, shattering into fragments of fine porcelain. Madame Jiang Yao, startled, hastily raised her head and, upon seeing the old woman's cold, furious gaze, shrank back, silenced. Yao, the old woman began, it is not my intention to scold you. But I urge you to engage your intellect and refrain from uttering and enacting such nonsensicalities. What do you believe the master of the 5 mountains represents to our Jiang family? Can we continue to trouble him at every turn? Mother. Although Exioner lies in a deep slumber, she incessantly murmurs about having seen a ghost. Such nonsensical ramblings. Our Jiang family is entirely innocent and untainted. Where could a ghost possibly come from? It seems to me that she harbors some guilt within her own heart. Jiang Yao's face turned pale under the old matriarch's scolding, unable to suppress her feelings of grievance as she wept quietly. The matriarch, displaying evident impatience, remarked, Enough. Do you not know Mr. Sanlu from Sanshan village? Go and invite him to take a look. It is merely a fright from the thunder. Let him use his mystical arts to dispel any malevolent spirits. Jiang Yao gritted her teeth in silence, and suddenly shot an ireful glare at Jiang Nai. Jiang Nai, taken aback, wondered why she was being targeted when she had merely been a silent observer throughout. Mother, the gentleman was summoned by the Korean Duke's residence yesterday. Chapter 24. The arrangement as the second wife of a wealthy family. Jiang Yao naturally expected a higher fee for her services. This was not a matter of personal animosity from Jiang Nai. It was merely a reflection of the established rules of the mystical arts. Jiang Yao regarded Jiang Nai for a moment, her expression drooping, as she hesitated for a while before finally making a decision. Why not allow Jiang Nai to take a look? Though she may be somewhat inexperienced, it would still be preferable to relying on those ignorant of such matters. Moreover, if Jiang Nai were to accept a fee and fail to resolve the situation, it would provide her with a legitimate reason to send someone to Baiyun Temple to confront the master of the 5 mountains. With this thought in mind, Jiang Yao subtly furrowed her brows, a sound of disdain escaping her lips. It is then that the old matriarch implores the young lady to accompany her to the autumn fragrance courtyard. Jiang Nai responds with a soft acknowledgement. The elderly woman cannot help but frown, addressing the second daughter-in-law with a knowing tone. I am aware of your thoughts. Do not overstep your bounds. The matriarch possesses a keen insight. She quickly deduces the second daughter-in-law's intentions, which are to witness the misfortunes of the 4th young lady, to see her falter and seek reasons to create a commotion at the White Cloud Temple. After all, the 4th young lady has only recently begun her studies under a mentor, and any misstep would be entirely understandable. Jiang Yao secretly curses the old woman for her meddlesome nature, yet maintains a forced smile, responding, Mother, what are you saying? We are all family. I would never put her in a difficult position. She adds, perhaps it would be best to wait a while. Mr. Sanlu may have free time after lunch. Ignoring the matriarch's earlier comments, Jiang Yao summons several attendants to carry the bedboard and gestures to Jiang Nai, saying, Please, 4th young lady. Jiang Nai, with her round little figure, hops down from the stool. The matriarch chuckles softly, advising her not to exert herself too much, as she watches the group depart. Once they are out of sight, she turns to Honggu and remarks, Do you think this 4th girl can awaken the 2nd girl? Perhaps. Honggu replies in a low voice, but I believe the 4th young lady possesses a sense of propriety. If she had no confidence, she likely would not have embarked on this endeavor. The matriarch sighs, her thoughts consumed with worries, her brow furrowed tightly. Meanwhile, Jiang Nai follows Jiang Yao to the autumn fragrance courtyard of the 2nd young lady, Jiang Yanqing. The young girl, burdened with a pair of delicate hands, circled the small courtyard and paused for a considerable time at the entrance of Jiang Yanqing's chamber. Jiang Yaoshe had someone carry the bedboard, trailing behind Jiang Nai. Just as she was about to inquire if Jiang Nai had discerned anything, she witnessed Jiang Nai push the door and step into Jiang Yanqing's room. Jiang Yaoshe furrowed her brows and said to the maid, Chuiji, why aren't you hastening to see what is amiss? Chuiji promptly followed suit. Upon entering the second young lady's boudoir, she found the fourth young lady, a petite figure, standing by the window, her gaze fixed intently outside, seemingly lost in thought. Chuiji cautiously approached, her mouth opening as she intended to speak, but the little girl abruptly raised a small hand and, with an air of exaggerated maturity, declared, silence. Jiang Nai focused on the open window, glanced at the wind chimes hanging from the tree across the way, and craned her neck to look up at the ceiling. Sure enough, there hung an octagonal copper mirror. Could this feng shui arrangement have been orchestrated by that renowned master? Jiang Nai pondered. But wait, she mused, rubbing her chin. Isn't that Master Sanlu on friendly terms with my second aunt? Why would he set such a reflective, malevolent formation for her daughter? Could it be that the Jiang family harbors another sage? The young girl blinked thoughtfully, concealing her musings beneath a calm exterior. Meanwhile, Jiang Yaoshe, growing increasingly impatient, called out, Fourth young lady, have you discerned anything? Jiang Nai had indeed perceived the truth. Someone had ensnared Jiang Ningxin in a reflective, malevolent feng shui scheme. It was rather straightforward. This copper mirror hanging from Jiang Ningxin's ceiling could not have been there for long. Typically, on a pleasant day, it would pose no issue. The issue arose from the previous day's tempestuous weather, when a confluence of lightning and thunder startled Jiang Ningxin awake. It appears she witnessed a lightning bolt illuminating the window at the precise moment a reflection of the tree's wind chimes was cast upon the copper mirror, thus conjuring a spectral visage. This elucidates the age-old adage cautioning against positioning copper mirrors opposite beds, for the abrupt sight of a figure in the mirror during a state of semi-consciousness can be profoundly unsettling, detrimental to one's well-being. The practice is especially discouraged during nocturnal hours when one's vital energy is diminished. In contemporary terms, a scientific explanation posits that a mirror's reflective properties, when directed at the human form for extended periods, can induce neurasthenia and disrupt sleep patterns, culminating in an imbalance of vital energies. With a discerning glint in her eyes, the young girl laboriously stepped over the threshold, clasping her hands behind her back, and declared to Jiang Yaoshe with utmost gravity, this dwelling is permeated with an ominous aura, rendering the situation rather precarious. Jiang Yaoshe, who had been contemplating whether the child had truly discerned anything, felt a pang of anxiety upon hearing this pronouncement. Her body stiffened, and she urgently inquired, What do you mean? The last time, your master mentioned that Ningxin was afflicted by a water spirit and had already exorcised the evil influence. Jiang Nai, maintaining a solemn countenance, shook her head. This is unrelated to the previous aquatic malevolence. It was the intense lightning from yesterday that roused something within this house, which has now taken possession of second sister. Jiang Yaoshe emitted a gasp of alarm, her entire frame collapsing onto the wooden bed. Sueji hastily steadied her, exclaiming, Madam. Meanwhile, the two young maids who had been attending to the second Mrs. bedside, upon hearing Jiang Nai's words, recoiled in terror, their gazes fixed upon the bedridden Jiang Ningxin, who was muttering incoherently. The young mistress has been plagued by misfortune lately. First, she was haunted by aquatic malevolence, and now she's possessed by some sort of unclean entity. One wonders which deity she has offended. Overcome with trepidation, Jiang Yaoshe, though alarmed, astutely questioned, How could you possibly comprehend so much after merely a few days of study? Can you even discern what sort of entity has possessed Xiner? Jiang Nai responded by wagging a chubby finger at her. You wouldn't understand. My master says my aptitude is a once-in-10,000 years phenomenon. I grasp the esoteric arts of Xianmen with unparalleled ease, requiring minimal effort. Within the mountain-dwelling picture, Xin Yi, who had been observing the situation with amusement, couldn't help but interject. Aren't you embarrassed to extol your virtues to such an extent? It's the truth, she retorted, ignoring you, rascal. Now, may we discuss the fee for this exorcism? Chapter 26. Antecedents and consequences. Speak now, and tell the whole truth. Chunya, standing nearby, grew impatient. This girl was truly unappreciative. The young mistress's prompting was an invitation to share the complete story. Why did she insist on revealing only half, withholding the full account? Noticing Jiang Nai's cold gaze fixed upon her, as if awaiting her to continue, Yin-Yang lowered her eyes, bit her lip, and began to recount the events in detail. As it turns out, Yin-Yang and her sister had been sold into the Jiang family as lowly servant girls from a young age. Their usual duties involved menial tasks such as sweeping and pruning in the outer courtyard or gardens. Yin-Yang was 13 years old, while Yin-Ro was 10. Several days prior, While wiping the pillars of the corridor, Yin-Ro had inadvertently kicked over a bucket of water. The dirty water spilled across the floor, soaking the shoes and stockings of Jiang Nai, who was passing by. The two young ladies screamed as if they had suffered a great calamity, hurling curses in their distress. Yin-Ro trembled in fear, kneeling on the ground, repeatedly bowing her head in supplication, pleading for Jiang Nai's forgiveness. However, the second young lady, consumed by rage, refused to let the matter pass lightly and ordered that Yin-Ro be dragged away and subjected to 20 strikes of the rod. How could a malnourished 10-year-old girl endure such punishment? Yin-Yang used her meager savings to purchase medicinal ointments for her sister's wounds, but the results were minimal. The blood from the wounds never ceased to flow properly. Even the slightest movement from Yin-Ro would cause the injuries to reopen, leading to renewed bleeding. Thus, Yin-Yang remained steadfastly by her sister's side, unwilling to leave her alone. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Nai learned of the incident and summoned the matron responsible for the rough treatment of the maid, chastising her fiercely. She proclaimed that the life of a maid was as valuable as that of a young lady. What did it matter if she had received 20 strikes? Now, lying in bed, feigning illness for whom? If she lay idle, could her sister also be excused from work? With Yin-Yang laboring away, Yin-Ro was left without care. After a few days, her condition deteriorated further. It was evident that she was barely clinging to life. Overcome with sorrow, Yin-Yang harbored deep resentment towards the second young lady. In a fit of rage, she ventured to the young lady's courtyard that very night, setting up a deadly reflective array. At this juncture, Yin-Yang gritted her teeth, her eyes ablaze with hatred. Alas, my lack of skill prevented me from ending her life. I have failed my sister. I am useless. Jiang Nai cast a glance in her direction and inquired in a measured tone, "Whom did you learn your geomancy from?" Yin-Yang, defiantly lifting her chin, retorted angrily, "Do not unjustly accuse others. I have not learned from anyone." Jiang Nai smirked subtly. "Oh, are you self-taught then?" Yin-Yang pressed her lips together. "I too stumbled upon a tattered book at a second-hand stall and learned by following the illustrations within." This revelation left Jiang Nai astonished. Generally, the arts of the mysterious realm require a teacher's guidance, passed down orally. Many incantations and techniques are communicated in this manner, and some formidable practices of the mysterious arts are not documented in texts at all, being imparted solely by one's master. Hence, Yin-Yang's reflective killing formation yielded little effect. The reason was clear. If Jiang Nai were to arrange this formation, a single move could indeed prove fatal. Chapter 27, Illiteracy. A convenient route? I hardly think so. The Baiyun Temple was situated towards the outskirts, while the Zhao Wangfu lay deep within the imperial palace grounds. Truly a case of going in opposite directions. Jiang Nai's face, taut with displeasure, crumpled as she angrily approached the table and took a seat. Just then, the door creaked open, and her nurse, who entered with a cheerful expression. "Miss, a letter has arrived from your aunt and cousin." Jiang Nai's previously stern countenance instantly fell. "So soon? I have scarcely been in the capital for long, and already they have written to me?" This indicated that her aunt and cousin must have begun penning their correspondence on the very day of her departure. Spring Bud entered, carrying the 4 treasures of the study. "Miss, this exquisite set sent by your second cousin can finally be of use to you. I thank your entire family." The young lady replied with an eye roll, her tone laced with irritation. "Oh, I just awoke with a slight headache. Let us discuss this tomorrow." Jiang Nai placed a hand on her forehead and waved dismissively. Miss, the eldest young lady has arrived." Jiang Nianfu approached gracefully, her demeanor courteous and gentle, ensuring she did not disturb the younger sister. "That is splendid," she remarked, nodding slightly. "Please convey my regards to my elder brother, as well as to my aunt, uncle, and grandmother." Jiang Nai sighed, feeling the pressure of urgency. "I must write today, there is no escaping it." A quarter of an hour later, Jiang Nianfu observed as the small round figure slumped over the table, her brows slightly furrowed in bemusement. The little one was clinging to an ivory-carved squirrel brush with 5 fingers, her face nearly pressed against the paper, laboriously crafting a letter. The handwriting was, frankly, atrocious. On the large orchid-patterned paper, the girl struggled to compose a single line. "Grandmother, I write to you as if we were face to face." The word face was indeed there, but it was so crooked that even her elder sister found it somewhat difficult to bear. "Would you like me to assist you with your writing?" Jiang Nai exhaled in relief, promptly tossing aside the brush and leaping down from her elevated stool with a thud. "Elder sister, you truly are my savior." The little girl beamed with bright eyes and a radiant smile. which would have been even more enchanting had it not been for the large splotch of ink marring her face. Qiuyi could not suppress her laughter, letting out a small snort before hastily lowering her head, trying to conceal her amusement. Meanwhile, Chunya, with a serious expression, tugged at Qiuyi's arm. "Elder sister, I assure you, my handwriting is quite acceptable." The girl earnestly addressed Jiang Nai, adding, "It's just that I have been remiss in my practice of calligraphy lately. Perhaps I am still unaccustomed to the styles prevalent in your esteemed capital." Jiang Nai nodded with utmost sincerity, remarking that her younger sister was still quite young, so there was no immediate urgency. However, calligraphy was an essential skill for any refined young lady. If she had the leisure, it would be beneficial for her to study under Master Lin. Jiang Nai responded with a somewhat forced acknowledgement. If she weren't concerned about arousing suspicion with her fine penmanship, she wouldn't have needed to feign such difficulty. Moreover, she was accustomed to writing in the intricate script of the ancient Jiang Kingdom, and she feared that she would give herself away if she were to write it. "Does my sister practice calligraphy with her left hand?" Jiang Nai inquired suddenly. "But when my sister usually eats and uses chopsticks, she is also used to her right hand, and she is not left-handed." Jiang Nai. If she really practiced calligraphy with her right hand, no matter how hard she tried to disguise it, she wouldn't be able to produce a scrawled hand. It was too difficult for her. Chapter 28. The character of one's writing. This darling cannot waste a lot of time writing letters, Jiang Nai muttered to herself, urging Jiang Li to drive away quickly, and the trio headed straight for the back door of Zhao Wangfu. After picking up a pile of files for Shun Yi along the way, they headed in the direction of Baiyun Temple. Today's cultivation was still very smooth. "Your grandmother entrusted someone to discuss with me yesterday, intending to adjust your study schedule." Upon hearing this, Jiang Nai had a sense of foreboding. Jiang Nai opened her big round eyes. "So she stayed at home for 7 days? Your grandmother said that she has hired a female teacher for you to teach you calligraphy and painting at home. As your teacher, I think that although you are naturally intelligent and resourceful, and you know a lot of characters, but after all, that handwriting. Cough. You still need to practice more." Jiang Nai stared at her master with a small, tense face. So her master disliked her scrawled handwriting, didn't she? "Master, one must not merely scratch the surface." Indeed, the old Taoist chuckled, stroking his beard, acknowledging the truth in his disciple's words. "Logically, one would not expect your handwriting to be so poor. Could it be that?" The young girl, unperturbed, gave him a light tap on the back of his head and called for Jiang Li and Chunya to follow her, fuming. Just yesterday, that little rascal Shun Yi mocked her, saying her handwriting reflected her character. "Bah, it is you who embodies your handwriting. Your entire family does." Jiang Nai was overjoyed, holding the vividly crafted little stone sculpture in her hands with great affection. Little did she know it was a magical artifact. She simply felt that her younger sister was extraordinarily talented to have carved it with such lifelike precision. It was only after Jiang Nai repeatedly advised her to keep the item safe and wear it close to her body, hidden away, that Jiang Nai finally hung the figurine around her neck. Jiang Nai then spent a little more time chatting with Jiang Nai before bidding her farewell. Upon returning to her room, Shun Yi initially thought that this little sloth would lazily sprawl on her bed for a nap. To her surprise, however, the girl shut the door tightly and began to grind herbs with a pestle. "Aren't you tired today?" Shun Yi asked curiously. "Are you quite idle?" "Indeed," Jiang Nai replied. "I am preparing to concoct an extraordinary cough remedy for my mother." With one hand perusing medical texts and the other diligently grinding herbs, she spoke with a calm demeanor. Shun Yi nearly laughed aloud. "I have never witnessed someone cramming knowledge while simultaneously preparing medicine." Jiang Nai huffed. "You wouldn't understand. My mother's cough is far more challenging to treat than your cold poison." Shun Yi promptly inquired, "By the way, do you still have that fiery sun pill?" Jiang Nai's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Oh, one costs 500 gold. I have 10 available right now. Would you like to purchase?" Shun Yi rolled his eyes, amused, and nodded, "Sure." Jiang Nai smiled broadly. "The total is 5,000 gold. Now, will you pay directly, or shall I collect from Prince Zhao?" Shun Yi felt as though he had been ensnared in a financial trap. After all, it was merely a trivial matter of gold and silver. He scoffed, thinking he wouldn't be troubled by such a sum. Chapter 29. Arrival. Jiang Nai gaped in astonishment at her eccentric fourth sister, who had been carried into the flower pavilion. For a moment, she found herself at a loss for words. A girl of about 10, seated to her left, furrowed her brow and whispered, "Cousin, is this truly your fourth sister?" "Yes, indeed, she is my fourth sister." Jiang Nai wished fervently for a hole to swallow her up. How embarrassing it was for her fourth sister to behave so rudely in front of their cousins. It was a disgrace to the Jiang family. Mr. Lin cast a glance at the awkwardly smiling Chunya and others, then coldly declared, "Uninvited guests may leave." Chunya gently shook the swaying Jiang Nai, attempting to steady her at the small table. Hearing Mr. Lin's words, Chunya felt greatly distressed. If she withdrew her hand, the girl would surely topple onto the table. "Let her sleep." Mr. Lin suddenly spoke in a chilling tone. "I am curious to see when she will awaken." Chunya glanced back at Mama Fong, her expression pleading for assistance. Madame Fong could not help but twitch her lips slightly, and after clearing her throat, she bowed to Master Lin, saying, "I beg your pardon. Esteemed teacher, the young lady has been feeling unwell due to the local climate and has been rather drowsy. It truly seems that this affliction has lingered for quite some time. Moreover, I have never heard of climate discomfort being accompanied by such profound somnolence." Master Lin declared, "I shall commence my lecture. You idle individuals, please step outside and wait." Chunya, feeling helpless, released her grip, and the little girl's large head began to droop heavily towards the low table. Just as it seemed she would thud against it, a pair of hands reached out and supported the young lady's head. Chunya thought to herself, "I am utterly at a loss for words." She gratefully nodded towards the girl who had offered her assistance, who returned her gesture with a faint smile. "You may go. I will look after her," she said reassuringly. The 10-year-old girl who had previously spoken could not suppress a chuckle, muttering something about overly kind-hearted before turning her head away to avoid the sight. Jiang Nai, smiling, remarked, "Cousin Han Wei has always been kind-hearted. I hope, sister, she does not take offense and allow a few idle persons to disturb her mood." Master Lin, with a stern expression and an unkind tone, addressed Chunya and the others. "Are you not leaving?" Madame Fong exchanged a glance with Chunya, reluctantly exiting through the gate of the snow courtyard. A group of young ladies curiously observed the peculiar sight of the little girl, her head resting on the small table, blissfully unaware of the world around her. Master Lin lectured for half an hour, and the young ladies sat upright, diligently listening to the lesson. If only Jiang Nai could open her eyes, Master Lin would not be in such a foul temper. As half an hour passed, the remarkable fourth young lady remained unchanged, her large head drooping heavily upon the desk in deep slumber. Within the dwelling in the mountains painting, Shen-Yi couldn't help but roll his eyes, thinking that if he were this fellow's teacher, he would likely be exasperated to the point of fainting. Master Lin, at his wit's end, hurled a book, which landed heavily beside Jiang Nai's head. The atmosphere instantly congealed as the young ladies turned their heads in unison to look at Jiang Nai. However, after a considerable pause, the peculiar fourth miss did not even raise her head, remaining sound asleep. Everyone was rendered speechless. Just as Master Lin was about to erupt in a classroom roar, a beam of white light flashed across the horizon, suddenly enveloping her. A radiant column of light completely encased the eccentric fourth miss. Chapter 30. Absolutely not. Not. This individual promptly leaped off the wooden bed and darted to Shen-Yi's side. Shen-Yi instinctively recoiled, only to be unexpectedly embraced around the leg by the same person. "Elder brother, please tell me, what is this celestial aurora, this divine blessing? What are these things?" Shen-Yi pursed his lips, bent down to disentangle her, and said, "Just now, when the celestial aurora descended in the snow garden, it enveloped you. Did you find yourself in a strange space?" Jiang Nai blinked, nodding her head vigorously, and asked with an innocent air, "What is it?" "I thought I was dreaming of your lazy, carefree days." Shen-Yi muttered inwardly, carrying the young girl like a sack of salted vegetables and placing her by the bed. As he was about to leave her there, the girl wrapped her arms tightly around his arm, pleading, "Elder brother, please continue telling me." Shen-Yi, with an impassive face, simply carried her and sat her on the bed. The little girl tumbled about on the bed, clutching his arm and urging him, "Come on, big brother. You must have heard of the existence of the natural power wielders on the Cloud Sky continent. Surely, you have heard of Sword Hanging Peak?" Jiang Nai nodded, having indeed heard of it. Sword Hanging Peak is where the immortals reside. Everyone says it is in the sky. Shen-Yi found it increasingly difficult to bear the sight of her adorably foolish face. Gazing into her round, sparkling eyes stirred within him an inexplicable urge to ruffle her hair. It was too foolish to behold. He feared that prolonged exposure might diminish his own intellect. Sword Hanging Peak only accepts wielders, regardless of their age. Wait, big brother, what exactly is a wielder?" Shen-Yi felt a surge of exasperation. "Aren't you one?" "I am not," Jiang Nai exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise as she shook her head vigorously, like a rattle drum. No, I am not." Are you not bestowed with the blessing of the heavenly aurora? Shen Yi couldn't help but retort. Only wielders possess the right to enjoy the blessings of the heavenly aurora. I truly am not. Jiang Nai gazed at Shen Yi with even greater astonishment, her sincerity momentarily convincing him. You aren't. I am not, she affirmed, then inquired. What exactly is a wielder? Shen Yi felt that continuing this discussion with the girl could lead him to the brink of exasperation. A wielder is someone who can control the 5 elemental forces of light, darkness, ice, wind, and fire. He fixed her with a determined gaze. You must possess one of these powers. No, no, no. Jiang Nai waved her hand dismissively, striking her thigh as she exclaimed, how could I possibly possess such great abilities? Brother, if I had such power, as a master of control, I would have expelled you long ago. What am I waiting for? Shen Yi pondered her words, finding them indeed reasonable, and thus fell into a state of confusion. Why has the celestial aurora descended upon you? How would I know? Jiang Nai replied, her expression one of utter astonishment. Perhaps it has made a mistake. Is it even possible to err in such a manner? Shen Yi thought to himself, feeling a deep sense of helplessness as he glanced down at the ordinary sword lying beside the little one's feet. Why has heaven bestowed upon you a divine weapon? What divine weapon? It is merely a common, broken sword, the young girl retorted, playfully nudging the sword with her tiny foot and offering an awkward smile. And besides, it may not even belong to me. Jiang Nai suddenly felt as though she had been soundly slapped in the face. Chapter 31. Elimination of witnesses. Jiang Nai furrowed her brow, thinking to herself, it seems I have aroused suspicion. Someone is investigating her secretly, which indicates that there are eyes watching her. The overwhelming impact of the celestial aurora would compel these individuals to unearth her identity without relent. What should I do? It seems that swift action is imperative. A mischievous smile crept across the young girl's face. With a swift motion, she appeared within the landscape of the mountain dwelling. Approaching the crescent spring, she observed the area, noting the sprouting flowers and grass scattered about. Though their nature was indiscernible at present, they likely belonged to the realm of herbs. Sensing her presence within the mountain dwelling, Shen Yi emerged from the wooden structure. A plump little sphere stood by the water's edge, captivated by the scene before it. Clearing its throat, it remarked, it seems you have never immersed yourself in the crystalline waters of Crescent Spring? The youth's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Are you afraid of water? Jiang Nai cast him a sidelong glance, dismissing him with indifference, and bounded over, producing a round, crimson pill from her pocket, the Breaking Yang pill. This gem is priced at 100,000 gold, and consuming it will ensure that your cold poison does not manifest for at least a year. Shen Yi was taken aback, but he quickly reached out to grasp the pill, muttering under his breath, isn't that a rather exorbitant price? Jiang Nai huffed and rolled her eyes. Why not inquire at the market? This Breaking Yang pill is likely to be priceless. Shen Yi understood. It seemed this little rascal possessed remarkable alchemical skills. He had consumed thousands of fire attribute pills before, yet none had the efficacy of the Breaking Yang pill. The chill within him dissipated almost instantaneously, proving extremely effective. The regular Fierce Sun pill sold for 500 gold, while this Breaking Yang pill demanded a staggering 100,000. It must have an efficacy countless times superior. If it could indeed suppress the cold poison for a year, it would be invaluable. Without a hint of doubt, Shen Yi swallowed the Breaking Yang pill whole. Jiang Nai extended a small finger, her expression oddly cheerful as she smiled at him. Oh, I almost forgot to mention. After you take the Breaking Yang pill, you will need to dissolve it, which might require you to be unconscious for 3 days and nights. Gulps. Shen Yi did not hear the rest of her words. He collapsed, lying quietly by the clear spring, his eyes tightly shut, brow slightly furrowed, his features as flawless as jade. Jiang Nai approached him with a smile that was neither fully a smile nor devoid of one, her footsteps barely making a sound. With a swift motion, she unsheathed a sharp flying sword, which whizzed from behind her waist, aiming directly at Shen Yi's throat. Though you are quite admirable, I must confess, I harbor a deep aversion to anyone who is fully aware of all my cards and secrets. I regret to inform you, Shen Yi, that you must perish. With a whoosh, the sword darted towards Shen Yi's neck. In his unconscious state, Shen Yi sensed an overwhelming wave of terror, yet he remained ensnared in a profound stupor, utterly incapable of any response. Suddenly, a dazzling beam of golden light erupted from Shen Yi, deflecting her dagger while simultaneously unleashing a formidable force that surged towards Jiang Nai. Anticipating the onslaught, Jiang Nai deftly evaded, her expression shifting to one of astonished uncertainty as she gazed at the still unconscious Shen Yi. Is he truly that powerful? Even in deep slumber, his body can execute such a swift defensive maneuver? With a slight shift of her feet, she scrutinized the figure of Shun Yi lying there, tilting her head in contemplation. How vexingly formidable indeed. With a swift flicker, Jiang Nai positioned herself before Shun Yi once more, her small sword poised to strike at his neck again. Suddenly, a faint voice echoed in her ear. Master, master, please wait. Jiang Nai's entire being jolted, her hair standing on end. This was the mountain-dwelling diagram. Aside from Shun Yi and herself, there was no one else present. From whence did this voice originate? Slowly, she turned her head, her cold gaze landing upon a swirling, round ball of mist suspended in midair. It is not my intention to impede you, master, the voice timidly conveyed, but rather to advise that you cannot slay him in your current state. Cease this futile endeavor. This youth emanates a faint aura of ancient divine lineage, making him impervious to your present capabilities. Persistence may result in divine backlash. Jiang Nai flashed a smile toward the misty orb, which, in turn, felt as though its very essence was about to rupture. The smile sent shivers down its vaporous form, a chilling premonition of its mistress's murderous intent. Truthfully, it had observed her for over half a month, initially harboring reservations about being bound to what it perceived as a mediocre mistress. However, this clandestine observation revealed that her indolent facade was a mere pretense. The true mistress was likely a morbidly perceptive individual, displaying erratic and unpredictable behavior. Her meticulous nature was evident in her manipulation of the youth, first gaining his trust with the yang pills, then. The misty orb shuddered, realizing the youth was oblivious to the young girl's intentions to silence him permanently. Jiang Nai scrutinized it with keen interest, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the round, indistinct, misty orb. With her fingertips, she conjured 3 venomous needles. What are you? Why do you appear here? Come forth and let your sister have a look, shall you? The misty orb trembled even more violently, its rotund form swaying in the air as it emitted a frantic plea, desperately attempting to assert its identity. Master, master, I assure you, I mean you no harm. I am a spirit, a demon bound to the mountain-dwelling map, your most loyal servant. Fear not, I shall divulge nothing of your affairs to this young man. I have emerged solely to caution you. With your current prowess, you most certainly cannot kill him at this moment. However, I can assist you by hypnotizing him, ensuring he entirely forgets your intent to harm him. Jiang Nai felt a tightening in her chest, an unsettling sensation akin to being caught in a misdeed. Yet she maintained her composure and inquired, if he is in a deep coma, will he still recall my intention to kill him? With a slight smile, she addressed the orb, Little Gray, I trust you to manage this matter well. The misty orb, dubbed Little Gray, was momentarily taken aback, then enveloped by a chilling sensation. The master's smile was indeed fearsome. In the Jiang residence, Honggu presented a cup of tea to the elderly matriarch and stood silently by her side, not uttering a word for an extended period. The room was enveloped in profound silence, save for the faint sound of the elderly lady's fingers delicately manipulating her prayer beads. After a considerable pause, she sighed and inquired about the recent happenings over there. Pausing again, she continued, Indeed, it has been quite some time. I fear the matriarch will soon come seeking the old lady. Lamenting that the 4th young lady is still quite young and cannot be confined in the cold ancestral hall for so long. The elderly lady scoffed. Did she not bring bedding and a hand warmer? Everything has been well prepared. Honggu noticed that the elderly lady had recently sprouted 2 or 3 strands of gray hair at her temples, and her murmuring before the Buddhist altar had increased considerably. It seemed the troubles of the 4th young lady weighed heavily on her, causing the elderly lady considerable stress. Honggu dared not speak, remaining silently by her side. Once Honggu departed, the elderly lady could no longer contain herself, curling her lip in a self-directed rebuke, as if anyone is oblivious to that. It's merely the same phrase reiterated endlessly. Observing her mother's anxious flurry as she prepared the hot basin and washed her with pomelo leaves, Jiang Nai could not suppress a smile. If the elderly lady were to see Qiu Shi in such a state, she would surely scold her. What dirt could possibly reside in the ancestral hall, making it seem as though the young girl had been cast among graves and mistreated for days? It was utterly neurotic. Watching Qiu Shi wipe her tears in distress over the girl's weight loss, the young lady cast a glance at her own plump little belly, silently comforting herself for a considerable time. Only after sending Qiu Shi away did she finally exhale, promptly instructing someone to tidy her bed. Wet nurse who, influenced by Qiu Shi's emotions, also dabbed at her eyes, lamenting how arduous the girl's days had been. She dined on vegetable soup and plain steamed buns, and slumbered upon the chilly stone floor. Though a thick quilt lay beneath her, it was still a considerable hardship for the young girl. "I long for chicken soup," Jiang Nai exclaimed, not allowing Hu to lament further. Indeed, whose attention was swiftly diverted, she hastily wiped her tears and declared, "I shall prepare it for the young lady at once." Jiang Nai sighed in relief, rolling onto the bed, suddenly feeling a tinge of weariness. Having been spirited away and kept awake for most of the night, and then forced to feign piety in the ancestral hall during the day, she had scarcely enjoyed a moment of rest. Was it any wonder she felt fatigued? The little girl tumbled about on the bed. Qiu Yi, with a smile, assisted in removing her outer garments and boots, whispering, "Let the young lady rest for a while. I shall call you when the chicken soup is ready." The young girl paid her no heed. Qiu Yi looked down and discovered that as soon as her head touched the pillow, she had drifted into slumber. In her previous life, she began her studies at the tender age of 3 and commenced martial training at 4, adhering strictly to the lessons of court etiquette, music, ancient texts, history, and strategy. She had learned it all, yet had never experienced a single day of carefree childhood. Childhood, after all, should be filled with mischievous delight, creating chaos that sends the whole family into a flurry. How wonderfully amusing it ought to be, given the chance to relive her life. If she were to follow the same monotonous path once more, what would be the point? Therefore, let the mischief begin. Giggles. Observing the obedient little girls in class, Jiang Shaoxi occasionally reminisced about her former self. In the past, I diligently took each step, immersing myself in the study of court etiquette and the art of archery, guided by a cadre of esteemed tutors. Each day was spent with unwavering dedication and adherence to discipline. A life lived as if I had already traversed the span of 80 years by the age of 18. Alas, reflecting upon those times now evokes a profound sense of discontent. The engagement of the eldest daughter was imminent. My own young lady, the younger sister of the eldest, though not required to assist with the impending nuptials, was nonetheless expected to arrive ahead of time. Jiang Nai had heard her grandmother's incessant reminders and was acutely aware of the significance of the occasion. She could not linger at the White Cloud Temple for more than 10 days. The old priest, anticipating his disciples' ascent to the mountains, had already arranged a clean and private chamber for Jiang Lichuan. Once settled on the mountain, Jiang Nai would venture alone to the cliffs of White Cloud Mountain at midnight, where she could absorb a substantial amount of lunar essence in one visit. That evening, having just gathered a modicum of lunar essence, she heard the voice of Xiao Huihui resonate within her consciousness. "Master, that young man is likely to awaken soon. You must prepare yourself." Jiang Nai's heart skipped a beat as she surveyed her surroundings, the moon shining brightly in the tranquil night. With a swift movement, she entered the mountain dwelling. Catching sight of the youth reclining beside the crescent spring, his fingers resting on a stone, seemingly twitching slightly, Jiang Nai had initially calculated that the young man would awaken in 2 or 3 days, yet he had remained in slumber for a full 7 or 8 days. A sense of unease began to creep into her thoughts. Xiao Huihui informed her that the youth might have activated his self-defense mechanism when he withstood her strike, necessitating a longer time for recovery. Perhaps, too, a fragment of his ancient divine lineage had begun to awaken? If it is the latter, Xiao Huihui repeatedly cautioned her young master, henceforth, do not reveal any murderous intent in front of the youth. Should he awaken even a fragment of his bloodline, his bodily responses would become more acute, and his sensory nerves would sharpen considerably. With just a hint of malice, he would be capable of sensing it. Regardless, the young girl found herself in a rather disheartened mood at this moment. Squatting beside the youth, she noticed his long, feather-like eyelashes gently fluttering, and she immediately transformed into a dramatic performer, wholly engrossed in her act. "Brother, brother, brother!" Shen Yi felt as if his head might explode. As the girl's increasingly loud cries pierced his ears, he abruptly opened his eyes. Jiang Nai, with remarkable sensitivity, caught a glimpse of a golden glow that flickered in the depths of the youth's eyes, reminiscent of a delicate golden light cast upon a glass lantern, astonishingly beautiful. Such a thought made her heart involuntarily stir with caution. Previously, she had found him utterly disagreeable. How could he appear so different today? This peculiar emotion was indeed unwarranted. The youth took a sip of soup and, upon raising his gaze, caught sight of the girl resting her chin on one hand, tilting her head and smiling at him. Her chubby, bun-like face bore an unexpectedly sweet charm. The youth raised an eyebrow, calmly extracting his chopsticks to pick up some vegetables. The plump girl seemed entranced, her eyes fixed upon him, sparkling with an astonishing brightness. Shen Yi felt as though he were covered in a fine layer of fur under her gaze. experiencing a peculiar discomfort. Setting down his bamboo chopsticks, Shani cleared his throat and remarked, "I shall be in seclusion for the next few days, so there is no need to bring me food." The young girl hurriedly moved the stool closer to him, her face filled with concern as she asked, "Will you be hungry? You've been unconscious for 7 or 8 days. Can your body handle it? Should I prepare something for you?" "Absolutely not." Shin-Yi firmly rejected her kind offer, turning to glance at her, calming his emotions before coldly stating, "In truth, you needn't go to such lengths." The girl looked at him, bewildered, her gaze questioning the young man's words. She could not comprehend his reasoning. Besides, where had he discerned that she was attempting to curry favor with him? It was merely a twinge of guilt that had prompted her to prepare a sumptuous meal for him. Was that truly considered flattery? As his indifferent gaze swept over her, Jiang Nai instinctively donned a sweet and adorable smile. Shani maintained his frosty demeanor, saying, "You may leave. I wish to enter a period of seclusion for a few days. If I do not summon you, there is no need for you to enter." How dare he? Jiang Nai inwardly cursed him through generations. If I do not summon you, there is no need for you to enter. Did he take her for a servant? Nonsense. She had never intended to intrude. Had it not been for the inability to eliminate him at present, she would not be entangled in such troublesome matters. Although she felt a surge of indignation, Jiang Nai still wore a cheerful smile, nodding repeatedly as she said, "Then I shall take my leave. Please take good care of yourself, and remember to call me if you need anything." The youth paid her no further attention. Even as the young girl tumbled out of the wooden building, he did not spare her a glance. As Jiang Nai exited the wooden structure, the sweet smile on her face abruptly faded. She mentally communicated with Qi Sha, instructing, "Conceal the mountain residence chart for me." Perfectly. She wished to follow the old master for a few more days of diligent study, intending to keep her every move hidden from him. It was bothersome. She still needed to devise a way to procure some demon spirit stones to aid Qi Sha in regaining his strength, hastening the hypnosis of Shani, and expelling him from her territory. Jiang Nai spent several days on the mountain, tirelessly shadowing the old master as she practiced the mysterious heart technique and the exorcising sword technique, leading a fulfilling existence. During her leisure moments, she would assist the old master in arranging various yin-yang formations, engaging in divination and fortune-telling to gauge the tides of fate. One afternoon, the old master approached her, a black cloth in hand, cheerfully remarking, "Disciple, practical experience is one of the swiftest means to enhance your abilities." Jiang Nai was perplexed. What hunting mission? "Ah, you must have heard that the capital has been rather unsettled of late." "My heavens, what a dark head!" Jiang Nai exclaimed, pulling out a mirror to behold her reflection. Letting out an exaggerated gasp. Goodness, how can it be this dark? It was truly hard to fathom that she had become so obscured. Jiang Nai donned the attire that the old master had prepared in advance, standing by the stream, inspecting her reflection from side to side, covering her mouth with one hand, her eyes wide with astonishment. Heavens, this is excessively dark. How could her fair and delicate visage be shrouded in such a terrifying shadow? After glancing repeatedly at her inky fingers, Jiang Nai resigned herself to the situation. What kind of mid-grade spiritual treasure was this old master using? It surely must be a subpar product. In that moment, beneath the gentle glow of the sun, amidst the babbling brook, stood a 13-year-old boy, his charcoal black visage tousled by the wind for what felt like an eternity. His face, shrouded in darkness, flickered in and out of view among the waters. His features appeared to be well-formed. His eyes and brows were distinct, exuding a hint of youthful vigor. His short hair danced in the breeze, and a black headband, 2 fingers wide, adorned his forehead. Yet, alas, his overall appearance was excessively dark, provoking disapproval from both gods and men. She simply could not bear this charcoal-like image. Jiang Nai dashed to a nearby tree, comparing her complexion against its bark. It was far too dark, several shades deeper than the tree trunk. Could it be that the craftsman who devised this mid-tier spiritual treasure headband was colorblind? Fuming, the young girl leapt onto her steed, a chestnut mare, and galloped toward the city. All the while, Jiang Shaoxi, in a fit of exasperation, rode her spirited little horse to the entrance of the Warriors' Guild. Reining in her mount not far from the guild, she observed the ebb and flow of warriors entering and exiting. A sudden realization struck her. She seemed to be lacking something essential. A glance to her side revealed a vendor selling weapons. And an idea sparked in her mind. It appeared she was in need of a prop weapon. "Good sir, how much for this great sword?" Jiang Nai inquired as she pulled up beside a weapons stall. Instantly, several nearby vendors converged upon her, each brandishing their own blades. eager to promote their wares. Young hero, behold this blade. Its shimmering edge undulates with brilliance, a perfect match for your attire. Jiang Nai shot a sidelong glance at the boastful vendor. Unable to suppress an eye roll, was this not merely a butcher's knife? Look at my sword. The clamoring voices of several merchants surrounded Jiang Nai, each vying for her attention. Jiang Nai, with a hint of impatience, waved her hand dismissively, indicating her indifference. All right, just this one, she remarked, merely putting on a fade, as there was no need for excessive formality. However, as she held the long blade, measuring over a meter in length, she found it astonishingly light. She adjusted the weapon in her grip, her expression one of dissatisfaction. Good sir, what material is this sword crafted from? It feels utterly weightless. The burly vendor responded, my dear young friend, this blade is forged from fine iron, weighing a robust 42 pounds. Jiang Nai regarded him with a sardonic smile, retorting, this sword, at best, barely weighs 30 pounds. Who do you think you're fooling? The burly man scratched the back of his head, a sheepish grin spreading across his face. Ah, esteemed young master, you truly possess an expert's touch. A mere touch reveals its true weight. If you are genuinely interested, I can offer you a discount. Jiang Nai purchased the imposing sword for 10 taels of silver, slinging it over her shoulder, instantly feeling a surge of formidable presence. She couldn't help but muse to herself. 2,000 years have passed, and yet the weaponry of the Cloud Sky continent seems to have regressed significantly. In my earlier days, the long sword I wielded, forged from mysterious copper and iron, weighed over 100 pounds, and when enhanced with the mystic patterns of the Xianmen, its speed and striking power would increase considerably. Suddenly, the cacophony of galloping hooves echoed behind her. Within moments, a group of horsemen, charging forth, approached Jiang Nai. The leader among them, displaying a commendable courtesy, clasped his hands and inquired, excuse me, good sir, might I ask if the members of the warrior guild have proceeded towards the apricot grove ahead? Jiang Nai cast him a disapproving glance. It appeared to be a small band of adventurers, comprising a dozen or so men. Among the group, there was but a single voluptuous matron of advancing years, who, upon noticing Jiang Nai's gaze, responded with a cheerful wink. Thank you, my good brother, the leader remarked, clasping his fists in salute, and then bellowed to his comrades, brothers, let us hasten our advance. A fortune of 10,000 gold awaits us. The men in the team erupted in enthusiastic whoops, spiritedly spurring their horses onward. Jiang Nai felt a wave of incredulity wash over her as she silently muttered, I am not a professional guide. Why does everyone seek my direction? As she observed the large group entering the apricot grove, they began to disperse into various paths. Rolling her eyes, she chose to squat by the dirt road, retrieving a tattered tortoise shell from her satchel. With 3 greasy copper coins in hand, she proceeded to cast her divination with practiced ease. The outcome revealed a yang line in the center and yin lines above and below, forming a K and hexagram. This sign indicated a journey fraught with peril and formidable challenges. Jiang Nai's gaze sharpened as her mind raced through calculations. Clearly, this venture was not as straightforward as it appeared. The gold that had clouded the judgment of her fellow adventurers might lead them to significant losses. Furthermore, had the royal authorities truly uncovered the secrets of the phantom mercenary group? Was it possible that only 15 individuals lay in wait within the apricot grove? Or perhaps the small leader they followed concealed far greater strength than he let on. It seemed that the variables in this endeavor were substantial. Should she indeed wade into this murky water? Just as she pondered this, a melodious laugh rang out, breaking her contemplation. Jiang Nai raised her head and noticed an elderly man, appearing to be in his 60s, with a head of white hair, standing nearby with a charming young girl of around 10 years old. Little black charcoal, could we trouble you for a fortune? Jiang Nai pouted and lazily gathered her copper coins, stuffing them into a cloth pouch. You can't even do it. I can't? How can you say that? The little girl protested with a defiant expression. Grandpa, this poor fortune teller actually looks down on us. The old man chuckled kindly, saying, Now, no need for such nonsense. He then turned to Jiang Nai, gazing earnestly. Young man, you appear to be quite young. If you are not in dire need of money, I advise you against taking unnecessary risks. This second-level task is not as simple as you might think. Jiang Nai's eyes flickered, yet she did not respond. The old man offered a slight nod to Jiang Nai before taking his granddaughter and continuing on their way. The old man emanated an extraordinary demeanor, likely hailing from a prominent family of high status. He seemed to be a person of great integrity. Contemplating this, Jiang Nai resolved not to back down at such a crucial moment. After all, the path of experience ahead was long. She could not afford to be a timid turtle every time danger arose. Moreover, 50,000 gold was no small sum, warranting the risk of adventure. Chapter 32. Fat Chance. With the cultivation of the esteemed demon lord, it had surely been centuries since he last feasted on human delicacies. Was today a day of indulgence? A whim for exotic flavors? Yet, this little black charcoal hardly appeared plump and prosperous. Could it be that the demon lord was mistaken? Her heart was filled with anguish and a barrage of questions, yet she dared not utter a single inquiry. Jiang Nan was equally bewildered. Jiang Shaoxi could even sense the demonic figure lifting her upwards, her frail frame soaring into the air. To feign death at this juncture would be utterly preposterous. She could no longer maintain the ruse. Damn it. Jiang Shaoxi executed a somersault mid-air and, upon regaining her footing, found herself instantly ensnared by countless willow branches that erupted from all directions. She was now encased within a cocoon formed of these verdant tendrils. Her flying sword, when unleashed, merely etched a shallow mark upon the willow branches, and Jiang Nan realized the gravity of her situation. Crap, 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 she cursed inwardly, berating her foolishness. Knowing full well the peril that lay ahead, she had brazenly ventured into the tiger's lair. The inauspicious hexagram she divined outside the apricot forest should have deterred her from plunging into this abyss. The task of apprehending the members of the ghostly mercenary corps was supposed to be relatively safe, but the greatest variable and danger was now before her. This so-called demon venerable exuded an inexplicable pressure and sense of impending doom. Through the gaps and fissures in the cocoon of willow branches, Jiang Nan could barely discern the demon venerable's partially exposed collarbone and graceful shoulders. He approached her, his footsteps so light as to be almost inaudible. Jiang Nan could only see two straight, slender legs that instantly shifted before her. He gently removed the two willow leaves that obscured her vision, tilting his head as he gazed upon her with a playful smile. Only then did Jiang Nan manage to make out the demon venerable's visage. Although he wore a golden skull mask that concealed half of his face, the graceful curve of his jawline and lips, along with the glimpse of his jade-like skin, strongly suggested that he possessed a handsome countenance. A robe of purple and gold draped elegantly over his tall, slender form, the neckline wide open, revealing a generous expanse of finely textured skin. His long hair was loosely gathered, adorned solely by a jade hairpin, which intriguingly bore a small gourd the size of a thumb. Jiang Nai could not help but gaze at him for a moment longer. Upon lifting her head, she caught sight of the enchanting demon lord, who, from within the cocoon woven of willow branches, was gazing at her with a sidelong glance. At such a close distance, Jiang Nai perceived that the demon's eyes shone with a brilliance akin to that of rubies. "Little chubby, thinking of running away?" he said, a smile gracing his lips as he addressed Jiang Nai through the willow branch cage. "Fatty," was her immediate retort, punctuated by a sudden launch of a poisoned needle. "Beware, my lord," a female demon exclaimed in alarm, startled by the unexpected attack, for this little black coal was akin to a hedgehog, bristling with danger. With a swift sidestep, the demon lord evaded the needle, turning to deftly pinch the projectile between two fingers. Jiang Nai was left astounded. It was her first encounter with such a formidable opponent. The sheer power he exhibited was terrifying. The fact that he could seize her minuscule needle, launched at high speed, demonstrated a remarkable superiority in both vision and speed. "Oh no, oh no, oh no. Just as my tumultuous childhood begins, could it be that my end is nigh?" she thought, reflecting on his foul temper and propensity for violence. Truly, he was a mischievous little rascal. Chapter 33. The unfathomable nature of the human heart. It was likely the first time the little fox experienced the pangs of heartbreak. She witnessed the youth retreating in a frantic tumble, hurling objects in her direction. Books, ink slabs, and brushes rained down upon the little fox's head and body. Yet she appeared oblivious, standing there in a daze. Eventually, the widow, who had been her sole companion for many years, cast the little fox out. The widow and her son hastily journeyed to the town to report the discovery of the demon's trace. Their village housed a modest sect, and upon learning of the existence of a beast transformed into a human, they rallied over 100 members to pursue and capture it under the cover of night. This marked the little fox's first taste of bloodshed, occurring at the doorstep of the youth's home. The boy wept inconsolably over the widow, accidentally pierced by an errant arrow lodged in the wall. He bore no resentment towards the inept cultivator who had taken his mother's life. Rather, he loathed his own youthful ignorance for having saved the little fox, the source of his calamity. After this harrowing experience, the little fox's heart turned to ash, and she hid away in the mountains for several years. Her return to the world was prompted by a chance overhearing of news that Jiang's son was nearing death. Thus, she hurriedly made her way to the Jiang household to visit the youth, unaware that she had fallen into a trap set by demon hunters. It turned out that her beloved Jiang had betrayed her, selling her to those hunters in hopes of securing a handsome reward. He seemed on the brink of death, his head drooping, his mouth and nose barely moving, breathing shallowly, yet his eyes still burned with resentment as they fixated upon her. Seeing the little fox weep in despair, Jiang Nai felt a pang of sympathy for the foolish creature. She watched as the little fox expelled a demon core and fed it to Jiang's son. Just before Jiang succumbed into unconsciousness, the little fox promised him, "I shall return in a year to reclaim my demon core." Later, the severely injured Jiang Jialong indeed survived, gradually growing robust in health, and took a village girl as his wife. A year later, when the little fox came to collect the demon core, it coincided with Zhang Lang's wife experiencing a difficult labor. Watching her beloved Zhang Lang kneeling before her, pleading desperately with tears streaming down her face, the little fox's heart softened once more. It extracted the demon core from Zhang Lang's body and transferred it into his wife's mouth. Subsequently, Zhang Lang's wife discovered that the demon core not only enhanced her beauty but also rendered her body light and supple, her skin as delicate as snow. As the time approached to return such a precious item, feelings of resentment arose within her. Thus, after much deliberation over 6 months, she sought out the foremost esteemed sect of the time, the Cold Palace, led by the venerable Elder Long, fabricating an exceedingly exaggerated tale to implore him to deal with the fox spirit. The little fox never anticipated that her repeated acts of kindness would lead to such dire consequences. In her confrontation with Elder Lang, the little fox was defeated, losing one of her ears. However, the anguish of her physical suffering paled in comparison to the emotional turmoil that left her heart in tatters. Zhang Lang's wife hoped that the elder would eliminate the fox demon, thus averting future troubles. Alas, the elder, recognizing the little fox's arduous journey of 1,000 years in her cultivation, declared that he would grant her a chance at life. But she must vow before heaven and earth never to meet the Zhang family again. Betrayed repeatedly by her beloved, the once serene Xiao Gu succumbed to madness. "Useless, useless! How dare you?" Zhang Lang's wife screamed in a fit of rage. "How dare you?" The demon lord maintained a perpetually calm demeanor, undisturbed by the tumult of emotions surrounding him. "For over a decade, you have occupied a place that was never rightfully yours. And now you face the consequences of your treachery. In truth, you should have perished during childbirth. And your 2 children were destined to meet their end on the day of their birth." The demon lord's cold voice resonated through the air as he spoke. "It is the demon essence that has altered the fate of your entire family. Now that the opportune moment has arrived, I shall merely restore order by reclaiming what rightfully belongs to me. Ultimately, this aligns with the natural laws of the cosmos. You ought to express gratitude for this demon essence, which has granted you and your children an additional decade of life and the joys of familial bonds." The woman murmured in desperation, "No, no," as she forcefully shoved her husband, pleading, "My lord, speak up. Go beg for mercy from the embroidery mistress. Implore her not to be so cruel to us." My lord," Zhang Lang's wife, exasperated, pushed her husband again, scolding him. "Hurry, go. Embroidery mistress, embroidery mistress." Zhang Lang hurriedly scrambled to her side, tugging at her garment. "You wouldn't do this, would you? I know you cannot treat us this way. You cannot take my son's life. He is one of my only 2 sons, and you cannot replace anyone to snatch away their lives. It's unthinkable." The embroidery mistress cast a conflicted glance at the man before turning to the demon lord, who reclined on a stone chair. She parted her lips, hesitating as she called out softly, "Demon lord." The demon lord raised his hand with a dismissive gesture. "You need not say anything. To hesitate is to invite chaos. I merely wish to assist you in bringing this wretched affair to a close." Zhang Lang's heart raced uncontrollably, and in a daze, he heard his wife's anguished scream. Turning his head, he was met with the sight of his 2 sons suddenly collapsing, their faces pale and ashen, lying motionless on the ground. "Sons, my sons." Zhang Lang tumbled over to the boys, his trembling hands reaching out to check for their breath. In that instant, his complexion drained of color, as if all strength had been siphoned from his body, and he fell to the ground in despair. Dead? They are truly dead? His 2 sons, gone in a mere heartbeat? The demon lord curled his lips in a faint smile, his deep, resonant voice echoing softly. "There is no need for astonishment. They were born from the demonic core, intrinsically entwined with its essence, their lives bound to it. Now that the core has returned to its rightful owner, these beings, conceived against the laws of nature, must naturally return to the earth. Zhang Lang and his wife could not comprehend the intricacies of such energies. All they knew was that their beloved sons were gone. In a frenzy, his wife lashed out at her husband, screaming in rage, "This is all your fault. All of it is your doing. Had you not provoked that seductive fox spirit, would we find ourselves in this plight? Would our sons be dead? All your fault. You worthless wretch. I must have been blind to marry you in this lifetime." Zhang Lang, unable to endure any longer, struck his wife across the face, retorting, "You dare blame me? Is it not your own insatiable greed that has led us here? Ask yourself, did you covet the demonic core not out of a desire for beauty and the folly of immortality? 148. Aiding in the ruin of families. 149. A chilling sense of dread. 150. Protecting one's sustenance. 151. A peculiar madness. 152. Scheming. 153. With a compensated effort. The beautiful woman executed a swift somersault, soaring upwards like a hawk, balancing precariously on the iron chain. Jiang Nai cast her an exasperated glance. "Auntie, do be careful. You're making me dizzy." Upon hearing Jiang Shaoxi's address, the woman's eyes widened in indignation. Andy? Little black charcoal, if you cannot speak properly. Refrain from mimicking others, it's quite bothersome. Jiang Nai deftly pivoted on her toes, lifting the dazed Yuanyu, and swiftly descended the slope along the iron chain. The woman, taken aback, alternated her jumps on the chain, vociferously trailing Jiang Nai. "Hey, little black charcoal, slow down, take it easy. Don't swing the iron chain so wildly, I might fall." Ouch! The woman's complexion paled as she narrowly avoided a fishbone's assault. Hopping on one leg to catch up, Jiang Nai cast a sidelong glance, a subtle smile gracing her lips. At her current speed, the ability of the ant to keep pace, neither too far nor too close, indicated she was no ordinary individual. Emerging from the thick, white fog, a final segment of the iron chain came into view, leading to the bare mountainside of Fairy Peak. Bereft of cover, save for scattered stones and sparse vegetation, Jiang Nai's ears perked up as she propelled herself several meters into the air with a powerful leap from the iron chain. Meanwhile, a multitude of fish tendrils coiled towards her ankle, only to find themselves suddenly thwarted. This was due to Jiang Nai's abrupt leap, causing the iron chains to sway violently, prompting a shrill scream from the lovely woman, who was likewise propelled into the air. As she descended once more, the tendrils surged towards her, startling the woman into a series of panicked exclamations. Drawing a sword, she flailed wildly, cleaving through the air with reckless abandon. An irate roar echoed from the base of the mountain, and the tendrils were severed into fragments, cascading downwards. At this moment, Jiang Nai, having reached a plateau halfway up the mountain, turned to glance back. She beheld the woman, her tattered red gauze gown in disarray, rolling and scrambling up to the platform, only to collapse onto the ground. 3 fish tendrils abruptly seized her left leg, dragging her perilously towards the precipice. "Oh dear, little black coal, save me. A life saved is worth more than the construction of a 7-tiered pagoda. Help, help." The woman flailed like a fish out of water, struggling desperately against the ground. As stones beneath her slipped away, tumbling downwards, panic washed over her, draining the color from her face, and in a frantic bid for stability, she plunged her sword into the earth. "Little black coal brother, please, lend me a hand. I'll offer 5,000 taels." Jiang Nai, discarding her previous weapon, swiftly leapt forward, stepping on a portion of the woman's sleeve. Instantly, the woman ceased her downward slide, but before she could catch her breath, a loud rip resounded as the sleeve tore apart. "Black coal brother, be more reliable. I'm nearly exposed here, and you're stepping on my clothes. How utterly unreasonable. I'll give you 10,000 taels. I will offer 10,000 taels. Quickly, help me sever the hair on my legs." Jiang Nai waved her hand, and several flying needles swiftly descended upon the beard, severing it completely. A thunderous roar echoed from below the cliff. Clearly the beast was in pain and exceedingly enraged. The beautiful woman, now liberated, tumbled away, distancing herself from the precipice, her face pale as she patted her chest, utterly terrified. Jiang Nai extended her hand. "Thank you. Your generosity is appreciated. 10,000 taels." The man's eyes widened in horror as he suddenly shouted, 108. Jiang Nai's body tensed, sensing a powerful gust of wind approaching from behind. To her dismay, It appeared that more than one had been dispatched to take her life. She swiftly turned to evade the forceful wind, but was still a fraction too late. A fierce gust grazed her cheek, severing several strands of hair that floated languidly before her eyes. It was remarkable. It had been years since anyone dared to harm her in the slightest. Upon glancing back, she beheld a robust and imposing man crashing to the ground, his gaze fixed on her with vigilant disbelief. Initially, he had presumed this to be an utterly mundane task, one that would be effortlessly handled by the likes of 1, 3, 5, or 7. This realization caused him to become increasingly tense, every hair on his body standing on end. There was something amiss with this mission. The client issuing the task clearly had not grasped the full extent of the assassination target's capabilities. 108? Jiang Nai, with an enigmatic smile playing on her lips, caressed the vivid crimson whip in her hand, a chilling smirk curling at the corners of her mouth. Evidently, your assassin syndicate is flourishing. As she spoke, Jiang Shaoxi surged forward once more, her crimson whip trailing her like a phantom, coiling towards 108's neck. Each move was lethal, her intent to kill palpable. Amidst the swirling dust, the whip's shadow danced, causing the surrounding tree branches and trunks to fall in a rustling cascade. Boom! Her seemingly diminutive fist collided squarely with 108's iron fist. 108 staggered backwards several paces, his gaze now filled with trepidation. Jiang Nai scoffed, abruptly pulling off the black ribbon from her forehead, unleashing a cascade of raven hair that billowed wildly. Her body swiftly diminished in size, her small belly protruding, while her outer robes gradually deflated, sliding to the ground. A plump, diminutive figure burst forth from the discarded garments, her eyes gleaming with ferocity and malice. 108 recoiled in astonishment, taking a hasty step backward. You. The young girl shed her outer attire, revealing a peculiar garment beneath. It was entirely jet black and lustrous, the clothes resembling a mosaic of square, meticulously crafted iron pieces. Could it be? A sense of foreboding washed over 108. Crap, this 6-year-old girl. She's wearing weighted gear. And this weighted gear appears to be far from an ordinary 100-odd pounds? Boom, boom. 2 deafening roars echoed. Jiang Nai unburdened herself of the weighted attire, revealing a form-fitting, silken black robe beneath, her gaze as frigid as if she were regarding a corpse. Exchange another blow with me. In the blink of an eye, the slender young girl leapt forward with remarkable agility, arriving before 1008 in the blink of an eye. With a powerful punch, she struck downwards. As 1008 raised his hand to defend himself, he distinctly heard the sickening crack of his arm bones fracturing, his arms falling limply to his sides. Her punch forcefully crushed his hands, landing squarely on his chest. With a gasp, 1008 expelled a mouthful of blood and collapsed heavily to the ground. Jiang Nai stepped forward, poised to grasp his jaw, only to witness him decisively slam his head against the ground. The sight was terrifyingly vivid. "Dear sister, your makeup is smudged," he muttered, almost absent-mindedly. "This collection is certainly lacking in effort. Ah, dear owner, is there a fox's corpse here as well?" Jiang Nai's expression turned serious, her voice momentarily pausing. "Just now, the fox was trapped beneath a body. It was only after digging that we discovered it," Ning Feng replied, turning with a puzzled expression. He quickly fell silent, noticing a young man, dark as coal, standing solemnly, whispering incantations. As he drew closer, he could faintly hear fragments of the murmured words, "Supreme decree, transcend your solitary soul. All spirits and phantoms, blessed by the 4 lives. Those with heads shall transcend, those without shall ascend." Ning Feng, though perplexed, swallowed hard. Awed by the gravity of the moment, was it merely an illusion that deceived his eyes? The imposing figure before him, cloaked in an aura seemingly darker than coal, appeared to be enveloped in a faint golden light while murmuring to himself, exuding an air of divine sanctity and otherworldliness. Jiang Nai nonchalantly retrieved a handful of paper money from her satchel and scattered it, calmly stating, "Fill the earth." "What shall we write?" Ning Feng inquired, procuring a piece of wood and carving it into a long strip. "Let us just inscribe the character Jiang." Jiang Nai then picked up the small fox resting nearby, struck a match to ignite it, and proceeded to burn it. Ning Feng, his eyelids twitching incessantly, lowered his voice and murmured, We could have a picnic without eating right by the grave, right? Furthermore, roasted fox meat is truly subpar." His voice dwindled to a whisper. Jiang Nai cast him a sidelong glance, and he felt as though the gaze of the coal-black figure was scrutinizing him as if he were a fool. leaving him with a profound sense of intellectual indignation. Unfazed by his folly, Jiang Nai collected the ashes from the burned fox and scattered them before the Zhang family tomb. Then sighed. Was this not a lifelong obsession? Even in death, one could not relinquish it, insisting on lingering through eternity. Jiang Nai shook her head, murmuring to herself, "The word love inflicts deep wounds. I can only hope to never touch it again in this lifetime." "What did you say, Cole brother?" Ning Feng leaned closer. Jiang Nai stifled the impulse to slap his painted face and, reaching into her bosom, produced a silver ingot weighing 10 taels, tossing it to him. "All right, good sir. Let us bid farewell with no expectation of reunion." With a flick of her wrist, she kicked the large knife from the ground to rest upon her shoulder and strode away, thinking, who would want to be associated with your painted face? It's beneath my dignity. Jiang Nai swiftly darted away, her distance from the source of incessant noise finally granting her respite from the tiresome clamor of Brother Tan. "Brother Tan, your sister Tan." Meanwhile, atop the fairy peak, the demon Lord Yu beheld a water bottle, gazing down intently as he meticulously arranged the droplets upon the flowers and grasses below. In a fleeting moment, a shadow silently emerged behind him. Without lifting his eyelids, the demon lord casually inquired, "Is everything completed?" Hong Tu nodded, his voice hoarse as he replied, "That individual is Miss Jiang, the daughter of the Minister of War from the capital." The demon lord lightly adjusted the flowers and grasses at his fingertips and remarked, "Oh, I didn't ask you that. It matters not who it is." Indeed, Hong Tu lowered his head, refraining from uttering a sound. What of her after receiving the gift? A revelation struck Jiang Nai. The vast expanse she stood in was merely the entrance to the mountain abode. She had yet to officially enter the mountain abode itself. Oh, heavens! Today, she had encountered a rather peculiar piece of news. "Master, the mountain abode is far more immense than you might imagine. My current location is merely a small section of the front yard of the estate. Moreover, through my discreet investigations, I suspect this mountain abode is quite extraordinary. It seems to comprise more than just a singular grand estate," Jiang Nai exclaimed. Oh, she must thoroughly digest this astonishing revelation. After all, she was once an emperor in her past life, wasn't she? What extraordinary treasures have I not encountered? The vast realm of spatial storage has indeed broadened my horizons. Yet, this boundless existence is something I have never heard of or seen before. It must remain concealed from prying eyes. Thus, Jiang Nai thought, her heart beginning to harbor disdain for Shun Yi, who was squatting within her mountain-dwelling scroll. "Little Gray, absorb this demon core well. Fear not, should it prove insufficient. Your master shall procure a batch of demon spirit stones from the auction house." Qisha felt a surge of gratitude and could not help but exclaim, "Master, you are too kind to Little Gray." "Ah, pish. What Little Gray? His name is Qisha." Jiang Nai promptly tossed the demon core into the mountain-dwelling scroll and spoke earnestly, "Do not rush. Simply focus on absorbing it. Your master awaits your swift recovery of demonic power to assist her in overcoming challenges." "Yes, master." With her heart somewhat settled, Jiang Nai gazed up at the dusky sky as the sun descended, quickening her pace towards the city gates of the capital. It seems that the day to expel that icy-faced youth from the mountain-dwelling scroll is drawing near. The young girl dashed forward when a thought struck her, and she asked, "By the way, Little Gray, what is that soul mark?" "The assassins preparing for a mission channel their soul power." Qisha paused before explaining. "Soul power is what you refer to as consciousness power. The assassins infuse this consciousness into an object, which is then placed upon a specific target. Regardless of how the target disguises themselves, even if they, like you, use a spiritual treasure to enhance their transformation, their true identity will still be discerned." Jiang Nai nodded, understanding now. Although the two assassins have met their demise, if the opposing party does not withdraw the mission, it is likely that they will dispatch other assassins to eliminate you. At that time, they may even create new soul marks to place upon the master, who must exercise caution. Jiang Nai nodded, a glimmer of cold light flashing in her eyes. In comparison to this soul mark, she was far more intrigued by the question of who had stealthily placed the object bearing the soul mark upon her. As she strode into the martial artist guild, her left hand gripping a blade, the girl at the counter, seeing her grim demeanor and the weapon in hand, presumed she was there to commit robbery. Just as she was about to raise an alarm, Jiang Nai threw a burlap sack onto the counter. "Count it." Before long, the girl at the counter gasped. "Quickly summon the manager. This young hero requires a moment." Chapter 34, Acceptance. The 7th level task, Blood Condensing Pill, was flawlessly executed. 12 blood-condensing pills, each worth 40 points. Doubled to 80 points, resulting in a total increase of 960 points. The guild manager swiftly calculated the points in the account of the thousand-handed demon lord. A crowd gathered nearby, watching the crystal screen as the points surged, their envious gazes turning towards Jiang Nai. The client for this task had, just yesterday, added a bounty of 5,000 gold for each pill. Thus, the total bounty amounted to 15,000 for each, leading to a total sale price of 180,000 gold for the 12 pills. The manager wiped the sweat from his brow, his face beaming with a smile as he presented another peach-red wooden box to Jiang Nai. Here are the rewards for your 2 completed tasks, totaling 192,500 gold. Please accept it. Jiang Xi's serene expression welcomed the 2 golden boxes into her embrace as she glanced towards the steward. Suddenly, 2 young women gasped with delight, exclaiming, "Oh my!" Upon closer inspection, this little black gentleman is quite handsome. Indeed, indeed. I am nearly swooning from his charm. I wonder if our little black brother accepts confidence. Jiang Nai replied, "Thank you, but I do not." Furthermore, the individual responsible for issuing the level 7 task holds a special status, and our guild will reward you with an additional 300 points. Thus, your current point total stands at 3,300. Have the 2 deducted points been added back? The crowd was taken aback. How could you be so stingy? The guild rewards you with hundreds or even thousands of points, yet you still dwell on those 2 deducted points. The steward's chubby face momentarily froze, his lips twitching as he quickly nodded in affirmation. Yes, yes, they have been added back. Your total now is 3,380 points. You currently rank 156th on the points leaderboard, which can be viewed on the right side of the corridor. How is a perfect task defined? Jiang Nai inquired. It is quite simple. To achieve a perfect task, one must complete it within 1/5 of the allotted time. Completion within 1/3 of the time is considered excellent, and within 1/2 is deemed good. A perfect task doubles your points, an excellent task increases your points by 50%, and a good task adds 20% more. The steward, wearing a humble expression, asked, "Is there anything else you wish to know, esteemed lord of the thousand-handed demon?" Jiang Nai, with her charcoal black visage, questioned, "Why haven't my points doubled for the secondary task issued by the royal decree that I previously completed?" The crowd fell silent. Mr. Liu could not suppress his laughter, explaining that the points for the royal secondary task had already been significantly increased and that there was no time limit set, hence no further doubling would occur. Little Black Charcoal felt a tinge of embarrassment, though her dark complexion concealed it from the others. "Very well then," she conceded, waving her hand dismissively as she turned to leave the guild. The steward was momentarily taken aback and hurried after her, calling out, "Might I have your contact information?" "Esteemed lord of the thousand-handed demon, should there be any special tasks within the guild, we could notify you." Jiang Xiaoxi, with her distinctive appearance, cradled 2 treasure chests in one arm while wielding a blade in the other, resembling a triumphant brigand returning from a heist. She raised her sword in a casual farewell, remarking that fate would bring them together again if it were meant to be. The steward, lost in thought, murmured to himself, "Truly, she is a remarkable individual, coming and going like the wind." Mr. Liu approached the steward, his expression suddenly grave as he noticed several guild warriors hastily exiting, brushing past them. "Have you not informed our charcoal-faced friend of the guild's regulations after discussing for so long?" The steward, now realizing his oversight, smacked his thigh in frustration, exclaiming, "In my excitement, I completely forgot to mention that. Furthermore, I had previously promised to provide the esteemed lord of the thousand-handed demon with a detailed explanation of all guild-related matters, but she was too impatient and waved me off." He lamented, "Oh dear, what shall we do now?" The guild manager exclaimed anxiously, with so many people rushing over. "I hope the Lord of the Thousand Hands hasn't encountered any trouble." Mr. Liu decisively instructed 2 of his subordinates, "You 2, go and investigate." "Oh, but we cannot intervene recklessly," the manager frowned, stating, "This is against the rules. We won't intervene, but observing should be permissible." Mr. Liu sighed. It is truly a pity for such a promising young talent to find himself in such peril. As Jiang Nai stepped out, clutching 2 mahogany boxes, she sensed someone trailing her just a few meters behind. Initially, she paid it no mind. After all, she had previously drawn too much attention within the guild, making it normal for someone with ulterior motives to keep a watchful eye on her. However, it soon became apparent that something was amiss. The number of pursuers seemed to be multiplying, from 10 to 30, then to over 100, and it continued to swell, seemingly on the verge of surpassing 300. Were the warriors of the guild truly driven to madness, dispatching over 300 individuals to rob her of 2 boxes of gold notes? This was absurd. If she didn't flee now, when would she? Suddenly, Jiang Nai pivoted towards a fork in the road, quickening her pace and darting ahead. Upon noticing her increased speed, the throng of over 300 began to pursue her in unison, splitting into 2 flanking formations, rapidly closing in. Jiang Shaoxi pressed her lips together, swiftly stashing the 2 mahogany boxes into her mountain-dwelling map. In a flash, she leapt onto the rooftop, already soaring several dozen meters away with each bound. The little black coal is making a run for it. Everyone, chase after him. Let us deal with him first, and then we can distribute the points and silver accordingly. Jiang Nai felt a twinge of confusion. She initially thought these individuals had conspired to rob her of her gold tickets, but judging by their tone, could it be that guild points were also subject to plunder? With a swift leap, Jiang Nai ascended the rooftop and turned to face the boisterous guild warriors. Furrowing her brow as she coldly inquired, "What do you mean by points distribution? Can points be transferred as well? Accept your fate, black charcoal," bellowed a bearded man at the forefront, bursting into laughter. "This is a guild regulation, encouraging fair competition. If we eliminate you, the over 3,000 points in your name will rightfully belong to us." "Oh," Jiang Nai replied, her expression grave as she nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that in addition to earning points through quests, one could also seize points by slaying guild warriors. Such a crucial piece of information, and that rotund manager, grinning like a flower, had failed to inform her. What a malicious oversight. A smirk graced Jiang Nai's lips as she leisurely retrieved an item from her satchel, casually stating, "Do you know why I am called the Thousand-Handed Demon Lord?" The crowd was momentarily taken aback by her composure. How could she remain so unflustered when surrounded by so many intent on her demise? "Thousand-Handed Demon Lord," the manager exclaimed, his voice nearly dripping with emotion. A performance worthy of the stage. Jiang Nai cast a disdainful glance at him before unceremoniously hurling a sack of branded items onto the counter with a loud thud. "Is it strange to see that I'm still alive?" The guild's servile manager chuckled. "My lord, the Thousand-Handed Demon King, you certainly have a way with humor. I am genuinely delighted to see you return safely." "Delighted, you say? How infuriating. I was almost besieged to death by your group of ruthless guild warriors. Was this all intentional?" Jiang Nai glared at the rotund manager, her voice laced with irritation as she pressed on. "Do you have any idea that the moment I stepped outside, I was pursued by a throng of people? Your warrior guild has such a rule that allows the plundering of others' points and badges? Such a crucial matter, and you failed to inform me. Do you know that I barely escaped with my life, exerting every ounce of strength to break free? I was nearly overwhelmed by them. Is it the case that those at the top of your leaderboard must contend with relentless pursuers every single day? If it's this troublesome, I shall withdraw from your guild. I refuse to continue." Jiang Nai slammed her hand on the table, causing the plump manager to instinctively shrink back. "My lord, the Thousand-Handed Demon King, please, I implore you to calm your fury." The manager hastily sought to placate her while casting desperate glances at Mr. Liu, who wore an expression of resignation. The guild regulations are indeed as such, but not every individual on the leaderboard faces relentless persecution. It primarily stems from your conspicuous presence earlier, hence. "Oh, so it all comes back to being my fault." Jiang Nai's face darkened, and with a vigorous wave of her hand, she pointed an accusing finger at him. "Kindly convert my points into cash. I wish to withdraw from the guild immediately." Mr. Liu, with a slight twitch of his lips, found himself in a bemused state. Yes, O Lord of the Thousand Hands, please do not be angered. Let us recalculate your points. It seems we failed to elucidate the guild's regulations clearly. We shall add an additional 500 points to your account. How does that sound?" A faint flicker of lingering annoyance crossed Jiang Shaoxi's coal-black visage. Mr. Liu pondered. "Is my life worth merely 500 points? 5,000. 5,000. The rotund overseer realized that this individual was not truly intent on withdrawing. Rather, she was here to negotiate compensation. Jiang Shaoxi settled down and patted the sack of nameplates on the counter. "Let us tally them together." Mr. Liu, momentarily speechless, could only stare in bewilderment as a sack of nameplates cascaded onto the counter. The overseer, trembling slightly, picked up a wooden nameplate, astonished. These are all from the foes you have vanquished, O Lord of the Thousand Hands." The overseer seemed incredulous. Jiang Shaoxi shrugged, pondering how many points these would amount to. "Please hold on. I shall calculate this for you." The overseer, with a twitching eye, picked up a nameplate. What is your identity? A little boy with a cherubic face and eyes like polished obsidian blinked curiously. Clad in a deep blue cotton coat adorned with white trim, and a circular jade pendant gracing his waist, the boy stood slightly taller than Jiang Nai. However, as he faced the stern countenance of Jiang Shaoxi, he inexplicably felt as though he was diminished in stature. The elderly matron hurriedly approached and bowed, gently advising the young lad. Do not be disrespectful, my young master. This is your fourth sister. Oh, the boy's eyes widened in surprise, his expression shifting to one of sudden realization. He nodded, a mischievous glimmer in his gaze. I understand now. This is the girl from the countryside that fourth brother and fifth brother spoke of, isn't it? In a flurry of panic, the matron attempted to cover the young masteress' mouth, only to be rudely brushed aside by the child. Humph, a filthy girl from the countryside. What sister? I have no such sister. Do not speak so carelessly. The matron quickly interjected, her face a mask of distress as she turned to Jiang Nai and said, Miss Fourth, please do not take offense. He is but a child, unaware of propriety. I apologize on his behalf. Apologize for what? The little rascal retorted, hands on hips and brimming with bravado. Humph. You, Madam Chu, are one of my household. There is no need to apologize to a filthy girl of unknown origin from the countryside. Jiang Nai responded to the young master with a gentle smile. Jiang Huai was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that, despite his pointed insults, she would remain unperturbed. Truly, she must be a naive bumpkin from the countryside, too intimidated to stand up to him. Upon this reflection, a sense of triumph surged within, and with an elevated chin, I scoffed, country bumpkin. Do step aside and do not obstruct my path. Jiang Nai swiftly moved, appearing before the child, still smiling gently at him. Jiang Huai was momentarily stunned, unable to react, when he suddenly felt himself yanked forcefully forward. The world spun around him, and as clarity returned, he realized he had been toppled to the ground by that girl, surrounded by the shrill cries of the maidens. What do you think you're doing? Jiang Huai felt a sudden lightness in his left foot, as one of his boots was yanked off and landed heavily on his backside. What were you shouting about your mother outside the courtyard just now? Jiang Nai's voice was remarkably gentle, yet her actions were swift and decisive. The boot struck the child's rear, producing a resounding thump. In mere moments, the unruly child was reduced to tears, writhing on the ground while bellowing, You calamity! What I say is none of your concern. How dare you strike me? I shall tell grandmother and father. Go ahead. By all means, do inform them. But before you do, I shall strike you even harder. Why? The child cried out in a soulful lament. Why? Because you intend to lodge a complaint. Since I too shall face punishment later, I might as well vent my frustrations by thrashing you a few more times until your backside is sore. Wah! The child sobbed uncontrollably, hiccuping as he exclaimed, You heartless wretch! I shall tell father and grandmother. Boo-hoo wah! On the day of her elder sister's wedding, a gentle drizzle fell from a somewhat overcast sky. Fortunately, both the wedding and the festivities were taking place within the capital, and the distance between the Duke of Han's residence and the minister's estate was merely a couple of streets. Sister, I noticed that the guests arriving from the Duke of Han's residence all wore elongated faces. One might mistakenly think our eldest sister was eager to marry into their family, whispered Qiu Yi into Jiang Nai's ear. Jiang Shaoxi shot her a disapproving glance, signaling her to refrain from such remarks. I speak no falsehood, sister. It is said that a precious daughter of the Duke's household has fallen gravely ill, and the matriarch is quite perturbed over it, Qiu Yi continued, her voice dropping even lower. Do you think our eldest sister will suffer unjustly after marrying into their family? They are not some unrefined clan. Their daughter's illness has nothing to do with our elder sister. This union was arranged 6 months ago, with all formalities, consultation, name inquiry, auspicious selection, properly completed. Qiu Yi nodded in acknowledgement. Just then, they heard the voice of the matchmaker from the courtyard, joyously announcing, the auspicious hour has arrived. Please, escort the bride to the palanquin. Jiang Nai entered the room, filled with female relatives, holding Jiang Yinfu's hand and softly saying, Elder sister, I have gifted you that little figurine for you to carry with you always. Do not let it part from your side. Do not worry, dear sister. I shall keep it close, Jiang Yinfu reassured her. Qiu Shi wiped her tears with a handkerchief, uttering a few heartfelt words, reluctantly sending her eldest daughter off to the bridal sedan. Jiang Delaoy scoffed. What is there to weep about on such a joyous occasion? You are a cold-hearted father, oblivious to the expressions of those here to greet the bride. I see you have glorified the Korean duke's household. Yet marrying into such a family will surely bring my daughter some hardships. I have told you repeatedly that the duke is an upright man, and his family is renowned for its virtuous conduct. Their eldest son even married your distant niece, and you know they live quite happily. Fuer will be enjoying a life of comfort there. Fuer, unfortunately, had not been able to accompany her sister on this auspicious journey, which was indeed a regretful matter. I simply feel sorrow for my daughter, he continued. Master, this is your own beloved daughter. Look at the expressions of those who have come from the duke's estate today. Do they not seem to be putting on airs? What of their grand household? We do not seek to curry favor with them. Indeed, indeed. Jiang Nai replied with a resigned smile. Tomorrow, after the court, I shall have a private word with the duke. Why do you concern yourself with the faces of those servants? Just look at our son-in-law. He is a fine young man, well matched with our daughter. Qiushir's expression softened slightly. Very well, very well. There are still many guests in the house to attend to. We must not neglect them. Jiang Nai furrowed her brows, her fingers tucked within her sleeves, rapidly contemplating the celestial stems and earthly branches. A fleeting glimpse had offered her only a cursory understanding. It appeared that this elder brother-in-law's visage was replete with allure, yet he hardly seemed a suitable match. In a fit of anger, she mused that after today's parting, perhaps in a month or two, it might be feasible. Another month or two. This insufferable sloth, oblivious to his daily endeavors. She wished for him to immerse himself in the tranquil waters, diligently cultivating his skills, yet he was nowhere to be found, truly exasperating. A month or two was already a brief span of time. Jiang Nai casually poured another cup of wine for young Master Shun, who, enraged, downed it in one gulp. Brother, do not be so furious. I will strive harder. Rest assured, I will surely set you free. Jiang Shaoxi blinked her exceptionally pure eyes, gazing at him with unblemished innocence. Shun Yi slightly turned his face, lifting his cup and clearing his throat. I have been here for quite some time. Yet it seems you have never inquired about my true identity. Jiang Nai was taken aback, then broke into a smile. Then, dear brother, would you care to share? I would rather not, Shun Yi replied, his demeanor one of playful obstinacy. Well then, that settles it. Since I have asked and you refuse to disclose, I shall refrain from further inquiry. Young Master Shun was amused by her retort, turning to glare at her. If I do not wish to speak, could you not ask a couple more times? This elder brother was indeed a source of vexation. Jiang Nai pouted slightly, a few sweet smiles gracing her face. Dear brother, if I were to ask you a couple more times, would you be inclined to reveal your secret? I shall not divulge that. Who is unaware that you are the elder brother of the illustrious Zhao Wang, Xinyun? Jiang Nai could not help but roll her eyes dramatically, turning her head away in annoyance. I shall not reveal my identity either. You are the fourth young lady of the Jiang family, the esteemed daughter of the minister's residence. Who does not know this? You will remain blissfully ignorant henceforth, Jiang Nai retorted without a moment's thought. Shen Gongzi narrowed his eyes slightly, the glimmering hues of his gaze swirling with intrigue. What did you just say? Realizing her slip of the tongue, Jiang Nai hastily masked her blunder with a smile. Oh, it was nothing, truly. What do you mean by your previous statement? I meant to say, dear brother, that your noble status is unparalleled by ordinary folk. Jiang Shaoxi replied languidly, pondering how to gracefully amend her words. When you depart and later encounter me, you shall treat me as a complete stranger, will you not? How could you presume I would be such? Shen Yi shot her a cold glance. It was my error. You are indeed a good person, dear brother. A good person? Shen Yi found the assertion to be a most amusing jest, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Shaoxi, convinced that something was amiss with her demeanor today. Suddenly, Jiang Nai averted her gaze, flashing a naive, innocent smile as she produced a small, elegant box from her sleeve and presented it to him. Brother, this is for you. Shun Yi's long fingers deftly lifted the lid of the box, releasing a faint, enchanting aroma of medicinal pills. Why this sudden display of attentiveness? He questioned, suspicion flickering in his eyes. First, you invite me for a banquet, and now you present me with pills. What schemes does this little one harbor? Brother, you flatter me. Did you not rescue me? I am forever grateful and shall remember your kindness. This elixir merely serves as a token of my heartfelt intentions. Is there no charge? Certainly not. Is my life not worth the price of this elixir? As Shun Yi observed her wide-eyed gaze, clear and profound, his heart stirred ever so slightly. In truth, had I not intervened that day, you would have likely escaped unscathed. While that may be the case, I am certain that my retreat would not have been without its trials. So, does this imply that you are quite grateful to me? Young Master Shen lifted his gaze towards her, his eyes, like a moonlit sky filled with stars, fixated upon her. Shen Yun had long since sprinted to his brother's side, swiftly pushing aside several nearby servants to support him. The servants hurried forward, working together to lift him, while Shen Yun followed closely, urging them to proceed with caution. A group of them hoisted the young man, along with the unattractive, dusty yellow cotton blanket, onto the carriage. Jiang Nai appeared beneath the flickering lanterns of the corridor, watching as the carriage gradually departed into the night. Shen Yun reached out to touch his brother's cold forehead, then suddenly turned his head, lifting a corner of the curtain to peer outside. There, within the dense shadows of the trees, the clear waters beneath the bridge rippled gently, while the opposite bank lay enveloped in silence. The corridor was deserted, and the long street echoed with solitude. "Brother Yin, what do you see?" she inquired. "I wonder how he good is faring. Please, stoke the coals a bit more. He is as cold as ice." That evening, chaos reigned within the regent's residence. 3 days later, Shen Yi, in a daze, heard a commotion from the outer courtyard. It had been wrapped up for so long, now filthy and foul. Yet they had not disposed of it. The servants had intended to throw it out, but even in his stupor, the prince clung to it tenaciously, as if reluctant to part with it. A tattered quilt. What could be worth such attachment? "I suspect it is merely the laziness of you cunning servants, shirking your duties. It has been days, yet you still have not changed the bedding. It is filthy. Do you wish to invite illness?" Shen Yi staggered out of bed, steadying himself against the doorframe, and abruptly flung the door open. A burst of blinding sunlight flooded his vision, causing him to squint involuntarily. "Prince, Brother Yi," Shen Yi, his expression impassive, gazed towards the source of the voice, his eyes landing on the dingy yellow quilt clutched by Princess Anyang. He stepped outside, the sensation of lightness still lingering in his body, though the chill within him was well contained. "Brother Yi." The princess was momentarily taken aback as the youth swiftly descended the steps, swaying slightly as he approached her. Before she could utter a word, she felt the quilt slip from her grasp, as the young man seized the unsightly ragged covering with determination. The princess pouted, puzzled by her brother's sudden urgency over such an unattractive item. Shen Yi disregarded her, his gaze fixated on the truly unappealing quilt as he began to examine it intently, flipping it over and over. His eyes abruptly caught sight of a corner where, in hasty stitching, a small wolf pup was embroidered, tongue out and neck askew. Ugly. Yet, inexplicably, Shen Yi felt a stir within his heart. Leaving the furious and flushed Princess Anyang to stew in her own anger outside, the atmosphere was thick with tension. The prince resolved to pay a visit to the esteemed fourth Miss, Jiuyue. With a gentle murmur, she smiled softly and stepped forward to adjust the small quilt, tucking the young lady's delicate hand within its warmth. On Shihuan Street, 2 rows of soldiers stood with blades as sharp as razors, while an assembly of ordinary citizens knelt in submission. With an impassive expression, Shen Yi descended from the carriage and raised his gaze to the eaves above, where a plaque inscribed with the words "fucking building" hung. It was here that he had first encountered his elder brother. Shen Yun stood behind him, his face bearing a hint of confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend why his brother was so fixated on this location, determined to witness it with his own eyes. "How did you know I was here?" he inquired. "It was a little master." "What little master?" Shen Yi turned to gaze at him intently. Shen Yun offered an awkward smile. "It's a rather lengthy tale. Ever since I lost track of my brother, I have been seeking every possible means to inquire about him. On that day, I had intended to leave the capital in search of him, but encountered a remarkably skilled fortune-teller in the outskirts. I implored the little master for a reading." "You mean you wrote to me?" "Indeed." Shen Yun looked at his elder brother with a bewildered expression, as if to say, had he truly forgotten all of this? "Where's the letter?" "I have it with me." Shen Yun retrieved the earlier letter and handed it to Shen Yi. The latter took the letter and murmured to himself after a quick glance, "Indeed, it is of my own hand." Yet, he found himself utterly devoid of any recollection, uncertain when he had penned a missive to the 18th brother. Perhaps, the elder brother had only recently recovered from a severe illness, hence his forgetfulness? There is no need to be impatient. If he allows his body to recuperate, he may very well regain his faculties. With a cold expression, Shen Yi inquired after a pause. "Who, pray tell, is this young master you speak of?" "Ah, it is the 4th Miss of the Jiang family. From the Ministry of Personnel, Jiang." Suddenly, Shen Yi turned and strode toward the carriage. "I shall visit the Jiang residence. I wish to meet this 4th Miss. The young master you mentioned." Shen Yun was taken aback once more, unable to suppress his quickened pace as he followed. his face a mask of astonishment. Brother? Are you saying we are to go to the Jiang residence now? Indeed. As Shun Yi ascended the carriage, his demeanor remained inscrutable. Yet he alone was aware of the quickening of his heartbeat. He himself could not discern what precisely he was anticipating. The royal carriage resumed its journey, gliding slowly along the central avenue. Mr. Lin, leading a group of young ladies, halted at the side of West Ring Street, not daring to make a disturbance or casually lift the curtain to observe. It was only after the royal carriage had long since passed and the road restrictions were completely lifted that the group finally exhaled in relief and began to move about. The carriage once again setting forth. Jiang Nai awoke by the serene lake, gently stirred by the autumn leaves. Are we there? Jiang Si, the fourth miss, rolled over and sat up, gazing blankly at the autumn leaves, feeling somewhat disturbed from her drowsy slumber. Ah, it is nothing, merely a royal dignitary in transit, which caused a slight delay. Oh, the sluggish figure was the last to disembark from the carriage, and there stood Master Lin alongside the 7 celestial maidens. Conversing with another lady by the lakeside, Jiang Nai shuffled her petite steps to the end of the line. Oh, the days of unrest. Come to witness your daughter's exploits. The literary contest had transformed into a martial duel. The gentle breeze caressed the lake, creating a shimmering spectacle upon its surface. A soft melody wafted from the banks, likely the songstresses of the painted boats practicing their craft. Miss Jiang, the fourth daughter, was huddled at a small table, propping her chin with one hand while the other wielded a brush. Ink dripped onto the pristine Xin paper, spreading in inky blooms. With her eyes half closed and lips slightly parted, her head tilted to one side. Autumn Leaf, attending to her, swiftly supported her wayward head, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Who is fighting? Who's engaged in a brawl? It was the young lady from the Han family, Han Xiang, who had clashed with the chubby girl brought by Master Wang. Just as they were speaking, a loud thump echoed from the boat, suggesting that Han Xiang was at a disadvantage, weeping and cursing with a piercing voice. Jiang Xiaoxi hastily rose, pulling Autumn Leaf aside to evade the commotion. Was this not a gathering for poetry and prose? How had it devolved into a physical confrontation? My dear, you have been asleep throughout. You remain unaware of how fierce the competition has become. The 2 young ladies from the Dingyuan General's residence, brought by Master Wang, are formidable indeed. They have outmatched all of your classmates. Autumn Leaf recounted the earlier events with relish, mentioning that the plump girl appeared to be the daughter of the Deputy Minister of Rights. Ah, do not be deceived by her robust appearance. Her talents are indeed commendable. The girl from the Han family, feeling slighted by the comparison, muttered under her breath, leading to a verbal spat between the 2 young ladies that soon escalated into a physical altercation. To everyone's surprise, the portly daughter of the Minister of Rights proved to be proficient in both martial and literary pursuits. Jiang Nai rolled her eyes and cast a sidelong glance at Qiu Yi, softly admonishing her to temper the expression of schadenfreude that was betraying her feelings. Qiu Yi huffed in response, remarking that it was only natural for them to speak of the girl's perceived laziness and lack of ambition. Despite their diligence and aspirations, they still found themselves outmatched. At that moment, the 2 female tutors grew anxious and hurriedly instructed their attendants, urgently calling out for them to intervene. Quickly, restrain them. Stop them at once. Han Xiang was being yanked by her hair by the stout girl, shrieking in distress while retaliating with slaps to her assailant's body. The pair tumbled onto the deck, crashing into various objects, while nearby several matrons struggled to separate them. Han Wei's expression turned frantic as she shouted for them to cease fighting. Xiang'er, stop this at once. She reached out to grasp her younger sister. However, in their fervor, Han Xiang and the stout girl, now blinded by rage, rolled fiercely towards Han Wei, colliding with her forcefully. Han Wei stumbled back a step, losing her footing and teetering dangerously over the railing. Mr. Lin gasped in horror, his heart racing. The matrons cried out in alarm. Oh no! Miss Han has fallen into the water. With a resounding splash, Han Wei plunged into the depths, her body flailing as she desperately tried to keep afloat. Her face contorted in anguish. Sister! Sister! With haste, Han Xiang extricated herself from beneath the corpulent girl, her hair disarrayed as she scrambled to her feet. She rushed to the balustrade, where she cried out with a frantic fervor. Master Wang, too, was in a state of agitation. For these young ladies were all daughters of esteemed officials in the capital, and any mishap befalling them would spell dire consequences for her. Chapter 35. Summoning the imperial physician Shen Yi, however, paid him no heed. Having uttered the command to summon the imperial physician, he lifted a teacup, showing no further interest in Jiang Fugui. A mere directive from him would ensure that someone would promptly be dispatched to the imperial hospital. Lord Jiang, on the other hand, felt a pang of melancholy. He felt as though he had exhausted a lifetime's worth of misfortune in a single day. From the regent's impassive countenance, it was impossible to discern his emotions, his joy, or displeasure. Yet, based on his years of experience as an official, Lord Jiang sensed that this eccentric prince was displeased by the matter. Lord Jiang was on the verge of tears, unable to comprehend the prince's fixation on his youngest daughter. But since the regent insisted on summoning the imperial physician, then so be it. Having the imperial physician examine his fourth daughter was not necessarily a bad thing. With this commotion, the two princes might even stay for supper at the Jiang residence. At this thought, Lord Jiang felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Alas, if he were to dine with the two princes at his residence today, rumors of the Minister of Justice carousing with the two princes would spread like wildfire throughout the capital tomorrow. Meanwhile, Jiang Nai, who had hoped to feign illness and dismiss Shen Yi, wore a peculiar expression upon hearing that he intended to summon the imperial physician from the palace to examine her. Chunya and Xiao Yi, too, could not help but feel apprehensive. "What shall we do now, miss?" Although the two were initially perplexed by the young lady's feigned illness, they now understood that her ruse was on the verge of exposure. Gingerly, she sat up in bed, casting aside the numerous quilts that weighed upon her. The two attendants, suppressing their amusement, hastened to assist her, cautioning, "Now that the pretense has begun, it must be maintained, my lady." "As if I needed reminding," she retorted, rolling her eyes. She rummaged through a cabinet, unearthing 2 porcelain vials. Heavens, that blockhead Shen Yi actually had the audacity to invite the imperial physician to examine me? Is he daft? Her feigned fragility might deceive ordinary folk, but it would never fool a seasoned physician. That scoundrel Shen Yi was forcing her to ingest medicine to exacerbate her condition. Spring sprout and autumn leaf, witnessing their mistress consuming the elixirs, exchanged uneasy glances. "My lady, are you certain this is wise? Does it matter? It must be done. We must deceive them for now." The two maids were rendered speechless, unsure how to participate in their mistress's elaborate charade. When questioned, offer no response. Simply weep. "Autumn leaf, for reasons unknown, I sense an impending disaster." Half an hour later, when the esteemed Ginger Senior Master beheld a dozen venerable imperial physicians before him, he nearly lost his composure. The situation was spiraling into the bizarre. His youngest daughter had merely suffered a cold from falling into the water. How had the entire Imperial Medical Academy been roused? Was this not an excessive display? In the midst of a chaotic situation, Jiang Fuqiu pondered why he felt such profound unease. Why should he entrust his perfectly fine daughter to the care of others? Furthermore, their Dahaoyue community upheld certain traditions. Although the restrictions between men and women were not excessively stringent, they were certainly not a wild and uncivilized populace. As Jiang Fuqiu contemplated how to tactfully decline, he overheard a chorus of physicians nodding in agreement, proclaiming that it would indeed be most advantageous. "Sir Jiang," they urged, "since young Master Wei possesses absolute confidence in his ability to treat the fourth miss, what further deliberation remains? Indeed, to heal is to act swiftly, Sir Jiang. It is prudent to make a decisive choice without delay. Yes, as the prince suggests, let us send the fourth miss to the other estate for recuperation." Physician Su, with a furrowed brow, expressed his concern, "The state of the fourth miss's health, if not properly cared for. It is uncertain whether she can endure even a year and a half." Madame Chiu nearly collapsed from shock, her voice trembling. "Physician Su, is it truly that grave? Careless medication poses a serious threat to the heart. This is no jest. Primarily, your daughter appears to have a close relationship with the regent. Should her condition worsen, do not hold them accountable." Thus, the physicians unanimously encouraged Sir Jiang to hastily dispatch the fourth miss, this burdensome conundrum, to safer hands. The gift is most opportune for young Master Wei. Should young Master Wei be unable to effect a cure, then His Highness ought not to fault their medical ineptitude. For if even a master of alchemic medicine such as young Master Wei cannot heal her, how could they possibly succeed? Beset by the clamor of voices, Jiang Fugui, his heart in turmoil, turned to the seemingly serene young Master Wei and anxiously inquired, "Young Master Wei, how long will the treatment for my daughter's ailment require?" Young Master Wei instinctively glanced at Shen Yi, whose stern countenance betrayed no emotion. "Well, with a concerted effort, perhaps a month or so too." To turn the tide, young Master Wei again cast a furtive glance at Shen Yi, whose lips curved into a slight smile, yet he remained silent. "Master," Qiushi exclaimed, hastily clutching Jiang Fugui's arm, "then let us proceed according to young Master Wei's instructions. Our daughter's illness brooks no delay." Before Jiang could finish speaking, Shani coldly interjected, "That will not do. His Imperial Majesty occasionally summons young Master Wei. Residing at the manor would be most inconvenient." Qiushi, wiping away tears, said, "My lord, fret not. I shall accompany Nai and attend to our daughter with utmost care." Jiang Fugui, after much deliberation, realized he had no other recourse. Moreover, his daughter had consumed medicine indiscriminately. And now, above all else, treatment was paramount. It was rare for such a celestial physician to offer assistance, and he could not allow his daughter's plight to impede the physician's audience with the emperor. With this in mind, Jiang nodded hastily and said, "Then we are indebted to young Master Wei." Turning to Qiushi, he clasped her hand. "My thanks to you, madam, for your sacrifice." Shun Yi cast a sweeping glance at them, a cool smile playing on his lips, yet he did not hinder their collusion. Quickly, the suffocated Miss Jiangxi, buried under her blanket, had indeed heard the commotion outside, for the voices of the crowd were rather loud. At that moment, she was filled with regret, wishing she could turn back time. The bitterness in her heart was indescribable. How could this backfire so spectacularly? If she hadn't feigned illness so recklessly, she wouldn't have been carried off to the other courtyard for salvation. Now, she realized that all the young gentlemen in this capital were utterly deranged. Oh, how she regretted her past decisions. It was indeed a misfortune to be unattractive, and she felt a surge of anger towards those inconsiderate souls. Jiang Nai scolded inwardly with great fervor. She glanced at the refined and elegant young Master Wei, who seemed like a rare gem in this world, and was utterly taken aback by his cruelty. He had brought her a large basin of medicinal concoction. If she were to consume that, would there be any point in having breakfast or lunch? Chenya stood beside Miss Jiangxi and discreetly tugged at her sleeve. With a sullen expression, Jiangxi suddenly extended her small hands and, with a resonant and authoritative voice, commanded, "Bring it here." Wasn't it merely herbal soup? She had consumed medicine before. Nothing in this world had ever posed a challenge to her. The servant girl, with a perplexed expression, clarified, "No, it was the prince who instructed me to bring this for you." Those troublesome fools, adding to the chaos and giving nonsensical orders. Jiang Nai was so infuriated that she nearly seized the basin and hurled it at the maid's head. However, upon reflection, she realized it was not entirely the maid's fault. She was merely following orders. Was that truly something to drink? Jiang Nai, her small face smeared with medicinal concoction, screamed in indignation, "This is for soaking. Goodness! You clumsily took the medicinal bath solution and attempted to make me consume it?" Fortunately, she had only dipped her face into it, or else she might have been deceived into drinking it entirely, which could have led to dire consequences. The maid, wide-eyed, seemed equally startled, stammering, "Is this for bathing?" Jiang Nai shot her a fierce glare. It was unthinkable that the ethereal Prince Wei would stoop so low as to torment a child. This was infuriating. Shun Yi must have come seeking revenge. Just look at the chaos he has wrought. He truly intends to ruin her. The young girl, clutching the basin in her hands, was on the verge of finding a place to set it down when a cool voice resonated from the doorway. "You certainly possess knowledge of pharmacology." Jiang Nai's hand trembled, nearly spilling the entire basin of concoction onto the bedding. Hastily, she thrust the basin into the hands of the stunned Chunya and rolled into the bed, burying herself beneath the covers, mumbling, "Has Prince Wei arrived? My head and eyes ache. I must have slept poorly on the new bedding, allowing the wind to invade my body. Quickly, take my pulse and diagnose me." Prince Wei merely responded with silence. He glanced at the prince, whose handsome face bore a cold expression, casting a sidelong glance in his direction. Prince Wei couldn't shake the feeling that the prince's gaze harbored an inexplicable anger, tinged with a hint of disdain. "Fourth miss, where do you feel unwell?" You hear her rambling nonsense. The regent, with a hint of irritation, interrupted young Master Wei's words, coldly stating, "I dare say she possesses some knowledge of pharmacology. The tale of finding 2 bottles of medicinal pills at the back door and consuming them like candy is sheer nonsense, only fit to deceive the gullible." Shani curled the corners of his lips, a frosty smile gracing his features. "You are the one who is truly foolish." The young girl inwardly cried out in indignation. Wrapped in her quilt, she feigned distress and called out, "Mother, I want my mother." Young Master Wei turned and said, "Quickly summon Madame Jiang." "Summon indeed." Shani snorted lightly. "Do not think that your pretentious antics can divert attention from your previous remarks. Jiang Shaoxi took residence at the Su Yun courtyard. Yet a peculiar wind began to sweep through the Jiang family. Today, the second young lady came to visit her fourth sister at the courtyard, and tomorrow, the third young lady would follow suit. Each time, they were blocked at the door, informed that fourth miss had taken her medicine and was resting, requiring peace and quiet. As the rejections multiplied, Madame Jiang Yao's temper escalated, resulting in her frequent fits of rage, shattering pots and dishes in the courtyard. What a disappointing creature. Is it wrong for me to encourage you to get some exercise? Look at the cunning of the third family's little one. She certainly possesses more wit than you. I heard that a maid from the third family entered the courtyard yesterday. Are you aware of this matter, or not? How is that possible? Jiang Nai exclaimed with evident impatience, waving her hand dismissively. Haven't you ever tried to go there yourself? The gatekeeper is so vigilant that not even a fly could slip through. You truly are foolish, Jiang Yao sure retorted sharply. That scheming little girl from the third house claimed she was visiting the eldest mistress yesterday and managed to gain entry. Jiang Nai was taken aback for a moment before pouting. What good does it do to vent your anger on me? Now that Jiang Shaoxi has gone to the prince's villa, you are powerless to intervene. There's no use in being anxious. Whether I get to meet her depends entirely on the gatekeeper's mood. If he is pleased, I may be granted an audience. If not, I would be turned away. I have no desire to endure disdainful looks for nothing. You spineless creature, can you not tolerate a few disdainful glances? Jiang Yosher scolded. You should learn from your third sister. Though she may seem harmless most of the time, she can be fierce when provoked. Mother, I am only 8 years old. Aren't you being a bit too hasty? What do you know? After the new year, you will be 9. Which esteemed family would allow their daughters to remain unbetrothed until they are 11 or 12? Only those from impoverished households prolong their children's marriages until they are 17 or 18. Jiang Yaosher remarked disdainfully. Nianxin, you must be more cautious. There are so few noble families in the capital. Every one you overlook is a lost opportunity. The ones that remain may not be to your liking, and you will have cause to lament. Jiang Nianxin trembled slightly and gently tugged at Jiang Yaosher's sleeve, saying, Mother, did you not mention to me the other day that you had already set your sights on a promising match for me? We are merely one stroke away from finalizing the details, are we not? You know nothing. Jiang Yao chuckled softly, acknowledging that while the proposed marriage was indeed commendable, her mother aspired to secure an even more advantageous match for her. Consider this, she remarked, being the consort of the regent, second only to the emperor, would bring unparalleled glory. Jiang Nai, squeezing her handkerchief, could not help but pour cold water on her mother's lofty dreams. Mother may dare to dream, but has she forgotten our father's standing? The daughters of noble families are eagerly vying to marry into the regent's household. My father is merely a commoner residing at the Ministry of Personnel. How could I be so fortunate? Jiang Yao playfully swatted her daughter, her eyes sparkling with fervor. What do you understand? Once we consult your uncle, you could wed under the esteemed title of a legitimate daughter of the Ministry of Personnel. It is all a matter of kinship. I am certain your uncle would lend a hand. If you marry well, it would be a momentous occasion that brings honor to the entire Jiang family. Jiang Nai, however, did not share her mother's optimism. Meanwhile, Jiang Shaoxi, feeling quite vexed, wondered who had provoked her. She merely wished to recuperate in peace, but found herself constantly disturbed. Yet, stepping outside, she was greeted by a breathtaking sight, snow blanketing the world, flakes dancing through the air, instantly making her forget her earlier frustrations. Another snowfall? She mused. Having spent 6 years in Lanzhou, she had rarely witnessed such a heavy snow. Unable to resist, she reached out to touch a thick, glistening flake, only to watch it melt away in her hand. Spring bud and autumn leaf rushed out, draping a plush cloak around their little girl. Once again, the hat and mittens were placed upon the little one, who, with an expression of sheer excitement, exclaimed, Miss, shall we build a snowman? Jiang Nai initially intended to maintain a facade of seriousness, but upon catching sight of the two girls approaching with their tiny shovels and buckets, she immediately dashed over. The young man cast a glance at his empty hands, then observed the chubby little figure scampering away with a bucket in tow. Humph. Only kittens and puppies would revel in such rain and snow. Jiang Nai busied herself with the two girls in the garden, shoveling and piling snow, and soon found herself perspiring profusely. Shani had ordered the servants to bring out tables and chairs, and the two young men settled under the corridor, enjoying a leisurely drink of wine together. In just a couple of days, the fourth miss would likely recover fully. Young Master Wei cleared his throat and remarked, it would be rather inappropriate for the prince to keep her in the other courtyard under the pretense of nursing her back to health. That little deceiver is not ill at all. You must have noticed, She possesses a considerable knowledge of pharmacology, and her reckless consumption of the wrong medicines is merely a ruse to avoid me. Even without your assistance in her recovery, she would heal on her own in a few days. Young Master Wei chuckled and nodded. Indeed, the fourth miss is quite clever. Clever she may be, yet her cleverness may lead to her own downfall. That little trickster. Suddenly, a short-legged figure dashed towards them, her little legs moving with surprising agility. Breathless and flushed, she reached them, grabbed a cup, and attempted to drink, only to be stopped by Shun Yi's outstretched hand. What business does such a young child have with wine? Shun Yi signaled for tea to be brought instead. Jiang Shaoxi downed 2 cups in quick succession, her cheeks rosy and her bright eyes fixed on Shun Yi as she pointed toward the snowy expanse behind her. Isn't it beautiful? The 2 young men cast their eyes towards the distance. There, standing erect in the snowy expanse, was a crooked, worm-like figure. 2 carrot sticks were impaled on its head, serving as makeshift horns, and upon its back were 2 cabbage leaves fashioned into peculiar wings. Unsightly, Master Shun declared with blatant candor. Master Wei, suppressing a smile, endeavored to reply with a gentle tone that would not wound her pride. The fourth miss possesses a remarkably fertile imagination. The form of this aspiring serpent is, indeed, quite singular. Jiang Shaoxi fixed Master Wei with a gaze of lengthy reproach before exclaiming, Serpent? This is a dragon, a celestial dragon soaring through the heavens. Chunya and Qiu Yi, clutching their bellies, could no longer contain their mirth and retreated to the side. Shun Yi erupted in laughter. Master Wei and Jiang Shaoxi turned to him in unison. Wei Nanxue was taken aback, never having expected to witness the usually austere and unsmiling old man burst into such mirth. Jiang Shaoxi, naturally, was mortified. Just because his starry eyes sparkled with laughter did not make him any more pleasing to the eye. Ugly. Your entire Shin family is unsightly. I dare say you've never laid eyes on a dragon? Shun Yi, barely able to contain his amusement, found himself unable to stifle his laughter. He understood then that her sense of aesthetics was, without a doubt, highly questionable. How could I not have seen what a dragon looks like? Curiosity gripped the air as the young county princess, merely 12 or 13 years of age, appeared like a resplendent hibiscus in full bloom. Her beauty was so stunning that it rendered onlookers hesitant to gaze upon her for too long. The guards promptly lowered their heads in reverence. What does it mean to reinforce the guards? Inquired the county princess of Anyang, her brow furrowed in confusion. The guard, maintaining his lowered gaze, continued. I stealthily approached and overheard the gatekeeper's conversation. It was said that the prince issued an edict, henceforth, without the prince's command, no one is permitted to leave the Suiyun garden. Anyang's expression fluctuated between contemplation and unease. The guard, still with his head bowed, dared not let his eyes wander. After a prolonged silence, a soft, melodious laugh, akin to the sound of silver bells, floated into his ears. The county princess chuckled. How unexpected that Brother E is so attentive to the fourth miss of the Jiang family. Come, let us pay a visit to Suiyun garden. Your Highness. The guard raised his head, his gaze lingering for a moment on the graceful figure as she exited. Yuan Yang, prepare the carriage for me, commanded the princess. Yes, Your Highness, Yuan Yang replied promptly, hurrying away to summon the carriage. Upon their arrival at the entrance of Suiyun garden, they spotted an inconspicuous carriage blocking the way. The county princess could not suppress a smile, exclaiming, Oh, it seems someone has arrived even earlier than us. In truth, Jiang Nai had no intention of coming. The moment she alighted from the carriage and caught sight of the gatekeeper's long, morose face, her discomfort deepened. Had it not been for her mother dragging her out early in the morning, she would have preferred to remain in the comfort of her home rather than loiter in this place waiting for someone. How impatient can one be with someone so young? Moreover, Jiang Nai was already beginning to formulate her own thoughts. She sensed that her mother seemed a bit too eager for quick success, even unrealistic and impractical. The eldest branch of the family already had sons and daughters, so why would they accept her, Jiang Nai, as their daughter? Her mother made it sound so simple and fanciful, wanting her to marry as the daughter of the Shangshu manor. Jiang Nai pondered over it in her mind, and no matter how she looked at it, it didn't seem very reliable. But her mother was just a woman of the inner court, with limited insight. So as her daughter, she couldn't say much. Since she had been dragged out by her mother early in the morning, Jiang Nai had no choice but to brace herself and wait near the entrance of the Suiyun villa. By order of the prince, no unauthorized personnel are allowed to enter. The gatekeeper proclaimed haughtily. Jiang Nai couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. Was she considered unauthorized personnel? She was actually labeled as such. What was this? Jiang Nai entering the prince's residence was like entering a deep sea, unable to even step out of the main gate, and no one else could visit? It seemed like she was under house arrest. Then, is my fourth younger sister's illness any better now? Surely you can tell me that. Jiang Nai asked him politely. A mere gatekeeper in the prince's residence could order her, a young lady of the Shangshu manor, around. Jiang Nai naturally felt uncomfortable. If her mother hadn't urged her to come out, she wouldn't have bothered to be treated with such coldness. Therefore, the prince had Mr. Wei intervene to assist my fourth younger sister. It is said that Mr. Wei is quite skilled in medicine. The county magistrate is likely aware, isn't she? The Anyang county magistrate smiled and nodded. I am certainly familiar with the medical skills of the Wei family, son. With him attending, you can rest assured that your fourth sister will be fine. Jiang Nai's face blossomed into a smile. I thought as much. County magistrate, if there are no further instructions, I shall take my leave. Very well. The Anyang county magistrate nodded with a smile. Jiang Nai gave a humble curtsy and took her leave. As she stepped down from the carriage, she noticed the curtain being slightly lifted. The Anyang county magistrate revealed half of her face, flashing her a radiant smile. Second Miss Jiang, if you have some free time in the future, perhaps we could arrange to have tea together. Jiang Nai was inwardly delighted and quickly curtsied. Thank you for your graciousness, county magistrate. With a spring in her step, Jiang Nai departed, her heart filled with elation. Meanwhile, the Anyang county magistrate gazed meaningfully at her retreating figure, watching her until she was out of sight. County magistrate, shall we proceed now? Baigu asked cautiously, attending to the county magistrate's needs. Yes. Baigu did not dare to defy the county magistrate's wishes and hastily jumped out of the carriage, heading towards the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper was growing impatient, assuming it was someone from the Jiang family's other branches coming to visit the fourth young lady. But when he turned his head, he saw Baigu approaching with a cheerful smile. They said it was an explicit order from the prince, that no one is allowed to freely enter or leave the Suiyun villa for the next 2 days. This servant inquired discreetly with the gatekeeper and learned that the prince flew into a great rage last night. The prince flew into a rage. The Anyang county magistrate was taken aback and looked up at Baigu. What caused the prince to become so incensed? The white dove softly remarked that she had discreetly slipped some silver to the doorman, managing to glean some information. It was said that last night, for reasons unknown, the prince had a quarrel with the fourth young lady of the Jiang family. What was the cause of the dispute? The princess of Anyang felt a tightening in her chest and could not help but inquire. This, however, remained unclear. Initially, the servants had lingered outside the young lady's chamber before eventually entering. They only heard from the doorman that, in the afternoon, the fourth young lady had behaved inappropriately and had offended the prince, resulting in her being punished to kneel in the garden. Later, for reasons unknown, the two had quarreled again in the evening. The prince was quite furious and had issued a stern warning, stating that the young lady from the Jiang family was not permitted to leave the Suiyun Yuan. The princess of Anyang smiled faintly, yet unconsciously tightened her grip on her handkerchief. It had indeed been some time since her brother Yi had lost his temper. This fourth young lady from the Jiang family was certainly a remarkable character. Your Highness, shall we still proceed inside? Yuan Yang cautiously inquired. The princess of Anyang shook her head, reasoning that since her brother Yi had already spoken, it would be best not to intrude, lest they provoke him further. Yuan Yang sighed in relief, grateful for the princess's prudent thoughts. Let us head to the residence of His Highness the Prince Zhao, the princess of Anyang softly suggested. Given that Xin Yun had accompanied her brother Yi to Shihuan Street and the minister's residence the other day, he would undoubtedly be aware of what had transpired. The esteemed lord did not wish to converse with him. The journey to the capital academy felt akin to a desperate escape. Yet, why did Zhang Fugui feel such an unsettling sense of unease? Each time others assured him, rest assured, Lord Jiang, his anxiety only deepened, leaving him in a state of distress. Well, Your Highness, may I? Jiang Fugui glanced at Shun Yi's expression, stammering the incomplete thought. The latter half, concerning retrieving his daughter, remained unspoken as he noticed the fluctuating demeanor of the Regent Prince. A slight, enigmatic smile graced Shun Yi's lips. Of course, you may. You are father and daughter. I have no reason to prevent you from embracing your own child. The chill in his words was palpable. The youth's smile left Jiang Fugui momentarily dazed, intensifying his trepidation. He pondered deeply, attempting to discern where he might have offended this Regent Prince. concluding that it would be preferable if the prince refrained from smiling. Such a smile only heightened his fears. Upon this realization, Jiang Fugui offered an awkward smile, refrained from further comment, and bowed repeatedly in gratitude before taking his leave. He hurried to Jiang Nai's quarters, and upon entering, was met by his wife, tears streaming down her face as she rushed toward him. "My lord, you have finally come to rescue us." Jiang Fugui stood bewildered, pushed along by his wife toward the garden. Could one consume these medicinal pills indiscriminately? The chaos that ensued had alarmed his elderly parents. Truly, it was a reckless act. "Let us depart swiftly, my lord. Our daughter is already in the carriage. We must hasten as well. The Chiu residence is akin to a den of tigers and wolves." The sight of Shun-Yi stirs a torrent of discontent within her heart. Although Jiang Fugui harbored his own doubts, he refrained from inquiring further and promptly followed his wife into the carriage. As the curtain was lifted, he beheld his youngest daughter seated with poise, her expression soft and gentle as she quietly greeted him, saying, "Father, I have come to see you." The old man felt a pang of unease as he regarded her. Recalling the words spoken to him by the prince, his gaze upon his daughter growing increasingly peculiar. "Why does father regard me thus?" Jiang Shaoxi furrowed his brow, sensing the fear that enveloped his sister under their father's scrutiny. "Are you still frightened? You, who can scare chickens and tease dogs. What is there that you cannot accomplish? With a mere misstep, you have thrown everyone into chaos. Such bizarre occurrences you handle with ease. Is there truly anything beyond your capabilities?" The old man silently lamented, casting a sorrowful glance at his daughter. The carriage sped forth from Suiyun, racing along the cobblestone path. Xiao urged the driver onward. As if the estate were a lair of ferocity, desperate to escape as swiftly as possible, Shaoxi, Jiang Fugui pondered with a hint of melancholy, fixating on his little girl. Unable to restrain his curiosity, "Has your sudden illness truly stemmed from a mere mistake in consuming some medicine?" A strange intuition began to take root within him, suggesting that perhaps his daughter had intentionally ingested the wrong remedy, orchestrating such an elaborate spectacle. Jiang Nai blinked in surprise, wondering why her father would utter such words. The Imperial Hospital has conducted consultations, and did not the doctors all express this sentiment? Unexpected delight, Yin-Yang. "Is this your painting?" Jiang Nai exclaimed in astonishment, unable to resist glancing up at Yin-Yang. Yin-Yang hurriedly shook her head, smiling as she replied, "No, miss, this is painted by Roer." Jiang Nai's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she turned her attention to the bashful Roer. "Roer, you are remarkably talented. Have you received an education? Can you write and paint? Your work is exceptional, capturing everything from the minutiae of the surroundings to the grand composition of the bustling streets, all vividly rendered with a single stroke." Jiang Nai's heart brimmed with joy. How fortunate to have rescued these two sisters. With a little nurturing, the elder sister could surely excel in the mystical arts, and despite her petite stature, the younger sister displayed remarkable cleverness. "Come here quickly." Jiang Nai sat cross-legged on her stool, beckoning Roer over. Roer bashfully approached, lowering her head. Jiang Nai affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, "Didn't you just tell me you haven't studied much? It seems you were deceiving me." Jiang Nai quickly reassured her, "What are you flustered about? I am not upset with you. In fact, I am quite pleased. Both you and your sister possess great talent. Your sister casually finds tattered books at the market, and has made some progress in the mystical arts. You, merely eavesdropping in the corridor while the master imparts his teachings, find yourself surpassing the young ladies in knowledge. Both of you are truly remarkable." Upon witnessing the young girl's expression of joy, the Yin sisters, relieved that it did not carry an air of reproach, exhaled in unison. Yin Ro bashfully bit her lip and, bending her knee, expressed, "Dear miss, please refrain from such flattery. I am utterly embarrassed." Although the young lady had seen through Yin Ro's little tricks, the latter felt a sense of delight within her heart. Jiang Nai lowered her gaze, continuing to examine several paintings, and pointed to one depicting a shop on Shihuan Street, inquiring, "Is the rent for this place 300 taels of silver per month?" Yin Ro nodded vigorously, affirming, "Indeed, miss, though the location of this shop is rather obscure." She elaborated, "In our capital, the primary thoroughfares intersect at Omping Street and Shilla Street, where the shops are most prosperous. Consequently, the rents tend to be rather steep. For instance, the courtyard at the entrance of Shilla Street commands a rent exceeding 1,000 taels, which is exceedingly expensive. Comparatively, the rents on Dongxi Street and Shihuan Street are significantly lower, albeit they are quite distant from our Jiang residence." Yin Ro had sketched at least 4 or 5 maps of street shops, and the young girl extracted one from the bottom, exclaiming, "This is on Pink Street. And it's not far from Xianlai residence." "Yes, yes. Now, dear miss, can you guess the rent for this particular shop? If a courtyard on Sheila Street costs over 1,000 taels, then this 3-entry courtyard must surely exceed 10,000 taels." Qiu Yi interjected. The Yin sisters exchanged knowing glances. Shaking their heads mysteriously, Yin Ro extended 3 fingers, to which Chunya and Qiu Yi gasped, 3,000 taels? The rent is merely 300 taels, such a bargain. Yet it has remained unleased for 20 years. Yin Ying remarked, tilting her head. Therefore, this residence is indeed the one you both have set your sights on. Is it not? Chunya exclaimed in astonishment. 300 taels for rent, located on Omping Street. That is the very heart of the imperial city. An opportunity to seize a great fortune has arrived. How could one not take advantage of it? My dear lady, your eyes are sparkling. It is better to enjoy together than to revel in solitude. Foolishness is also a product of your own lineage. In the courtyard of Wuyang, the elderly matriarch awoke from her afternoon nap, still feeling a slight headache. After washing her hands, Honggu gently massaged the old lady's head and whispered, "At noon, the family of the third lady brought many gifts to the fourth young lady. The fourth young lady then had them distributed, sending some to each household and courtyard. The young girl truly possesses a clever and delicate heart. She brought 2 exquisite pieces of leather for you, saying they are for your winter use." Old Lady Hong nodded with a smile. "My little granddaughter is truly wonderful." However, the second lady appeared somewhat displeased. The elderly matriarch paused, her hand holding the tea faltering as she huffed. What is there for her to be unhappy about, that shallow-minded creature? Young Si rescued the eldest daughter of the Han family. It is only natural that they send a token of appreciation. Indeed, Honggu nodded repeatedly. Yet the second madam sobbed in the garden, lamenting her misfortune at not being able to become a lady of the household, and directed her grievances towards the second master. The elder madam, slightly irritated, slammed down her teacup and exclaimed, "What an ungrateful wretch! When has my second ever mistreated her? Truly, human desires are insatiable. It is precisely because my second has such a gentle temperament that she dares to act recklessly. Indeed, please do not be upset, elder madam." Honggu quickly reassured her. Raising her eyes, she noticed the head maid, Yu Xiang, cheerfully lifting the curtain to enter. Bowing respectfully, she announced, "Elder madam, fourth young lady has sent Sister Chunya with some gifts." "This child, didn't she just send something earlier? Why is she coming again?" Elder madam chuckled. "Quickly let her in." Chunya followed closely behind Yu Xiang, entering briskly and smiling as she performed a deep bow to the elder madam. "Elder madam, my young lady has sent some tranquilizing pills and calming sachets. She said that she was ill recently, which caused you great concern, and she felt quite remorseful. So she wanted to prepare something as a token of her apology." Elder madam beamed broadly, pulling Honggu closer. "Look at this child, still thinking of this old woman." Honggu smiled in agreement. Fourth young lady is indeed the most filial. Yu Xiang received the items from Chunya's hands and playfully hurried to Elder Madam's side. Inside a small box were 2 jade vials and 5 little sachets. The sachets, embroidered somewhat crookedly, each bore a small dog's head, creating a somewhat amusing sight. Yet, simply inhaling their scent invigorated the spirit, a delicate fragrance. Neither overpowering nor sweet, but refreshingly awakening. Ah, this fragrant pouch and this medicinal pill, are they both crafted by little C herself? Upon witnessing the extraordinary embroidery skills, the old lady immediately recognized the handiwork of her beloved granddaughter. Indeed, Chunya blushed modestly and remarked that although her embroidery was quite rudimentary, the pouch proved to be quite effective. As for the sleeping pills, they should not be taken in excess. One should suffice every 5 days. If the old lady ever experiences a headache, placing the pouch close by and inhaling its aroma during leisure moments would surely alleviate her discomfort. At that moment, the old lady took a whiff and nodded repeatedly, feeling as though her headache had lessened, perhaps merely a figment of her imagination. Honggu playfully teased, "It must be the heartfelt devotion of the fourth young lady that has moved the heavens." Upon hearing this news, Jiang Yao was incensed, unable to fathom how the old lady could hold such affection for that granddaughter from the countryside. Subsequently, she climbed back onto her bed and carved a jade magnolia talisman for a while before succumbing to slumber. The next morning, the young girl, brimming with vitality, gathered her belongings and stepped outside, only to be greeted by Yin Ying, who stood under the corridor in a captivating xiangfei-colored cloak, her eyes sparkling like stars. "My dear girl, come, I shall take you to savor some delectable wontons." The little one, her round figure bouncing with excitement, dashed out, prompting Yin-Yang to chuckle and hurriedly follow suit. The two individuals scaled the wall into the courtyard, deliberately choosing the more secluded rooftops to traverse. They exited through the backyard and seamlessly transitioned onto the street. At that hour, the sky was still bright, and the streets were not overly crowded. Those who had risen early were predominantly small vendors. Jiang Nai, well acquainted with the surroundings, guided Yin-Yang through several twists and turns, navigating the narrow alleys until they reached a bustling thoroughfare. Changming Street was replete with delectable offerings. After indulging in a small bowl of wontons, they intended to purchase some seeds, peanuts, dates, and plums to savor as snacks along their journey. Yin-Yang could not help but smirk. The girl appeared to be on an outing, rather than attending to any business. "Look, it's right ahead, hurry along," Jiang Nai exclaimed, bounding towards a wonton stall to the left. "Granny, 2 bowls of meat-filled wontons, with extra broth, please." "Certainly, my dear. You've come so early today." The elderly woman, clad in an apron, clearly recognized Jiang Nai, greeting her with a warm, beaming smile. Yes, do hurry, we need to shop afterwards." "Of course, young lady. Please take a seat for a moment." Jiang Nai tugged at Yin-Yang, settling onto a long bench, and skillfully tapped 2 pairs of chopsticks on the table, wiping them deftly on her sleeve. Yin-Yang's eyes twitched slightly. It struck her that this petite lady seemed remarkably down to earth. "Let me tell you, this stall's wontons are truly exquisite," she remarked. The young girl shook her head. "I particularly adore their broth. It's delightful." In this street, the wontons from Granny's stall were undoubtedly the most flavorful and fresh. Yin-Yang nodded repeatedly. Although she had only been following the young lady for a short while, she had already developed a tendency to become an ardent admirer, likely to be soon assimilated by the 2 fervent fans, Chunya and Qiuyi. "My lady, do you often come here to dine?" It was no wonder that the vendor's wife remarked on how early the young lady had arrived today. The reason the woman was so familiar with Jiang Nai was that this child was exceptionally unique. After all, in all her years of running a wonton stall, she had never encountered a child wandering around at night, coming to indulge in wontons. This child was also remarkably exquisite, making it difficult for anyone to forget her. Soon, 2 steaming bowls of wontons were brought over by the vendor's wife, garnished with a sprinkle of vibrant green scallions, the fragrant aroma wafting through the air. Jiang Nai took out a small purse and counted out 24 coins, smiling as she handed them to the old woman, who quickly accepted the payment with repeated expressions of gratitude. "Stop the carriage," a soft voice commanded. The coachman, hearing the call, hastily brought the carriage to a halt and turned to glance into the carriage. "Your Grace?" The curtain was slightly lifted. Over the years, no one dared to venture near that place. Even though the haunted house was connected to the streets of Anping and Shila, where the roads were spacious and easy to traverse, not a single carriage would dare to approach. People had become accustomed to taking detours. Even with such a detour, many might find themselves spending an additional quarter of an hour to reach home, yet no one was willing to attempt a stroll near the haunted house. At the same time, Jiang Nai felt a quiet urgency rising within her. The cunning old Taoist has indeed bestowed upon me a powerful, exquisite bagua mirror. Yet the commotion it generates is rather overwhelming. What if someone were to come and take a look? She is but a modest young lady, one who shuns the limelight. With growing impatience, Jiang Nai hastens her movements. With a flick of her wrist, 9 jade magnolia flower talismans emerge, arrayed in a meticulous formation that encircles the swirling mist of yellow and black. Spirit locking formation, activate. Great sky savage beast, subdue the 5 soldiers. 5 heavenly devils, perish and vanish. A sharp command resonates through the air. Jiang Nai releases 5 small stone lions, which, upon landing, swell magnificently with the wind, baring their teeth as they lunge toward the dark mist. A piercing howl accompanies the resounding roars of the lions. In the celestial realm, thunder rumbles and winds howl as Jiang Nai, wielding the bagua mirror, leaps forward with an icy demeanor, declaring, "How dare you, mere malevolent spirit, wreak havoc? Surrender at once. I pity you, for I have shown you mercy time and again. You must understand that throughout these years, you have harmed countless souls. Even if I were to scatter your essence, it would merely be an act of justice on behalf of the heavens, and there is nothing amiss in that." From within the mist comes a frantic, shrill cry, followed by a woman's indistinct voice, filled with disdain. "What heavens? What justice? Is it not you so-called exorcists who dictate the terms? Jiang Nai scoffs. To extinguish you, I remain guiltless. You merely covet my rightful home. The woman's voice drips with derision. You, a petty spirit on the verge of becoming a malevolent entity. What claim do you have over this residence? I have purchased this property with genuine gold and silver. Should you feel aggrieved, seek out the authorities, a voice retorted. What nonsense are you spouting, you insignificant spirit? Jiang Nai snapped with irritation. The universe has its own righteous path. What do you, a malevolent spirit, know of reason? Countless lives have been harmed by such evil entities, and their destruction is, indeed, justified. Since you have no desire to mend your ways, no one can aid you. The yellowish mist swirled incessantly, as tendrils of darkness began to coalesce around it. Jiang Nai observed with a cold gaze as the yellow fog diminished, encased by thick, inky blackness. Ah, so you are determined to confront me as a vengeful spirit, are you? The fury within the young girl's eyes surged, her expression growing increasingly frigid. You ungrateful wretch. Since you insist on treading the path to your own demise, allow me to escort you on your journey. With a resounding crash, Jiang Nai wielded the Bagua mirror, summoning a bolt of lightning from the heavens. The black mist emitted a piercing scream, dispersing significantly. Yin-Yang, wide-eyed and breathless, dared not utter a word as she witnessed her mistress soar into the air, her form swiftly arriving before the encroaching darkness. With a fist imbued with the essence of the blazing sun, she struck forcefully at the heart of the fog. Annihilate! 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 Jiang Nai's gaze remained icy as she unleashed a relentless barrage of punches. At a thunderous explosion resonated, and Yin-Yang blinked in astonishment, her mouth agape. Shun-Yi cast a cold glance at her, prompting the scribe to hastily lower his head and resume his writing. The misty shadows twitched at the corners of their mouths, continuing their report. Subsequently, Prince Yu's heir invited the young lady to enjoy some wontons. The young girl's eyes sparkled with anticipation, ready to agree. When her maid cautioned her that overeating could lead to indigestion, which is detrimental to one's health, the girl then remarked that since the young master was so hospitable, she would reluctantly accept his kindness. Wu-Ying sensed that her master's expression was somewhat peculiar, reminiscent of constipation. Subsequently, the young girl purchased a plethora of snacks on Changming Street before heading towards that haunted house on Omping Street with her maid. Our group was unable to follow closely. As the weather took a sudden turn, ominous clouds gathered, and a noxious mist seemed to rise within a 100-mile radius, preventing us from approaching. Soon, a thunderous sound erupted from the ground, and subordinates suspected it was connected to the commotion caused by the young girl in the haunted house. The scribe hurriedly wrote down every detail, not daring to miss a single word, believing that the prince's serious demeanor indicated he had recalled something crucial. For instance, what extraordinary ability did that remarkable young girl possess to incite such chaos? However, after a while, the regent quietly inquired about the wonton shop on Changming Street. The scribe was taken aback. This prince wishes to meet the owner of that wonton shop. Wu-Ying thought. The owner must be in for quite a misfortune. The young man leisurely retrieved a document, unfolded its contents, and slowly lifted his gaze to meet the stunned Wu-Ying at the table, asking, "Shall I kick you out? How did she come to know the young master?" "I'm not sure. It should be their first encounter. Are you unaware of what kind of temperament Xiaoran possesses? He would actually spend money on wontons for someone he met for the first time? The prince must be quite preoccupied with this wonton," Wu-Ying thought to himself, though a silly smile graced his face. The subordinate should find someone to investigate thoroughly, unearthing the long-standing grievances between the young lady and the heir, leaving no stone unturned. Get lost. Wu-Ying promptly departed, slipping out of the window, still hearing the sound of his master tossing the scroll onto the table with a mix of annoyance. Shameless. At such a tender age, calling someone big brother. After a while, the prince, brimming with anger, ordered, "Go summon the kitchen to prepare a bowl of wontons." Under the guidance of her mother, Jiang Nai strolled around the courtyard, excavating the treasures, gold, silver, and jade jewelry, hidden by her mother beneath the garden tiles. In the crevices of the walls, and within tree hollows, the items sprawled across the ground, gleaming with brilliance. Yet, the young girl's gaze was fixated on a small rectangular box crafted from gold and jade. She reached out, picked it up, and gently caressed its surface. Observing this golden box, her mother also fell into a trance, lost in thought. "I found these two fruits after an unexpected tumble into a cave on Fairy Peak." After much contemplation, Zhang Dalao finally managed to utter, It's rare for the prince to value this so highly, so you should study diligently. Jiang Shaoxi felt an overwhelming surge of anger, nearly exploding. If that someone were before her now, she would surely bind him and administer 100 lashes, leaving him unrecognizable to his parents. How infuriating. Shen Yi, that scoundrel. Why can't he focus on his political affairs instead of constantly seeking out trouble with Nai Nai? Surely he is just idly passing his time. After her father stepped out of the room, Jiang Nai leapt onto a long bench, rolling back and forth, pounding on the bench and the table, her mouth incessantly murmuring curses at Shen Yi, calling him a vile wretch. Chunya and Qiu Yi stood helplessly. Watching the agitated girl toss and turn, they wished to offer some words of comfort but were deterred by her fury, leaving them awkwardly silent at the side. The moment Jiang Dalao pushed the door open, the girl's tumultuous movements came to an abrupt halt. Jiang Fugui, speechless, gazed at his daughter's wild antics, feeling a peculiar, indescribable amusement stir within him. Suddenly, Jiang Nai straightened up, her small face taut as she inquired, "Father, do you have any matters to discuss?" Jiang Dalao cleared his throat and remarked, "My dear daughter, it has come to my mind that you have been studying under the renowned Five Mountains Master for quite some time now. Surely you have acquired considerable skills. Might you be able to," he coughed again, "might you be able to discern when we can resolve a significant case?" In recent days, the regent has been observing him and the Minister of Justice with an expression that was neither here nor there, and both of them were on the brink of collapse. Jiang Nai sat cross-legged on the bench and glanced at her father, saying, "If there were victims' personal belongings, like clothing or handkerchiefs, I could certainly provide some insights." Upon hearing this, Jiang Fugui hastily inquired, "Can you truly discern something from them? My daughter, how confident are you in your abilities?" Jiang Nai pondered for a moment and replied, "I would say I have over 70% certainty." Yet, deep within her heart, she was acutely aware that once the Yin-Yang celestial eye was opened, she would possess an approximately 80 to 90% certainty. Perhaps, through the malevolent aura lingering on personal garments, she might perceive things beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. However, if she could be present at the scene and fortuitously encounter the ethereal spirits, the outcome might be even more favorable. Nonetheless, Jiang Nai understood well that merely arriving at the crime scene did not guarantee an encounter with the spirits. The majority of departed souls, over 90%, remain formless. Merely a vague consciousness, bewildered and disoriented, easily dispelled by individuals brimming with yang energy. Those capable of manifesting like yin-yang, nearly ascending to the status of malevolent spirits, were not commonplace. They were souls bound by unfulfilled obsessions. Jiang Nai pondered if she could glimpse the general outline of the perpetrator through the surrounding malevolent aura. Jiang Fugui was taken aback, a surge of inexplicable pride swelling within him. He mused that although his daughter might struggle academically in the realm of esoteric arts, her innate talent was undoubtedly exceptional, allowing her to surpass the majority of ordinary individuals. After all, he found himself at a critical juncture. What harm would there be in trying? With this thought, Jiang Fugui nodded enthusiastically. "I shall send someone to retrieve the necessary items and return shortly." Alas, what brings him here? It surely bodes ill. She yearns to flourish, yet cannot afford to be stifled at this moment. The mere thought of such a misfortune stirs a sense of ire within her, as she feels the weight of impending doom. Although Chunya remains unaware of the unfolding events, she instinctively senses the young lady's anxiety and becomes quietly vigilant herself. We shall heed her words. When the moment arises, we shall flee. Jiang Nai nodded earnestly. Suddenly, her brow furrowed as a blinding flash caught her eye. Reflexively, she looked up to behold a multitude of shadowy figures, bows and arrows at the ready, perched upon the eaves across the way. The dazzling glimmer that nearly blinded her was none other than a sword held aloft by one of them, shimmering in the sunlight. Jiang Nai's eyes twitched. She grasped Chunya's hand and whispered urgently, "Prepare for battle." In an instant, a finely crafted iron arrow soared towards the venerable Lord Jukiansui. Gasps erupted from the crowd, a palpable tension hanging in the air. Just as it seemed that fate teetered on the brink, the arrow lost its momentum, plummeting to the ground and landing askew beside a horse's hoof. Jiang Nai pressed down on Chunya's shoulder, and together they crouched behind a stall, their eyes darting anxiously. As anticipated, chaos erupted in the streets. The once jubilant townsfolk, reminiscent of a festive celebration, now scrambled in a frantic bid for safety. From the rooftops, a cadre of robust men leapt down silently, their blades drawn and purpose unwavering, advancing directly towards the target, Lord Jiansui. Remarkably, they made no effort to harm the innocent bystanders, their intent crystal clear. However, amidst the chaos of battle, it is inevitable that innocent bystanders are affected. A woman, lagging slightly behind, was struck in the leg by a stray arrow and fell to the ground, crying out in pain. Jiang Nai dragged Chunya into a corner, observing the assassins rushing towards the esteemed Lord Jiansui. Unfortunately, he was surrounded by 4 formidable young men, forming an impenetrable barrier. It was not merely a matter of attempting to kill Lord Jiansui. The assassins were unable to even approach him. This revered lord remained composed upon his steed, seemingly untouched by the turmoil surrounding him, as if the clamor held no significance to him whatsoever. The young girl rolled her eyes at the scene and whispered to Chunya, who was crouching beside her, in the world of martial arts. It's all about relentless fighting and killing. That's the essence of men. Take a closer look at these idle fellows who revel in violence. They are not worth your time. As you mature, choose a partner who is honest, decent, and appealing to you. Chunya nodded vigorously, her admiration for her mistress unwavering, akin to the incessant flow of a mighty river. Whatever her mistress proclaimed was absolute truth. Just as the two were conversing, an assassin suddenly fell at their feet with a loud thud, smashing a nearby stall in two. In a moment of startled recognition, the assassin instinctively raised his blade to strike. Jiang Nai swiftly seized a broken pottery shard from the ground and brought it down upon the assailant's head, instantly silencing him. "Oh my goodness," she exclaimed, placing a hand over her heart and pulling Chunya to her feet, incessantly murmuring, "You nearly frightened me to death." Chunya couldn't help but twitch at the corner of her eye. "Let us go." As the obstruction began to crack, Jiang Nai tugged at Chunya, and the two retreated along the corner of the wall. At that moment, the crowd had mostly dispersed, aside from the group of assassins. Only Jiansui and his companions remained. Suddenly, the two dashed out from the corner, inevitably drawing a series of astonished gazes. "Baby, why are you running? Baby, what spirit treasure do you fancy? How unfair." "In truth, I am quite an amiable person." Jiang Nai rolled her eyes heavenward, being pulled by Jiansui to a private room on the second floor. The attendants, not daring to be negligent, promptly served an abundance of dishes, and just before departing, one of them covertly glanced at Jiang Nai. She cast a sidelong glance in return, prompting the attendant to hastily shut the door and leave. "Baby, you seem quite familiar with the shopkeeper and the staff here." "Not at all. You little liar. You are indeed familiar. Just now, they were all mindful of your expressions." Jiang Nai picked up a piece of braised fish and stuffed it into her mouth. "Your Excellency, what exactly are you playing at?" "Playing? Not at all," Jiansui replied, feigning innocence as he regarded Jiang Shaoxi. "Baby, we are at least half acquainted. To meet an old friend in a foreign land. I am elated and wish to have a proper chat with you." Jiang Nai slightly parted her lips, inwardly cursing Jiansui's ancestors for the 18th generation. "To hell with your so-called old friends in a foreign land. Fairy Peak is not a foreign land. We are not old acquaintances. And I truly don't see what there is to discuss." Knock, knock, knock. 3 raps on the door were followed by silence. Jiang Nai calmly stated, "I have an appointment shortly with Mr. Liu from the Warriors Guild to discuss some matters with the steward. Does the esteemed demon lord not mind departing a little earlier?" Upon hearing this, the venerable 9,000 years displayed a rather pitiful expression. "My dear, it is quite a rare occasion for us to meet. And you wish to send me away so soon?" Jiang Nai felt an urge to hurl her chopsticks in frustration. Why did this individual lack the slightest awareness to take his leave? Very well then. The revered 9,000 years consumed a couple of carrots and, with a forlorn demeanor, set down his chopsticks. "If you insist on sending me away, then I shall take my leave." As he spoke, he cast a sorrowful glance at the lavish spread before him. Jiang Nai thought to herself, how did he manage to appear as pitiful as a little cabbage? Why did she feel as though she were a tyrant, denying him even a hearty meal? Striving to quell the rising flames of her irritation, Jiang Shaoxi endeavored to adopt a gentler tone. "Esteemed demon lord, I am not asking you to leave just yet. You may certainly enjoy this meal before taking your leave." His eyes sparkled with delight as he nodded vigorously. "Very well." Jiang Shaoxi took a deep breath. "I ordered this entire table of dishes just now." Jiang Nai raised an eyebrow, picking up her chopsticks to stir the braised ribs. "Oh, it is not my intention to make you settle the bill. Indeed, it is my own desire," he replied. "What else do you fancy, my dear? Shall I order 2 more portions of ribs and a plate of chicken legs?" Jiang Nai cleared her throat, taking a bite of a chicken leg and feigning indifference. I do not particularly enjoy meat. Ah, I am aware, he replied knowingly, for in your heart, you cherish vegetables and carrots above all. In the study of the regent's palace, a middle-aged man knelt before Shen Yi, his hair styled upright, his head bowed slightly, remaining silent in his supplication. The atmosphere in the study was stifling, as Shen Yun and another imposing figure with a dark complexion stood by, none daring to utter a word. After a prolonged silence, Shen Yi abruptly seized a document from the desk and hurled it at the head of the kneeling man, demanding, "Who permitted you to act on your own accord? Does this prince require your intervention in dealing with anyone?" Shen Yun hastily interjected, urging, "Brother, please do not let your anger overwhelm you." Chapter 36. A narrow-minded lady seems to have forgotten who caused the recent uproar at Master Lin's snow garden. Mother shows no concern for you at all. You are so obedient and sensible that even if you were to attend the prestigious academy in the capital, you would undoubtedly find your footing and earn the tutor's praise. Mrs. Who remarked, "Surely you are not speaking of our daughter?" The lady and the master are truly two extremes. Whenever the master sees the little girl, his expression is one of deep sorrow, as if her attendance at the capital's academy would bring his downfall the very next day. The lady, however, possesses an inexplicable confidence, as if her daughter's entrance into the academy guarantees her imminent fame and recognition. "Do not worry, mother. I will study diligently and bring you honor," Qiushi exclaimed, delighting in pinching her daughter's cheeks. "My precious one is so well behaved." Mrs. Hu rolled her eyes in exasperation. Both mother and daughter were exceedingly self-assured, and had the master been present to witness their humorous exchange, his face would likely have turned a shade resembling dried plum. Upon reaching the entrance of the courtyard, they found Madame Zhou, accompanied by her daughter Jiang Nai, already awaiting their arrival. With a smile, Madame Qiu approached, and Madame Zhou, drawing her younger daughter along, paid her respects to the lady of the house. Together, the party proceeded towards the Wuyang courtyard, residence of the venerable matriarch. The Wuyang courtyard was indeed abuzz with activity. Even before entering, the sardonic yet mirthful tones of Madame Han, wife of the third branch, could be heard. Observe how adept the sixth young lady is at jesting, eliciting such amusement from the matriarch. "Second sister-in-law, your skill in educating children is truly commendable." The voice of Jiang Yaoshi echoed forth. "It is merely Nianjiao's thoughtfulness." "Second sister-in-law, there is no need for such modesty. I have heard tales. Your sixth young lady of the second branch, it is said that not long ago, she suffered a fall in the garden, striking her head upon a stone by the pond, and fell into a delirious illness for half a month. Upon awakening, she had become more astute and loquacious. I cannot help but feel that you, second sister-in-law, are blessed indeed, for even a daughter born of concubinage is so exceptional. I am consumed with envy." Madame Han remarked with a cheerful demeanor. A senior maidservant attending to the matriarch raised the curtain, inviting Madame Qiu and her entourage inside. Jiang Nai glanced up and beheld Madame Han, adorned in a peach-red jacket, concealing a smile behind her hand as she faced Jiang Yaoshi. The countenance of Jiang Yaoshi, from the second branch, was visibly displeased. She was no fool and readily discerned the implication in the third wife's words. To claim that even a daughter born of concubinage from the second branch was so outstanding was, in other words, a veiled jab at her own daughter, implying that Shiner was inferior even to a daughter of lower status. Shiner, oblivious to the undercurrents, sat idly by, consuming pastries, while her mother's anger swelled within her, prompting her to cast a severe glare in Jiang Ninjiao's direction. Adorned with the exquisite charm of a New Year painting doll, 5-year-old Jiang Ninjiao presented a vision of loveliness. She wore a crimson jacket paired with a pomegranate skirt of the same hue, her round face flushed with endearing rosiness. Noticing her principal mother's glare, Jiang Ninjiao spoke with timid innocence. "My dear third aunt, you jest. I merely recount a few jests to amuse our elders. When it comes to scholarly talent and womanly skills, I am far inferior to my second and third elder sisters." The venerable matriarch tenderly patted her head, her gaze sweeping over her second daughter-in-law with a hint of disapproval, shaking her head inwardly. Her second daughter-in-law possesses so little grace. To be so calculating as a principal mother. In this regard, she truly falls short of the magnanimity of the eldest daughter-in-law. Wherefore such animosity? "Oh, this sixth young lady is rather intriguing," Jiang Nai mused inwardly. "Upon our first encounter, why does she pierce me with such dagger-like glances?" The last pondered, considering herself one prone to offense. Yet she could not recall having offended this sixth sister in any way. Strange, when they attend lessons, the fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth young ladies are all under the age of 6, rendering them ineligible for Master Lin's tutelage. Furthermore, the relationship between the eldest branch and the second and third branches has always been one of gentle acquaintance, with no excessive gatherings. From whence, then, does this sixth young lady's peculiar animosity arise? Yet Jiang IV, being a child of great fortitude, did not dwell upon it. The old matron's eyes welled with tears. "My child, oh my child," Madame Han, with a handkerchief pressed to the corner of her eyes, alternated between laughter and tears as she urged, "Mother, take care of yourself. After so many years of diligent service, Father has finally returned. Now that the clouds have parted, revealing the bright moon, he will often be able to fulfill his filial duties towards you." The elderly matriarch, overwhelmed with joy, nodded repeatedly, allowing Honggu and the others to assist her in rising. "Mother, mother." At this moment, Jiang Nai had properly positioned herself beside Madame Chiu. With a subtle flutter of her eyelashes, she observed a lean man, sporting 2 small mustaches and appearing travel-worn, striding boldly through the door. Behind him trailed the slightly peculiar Jiang Da and Heir Leoi. Following them were several maidservants, escorting a delicate, veiled woman into the room. A wave of unease washed over Jiang Nai. Her instincts were undoubtedly sharp, and the decision to indulge in a hearty meal before stepping out seemed astute. As she sensed a tempest was on the horizon, initially wiping her tears, Madame Han had risen to embrace her husband. But upon catching sight of the veiled woman being ushered inside, her grip on the handkerchief tightened, and an ominous premonition stirred within her. "Mother, mother!" The third master, Jiang Qingxin, displaying both talent in song and composition, clung to his mother's leg, weeping profusely. "Mother, forgive my unfilial behavior for not being by your side all these years." The elderly matriarch was well aware of her son's character. The louder he cried, the more furrowed his brow became. With a cold glance towards the enchanting figure at the doorway, she wondered, "Who is that?" Madame Han felt a wave of darkness wash over her, and she sank heavily into her chair. "Mother!" Jiang Yinru exclaimed in alarm, hastily stepping forward to support her mother's arm. Weeping, "Mother, you must not come to harm." The elderly matriarch was taken aback, pointing an accusatory finger at her third son, her voice laced with fury. You, what a disgraceful creature you are. Do you think the Jiang family is just any place?" The Jiang family, a lineage steeped in scholarly tradition, has always prided itself on its integrity and moral rectitude. Our household has maintained a strict code of conduct. How could you dare to bring an unknown woman into our home? The actions of the third elder not only humiliated the third wife, but also brought shame upon the matriarch, leaving her breathless with indignation. She had intended to host a warm welcome for her third son, gathering the entire household for the occasion, but instead of joy, she was met with shock. Jiang Nianqin, hands on her hips, interjected loudly, "You may appear more agreeable than before, but if you think to bully the people of the second branch, I shall find you most disagreeable." Jiang Nai rolled her eyes, questioning, "Who has bullied you?" In a flustered manner, resembling a frightened child unable to articulate her thoughts, Jiang Nianjiao stammered, I haven tea. Her eyes brimming with tears, she appeared utterly distraught. Jiang Nai was at a loss for words, feeling as though she had once again been cast as the villain. It seemed she had driven the poor little sixth sister to tears. Jiang Nianqin, wide-eyed and protective like a hen shielding her chicks, demanded, "What are you doing?" Jiang Nai, do not presume upon your grandmother's and your uncle and aunt's favor to look down upon our branch of the family. Though sixth sister is of secondary birth, you are not permitted to mistreat her. Jiang Nianjiao subtly clenched the handkerchief in her hand, quietly lowering her gaze. Here it comes again, this second sister of hers, always emphasizing her status as a child of a concubine with such an air of superiority. Her status was indeed lowly, her birth mother being merely a maidservant, but she would ultimately not be outdone by anyone. Jiang Nai glanced at Jiang Nianqin with a sense of helplessness, wondering if this one's eyesight was failing or her mind addled. Too lazy to argue with them, Jiang Nai turned to leave. Hey, stop right there, I haven't finished speaking. Jiang Nianqin continued, hands on her hips. Hey, Jiang Nai, you stop for me. Jiang Nai turned her head to glance at her speechlessly. Does second sister have any other matters? Jiang Nianqin trotted 2 steps forward, looking down at her. Jiang Nai, your swimming skills are quite impressive. Did you also learn that from the old Taoist at the White Cloud Temple? Jiang Nai nodded. Does second sister have any advice? I wouldn't dare to offer advice. I just find it strange. Your horsemanship and archery are usually so terrible that the instructor cringes at the sight of you. Yet you know martial arts, so you. Hey, Jiang Nai, I haven't finished speaking yet. Jiang Nai. The second Miss Jiang looked up, only to see Jiang Nai completely ignoring her, turning and leaving. She couldn't help but stomp her foot in anger. That wretched girl, still so detestable. She had even thought she found her somewhat pleasing before. It must have been a figment of her imagination, an illusion. Jiang Nai was naturally unaware of the thoughts swirling in Jiang Nianxin's mind. After turning away and not straying too far, she swiftly concealed herself behind a tree, gazing intently at the two sisters, Jiang Nianxin and the sixth daughter of the Jiang family. She observed as the sixth girl was gently reprimanded by Jiang Nianxin, her head bowed, following dutifully behind her. Yet, after only a few steps, she paused, her eyes suddenly sparkling with brilliance as she glanced in Jiang Nai's direction. Such a piercing gaze was rather uncharacteristic for a 5-year-old girl. Curiosity stirred within Jiang Nai, leading her to perceive this sixth sister as increasingly intriguing. Chapter 37. Plea for mercy. Jiang Ningjiu pouted her little lips and gave Jiang Nai a charming smile. It was precisely for this matter that she sought out her fourth sister, who likely had also heard of the situation regarding their biological mother. Despite her tender years, Jiang Ningjiao's sigh and furrowed brow bore an unexpected hint of mature grace. Jiang Nai raised an eyebrow, a flicker of astonishment coursing through her. This sixth sister appeared to be somewhat extraordinary, though she could not quite articulate what set her apart. While their biological mother had indeed committed such acts, deeply disappointing their grandmother and betraying the trust of their uncle and aunt, she had now come to realize her errors and was willing to accept punishment. What then did the sixth sister wish to convey? Was she hoping for the fourth sister to persuade their grandmother and uncle to impose a lighter sentence? Me? Jiang Nai couldn't help but chuckle. How could a younger generation interfere in the affairs of their elders? Yet, considering that the lapis lazuli mine was a gift from the fourth sister's late mother, she still possessed a certain influence. Now that the eldest sister is away from home, and the elder brother, after much contemplation, I can only ask the fourth sister for this favor. If she is willing to speak a few kind words, perhaps the stepmother might be spared from her plight. Spared? Jiang Nai raised an eyebrow. It is only natural for grandmother to discipline or punish the second aunt for embezzling such a substantial amount of silver. However, it is not merely a matter of punishment. Currently, father is resolute in his decision to dismiss the stepmother, and if this were to be made public, it would ultimately tarnish the reputation of the Jiang family. Therefore, Jiang Ningjiao, before Jiang Nai, knelt solemnly and bowed deeply, hoping for the fourth sister's compassion. Jiang Nai, caught between laughter and solemnity, gazed at her for a long while. Today's events were indeed peculiar. Why is it you who has come? The second sister, a proper daughter, does not show her face. Yet it is you who is sent to persuade me. I pondered that we are both still young and should refrain from meddling in the affairs of our elders. Fourth sister, Jiang Shaolu suddenly lifted her head, her gaze slightly shifting. Grandmother is kind-hearted and would not be excessively harsh on the second aunt. Moreover, given that the second aunt has embezzled such a large sum of money, she must provide some explanation. We are both the younger generation. Furthermore, I am the daughter of the primary branch, and it is indeed unreasonable for me to intervene in matters concerning your branch. I must regretfully decline to assist in this matter. Jiang Ningjiao stared blankly at Jiang Nai, only to find the latter smiling faintly as she turned to the maid beside her and said, "Yes, my lady. Sixth lady, please proceed." Jiang Ningjiao straightened her posture, her gaze falling upon the purple wood box cradled in Jiang Nai's arms. Her eyes flickered momentarily. "Elder sister, please rest. I shall take my leave now." Jiang Nai nodded slightly, her eyes narrowing as she watched the slender figure depart. Xiuya, puzzled, inquired, "Why did the sixth young lady come here? Does she hold such reverence for the second madam?" Jiang Nai sighed softly. "This young girl, I find rather difficult to comprehend." As she spoke, she lowered her gaze to caress the purple wood box in her hands. Upon opening the lid, she revealed dozens of land deeds contained within. "Have we dispatched our people to take charge of these?" Xiuya nodded. "We are somewhat short-handed, so I took the liberty of sending a message to the second young master." A few days prior, the second young master had sent several trustworthy accountants and stewards. "Would you like to meet them, my lady? Lanzhou City is a place teeming with hidden talents. Why does it always occupy the thoughts of the crown prince? It is said that Lord Zhang's late wife hailed from a very affluent family, specifically, the late mother of the fourth young lady, Jiang Lishur. Shun Yi cast a glance at Shun Yun. Isn't her maternal family situated in Lanzhou? Speaking of which, I had approached Director Zhao regarding the admission of Jiang Xiaoping, and I barely mentioned it. There was no pressure applied, yet he readily agreed. Shun Yi's eyes glimmered with confusion. Could Zhao Mingyi possibly know Jiang Xiaoping? Shun Yun mused. My brother's suspicion is not without merit. The admission regulations at the capital's academy are stringent. Who could possibly open a back door for the fourth young lady? If my brother did not exert any pressure, and yet Director Zhao readily agreed, there must be something amiss. Shun Yi's gaze shifted slightly, his expression a mixture of joy and anger. Could it be that Zhao Mingyi was merely awaiting my royal intervention regarding Jiang Xiaoping's admission? Lanzhou City indeed holds a certain intrigue. A glimmer of sharpness passed through Shun Yun's eyes. What connection might the Li family of Lanzhou have with the renowned merchant clan of the Li family? Shun Yi cast a glance at his younger brother, his brow slightly furrowing. Are you suggesting that Jiang Xiaoping's maternal family belongs to the Li clan? I have heard that the Li family has lived in seclusion for 6 or 7 years. The two brothers exchanged a look of astonishment. 6 or 7 years. Jiang Xiaoping is only 6 or 7 years old. Is that even possible? Jiang Nai, with her short legs, trailed behind her father, occasionally glancing up at Master Zhang. Her voice sweet and innocent as she asked, Master Zhang, where will I be staying tonight? Jiang Fugui couldn't help but rub his forehead. His daughter seemed to possess an unusual obsession with the concept of sleeping. Master Zhang smiled down at her. The academy has a standardized arrangement for accommodation. Fourth young lady, rest assured, you will not be left to sleep in the wilderness. We shall first take your younger sister for her assessment, and afterward, we will escort you to your lodging. Must I wait for her to finish her exam? Jiang Xiaoxi couldn't help but roll her eyes. Unnecessary. This examination cannot be completed in merely a few hours. It requires a full 7 days. Jiang Xiaoping was taken aback. Even the imperial examination only lasted 3 days. 1 day of testing followed by a day of rest, summing up to a mere 5 days confined within the examination hall. Yet here, for an entrance examination, it astonishingly demands 7 days. Jiang Fugui twitched at the corner of his mouth, wishing to cover his daughter's unrestrained lips. However, Master Zhang, with his amiable demeanor, chuckled softly, explaining, Indeed, our examination encompasses a broad range of subjects, including propriety, music, equestrian skills, archery, as well as the arts of the guqin, chess, calligraphy, and painting. 7 days is already a tightly scheduled time frame. Jiang Xiaoping stared blankly for a moment before finally exclaiming, Ah, then you must surely be selecting a fairy. Jiang Fugui shot his daughter a glare, bemused yet helpless, and remarked, My daughter speaks without a filter. I hope the esteemed teacher will not take offense. Not at all. Not at all. The young lady is simply innocent and carefree, Master Zhang replied with a bemused smile. Along the way, Zhang Yinjiao remained silent, her head bowed, walking with a composed demeanor that revealed her excellent upbringing. Chapter 38. The salted fish can no longer be salted, fearing he might soften at the sight of her. Jiang Fugui quickly said, Little four, remember what your father has previously advised. Study diligently and adhere to the rules. Your mother and I will come to fetch you in a month. Jiang Xiaoxi replied pitifully, her little eyes following her father as he departed. She then leaped onto the bed, tumbling several times on the soft mattress. Once admitted to the academy, her future seemed shrouded in uncertainty. Fortunately, for the moment, she had managed to find a semblance of stability, and Jiang Nai sighed deeply. Yet, the mere thought of rising at 1/4 the hour of the rabbit tomorrow to wash and dress sapped her of all energy, leaving her feeling as deflated as a punctured ball. Had she known, she would have opted to remain in Lianzhou, lounging like a salted fish in the Li family's compound. That night, the young girl, vexed and agitated, forsook her meal and instead sought solace in sleep. Dear girl, it is time to awaken. Young lady, Jiang Nai, in a state of drowsy confusion, perceived a gentle voice echoing in her ears. Was it not rather too early to commence her studies? It seemed she could not be roused. You may not be aware, but this year, a child participating in the advanced assessments is said to be the youngest in the entire academy, possessing remarkable talent. Suddenly, Jiang Nai's eyes flew open, her large orbs blinking in surprise as she beheld 3 young ladies by her bedside, all around the age of 11 or 12. The girl who cradled her head and half lifted her from the bed was adorned in a delicate green gown, her visage exquisitely charming with rosy cheeks and cherry red lips. Oh dear, do wake up. The matron of the academy is soon to arrive for the roll call. We from the inner court must depart first. You still have a little over 10 minutes to prepare, so you must hurry. The speaker, clad in a vibrant red dress, exuded a spirited and lively demeanor, her brows and eyes reflecting her vivacious nature. Still groggy from her slumber, Jiang Nai was momentarily disoriented regarding her surroundings. It dawned on her only when the three young ladies briskly exited the room that today marked her second day of enrollment, and those three must indeed be her roommates. With urgency, Jiang Nai leapt from her bed, hastily rummaging through her wardrobe for clothing, footwear, and socks. At long last, having donned her attire, she caught a glimpse of herself in the copper mirror, her hair tousled and eyes still heavy with sleep. With a look of horror, she cradled her delicate face in her hands. Hair. How could she possibly style her hair? Typically, when she observed Chunya and Qiu Yi, they were adept with their nimble fingers, effortlessly crafting stunning hairstyles with just a few casual twists and turns. But how could she manage it herself? The young girl fumbled in front of the copper mirror, struggling with her disheveled locks resembling a bird's nest. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a ribbon hanging on the coat rack, and a spark of inspiration ignited within her. Grabbing an ivory comb, she hastily raked through her hair and carelessly fashioned a ponytail. Clutching a jade hairpin, she pondered for what felt like an eternity, unsure where to insert it. Ultimately, she haphazardly thrust it into the top of her head, emerging with a peculiar half-formed hairstyle before dashing out the door. How unkind of the academy. Why could they not allow maids to accompany their mistresses? Upon stepping outside, the girl suddenly remembered she had forgotten to wear her fur hat, and she shivered, hopping in place to stave off the cold. Just then, a creaking sound emanated from the opposite room as two figures emerged. The young girl found herself face to face with them, her eyes widening in recognition. Sister, is that the fourth miss of the Jiang family? Lu Lingxiu asked, momentarily taken aback, addressing a tall girl beside her. Lu Lingji smiled and nodded to Jiang Nai, realizing that the fourth miss of the Jiang family was also joining the academy. What a tumultuous journey life can be. As she surveyed the surroundings, Jiang Nai's eyes suddenly sparkled with delight. The architecture of this residence was exquisite. The spacious expanse around it undulated gracefully, with the wind blowing fiercely, evoking a sense of desolation and solitude. In this wretched place of study, it is no wonder that one's health deteriorates, and both academic and professional pursuits suffer. It is little surprise that one finds themselves in the lowest tier of the external academy. How delightful it is to embrace such a low-profile existence. In this environment, it seems that everyone, from the highest authority to the humblest of students, is merely going through the motions. Xin Yun cast a furtive glance at her elder brother, her eyes silently conveying a message. Brother, do you see? The young lady does not display an ounce of fear as you had hoped. Rather, she appears quite exhilarated. I told you she is no ordinary girl. When we encountered the troublesome girl at the foot of Baiyun Mountain, she remained unfazed. How could she possibly be intimidated by this desolate wilderness? Well, I have arrived. Please remain here, my friends. I shall take my leave. The young lady cheerfully waved her hand and dashed into the tall, wild grass, her figure vanishing from the sight of the three. Xin Yi's face darkened, his teeth clenched in frustration. Are you not going to escort her? He demanded. If any mishap occurs, I shall hold you accountable. Yes. A few shadows swiftly darted into the thicket. This person is truly perplexing, though he is evidently anxious. He cannot help but provoke the young lady into a fit of rage. The air of the Prince of Yun cleared his throat, a look of resignation on his face. Brother, we could indeed take the path over there. It is somewhat closer and paved with stones, unlike this uneven dirt road, which is uneven and surrounded by wild grass. Xin Yi snorted, saying nothing, and stormed off in anger. The Prince of Zhao and the heir of the Prince of Yun exchanged glances, sighing in exasperation. On the other hand, the little one joyfully leaped into the wild grass, frolicking with exuberance, occasionally plucking a blade of foxtail grass to sweep away the dust before her. The child came to a realization, whether happy or not, one must go through each day. Although attending the academy was not her original intention, she decided to carry on with a cheerful demeanor. Ideally, she hoped that Shun Yi, that pesky fellow, would refrain from bothering her with his incessant chatter. She would be immensely grateful for such a reprieve. As she brushed aside the wild grass, her foot inadvertently crushed a beetle that had crawled too close. The few shadowy attendants trailing behind her could only exchange bewildered glances, pondering what could possibly trouble their young mistress. Given the fearless nature of the fourth young miss, could she truly be intimidated by a few strands of wild grass? The young girl pushed through the tangled vegetation and emerged to find 4 boys of varying heights and builds lined up before her, all mimicking the posture of about to relieve themselves. Had she taken even a moment longer to emerge, one of the chubby ones might have inadvertently showered her. The girl's face turned pale, and the boys, upon noticing her expression, visibly flinched. She glanced at the nearby sign indicating the restroom, then, in a sudden burst of energy, delivered a kick to the belly of one of the chubby boys. The attendants exchanged awkward glances, uncertain whether to intervene. The girl unleashed a flurry of punches upon the boy, leaving him with a swollen head and howling in distress. Nearby, a slender boy, fair as a flower and timid as a willow, quivered and called out, "A little sister, please, don't hit anymore." Chapter 39. She was dreaming. The kitchen lady, observing the pleading gaze of the little one, inexplicably felt a sense of desperation, as if to say, "I cannot continue to argue with this little girl." In her heart, Jiang Nai scoffed at the academy's management. "It's still delicious, even if it's just a plain bun. Are you not the least bit ashamed or guilty for saying that?" She thought, "How about this? I'll give you 2 buns. But you must bring me 101 in meal vouchers later." The kitchen lady waved her hand in exasperation. The little girl, her eyes bright, pleaded, "Considering it's for His Highness, could you possibly give me 3 buns? 2 1 tea suffice." Having been pressured by the royal authority, the kitchen lady reluctantly nodded in agreement. The onlookers were left speechless. The little girl, now with her white buns and a serving of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, pitifully made her way to the nearby window to exchange for meal vouchers. 1,001 were exchanged for 1,000 vouchers. Yet the thought of consuming 300 vouchers for just one meal made Jiang Nai clutch her chest in pain. 301 and still not full, truly. The prices at this academy were outrageous. On the second day of enrollment, Jiang Nai began to long for the meat-filled wontons that cost merely 12 a bowl. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the academy's South Courtyard restaurant, the fourth young lady boasted to everyone that she had gained admission to the academy through connections with His Highness. She even urged the kitchen lady to, for the sake of His Highness, provide her with an extra white bun. With a swift motion, Shen-Yi snapped his chopsticks in half. The misty shadow bowed his head, not daring to breathe a word. Suddenly, Shen-Yun burst into laughter. Upon seeing his elder brother's disapproving gaze, he quickly cleared his throat, composed himself, and solemnly remarked, "The fourth young lady truly takes an unconventional path." The sight of his elder brother in a fit of indignation was a rare spectacle, for he had never witnessed such a vivid and furious expression upon his brother's countenance. The round, cherubic young girl had, within the span of merely half an hour, nearly obliterated her brother's lofty and ethereal image. One could easily envision the little girl perched at the dining table, her round eyes gleaming as she gazed at the cook, sweetly imploring, in consideration of His Royal Highness, "The Regent, might you spare me an extra bun?" Her intention was to provoke the prince into a fit of rage, hoping he would cast her out of the academy in a moment of fury. Shen-Yi offered a cold smile, dismissing her underestimation of his composure. The heir to the Prince of Yun expressed his exasperation, saying, "The fourth lady tells everyone that her brother is ahem, granting her special access to the academy, which does little to enhance his reputation." Suddenly, Shen-Yi's demeanor softened into a smile. His thin lips pursed, though the mirth did not reach the depths of his eyes, leaving his 2 younger brothers momentarily taken aback. After all, in their memories, their elder brother, known for his meticulous and stoic nature, had smiled but a handful of times throughout his life. Where was he now? He had an unsettling feeling that Lord Jiang might, once again, be unjustly implicated. After each vexation inflicted by the little girl, his brother would inevitably seek out Lord Jiang to vent his frustrations. Poor Lord Jiang remained blissfully unaware of the underlying issues, utterly perplexed as to why His Royal Highness regarded him with such disdain. It was time to confront her. "The arrival is not benevolent. I have no faith in your words. I haven't been complaining to you. You share a relationship filled with mutual affection. Jiang Darren is indeed a person of integrity, truly an upright official," Shen-Yi remarked in a nonchalant tone. "As for the dining expenses at this academy, I'm not lamenting to you. It is genuinely exorbitant. For a single meal, a bun paired with a portion of scrambled eggs, I spent 301. The young lady dashed to Shen-Yi's side, continuing her grievances before him. "Your Highness, you wouldn't understand the cost of living if you weren't managing it yourself. When I used to eat at a wonton stall, a bowl of entirely meat-filled wontons only cost 12 won. I could indulge in 2 bowls and still be satisfied. Shen Yi found himself at a loss for words and abruptly shifted the topic. Didn't you say you would read my fortune? Oh, indeed. The fee for the divination, as per the customary practice, is to be collected from His Majesty, the King? Yes. Shen Yun. The heir of the Prince of Yun chuckled softly. What would you like to inquire about, Your Highness? Let us see when my rival will encounter misfortune. Shen Yi cast a glance at the young lady. Retrieving a piece of jade pendant from his sleeve and tossing it before Jiang Xiaoxi with a thud. I heard from my younger brother that you could discern my precise location through divination. This is the belonging of that rival. Please divine it. Jiang Nai thought to herself. How childish you are, as she lifted the jade pendant and discreetly activated her celestial eye. Holding the pendant, a magnificent mansion suddenly materialized before her eyes. A group of individuals clad in black infiltrated the estate under the cover of night. A man clad in a white garment, his long black hair cascading down to his waist, suddenly emerged from the study, brandishing a sword. The strands of his hair danced in the wind, flowing like ripples in water, as he swiftly engaged in combat with the leader of the dark-clad figures. Jiang Nai, expressionless, cast a fleeting glance and instantly recognized the foremost figure among the black-clad men as the immature Regent Prince. The white-robed beauty, too, was familiar to her. He was none other than the eccentric lord who always appeared flustered in her presence, referred to as 9,000 years old. Thus, it appeared that Shen Yi regarded this esteemed demon lord as his adversary. The demon lord's social connections seemed rather dismal. A formidable demon reduced to the role of a eunuch within the palace, and embroiled with the Regent Prince? The scene flashed before her eyes, and Jiang Nai set aside the jade pendant in her hand, gazing at Shen Yi with a bemused expression. What? Unable to divine the outcome, Shen Yi curled his lips, seemingly eager to witness the little one's misfortune. Shall I consult the oracle for you? The young girl, with an earnest demeanor, produced a tortoise shell and copper coins from her pocket. After cleansing her hands, she solemnly cast her lot. The hexagram revealed was Kun below, Kin above, an unusual combination. The girl's expression grew increasingly peculiar as she fixed her gaze upon Shen Yi. Speak your mind, he urged, somewhat exasperated. This creature always challenged his patience with her enigmatic antics, a troublesome little being. Interpreting the hexagram, she noted that your relationship with this rival seems rather intricate. Shen Yi, although you appear to be locked in a dance of love and enmity, the reality is that you share a profound mutual appreciation, dependence, and intimacy. Both Shen Yun and the Crown Prince of Yunjin burst into laughter. Cease this at once, Shen Yi commanded, his expression darkening. What nonsensical drivel are you spouting? Do not give her any more coins for divination. Her readings are utterly inaccurate. The young girl has lost her integrity. It appears she has acquired a little ancestor. Surely, she cannot withstand this. She has voluntarily requested a transfer. Such extraordinary fortune seems to accompany her. No matter how one looks at it, there is something peculiar about her. This particular sister, who is being carried along by others, beams radiantly while greeting her bewildered classmates. Anyone foolish enough to stare at her is met with her enchanting smile, which leaves them blushing and unable to meet her gaze. Is this spirited sister the same headstrong and unreasonable girl from her past life? Her ability to attract admiration is becoming increasingly evident. Jiang Nai lowered her eyes, concealing the sarcasm hidden within, and chose not to acknowledge this flourishing sister. Once the lively group had passed, she lifted her head, coldly observing Jiang Nai's retreating figure. She had exerted immense effort to gain admission to the prestigious Jing Academy, hoping to connect with individuals who could aid her future, yet opportunities seemed elusive. And what of Jiang Nai? It appeared she obtained everything she desired with effortless ease. Furthermore, she was treated like a cherished daughter and eventually matched with. She was utterly unworthy of the captivating youth whose mere smile could enchant the masses, lacking even the qualifications to stand beside him. Jiang Nai exudes an aura of strangeness. Throughout, Jiang Nai could not fathom why this individual possessed such remarkable fortune. In this lifetime, Jiang Nai seems even more peculiar. Her temperament had transformed. She greeted everyone with a smile, as if a mere touch of sunlight could illuminate her entire day, becoming increasingly endearing. However, Jiang Nai found her peculiar, exuding an air of strangeness in every aspect. Was her talent for concocting potions and fragrances truly learned from the old Taoist at Baiyun Temple? Departing with heavy doubts, Jiang Nai furrowed her brow into a deep frown that lingered for quite some time. Jiang Nai was ushered into the classroom, surrounded by a throng of peers. Time was both limited and precious. These young individuals seemed to revel in squandering it on trivial matters. The sage's admonition rang clear. The students bowed in respect and hastily took their seats, and for a considerable duration until evening, nothing out of the ordinary transpired. Naturally, Jiang Nai indulged in a deep slumber until dismissal, delightfully squinting her eyes in contentment. There is no greater joy in life than a good sleep, satisfying meals, and efficient digestion. Eagerly, Jiang Nai arranged her small satchel, feeling the meal vouchers within, planning to find a decent dining hall for a delightful feast. Jiang, classmate. A voice, as faint as a whisper, emerged from behind her. Turning around, she beheld a strikingly beautiful and delicate youth, akin to a fragile flower, blushing and bashfully standing behind her. He stammered, "Classmates, I would like to invite you to a meal. I wonder if you would do me the honor?" Jiang Nai's eyes sparkled with excitement. She adored those who treated her to meals. Would it be a hearty serving? The others exchanged glances, nodding vigorously in agreement. "Well then, what are we waiting for? Let us go." Jiang Nai beamed, gesturing eagerly. "Where shall we dine? I have heard that the dishes at Nanyuan restaurant are exceptionally diverse. How about treating me to a delightful meal?" The crowd collectively rolled their eyes, questioning, "Why don't you just ascend to the heavens? My heart is indeed expansive. Aren't you afraid? Tell us a ghost story. It possesses an extraordinary quality that terrifies." The group observed the young girl's expression, noting her as if she were reminiscing. Lost in thought, her gaze distant and tinged with a hint of wistfulness. Naturally, Jiang Nai chuckled, tilting her head slightly to glance at them. Stories ought to culminate in harmonious and heartwarming conclusions, shouldn't they? Indeed, yes. Chang Shifang and the others nodded in agreement, yet inexplicably felt a sense of unease in their hearts, as if they were aware that this little girl was weaving a tale of deception, yet found themselves unable to refute her. Yu Jiwei let out a sharp scream. The others joined in with exclamations of surprise, followed by a flurry of complaints. "What is it, Yu Jiwei? Why are you causing such a ruckus?" I saw a shadow fly past from over there." Yu Jiwei clutched Chang Shifang's arm, trembling and raising her other hand. The group quickly huddled closer, their expressions wary as they gazed in the direction she indicated. Suddenly, with a flurry, a small bird darted from the tree and perched on the eaves of Wenyuan Pavilion. "That scared me to death. Please, don't be so easily startled. Humans can frighten each other into oblivion." Jiang Nai laughed heartily. The apparitions were tangible and visible to the naked eye, thus devoid of any real terror. What is truly frightening in this world are the unseen and intangible entities, such as the human heart. This individual exhaled like the fragrance of orchids. Softly uttering the final two words, their gaze fixated intently upon everyone. I am also full now. I shall also depart. The rest of the crowd hurriedly nodded in agreement. Thus, under Jiang Nai's eerie scrutiny, a group of students from Class Gui, terrified, stumbled over one another, supporting each other as they fled in a panic. TSK, such a timid disposition, and yet they dared to share ghost stories in her presence? Young Master Wen widened his misty eyes, retreating with a sense of grievance behind the towering figure of Zhou Weibiao. The chubby boy hastily stepped forward, positioning himself before them, stammering as he addressed Jiang Nai. Your courage is quite remarkable." "Indeed," Jiang Nai replied with a radiant smile, nodding slightly. "Young ladies like us from the village tend to possess considerable bravery." The chubby boy swallowed hard, his expression filled with apprehension as he regarded the young girl. It seemed as though she might transform into a vengeful spirit in an instant, lunging towards them. He wore an expression that conveyed, "If you dare to approach, I shall protect them with my life." The trio of young master Wen moved in unison with the chubby boy, taking tiny steps as they awkwardly maneuvered sideways, resembling crabs as they scuttled past Jiang Nai. Throughout this, Jiang Nai maintained her quiet, penetrating gaze upon the four of them, observing the tension etched upon the chubby boy's face. He felt as though he might lose his sanity. Truly, the young girl, spectral as a phantom, stood beside the flickering firelight, silently observing the quartet. Her gaze followed their lateral movements with a slow, deliberate precision. The incremental turning of her head resembled that of a wooden doll, her eyes eerily unsettling. The little girl called out to him in a childish voice, "If I don't tell you today, will you be unable to sleep? So you have obsessive-compulsive disorder." Startled by her sudden address, Shen Yi paused momentarily before reaching out to ruffle her hair. The girl hastily shielded her head, exclaiming, "Don't touch a young girl's head so casually." "Then why did you stroke that boy's head?" The girl, recalling her previous caress of the young Master Wind's head, was momentarily speechless. "Fussy," she huffed. "Do you still want to hear the end of the story? Speak." Jiang Nai closed the food box, drew up her legs, rested her chin in her hands, and gazed into the inky distance, where only a few faint starlight twinkled. Those born to be evil, especially those whose wickedness runs deep in their bones, can never truly repent. That Wang heir Matzi, after his death, transformed into a wisp of vengeful spirit, lingering near the village. One day, he encountered a sorcerer. The sorcerer inquired, "Do you wish to be resurrected? Do you desire eternal life? Do you seek ultimate power?" The price for all these gifts would be the lives of the entire village, including that of your parents. For his own selfish desires, Wang Ermatzi agreed to become the sorcerer's minion, a specter bound to serve day after day, year after year. 3 years passed, and his malevolent aura grew stronger as he assisted the sorcerer in extinguishing the lives of countless villagers. Even the newly born were not spared from his wrath. His father met a tragic end at his hands, while his mother and wife bore witness to the horrific carnage that befell their village, ultimately managing to escape the disaster. However, the trauma rendered his wife completely mad. His mother, along with her daughter-in-law, fled the mountain village and sought refuge deep within the mountains. They waited patiently for 10 long years, until finally, a traveling sorcerer appeared. On a night of torrential rain, an old woman with a single eye approached them, resembling a specter as she hobbled closer. Thud! Her rigid body collapsed to the ground, her knees striking the rocky earth with a dull thud. "O benevolent sorcerer, I implore you, save our village. If you assist me in subduing this abomination and vanquishing its soul, I, an old woman, will offer my life as recompense, aiding you in dispelling the karmic burdens of the souls slain. I beseech you, may this wretched being never find redemption in this life or the next. Not even a pig, dog, cow, sheep, nor any living creature should be spared. Even the smallest flower, tree, or insect should not be his." Jiang Nai embraced her knees, gazing into the distance, and softly uttered, "I cannot fathom the emotions of a mother, deeply devoted to her son, who beseeches a sorcerer to annihilate her child, rendering him eternally devoid of rebirth. Perhaps we, the ordinary folk, shall never comprehend such anguish." She declared that he should not even be afforded the chance to reincarnate as a mere pig, dog, or sheep, not even as a blade of grass, a tree, or an insect should he be granted existence. This individual must be obliterated from the fabric of the universe, never to be remembered for all eternity. Jiang Nai spoke with a tranquil demeanor, as if she could hear an echoing reprimand from the abyss. "Heaven and earth, the root of all energies, for divine spirits. 6 guardians, aid me in vanquishing the essence of evil and the forms of demons." Jiang Shaoxi seemed to envision herself amidst a torrential downpour, drawing forth an exorcising blade to pierce that solitary phantom, watching coldly as it dissipated into the ether. Chapter 40. A great loss. Jiang Nai cast a sharp glance at him, rose, and brushed off her garments as she slid towards the eaves. "I shall retire for the night. I must rise at the 3rd watch tomorrow. Do not disturb my slumber. Children who lack sleep do not grow tall at this age. Such a simple truth should be understood." How vexatious. Shun Yi reached out to tug at her, and upon seeing her turn her small head, he suddenly smiled at her. "What would you like for breakfast?" "Oh my, this youth's smile is exceedingly charming." Beneath the twinkling stars, his grin, as polished as jade, dazzled the eyes. The little girl, furrowing her delicate brows, gestured with her fingers, fish porridge, and 2-3 meat buns. Shun Yi gently tousled her hair, remarking that she had been affecting the airs of a refined young lady that morning, feigning satiety after only a few wontons. "Who are you trying to impress? I've always known you to have the appetite of a growing child." The following day, Qi Sha's voice, like an infernal echo, roused her with repeated calls of "Wake up! Wake up!" She bolted upright in bed, and Xiao Hui, resembling a spectral wanderer, shuffled towards the edge of the bed. Qi Sha, with a look of utter resignation, glanced at her young mistress. "Mistress, am I to rouse you in this manner every day?" Mistress is such a cumbersome appellation. Qi Sha's first 2 calls were gentle. The next 2 were more clamorous, and by the 5th and 6th, she was practically bellowing, finally dragging her young mistress from her slumber. Yet, this was not the most arduous part. The true challenge lay in rousing the young mistress from her semi-conscious state, only for her to roll over and fall back asleep. It was utterly exasperating. Yes, Jiang Nai mumbled, casually smoothing her face and fussing with her hair in front of the mirror, yawning deeply. Suddenly, there was a stir near the window. Jiang Nai hurried over, eagerly taking a red-lacquered wooden food box into her hands and opening it. Inside was steaming fish porridge, its aroma filling the air. She promptly devoured a good portion of it, wrapped 3 meat buns to stow in her bosom, and finished the remaining porridge. After placing the empty food box on the windowsill, she dashed outside. Oh dear, I didn't sleep very soundly last night. Looking in the mirror this morning, I feel somewhat wan. She wondered how her endearing classmates were faring. The thought of seeing those mischievous little ones again filled Jiang Nai with a surge of excitement. Delightful. In the absence of onlookers, the figure accelerated, darting like a wisp of smoke toward the desolate courtyard of Class Gue. My dear classmates, behold. The little ancestors have arrived. A voice rang out, and the attention of the many students in Class Gue converged upon the 4 individuals entering through the classroom door. When Yi and his companions, yawning, ambled into the classroom, only to be met with the sight of their peers, each sporting dark circles under their eyes. Gazing intently at them, Yigu, Xiaotian, you all, didn't sleep well either? The crowd remarked, their expressions peculiar. These individuals were renowned for their audacity, remaining unfazed even in the face of calamity. Yet, it appeared that even they had been startled into a sleepless night by the little girl, now displaying evident signs of fatigue. The pudgy Pang Pang, in exasperation, exclaimed, do you even know what we are? We are fat. When Yi interjected, Pang Pang abruptly fell silent, pouting in annoyance. As for the mysterious little girl, it seemed she would no longer dare to provoke the little ancestors. Upon leaning against the railing and smiling, a subordinate reported that indeed, near Lijiaten, there were the villages of Wangjia Village and Fangjigu. However, Wangjia Village did not harbor the individual known as Wang or Matzi, as described by the girl. Thus, it suggests that Wang or Matzi may well be a figment of the girl's imagination. The entire narrative, it appears, might simply be a tale. Shen Yi sat at his desk, long silent. Wei Kishua poured a cup of tea and offered it to him with a gentle smile, asking, what are you pondering? Yigu, the little trickster holds many secrets. Shen Yi raised his hand to accept the teacup, speaking with a calm demeanor. Wei Qianxue seated herself opposite him, expressing her helplessness. It's hard to say. That young girl is merely fabricating a frightening ghost story, likely to terrify the students of Class Gue. Shen Yi shook his head. The way she narrated her tales was so convincing. It hardly resembled mere storytelling, but rather seemed to be drawn from direct experience. One could not afford to let their guard down around her. This troublesome girl always found a way to stir up trouble. Even a moment's inattention was inadvisable. Mistress Wuing twitched her lips slightly before turning to leave. It became evident to her that her master bore a grudge against the young lady. On this day, Class Gue relocated to a new dormitory. The students, brimming with excitement, joyfully transported their belongings, as if they were celebrating the new year. Along the way, they encountered several other students, who greeted the members of Class Gue enthusiastically. Oh, you are moving to Hengyuan? I have heard the environment there is quite pleasant. It's just average, came the reply. It cannot compare to the picturesque scenery of your class, Kuyuan. Yu Jiwei stifled a giggle, pursing her lips. Don't be coy now, don't take advantage and act innocent. You are unaware. I hear that upon your Class Gue's move to Hengyuan, the students from classes Jigen, Xinjia, and Ruan are absolutely furious. Indeed, it's quite absurd that your Class Gue, which ranked last, is now elevated above them, studying in such a splendid dormitory. Bah, who taught you to speak so carelessly? Chang Shifang shot a glare at the speaker. What do you mean by last? Come on, let us go? The gossiping female student pouted and muttered softly. They were last, after all. Turning her head, she noticed a petite young girl scurrying over, clutching several books. The frigid wind howled, causing the girl's ponytail to sway back and forth as her short legs propelled her forward with surprising agility. Good afternoon, 4th Mississippi. Good afternoon. 4th Mississippi greetings, everyone. Jiang Nai chirped, waving her small hand as she greeted those around her. From the distant Filiu pavilion, Wei Nanxue remarked with a smile. It seems the 4th Miss is quite popular. Indeed, replied the Prince Zhao, leaning against the railing, unable to suppress his amusement. Look, brother, someone is even presenting the 4th Miss with flowers. Shen Yi promptly rose to his feet and strode towards the balustrade. Wei Nanxue chuckled and followed him. In the path between the trees, the young girl, her face tilted and beaming, accepted a wildflower from someone, and held it in her small fist, shaking it gently. Xinyun burst into laughter and suddenly called out, "Fourth miss, fourth miss." Jiang Nai faintly heard Prince Zhao's voice calling her name. She looked around, and Prince Zhao continued, "Up here, fourth miss, look up." Jiang Nai turned her head and gazed upwards, spotting 4 young men in pristine white academy uniforms standing by the railing of the distant pavilion, their eyes meeting hers. Apart from the perpetually stoic Shani, their faces were adorned with smiles, their eyes crinkling in amusement. In the realm of celestial conflict, one may ponder whether fortune or misfortune is at play. A sense of trepidation envelopes me. Do you intend to bully this frail and unprotected maiden? A few sycophants raised their chins, nostrils flaring at Lien Xiaodian and his companions, and wisely made way for the third master. "You rascals, do not obstruct the path. Step aside swiftly. Surrender the diminutive figure behind you." I was unaware that the academy had begun to admit children of such tender years, Han Tong remarked with crossed arms, amusement evident in his tone. "Do not tarry in yielding to the third young master." The stout fellow's eyes flickered with indignation. "Do not go too far. What do you mean by this? You, rotund wretch, dare to challenge our third master?" One of the sycophants rolled up his sleeves and charged at Pang Pang, only to be intercepted by Zhou Weibiao, who raised a hand to block the assault. Lien Xiaodian let out a cold laugh, cautioning against seeking unnecessary trouble. "Han Tong, while others may fear the illustrious reputation of your Korean duke's residence, it does not imply we share that fear." "Oh, what an audacious claim." Han Tong surveyed them with a skeptical gaze, directing his inquiry toward the sycophants. Alas, the group lacked the capacity for contemplation, exchanging bewildered glances before clamoring, "Third young master." They surely lack significance. Their faces are unfamiliar. They are likely just the sons of wealthy merchants. Han Tong conceded, observing that they indeed did not appear to bear any noble lineage. He boldly shouted at Lien Xiaodian and his companions, "Step aside. Today, I shall not trouble you. My sights are set on her." Jiang Nai peeked out from behind the chubby figure, gazing pitifully at Han Tong, her voice trembling as she implored, "Are you all conspiring to bully me, a frail and helpless maiden, delicate as a flower and as fragile as paper?" When Yi and his companions were thoroughly repulsed by the girl's exaggerated self-description, they longed to dismiss her entirely. Yet the loathsome demeanor of the Korean noble's third son was even more unbearable. "What of it? Who told you to be so short?" jeered a few sycophants, erupting in laughter, when Xiaogongzi was rendered speechless by the girl's pointed remarks. Meanwhile, Lien Xiaodian and his companions were equally disturbed by Jiang Xiaonai's pitiable expression, which seemed to teeter on the brink of tears. In her theatricality, the girl appeared oblivious to her own embarrassment, leaving others to feel it instead. "What did you say?" Han Tong's anger surged. He despised being reminded of his short stature, a fact that was painfully evident as he stood a full head shorter than his peers. Jiang Nai continued to stoke the flames, adding, "If he is a shorty, then you are a great, big shorty." The laughter erupted uncontrollably from Wen Yi and his friends. The girl was quite mischievous, intentionally poking at the very insecurities that afflicted him. You wretched girl, come out. Don't hide behind there, trembling in fear. I assure you, if you step forward obediently now, I might just spare your life." Jiang Nai's round, expressive eyes widened in astonishment, her hands covering her small mouth as she exclaimed with utmost drama, You intend to kill someone to silence them?" 357 Your Highness. "Someone is out to murder me. Please commence your performance," she continued. "He claims you are insignificant," they said, "and that he dares not retaliate against you." The news reverberated like thunder. Perhaps it was born of wicked intentions? Thinking of my elder brother-in-law makes me want to strike him. The admonition from Your Highness. Indeed, as Master Jiang stepped into the courtyard of the Chiu family, he spotted Mrs. Chiu approaching with a throng of women, their demeanor fierce and determined, seemingly intent on heading to the front yard. "What troubles you, madam?" Master Jiang swiftly intercepted his irate wife. "I heard that our in-laws have come bearing gifts to apologize." I was about to confront him. Master Jiang hurriedly blocked his wife's path, donning a forced smile. "Ah, you, a woman of the inner chambers. Why would you meet the old duke? It is not as if the Duchess herself is present." His wife's stance resembled a leader rallying her cohort of women to confront the duke. Fortunately, he managed to stop her, otherwise it could have caused quite the embarrassment for the duke. Are you still concerned for his dignity? If he truly valued it, he would not have raised such 2 wretched creatures. One bullies my daughter Fuer, while another bullies me, Nai Nai. What audacity! Qiushi bellowed at Lord Jiang. The old master Jiang trembled in fear of his wife. He sensed that as her health improved, her temper grew increasingly fiery. My dear, please calm down. Do not allow your anger to compromise your well-being, he implored, stepping closer to offer solace. Qiushi furiously shook off his hand, exclaiming, is this duke truly sincere? Coming to apologize for Fua? It turns out, after all this time, it is merely because his son has once again tormented my Nai. Do they consider the Jiang family to be without defenders? Absolutely not, my dear, absolutely not, Lord Jiang reassured, grasping his wife's hand as they strolled into the garden. Today, the Duke has come specifically to apologize to us. I have inquired, and it seems that young Master Han has endured a most grievous beating, leaving him with nary a sound spot on his backside. He is quite humiliated. Qiushi scoffed, dismissing his words with a scornful retort. He deserves it. If his son were to conduct himself with propriety and decorum, how could such a situation arise? I lament for my daughter. As she spoke, tears escaped her eyes. What sin must I have committed in my past life to be burdened with such disarray among my in-laws? If it weren't for Fuer, I would gladly forego this connection. Lord Jiang nodded vigorously, comforting his wife. Indeed, we all consider the children, do we not? My dear, there is no need for such fury. Young Master Han has indeed faced his comeuppance. I have heard that his injuries will keep him bedridden for at least 2 to 3 months. Qiu murmured. I cannot help it. I am worried about our daughter. The days are growing colder. Tomorrow, I will send Chunya and Qiu Yi over. Isn't that just absurd? Jiang, the elder master, replied, exasperated. It has been stated that the academy is entirely enclosed. Regardless of their noble backgrounds, all the children are alone. There is no one to accompany them or serve them. Qiu, covering her mouth, began to weep. But can I at least send some pastries and winter clothing for her? Jiang, overwhelmed, exclaimed, fine. Tomorrow I shall have Jiang Li take them over. It's merely a trifling matter. Why the tears? You gentlemen simply do not understand, she lamented. Our daughter is so young and should not be sent so far away to be confined at the academy. She has always been accustomed to a life of ease, lounging on soft beds and pillows, and has never experienced such hardships even at her maternal grandparents' home. She does not even know how to comb her hair or where to button her clothes. How will she endure such trials? It pains me to think of it. As Qiu spoke, her heart ached further, and she covered her face and cried. Jiang, with his gaze turned skyward, could not restrain himself from saying, my dear wife. You must not spoil her so. You have indulged her to the point where she is oblivious to the world and unaccustomed to toil. Now, merely sending her to the capital for an education has left you in such distress. In a few years, she will surely be married off to another family, and you may end up with a head full of gray hair from worry. Qiu, crying, pushed her husband's hand away and ignored him. Jiang de Laoi sighed in exasperation, pulling his wife's hand over to him, and gently reassured her, very well. Tomorrow let Jiang Li escort them to see our daughter and also deliver 2,000 taels of silver. Surely, this will put your mind at ease. The academy is not devoid of laborers. Money can accomplish much. If it requires a bit more silver, so be it. We cannot allow our daughter to suffer. I find her quite clever. How could she possibly fare poorly? The following morning, Jiang Nai received a notification from the academy stating that a carriage had been dispatched to deliver goods. She hastily summoned 2 laborers from the academy to greet the arrival at the front gate. From a distance, Jiang Li spotted a small round figure dashing towards him. A broad smile illuminating his face. Spring Bud, Autumn Leaf, the young lady has arrived. Spring Bud, Autumn Leaf lifted the carriage curtain, joyfully leaping down and waving through the intricately carved gate. Young lady, young lady. The round little girl, with her short legs, hurried to the 2 and beamed. Is everything well at home? Indeed, all is well. Jiang Nai promptly instructed the gatekeeper to open a small side door, and the 3 exchanged warm handshakes. Jiang Li then called upon the 2 laborers to unload the items packed in the carriage. Your mother is concerned that you might not have proper meals or restful sleep at the academy, so she sent you freshly made bedding, some winter clothes, and various treats. He explained. Young lady, have you faced any hardships at the academy? What hardships could I possibly face? The little girl pouted, recalling how she had been pressed by Shun Yi to study for half the day the previous afternoon. Her expression darkened slightly. I am quite well, allowing my grandmother and mother to rest easy. Jiang Nai grasped the hands of both and inquired about the family's condition, asking if grandmother had been sleeping well lately and if mother had ceased her coughing. Everything is splendid, indeed. When you departed, Was it not the case that the Jiang Yao family was exposed? Subsequently, the elderly matriarch took charge, restoring the household affairs to Our Lady. She also mentioned that the health of the eldest branch has improved significantly, and it is time for her to share the responsibilities. The lady of the third branch had initially thought that the power within the household would finally rest in her hands, but who could have anticipated? Miss. You should have seen the expression on the third lady's face at that moment. Jiang Nai nodded in agreement and asked, by the way, did you manage to buy some sunflower seeds, peanuts, and walnuts for me from Changming Street? Qiu Yi smiled broadly and replied, Sister Chunyan mentioned that you must be longing for the snacks from Changming Street. When we came, we took a detour to purchase quite a few, and we even brought you 2 bowls of meat-filled dumplings. The young girl burst into laughter. Null 375 spoke audaciously. Null 376 urged, why don't you go and spar with the little ice cube? His Highness Prince Zhao smiled faintly, diverting the conversation. Alas, speaking of that little one, why have I not seen her? Did not my elder brother mention that she departed early this morning? With such an extravagant affair, she cannot possibly be absent. The Crown Prince of the Yun family chuckled as he walked alongside him, having already dispatched someone to inquire, yet indeed, she was nowhere to be found. Prince Zhao pursed his lips in amusement, pondering, that round little girl is the true darling, a darling who often vexes my elder brother to no end. The thought brought him such delight that he could not help but chuckle to himself. The Crown Prince of the Yun family glanced at him and said helplessly, shall we send someone to search for her again? Prince Zhao nodded, smiling as he inquired, I heard yesterday that Brother Wei seems to be coming today as well. Indeed. The Crown Prince of the Yun family replied, Brother Wei mentioned that there is a particular herb among the auction items that he wishes to acquire. If it has caught Brother Wei's interest, it must surely be something extraordinary. Indeed. The two continued to converse and laugh as they strolled forward, while Liang Yin disregarded Fang Geng's earlier boastful remarks and quickly followed suit. Zhang Xiaoxi sat in the third-floor box, her face clearly displaying her displeasure, puffing her cheeks in frustration as she stuffed a piece of cake into her mouth. Initially, she had planned to enjoy her time alone in the quiet of the second-floor elegant room, free to capture whatever she desired and purchase whatever caught her fancy. However, she was summoned to the third-floor box by the esteemed Lord Jiao Qiansui. The irked young lady found everything about Lord Jiao Qiansui rather disagreeable. The latter sat across from her, propping her chin on one hand, gazing at her with a smile. Darling, what vexes you? Does my presence truly bring you such displeasure? Jiang Nai huffed. Oh, great demon lord, are you truly so idle as to have nothing better to do? If so, why not go spar with that little ice cube instead? What brings you here to bother me? The ancient figure murmured, little ice cube? A look of sudden realization crossed his face. Oh, you mean that Shun Yi, the little rascal? Jiang Nai tried to suppress her laughter as she fixed her gaze on the ancient figure, before bursting into giggles. What do you call him? Shen Yi, the little rascal. Shen Yi, the annoying brat. Shen Yi, the pesky fiend. Jiang Nai laughed heartily. The ancient figure cast a sorrowful glance at Jiang Nai, lamenting, my dear, you cannot possibly know. That little scoundrel disturbed my slumber in the dead of night, leading a band to my abode with the intent to slay me. He even managed to scratch me with his blade. It hurt terribly. Fortunately, I possess protective demonic powers, which spared my essence from harm. Otherwise, what would I have done? You must have provoked him in court. When have I ever provoked him? The ancient figure protested. I assure you, darling, if I were to encounter him on the street, I would ignore him entirely. Jiang Nai burst into laughter again. Let me tell you, great demon lord, if I were to see him on the street, I too would turn a blind eye. Indeed, how insufferable. The ancient figure's eyes sparkled with mischief as he smiled at Jiang Nai. For some reason, the sight of his wooden expression makes me want to strike him. I feel the same way. A burst of laughter resonated through the grand hall, followed by the resonant sound of drums. The auction, jointly organized by the illustrious Xiangjin Cave and the Prosperous Wealth Alliance, is now commencing. The first item up for bid is a single stalk of silk-wrapped ice plains grass, starting at a price of 1 diamond coin. This remarkable plant enhances the natural power of ice attribute manipulators by a modest 1%. I surmise he cannot recognize. A celestial grade spiritual treasure. I shall assist you with that. A peculiar inclination? My lord, His Majesty summons you urgently. Very well. Lord Jiansui approached the door, then suddenly turned back, his eyes sparkling with mirth as he gently winked at her, reminding her to keep him in her thoughts. Dear one. Oh dear, this mischievous spirit. His smile, radiant like a dazzling pearl, is still so irreverent despite being hundreds, if not thousands, of years old. Closing the door, Lord Jixiansui descended the staircase. A young hidden guard trailing closely behind whispered, "My lord, numerous concealed individuals have been detected around the auction venue. Some belong to the Martial Guild, lying in wait to hunt down a member ranked 78th, known as the Thousand-Handed Demon Lord." Lord Jixiansui paused momentarily, yet did not halt his descent. "Any others?" "They are a group that was recently observed scouting near the villa. Have their identities been established?" "They appear to be the same individuals responsible for the abduction of Prince Yuzair, Shin Shaoran." "The Phantom Mercenary Group?" The esteemed 9,000 years paused in his stride, a light chuckle escaping his lips as he mused. "Indeed, what a reckless lot. How dare they disturb the grounds of the Tai Sui and set their sights on the auction house? Have they been apprehended?" The hidden guard nodded. "Indeed, my lord. They have all been confined to the dungeon, and we are preparing to administer strict interrogation, but their lips remain tightly sealed. The occupation of the auction house and the ensuing plunder appear merely a fragment of their broader scheme." Mr. Zhou speculated. "Do you believe they possess an ulterior motive?" The 9,000 years was taken aback, casting a puzzled glance at the hidden guard. "Is that so?" Unable to contain his amusement, the 9,000 years remarked, "Oh, how fascinating. I initially thought their abduction of the Prince Yuzair was merely a pretext to scout the auction venue." He continued, "Had they not seized the heir, this affair would likely not have escalated to such proportions, alarming the current ruler and stirring up a tempest throughout the city. Might it be possible that they are directly targeting Shin Shaoran?" "Surely not," the hidden guard replied, exasperation evident on his face. "The heir scarcely ventures out. He spends his days either sequestered in the academy or confined within the walls of his home, engrossed in his studies. Who could he possibly offend?" "Indeed," mused the 9,000 years, descending the stairs. "Shin Shaoran is quite a striking figure, wouldn't you agree?" "What is it that you imply, my lord? Could it be that some members of the Phantom Mercenary Corps harbor peculiar inclinations?" "My lord, please be serious." The hidden guard could not suppress a roll of his eyes. The heir's noble status as the prized jewel of the Prince Yu's residence renders him beyond the reach of such thoughts. "Are you truly tired of living? Or do you not fear being torn apart by the old prince? Have you not noticed the intentions directed towards the royal family?" According to the esteemed gentleman's words, the members of the royal lineage seem to be quite well off. Could it be that they too have become targets? The venerable official curled his lips. Since they have apprehended someone, they might as well inquire further about this matter. One word can encapsulate it: an unparalleled absurdity. It appears that the fourth young lady has been abducted by nefarious individuals. In a reckless act, rumors were spread. She instructed Mama Su to use silver to disseminate these rumors. "What rumors?" Jiang Nai widened her eyes, her expression one of incredulity. "The rumor claims that the fourth young lady has been taken by a serial killer, her innocence and life hanging by a thread." Jiang Nai felt a wave of darkness wash over her. She reached out to steady herself against a nearby pillar, barely managing to remain upright. Is mother truly out of her mind? Has she completely abandoned all reason? The fourth sister is not yet 7 years old. To fabricate such slander against a mere child. Even Jiang Nai sensed that dire consequences were imminent. Moreover, if the reputation of the fourth young lady of the Jiang family were to be tarnished, how could the reputations of the other young ladies in the household fare any better? Mother has truly lost her senses. The lady has long ceased to care about such matters. Zhu wept softly. Earlier, she had sent Mama Su to negotiate with the prison guards of the Dali Temple, spending a considerable amount of silver, reportedly in the presence of that serial killer. She also divulged the truth to that felon. What truth? Jiang Nai felt dizzy spells, sensing her voice was almost forced out between her teeth. It's that the portrait of the felon in the Grand Master's hand was created by our fourth Mississippi mother. Su Chong secretly told the perpetrator of the serial homicides about this. Just now, a spy that the second madam placed in the Grand Master's courtyard sent back a message. It said that the felon had escaped halfway and seemed to be going to find our fourth Mississippi. Jiang Nai collapsed to the ground with a thud. All her strength drained away. Only one thought remained in her mind. It's over. It's over. It's over. If this matter were to be exposed, then her mother would not just be dealt with by the grandmother with a beating. This involves a serial homicide case and the serious crime of a fugitive escaping. And the entire Jiang family may not be able to bear it. Mother's life is probably, besides you and Su Chong, who else knows about this? Jiang Nai gripped Suiji's hand tightly, glaring at her fiercely, like a ferocious beast about to devour her. No, no one else, only the second madam, and you, miss, no. Sueji was almost crying. She knew that whether this matter succeeded or not, she would inevitably not get any benefit. As Jiang Yaosher's close maidservant, if Jiang Yaosher had an accident, then she would die even if she didn't want to. You must keep what you said today stuck in your throat, and you are not allowed to say a word in the future, do you hear me? No matter who comes to ask, you must not say a word. You must dare to reveal the truth. You, your father, your mother, including your siblings, and even your infant nephew, shall all meet their demise. Yes, yes, miss, I dare not utter a single word, not even a syllable. Chuiji wept, her body trembling uncontrollably. Jiang Yinxin rushed into Jiang Yaosher's chamber, lifting her skirts, forcefully pushing the door shut behind her. She gazed at Jiang Yaosher, who lay reclined on the bed, slightly raising her head. Enraged, Jiang Yinxin lunged forward, kicking over a nearby vase, then seized a porcelain cup from the table and smashed it with fervor. After wreaking her havoc, she departed without uttering a single word, leaving Jiang Yaosher seething with fury. The girl felt like a specter, an unsettling presence. Turn around and behold, they stand right behind you. Very well, let me show you them. The fourth young lady has made her name in the capital. She began earnestly brushing away the cobwebs from the statue of the Bodhisattva, cleansing her hands afterward with meticulous care. With both hands, the young girl supported the statue, placing it back in its rightful position before offering 3 vegetables and 3 fruits. Yet, the lower half of the statue had long since crumbled, leaving only a fragment behind. From the picturesque mountain dwelling, she retrieved a hoe and dug vigorously in front of the altar, creating a deep pit after several efforts. Jiang Nai donned a pair of gloves and patiently collected the bones, meticulously sorting through them with great care. As she turned her gaze, she beheld the 23 ethereal white spirits, each prostrating themselves upon the ground, incessantly bowing their heads in reverence, yet only able to emit peculiar hissing sounds. Jiang Nai nodded solemnly and spoke. You ought to express your gratitude to the Bodhisattva for his compassionate heart. It is precisely due to the subtle radiance of the Buddha's light enveloping you that you have not transformed into vengeful spirits. I am not one to adhere to rigid conventions. Since grievances have their origins and debts their owners, let you seek your retribution. Now that you have avenged your wrongs and fulfilled your desires, you should henceforth remain unburdened. Your remains shall be attended to, come dawn. The authorities will notify your families for proper interment. Is there any dissent? The spirits collectively shook their heads. Had they possessed physical forms, they would have bowed their heads in fervent gratitude, creating a resounding echo. The spirits crawled forward, once again offering their heartfelt thanks to the half-buried statue of the Buddha. Now, remain quietly to the side while I complete the incantations and draw the talismans. Then you may embark on your journey. The night gradually deepened into a somber darkness. Unbeknownst to Jiang Shaoxi, chaos reigned in the capital as frantic searches were underway for her. The populace, sensing impending dread, had imposed a curfew even before nightfall. The regent led a contingent scouring the streets, his countenance grim. The night watch had apprehended yet another group of individuals discussing the abduction of the 4th young lady of the Jiang family in a tea house. Even the emperor's elite guards, the Yin-Yang, had taken to the streets searching for this 4th young lady of the Jiang family. The common folk were oblivious to the circumstances. Yet the name of the 4th young lady of the Jiang family had spread like wildfire throughout the capital. Unbeknownst to her, the 4th young lady had unwittingly become the talk of the high society in the capital city. At this moment, Si Gunyang completed reciting the rebirth mantra 99 times. After incinerating the talisman paper, she formed a mudra with her hands and chanted fervently, "Diligently cultivate the path of the great law. Earnestly feel the essence of the dark and yellow transformations." A beam of golden light suddenly manifested before the gathered souls, gradually expanding into an elliptical halo. "Quickly enter," exclaimed Jiang Shaoxi, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. The ethereal beings immediately knelt and bowed before her, and with another sharp command from Jiang Nai, they scurried inside. As the 23 spirits swiftly departed, the golden halo contracted into a narrow slit, vanishing with a whoosh before Jiang Nai's eyes. Jiang Shaoxi then coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed onto the ground. Sighing in relief, she leaned against the altar and wiped the blood from her lips. Murmuring to herself, to send so many souls at once it was still too much to bear. Suddenly, her master appeared at her side. glancing over the scattered items on the ground in surprise. Chapter 19. I hereby decree that you shall become a nun. Enraged, the figure bared his teeth, heedless of the consequences as he yanked at the small ice block's hair. If you make me bald, I shall immediately command you to retire to Tsiun Temple and live your life as a little nun, forever devoid of hair. You are so childish. Jiang Nai, infuriated, pressed her hand to her chest, her face contorting in a near-faint expression of exasperation. How frustrating. I should never have allowed you to leave the mountain dwelling alive. Humph. Consider this bowl of wontons confiscated as your punishment. Shun-Yi maintained a stoic expression, his handsome face devoid of emotion, stating, if you ever place yourself in danger again, you shall be deprived of snacks for an entire month. You. Jiang Nai's little nose was almost crumpled with anger as her chubby fingers pointed at him, her face a canvas of indignation. How venomous you are, she exclaimed. What nonsense about danger? Where is the danger? Shun-Yi, with a frosty demeanor, pinched her little face and said, I am a man of my word. What do you mean by that? Jiang Nai paused, her gaze fixated on the elixir suddenly presented to her lips, momentarily taken aback. Did she not have a clear understanding of her own feelings? Without hesitation, Shun-Yi forcefully pressed the medicine into her mouth. The pill dissolved instantly. Being a premium restorative, it was indeed beneficial for her depleted vitality. However, his rough and unloving method incited a profound sense of outrage within Jiang Nai, who would feed a child medicine in such a manner, forcefully shoving it into their mouth. This cold, unfeeling blockhead truly was a solitary figure devoid of affection. Shun-Yi, indifferent to her ire, hopped onto a nearby eave, settling himself down while asking, is there anywhere else that feels uncomfortable? No, the young girl huffed, recalling the earlier incident where he had thrust the medicine into her mouth, casting him several disdainful glances. Shun-Yi lifted a hand to wipe away a speck. The girl's nose twitched as she caught a whiff of the familiar aroma of wonton broth, her gaze drifting to the bowl in his hand. Eagerly, she extended her tiny hands to receive it. Shun-Yi raised the bowl slightly higher, maintaining a stoic expression as he inquired, are you still angry? Jiang Nai promptly shook her head. Will you deceive me again in the future? She asked, shaking her head once more. Finally, she eagerly accepted the bowl, lifted the lid, and took a sip of the steaming broth. Her eyes sparkled with delight. It was indeed the flavor she adored, and the heat only enhanced its appeal. In the evening, someone deliberately spread unfavorable rumors about you. Did you know? Jiang Nai nodded. The young girl cradled a warm bowl of food, alternating between bites of wontons and sips of soup, nodding her little head as she ate. Suddenly, the sound of rustling garments glided past. A man, clad entirely in a black night cloak and mask, revealing only a pair of pitch-black eyes, leaped effortlessly from the eaves and landed right before them. He gazed at them in bewilderment, his eyes fixating on the wonton in the girl's spoon, and asked vacantly, is it delicious? He then cupped his hands in a gesture of respect, bidding farewell with until we meet again. In an instant, he sipped past them. Jiang Nai noticed a bulging package slung over his shoulder, heavy enough to slightly bend his otherwise straight posture. Shun-Yi twitched the corner of his eye, both amused and exasperated, tapping her on the head. You silly girl, why greet a thief? Jiang Yao was utterly flustered by these ruffians, and in a moment of anger, she blurted out without thinking. The moment the words escaped her lips, she realized her mistake. She turned to see Jiang Jixiang, his eyes bulging like saucers, staring at her with an intensity that rendered him speechless for a while. No, that is not what I meant, Jiang Yao said, her voice trembling with anxiety as she attempted to defend herself. However, Han, standing nearby, burst into laughter. Oh, sister-in-law, your malicious intent is so evident that it's almost a confession. What grievance do you have against the fourth miss that would compel you to act in such a manner? Oh dear. Conspiring with the perpetrators of a series of heinous murders, plotting to harm the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family. Such are the gravest of crimes. You speak nonsense. I did not. Jiang Yao protested vehemently. What do you mean you did not? You just confessed yourself. Was it not you who provided the 100 taels of silver to bribe those who spread the rumors? Haha. What is the difference between the money given by Su Chong and that given by Jiang Yao? There is absolutely no distinction. Jiang Yao's attempts to extricate herself from this scandal were utterly futile. You shall not wrong me, she exclaimed, her face trembling with rage as she pointed an accusatory finger at Han and Xiao. Can the words of these ruffians hold any weight? You can't simply drag a few people off the street and claim I am responsible. If you seek to drive me to my death, then just say so. Drive you to your death? Jiang Fuqi slammed his palm down on the sturdy wooden table. If you are innocent, why do all the evidence point towards you? Master, please see the truth. When this woman first provided us with the 100 taels, we did not touch a single coin. All remains here. There is also a note left by her, instructing us to find more people to spread the rumors promptly. One bruised ruffian hurriedly stepped forward, retrieving a money pouch from his bosom. You speak falsehoods. Jiang Yao was overwhelmed with anxiety, yearning to rush forward and seize the moment. However, Xiao had already taken the initiative, snatching the note with trembling hands. After a brief glance at the paper, she pointed an accusatory finger at Jiang Yao, exclaiming vehemently, "We have both eyewitnesses and physical evidence. Do you still wish to persist in your deceit? What witnesses? What evidence? Can the words of these ruffians be trusted? All the silver in the realm looks alike. How can you claim that this is mine? And what of that so-called note? Have you compared the handwriting? You simply assert that it was I who provided it. Your Honor, I bring news from the Dali Temple. The 2 jailers who accepted bribes have confessed entirely, identifying Granny Sue as the one who disguised herself to visit the prison that day. Granny Sue has confessed as well, revealing that all actions were instigated by the second madam. The 3 individuals have been detained and are awaiting their fate. The minister of Dali Temple has brought a contingent to our residence, claiming they intend to apprehend the second madam for questioning. Jiang Yao collapsed to the ground, her limbs beginning to falter in disarray. How could this matter have escalated to the Dali Temple? Why? Why had she not only failed to bring Jiang Nai down, but also risked her own life and reputation? What more can you possibly say? Qiu's voice rose in fury, her grip on Jiang Nai trembling. What wrong has my daughter committed against you, that you would treat her, a mere child, in such a manner? Indeed, second sister-in-law, what hidden truths do you possess? Do share with us. 408 Nay, allow her to speak. 409 Fate has denied her such indulgence. 410 Dismay. 411 Utterly dumbfounded. 412 Apprehension. 413 Deeply unnerved. 414 Is the betrothal genuine? Lady Han clutched at Lu Mama's hand, beckoning the elder to assist her to a seat. As she settled, a tremor ran through her, her legs threatening to buckle. Were it not for the crone's firm grip, Lady Han would have collapsed then and there. Stunned, she sat, memories flooding back of her past skirmishes with Jiang Yao, sure of the latter's schemes and overbearing nature. A character never one to suffer a slight. Gone in less than a night. Her thoughts, a maelstrom of melancholy and fear, left her with a bitter, indescribable taste. Jiang Nan slumbered until midday, roused by Chun Ye's gentle prodding. My lady, sweet lady, pray awaken. Your Highness and company have arrived and await you in the forecourt. Jiang Nan, seizing the quilt, buried her head in protest. Was it not agreed we depart afternoon? Why the haste to the academy at such an hour? Alas, my lady, during your repose, momentous events have transpired. Haste now, for a gathering awaits your presence. Casting aside the covers, Jiang Nan sat upright, her orbs fixing upon Chunya before striking her brow. She suddenly recalled that there were indeed pressing matters to attend to and could no longer afford to linger in slumber. Quickly, assist me with changing and freshening up. The little one bounced out of bed, rolled up her sleeves, and exclaimed, What is the situation outside? As dawn broke, news arrived from the palace. It was said that a close attendant of His Majesty, the esteemed eunuch Fucking, had discreetly taken action to handle the matter concerning Lady Jiang Yao. Jiang Nai, in the midst of putting on her clothes, paused with a look of bewilderment and turned her head in astonishment. Is she truly gone? Indeed, she has passed, completely so. She was taken away before the break of day. Chunya swiftly assisted her in fastening her buttons and led her aside to wash her face. The master had instructed the second master to arrange the funeral with simplicity and expedience to avoid inciting the great emperor's wrath any further. The second master dared not utter a word, intending to first settle the second mistress at the estate. Chunya handed her a wrung-out cloth, whispering, No one dares to discuss this matter. In my humble opinion, the second mistress's funeral should likely be conducted at the estate as well. The second master probably wouldn't want to trouble our lord and lady. Jiang Nai allowed Chunya to finish wiping her face and help her don her garments, standing in a daze for a while before finally asking, So it was? Was it the great emperor who decreed her death? Indeed, it is a matter of utmost certainty. She turned to Chunya. So, my engagement, it is also genuine? Certainly, it cannot be false. Dear girl, are you still lost in your dreams? Just yesterday, Madame Jiang Yao spoke the truth, detailing even the contents of the secret edict with remarkable accuracy. Did you not observe the expression on our masteress face? as if the heavens were about to collapse. It is evident that everything has been accurately foretold. But I am merely 7 years old. Am I not? Chunya could not help but chuckle, surprised to see her young mistress so nervous about marriage that she stammered. After all, the Grand Prince had not insisted that she marry at this very moment, had he? Madame Jiang Yao had mentioned that marriage would take place only after reaching maturity. And this matter was tightly kept under wraps within the capital. No one would be the wiser. As Chunya helped the young lady with her hair, she reassured her. Do not fret, dear girl, for your marriage is still a long way off. Why the Grand Prince, though? What a curious coincidence. That beam of light has continued to shine upon her. The fourth young lady is on fire with rage. Please, step into the barrel. It is to protect you. The prince wishes for a simple steamed salted fish. Later, when his wife vanished, the villagers inquired, and the perpetrator casually concocted an excuse, claiming that his former wife had strayed into infidelity, absconding with their son and a wild man, coupled with the untimely demise of his parents. All attributed to the stress caused by his former wife. The neighbors offered him their sympathy, never suspecting him. Jiang Nai listened in silence. Although she had long been aware of the story's intricacies, hearing it now still stirred an uncomfortable feeling within her. The remains are now reduced to a mere pile of desiccated bones. Fortunately, your father is accompanied by a highly skilled coroner who can estimate the age range through the examination of the skeletal structure. Additionally, the coroner can assist the bereaved families in identifying the victims based on the characteristics of the bones. Jiang Nai softly acknowledged this with a hum. It seems that the process of reclaiming those bodies should proceed rather smoothly. He set down his pen and turned to gaze at the wooden tub. At a loss for words. Nothing to say? No, Jiang Nai replied faintly. The young Jiang Nai lingered in the tub until dawn, only to realize that the light of faith had yet to dissipate. Her mood mirrored her expression, utterly bewildered. Shen Yi, too, felt a sense of confusion. Previously, he had playfully teased her about staying awake for 3 days and nights. But he never anticipated that anyone in the realm of Yintian would remain enveloped by the light of faith for an entire day and night. How is your cultivation progressing? Jiang Xiaonai stammered. I just feel a bit drowsy. I dozed off for a while. You didn't sleep through the whole night without practicing, did you? This is a prime opportunity. Shun Yi exclaimed. Everyone knows that being enveloped by the light of faith while bathed in the energies of heaven and earth allows for astonishingly rapid cultivation. It's akin to being shrouded in divine light. 1 day's worth of cultivation can equal 10 or even 15 days of ordinary practice. Are you aware of your own progress? Shun Yi felt an urge to forcibly extract this little one from the tub and give her a good shaking. How about this? Why don't you hit me once to see? Shun Yi responded, let me tell you, I don't joke around when it comes to fighting. Do you believe I could send you flying from here to the nearest tree 3 miles away with a single punch? Jiang Nai let out a muffled sound of acknowledgement. Haven't you pounded me before? Why do you even ask if I believe you? You are just a solitary being destined for loneliness. Have you ever assessed your own cultivation level? No, the young girl replied, her face displaying confusion as she gazed through the small window at him. How does one measure that? Have you ever registered with the Martial Artist Guild? Jiang Nai said expressionlessly. No, never mind, practice for now. Tomorrow, I will accompany you to the Martial Artist Guild for an evaluation. Jiang Xiaonai cleared her throat lightly. No, perhaps not. Do you even know what level of inner strength you possess at present? I think around 10, maybe a bit more. The little one responded with a hint of uncertainty. But I sense you possess more than just a mere 10. Before Shen Yi could finish his thought, he was interrupted by the sound of the girl yawning. Forget it, I'll just sleep for a bit longer. Little ice block, inform me when my light fades. Will you? You. Shen Yi, incensed, felt as if he could steam the salted fish to death, exclaiming in frustration, did you not just wake up? You must either study or cultivate. Choose one. Jiang Nai began to punch and kick in the wooden tub, but every time I attempt to cultivate, I just become drowsy. She had barely curled her little legs and started to absorb energy when she toppled over onto her bedding. For 22, Lord Yao, do you have any medicine? For 23, a fortunate opportunity amidst adversity. For 24, the little ice cube has arrived. 425, melancholy. For 26, where did you purchase that wonton? For 27, he has completely turned against us. 428, words may invite trouble. For 29, I advise you to be sensible. While enjoying a meal, Jiang Xiaonai patted Pang Xiaopeng's shoulder and earnestly remarked, Xiaopeng, the world outside is truly chaotic. You have no idea. After my outing, I felt as if I had returned from a tribulation. It seems that staying within the academy is the safest option. If possible, refrain from venturing out. Pang Xiaoping, filled with curiosity, inquired, what exactly happened? Jiang Nai took a bite of her dish and swiftly changed the subject. By the way, that Ning Feng who just arrived. He's a new student in our Gui class, right? Indeed. There's also Xiao Su, Su Jin, and Ling Qiuhan. They all seem quite amiable, and as we will be classmates in Gui class, we should get along well. Jiang Nai pouted, contemplating that if they were willing to get along, it would be fine. However, if they were not, she would have to impose a little authority on them. Humph. Noticing the flickering light in the eyes of the girl across from him, Pang Xiaoping felt inexplicably anxious and hurriedly advised, Xiao Nai, Xiao Su and the others might not have as good a temperament as I do, so please be accommodating. It would be best to avoid any conflicts with them. If Xiao Pang were to conspire with them to bully me, which side would you ultimately choose? Of course, I stand by your side. Pang Xiaoping replied without hesitation. You do have a conscience. I brought you walnuts, peanuts, and melon seeds. Take them and enjoy. Bang. A youth clad in a crimson riding outfit, Xiao Su, forcefully kicked open the door to the private room of Zuhua Tower. There, he beheld a young girl handing several paper bags to Pang Xiaoping, whose round, chubby face beamed with delight. Ah, you wretched traitor, swayed by mere snacks. Xiao Su exclaimed, angrily toppling a nearby stool with a swift kick. Pang Xiaoping hurriedly rose, stepping forward to mediate. Su, please don't be angry. We can all just become good friends. Can't we? I would never befriend a little pig. What did you say? Jiang Xiaonai shouted as she leapt onto the table, hands on her hips, fuming. I wouldn't associate with someone mentally unstable either. Who are you calling mentally unstable? Whoever fits the description. Pang Xiaoping and Lian Xiaodian rushed to intervene, one pulling Jiang Nai back, the other blocking Xiao Su, repeatedly urging, stop arguing, stop arguing. We mustn't fight in the academy. Do not violate the rules. Su, please calm down. When Ziyagongzi chimed in softly, you mustn't confront the fourth young lady. She has the support of His Highness the Regent. Previously, Han Tong had faced severe repercussions for merely calling her shorty, courtesy of the Regent's wrath. No wonder he dares to be so overbearing. It turns out he has a powerful backing. Xiao Su cast a disdainful glance over Jiang Nai, calling her a little fat pig. I advise you to be sensible and stop clinging to our little. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences. Meanwhile, a small commotion arose downstairs in Zuhua Tower, accompanied by the startled squeals of several young girls. Unbeknownst to Jiang Nai, chaos ensued below, as she was infuriated by the arrogant young master before her. It was absurd. Who approaches her with such palpable malice? She was merely a child, shamelessly bullying a young one, destined to be friendless in this life. Su. Do not scold Xiao Nai. She is a good person, someone interjected. Xiao Nai, do not be angry with Su. He has a rather foul temper. Here, my dear. I bring you a ring, came another voice. Are you also coveting the things belonging to the child? Everything is in disarray, another remarked. The disparity is immense. I cannot tolerate even a speck of dust in my eyes, someone declared emphatically. This is a matter of dignity. After all, she is still your cousin from the same household. How can you treat her this way? Wu Zhenghong shouted angrily. She stepped forward, hastily helping the trembling Jiang Nian to her feet. Nian Jiao, please stand and speak. There is no need to be so fearful of her. Although Nian Jiao was a daughter of the second house, she should not be subjected to such humiliation. Wu Zhenghong's face flushed with anger as she turned her ire towards Jiang Nai. Let her kneel for as long as she wishes. It is of no concern to me. Jiang Nai strode away, too indifferent to cast another glance at them. Jiang Nai, must you be so arrogant? Wu Zheng's face flushed crimson as she attempted to support the weeping Jiang Nian Jiao, who had collapsed onto the ground. Turning to Jiang Nai, she shouted in anger. Jiang Nian Jiao, in a flurry, grasped Wu Zheng's arm, sobbing intermittently. No, please, it was I who displeased fourth sister, don't. Wu Zheng, infuriated, shook off Jiang Nian Jiao's hand, her expression one of exasperation at her sister's folly. Clearly, today's events were her fault, charging in like a madwoman and striking someone. Nian Jiao, do not fret. Even if this escalates to the Management Institute, I will ensure she provides you with an explanation. No. Jiang Nian Jiao's heart raced in panic, silently scolding Wu Zheng for her foolishness. Sixth sister, do you truly wish to escalate this matter to the Management Institute? A peculiar glimmer flickered in Jiang Nai's eyes, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth as she fixed her gaze on Jiang Xiaolu. Should I inform the Vice Dean or Master Zhang? Why did I strike you the moment I laid eyes on you? Would you all like to know the reason? Suddenly, Jiang Nai turned, her voice rising as she coldly addressed the gathering students who were watching with keen interest. Fourth sister. Jiang Nai's heart inexplicably raced. She took a few steps forward on her knees, tears streaming down her face, and pleaded, "Fourth sister, please do not be angry. It is all my fault. I apologize sincerely. You may strike or scold me as you wish, but I implore you, do not harbor any further anger towards me." As she spoke, she repeatedly bowed her head, lowering herself to the ground in abject humility. The fourth young lady of the Jiang family is quite aggressive, isn't she? Indeed. We are all daughters of the same household. Why must matters be dealt with so resolutely? Jiang Nai clapped her hands and laughed heartily. What a splendid performance. Look at my dear sister, how vividly she portrays the plight of a humble and insignificant character. The onlookers stared in astonishment. Even Xiao Suwen and the others were rendered speechless by the young girl's presence. Step by step, Jiang Nai slowly approached Jiang Yinjiao. At that moment, everyone felt an overwhelming aura of intimidation and pressure, causing them to fall silent, no one daring to utter a word. Jiang Yinjiao. Jiang Nai softly called her name, crouching down and inching closer to the person lying on the ground. I have a bad habit. I prefer to crush all unknown dangers in their infancy. Jiang Yinjiao's body trembled slightly. I possess a multitude of spatial rings. A simple bun can appease a man. From now on, we shall be brothers. Who has their eyes on me? It must surely be that feathered thief. The disputes of the haunted house continue unabated. Just as one wave settles, another rises. The trouble has come knocking at the door. Why are you so flustered, father? Is there a particularly influential family involved? Qiao Bao chuckled lightly and boldly took a seat on a nearby stool. Father, how many times must I remind you not to panic? Everything is under Uncle's control. Even if Uncle cannot handle it, we still have the aunts in the palace. He continued, what sort of family has left you in such a state of distress? Qiao Bao nonchalantly crossed his legs and accepted the teacup handed to him by Tu Fu. Qiao Wuliang, stamping his foot in frustration, lamented, my son. The Minister of Justice is a high-ranking official of the third rank in the court. We, as father and son, cannot afford to provoke him. Qiao Bao replied with a casual "oh," and his brows instinctively furrowed. So it is indeed from the Minister of Justice's residence. But why are you so anxious? Let us not forget that we were entirely unaware of their background until now. Even if we were to confront them, do you truly believe that the Minister of Justice would personally come to the Duke's residence to demand the return of a mere maid? What you say does hold some merit, Qiao Wuliang conceded, his heart settling slightly as he nodded. Yet, what do you intend to do about that girl? This matter, even if reported to the court, is in our favor. We have witnesses from the official's office to support our case. So what if they are from the Minister of Justice's household? That haunted house was clearly purchased by us first. It was later that the wretched girl schemed against us, causing you to fall gravely ill from fright and hastily sell the haunted property at such a low price. As you can see now, those laborers working on the haunted house have been unharmed for 7 or 8 days. Indeed, Qiao Wuliang agreed. Upon contemplating this matter, Qiao Wuliang's countenance revealed a hint of indignation. Indeed, his father had been deceived by those two somewhat unruly young ladies. In his eagerness to dispose of the haunted residence, he had sold it for a mere 900 taels, incurring a loss of 100 taels. What a farce it was, this so-called haunted abode, entirely fictitious. Over the past few days, the estate had remained eerily tranquil, devoid of any disturbances. Hence, all those prior tales were nothing more than mere rumors. Qiao Bao snorted disdainfully. Father, the wise put an end to gossip. You have been thoroughly duped. Indeed, at this moment, Qiao Wuliang had entirely forgotten the incident of purchasing the haunted estate, summoning monks and Taoist priests for rituals, only to be violently expelled by an unknown specter, leaving him battered and bruised. All he could perceive now was the serene tranquility of the haunted house, while he lamented his substantial monetary loss and the opportunity to possess such a splendid residence slipping away. My son speaks truthfully, Qiao Wuliang conceded with a nod. What shall we do next? Of course, we must deal with that wretched girl. Suddenly, Master, it is dire. Several young servants tumbled in, wailing and lamenting. What is this commotion? Qiao Wuliang glared fiercely. 2 of the servants crawled forward, their faces streaked with tears, exclaiming, Master, they are attacking. They are at the door. Meanwhile, at the gates of the Duke's residence, Zhang Xiaoxi led 100 or so attendants and servants, surrounding the entrance. Smash! The elegance of unparalleled grace is palpable as the scene unfolds. The young girl, with a flourish, embarks on a grand performance, inciting a chorus of loyal servants from the Jiang residence to rally and follow her lead, wielding their tools with fervor. "Wait, please," the distraught Dong Jindong implores, his voice echoing with desperation. Jiang Nai pauses, turning gracefully, her smile radiant like the twinkling stars in her eyes. "Have you made your decision, Lord Dong?" Dong Jindong nods vigorously, gesturing emphatically, "Take them away." The guards of the Jingzhou prefecture swiftly advance, seizing the arms of the Chao father and son. "Move," they command. "What are you doing? What do you intend?" Chao Bao exclaims in shock, thrashing against their grip. "My uncle is the Grand Prince, and my aunt is the esteemed Jia Fei in the palace. How dare you treat me this way?" Chao Wuliang, filled with indignation, fear, and urgency, cries out, "My lord, this is a grave injustice." "Is it truly an injustice?" "The truth shall be revealed in the grand hall of Jingzhou Prefecture," Jiang Nai retorts, casting a glance at the two men before dismissively waving her hand. The palanquin rises slowly, the young girl seated with poise, her cool gaze resting upon them, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "To intimidate the masses, I extend my sincerest apologies. You are but the fowl in this scenario. How can one establish authority without a demonstration of power? I intend to ensure that all the nobility of the capital shall steer clear upon encountering me. Alas, my assets are numerous. If any random individual could take a peck at them, would I not be left bereft? It is far better to make a decisive statement, to quell your arrogance, and to impart upon you the lesson of failing to seize the hen, thus losing both the grain and the lady." Jiang Nai's lips curved gently as she sat upon the palanquin, carried by 4 bearers, her demeanor calm and her smile radiant, graciously accepting the attention of all present. Her nonchalant smile and carefree demeanor captured the gaze of everyone in attendance. Minister Dong turned his head to steal a glance. Suddenly, the young lady extended her palm, and, with a light tug, the snow-white cloak held by a nearby maid fell into her grasp. Jiang Nai unfurled the cloak, draping it over herself, revealing a crimson gown beneath, her brow exuding an air of chilling solitude. Though barely 6 or 7 years of age, her resplendent charm rendered her impossible to ignore. The palanquin glided past Shen Yi, Wei Kexue, Shun Lan, and Shun Yun as the bustling crowd moved in tandem. The young men exchanged glances, their expressions a tapestry of intrigue as they beheld the girl being carried forward. Within a nearby wine house, on the 3rd floor, a pale hand reached out of the window, gripping an indigo porcelain cup tightly, struggling to contain the tumultuous emotions within. Only when the palanquin rounded the street corner did the clenched fingers gradually relax. A soft sigh escaped her lips. "Oh, bright moon, do you see? Your daughter shines like a radiant pearl, dazzling and resplendent. With an air of unrestrained elegance, you stand apart from the world, proud and unyielding, much like in your heyday. A lifetime of grace captivates all who behold it." "Ha, ha, ha." A low, somewhat desolate laughter slowly rises. Beside him, a middle-aged man with a pale face and no beard slightly bows his head, responding in silence. Outside the grand hall of the Jingzhou prefecture, a throng of people lingers, all gathered at the entrance, watching intently. Jiang Nai gracefully descends from her palanquin, a serene smile gracing her lips as she steps inside, a hint of amusement dancing at the corners of her mouth. "Are you ready? This young lady has prepared a spectacular performance for you all. Why can't you withstand a single blow? You lie. I won't let you off so easily. I have supporters behind me too." The 4th young lady finds herself intimidated. The brother of consort Jia, indulged by favor, exudes arrogance, wielding his power to bully others excessively. The evidence is clear, yet he remains so brazen. They are intent on driving me to despair. The young girl rushes towards the door. Shun Yun and Shun Lan can only facepalm, their eyes drawn to the sight of the little girl, resembling a small bear, who has clambered up their brother's leg and is now clinging to him. Shen Yi, with an impassive expression, glances down at the mischievous child, bends down to scoop her up, and turns to look at Dong Jindong and Jia Ren. Dong Jindong and the others stare in astonishment. Coming to their senses, they hurriedly step forward, bowing repeatedly, saying, "This official pays respects to the regent, the Prince of Zhao, and the heir of the Prince of Yun." A throng of onlookers flanking the entrance, terrified, knelt in reverence. "Who dares to cause a disturbance at the Jingzhou prefecture?" Shen Yi inquired coldly. His words sent a wave of perspiration cascading down Jia Rendao's forehead, who hurried forward to bow deeply. "I am but a humble official, Jia. Jia Rindao, Your Highness. The brother of Lady Jia was just about to resort to violence. Nai, trembling with fear, glared at her. I possess the token of the Empress, and the Jia family intends to rescue her. Who dares to obstruct us? This was evidently a blatant disregard for both the Emperor and the Prince. Woe is me, a young woman burdened with grievances, left with no recourse but to perish to prove my innocence. She lamented, weeping loudly. The brother of Lady Jia has forced me to this extent, alas. Where can I appeal for justice? The crowd watched as the young girl stirred in the embrace of the regent, letting out a heart-wrenching wail before dramatically closing her eyes in despair, leaving everyone speechless. Jia Rindao, however, was on the brink of fury, pointing at the girl with trembling hands. Your Highness, do not heed her nonsensical ramblings. Her cries interrupted him. Your Highness, see. The brother of Lady Jia dares to threaten me before you. Once I leave this prefecture, I fear I shall find no path to survival. Master Jia, such theatrics are most unbecoming, remarked Prince Zhao gently, observing the fright in the child's demeanor. At her tender age, how can she withstand your outbursts? The crowd was taken aback. But Your Highness, you must not have witnessed the scene of the child being whipped in the street, Jia Rindao said. Beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow as he bowed repeatedly to Shun Yi and the others. Your Highness, my lord, please allow me to explain. What more do you wish to say? What further calumnies do you intend to hurl at me? How can you be so malevolent? Sobbed Jiang Nai, her voice laced with anguish. Silence, bellowed Jia Rindao, his voice a thunderous roar directed at Jiang Nai. The young Jiang Nai, seemingly cowed by his formidable mien, instantly fell silent. Her small frame trembled, her diminutive form seized by tremors of terror. An oppressive silence descended upon the assemblage as beads of perspiration trickled down Jia Rindao's brow. Shun Yi's frigid gaze pierced through the stillness. His voice, like mist-shrouded mountains, resonated with chilling clarity. Hold your tongue. This instant. Jia, your behavior is beyond the pale. Prince Yun's heir voiced, his brow furrowed in disapproval. Young Master Wei, hasten to attend to the fourth young lady. What ails her? Shen Yun implored with urgency. Wei Nanchue, suppressing a wry smile, cleared his throat and took the fourth young lady's pulse. With utmost gravity, he pronounced, her physical condition is not gravely compromised. However, her pulse is weak and erratic, indicative of a severe shock and emotional distress. A period of recuperation of a day or two is essential for her complete recovery. Those tribulations, deeply entrenched within the recesses of memory, may have taken root too profoundly to be assuaged by mere words. Jiang Yanjiao, along with Bian Minjing and Wu Zhenghong, tidied up the dormitory floor, and after a refreshing bath, they departed amidst laughter and chatter. There is no need for us to compare ourselves with others. The Tsuehua building is rather expensive. Let us dine in the ordinary canteen instead. The trio strolled along the tree-lined path, their spirits buoyant and buoyant. Bian Minjing remarked with a smile, do not worry. I can certainly afford a meal at the Tsuehua building. Indeed, you can. Wu Zhenghong laughed, linking her arm with Bian Minjing's. Nianjiao, you need not say anything. Today I am indeed benefiting from your company, eagerly awaiting a delightful meal. Jiang Nianjiao offered a gentle smile, suddenly pausing, her gaze captivated by something across the way. She observed the myriad of withered leaves cascading from the trees. Amidst the shadows, a slender figure clad in pale blue ambled by, unwavering in their stride. Jiang Nianjiao unconsciously followed a few steps, tilting her head to glimpse the individual through the gaps in the foliage. Bian Minjing and Wu Zhenghong leaned in, joining her in observation. At the same moment, they noticed several timid female students hiding nearby in the flower bed, covering their faces while stealing glances. Wu Zhenghong, covering her mouth, whispered in astonishment. Is that not the heir of Prince Yu? Indeed, it appears so, Bian Minjing replied, urging the two to advance a few steps and peek through the thicket. What a remarkable day it is to encounter the heir of Prince Yu. Yes, it is truly astonishing. The group of female students nestled by the tree, their hands clasped in excitement as they quietly cheered. It is widely acknowledged that the Shun royal family boasts an array of strikingly handsome and unparalleled youths, not only blessed with captivating looks, but also reputed to possess extraordinary talents. As for talent, the average person often mistakenly associates it solely with the prowess of martial artists, failing to connect it with the mastery of natural forces. Bian Minjing chuckled, dismissing the notion, saying it was futile to dream. For children of ordinary backgrounds like them, Aspiring to be part of the royal lineage was merely a distant fantasy, something to be observed from afar. Oh well, what's wrong with indulging in a beautiful dream? Wu Zhenghong responded playfully. Bian Minjing scoffed, shook her head, and walked away, while Wu Zhenghong followed with a smile. However, after a few steps, they noticed that Jiang Ningjiao had not kept pace with them, prompting them to turn back. They saw the slender figure of the young girl standing still, her small head bowed, her shoulders slightly hunched. What's wrong? Wu Zhenghong and Bian Minjing hurried to Jiang Ningjiao's side, tugging at her little hand. Jiang Ningjiao abruptly lifted her head, her face a mask of icy fury, leaving both girls momentarily stunned. Soon, she managed to suppress the myriad emotions in her eyes, returning to a state of composure. That boy, as captivating as ever, remained etched in her memory. She recalled that wonderful young man who had later been consigned to a foolish and arrogant buffoon. The pain in her heart was suffocating. How could we outsiders ever comprehend the intricacies of your discourse? What, pray tell, are you truly debating? A young girl, perhaps 11 or 12 years of age, exuding an aura of cool elegance and a hint of pride, leaned against the pavilion pillar with her arms crossed. Since when did our esteemed clan require such convoluted deliberations to address an individual? Shijua's words possessed merit. Wen Yi nodded with a smirk, her autumnal eyes sparkling with mirth as they flitted across the faces of those gathered. Let us proceed as previously agreed upon. Curiosity piqued. The aloof girl Shijua raised her delicate brow and inquired, is that little girl you speak of truly so remarkable? MMM. Silence you, Xiaosu exclaimed, delivering a light smack to Pang Xiaopong's head, tightening the ropes that bound him. You traitor, you are forbidden to speak. Earlier, during the formulation of their strategy, this scoundrel had contemplated rushing off to inform Jiang Nai. The chubby boy felt a swell of tears. For whom was he exerting such effort? Was it not for Wen Yi and the others, so they would not suffer unduly at Nai's hands? They're coming. A classmate stationed in the front rushed over, shouting to the group. Wen Yi and the others swiftly hopped down from the railing, urging their fellow classmates in disguise to hide. Quickly, conceal yourselves. Wait for my signal before emerging. Do not all rush out prematurely. With a smile, Shijua approached a stoic youth clad in a light blue school uniform, who had remained silent throughout, named Qiu Han. Ning Feng, squatting nearby and observing the scene, tilted his head and chuckled, inquiring what advice Miss she might have. Shijua shot him a glare, dismissing his words, and turned her gaze back to the taciturn Qiu Han. Has your mother's health improved? She asked. Not long ago. We discovered a rare herb at Fengling that is remarkably effective for treating asthma. I could. No need. Qiu Han replied indifferently, turning away and striding towards the pavilion, his demeanor radiating a clear message of rejection. Ning Feng glanced over, stifling a laugh, his gaze gleefully landing on Shijua. Miss Shi, I advise you to save your breath. You know what Qiu Han is like. He would never accept kindness from a stranger without reason. Fuming, Shijua retorted. Am I a stranger? I've lived alongside him for so many years. How can I be considered a stranger? Oh dear, Ning Feng chuckled. Just because you've shared a roof doesn't imply familiarity. After all, there's a saying, love grows old as it begins anew. And that perfectly describes your relationship with Qiu Han. Just as Shijua was about to unleash her frustration with a slap, she heard someone call out, here she comes. Oh, Jiang Sigu, why did you arrive so late? Ning Feng sprang to his feet and dashed towards Jiang Nai. Shijua watched his retreating figure, her teeth clenched in annoyance. At that moment, a petite girl of similar age approached, tugging at Shijua's sleeve. Don't let Ning Feng get to you. For 70 calmly attending the appointment. For 71 the disguise is utterly unconvincing. For 72 allow me to introduce you to the truth. For 173 surrender. For 74 complete lockdown. For 175 fellow students. Were you not frightened? For 176 I shall no longer engage with you. What is there to discuss? Shishua's anger erupted vehemently. Who is unaware? You deliberately came to this appointment to summon that ghostly figure to frighten us. Are you pleased now? Ha! You are the only one who seems victorious, leaving everyone either in shock or unconscious. You take delight in that? Bai Lingling, Su Yan, and the others stepped forward, standing beside her, casting a glance at Shishua and her companions. To speak truthfully, it was you who initially set the stage, intending to terrify Jiang Nai, wasn't it? Zhou Xing'e smirked, a curve of irony gracing her lips. In the end, your plot backfired, and you frightened yourselves instead. Who can be blamed for that? Bai Lingling laughed heartily, pointing at the numerous classmates from Class Gui sprawled on the ground. Look at their attire. Do you think we are blind? This is nothing short of a ghostly masquerade. Should this matter reach the Management Academy, none shall emerge unscathed. Consider your actions wisely. Shijua's anger flared, and she was at a loss for words. Lian Xiaodian hurriedly stepped forward, blocking Shijua, turning to Jiang Nai with an awkward smile. In truth, today's events were merely a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. Indeed, indeed. Ningfeng leaped down from the eaves, chuckling. It's a misunderstanding, a mere misunderstanding. Bilingling, Zhou Xing'er and the others exchanged exasperated glances. A misunderstanding? Who would believe that? It was evident that this group had orchestrated a scheme to frighten Jiang Xiaonai, only to end up being frightened themselves. Jiang Nai, silently retrieving the mysterious jade gourd, first collected the quiet Yin-Yang, who had been sitting by the side, and then turned to face the others, her head bowed, a look of innocence on her face. I thought you all wanted to play with me, so I simply went along with it. I assumed your fondness for playing ghosts was a sign of your playful nature. Who would have thought, in the end, you would blame me? The group was taken aback, their faces darkening with indignation. Who wants to play such games with you? Bai Jia, Zhou Jia, Su Jia, let us leave. We shall no longer engage with them. The young girl dramatically spun around, covering her face as she ran away, sobbing. The others exchanged bewildered glances, speechless. Just as the young girl paused, she turned her head, a mischievous glint in her eye as she glanced at the table. Oh, I had carelessly packed up the beef and lamb earlier, but got too busy to take it. Thank you for the reminder. Jiang Xiaonai waved her small hand at him, hurriedly dashing to the table to gather a large bundle of cooked meat into her arms. She turned back to the expressionless Lung Qiuhan, flashing a bright smile and waving again. I'm off now. There wasn't a single tear on her cherubic face. However, upon turning away, this rascal transformed into a dramatic figure, weeping and lamenting. Before departing, she did not forget to call out to Bai Lingling and her two Navi companions, Sister Bai, farewell. Indeed, I had underestimated this mischievous girl. Is that you? Little Ice Cube? I long to put an end to Lu Fui. The little deceiver is in disarray. The heart of a thief is filled with trepidation. Is he truly the Crown Prince you? What has little Ice Cube discerned? As if I were present in person. You wretched creature. Why did you not keep the appointment? Jiang Nai barely uttered a word before she irritably rolled her eyes at him. Why should the little ancestor divulge anything simply because you inquired? We are not particularly close. Jiang Xiaonai's eyes darted about. What do you mean by asking that question? Not close. Shun Yi raised an eyebrow, unceremoniously tapping her forehead with his finger. You spin tales so effortlessly. Who is lying? Jiang Nai, indignant, covered her forehead, her round eyes glaring at him with displeasure. With someone like Shaoran, I can't be bothered to waste a single word. Is that so? Jiang Nai tilted her head. Well, I suppose I am not very familiar with him. We have only met once or twice, after all. Oh, and it is getting late. The little one feigned a yawn. Squinting at Shen Yi, I'm tired, so I shall take my leave. The small hand nudged open the door of the courtyard numbered 9. Before she could fully step inside, Nai felt a sudden grip on her ponytail, yanked by Shun Yi's mischievous hand. What do you think you're doing? The young girl extended her arms protectively around her head, tilting it back to glare at him with her round, glistening eyes. Why did you not keep our appointment today? A frosty expression adorned her face, as if she believed that without a valid reason from him, she could not cross the threshold. Come tomorrow afternoon to study, and afterward we shall dine together. Why must it be studying again? Jiang Nai huffed, tossing her head in annoyance as she marched inside with her short legs. Do you understand? The only response Shun Yi received was the sound of the courtyard door slamming shut behind her. He cast a heavy gaze at the now closed entrance of the courtyard numbered 9. Turning around, he noticed several figures swiftly retreating, seemingly terrified of being caught in the wake of his displeasure. Whether Shun Yi was truly angry, the young girl was unaware. However, she was certainly fuming. Just as the little one had shed her outer garment and intended to roll into bed, she caught sight of a sleek, shadowy figure standing by her bedside. Startled, she lowered her voice and reprimanded. Why do you move so silently? The dark guard blinked innocently, casting a wounded glance at the girl. Did not the master say that one must perfect their agility to tread without a sound, as if plucking leaves and flying petals in an instant? Jiang Nai regarded her with an impassive expression, donned her outer garment, and sat up straight, her face taut. What is it? The dark guard swayed her alluring figure, raising a hand to touch her hair by the cheek. Master, I have been with the client for quite some time. It has been rather arduous. Jiang Nai raised her delicate brows and exclaimed, "Master, you would never guess who this client is. The young boy who placed an order at the renowned restaurant below, named Shigong, appears to be merely 12 or 13 years old. Do you know whose child he is? Upon hearing it, you will surely be astounded." Jiang Nai, unable to contain her frustration, seized a pillow and hurled it across the room, exclaiming, "Enough with the nonsense. This seventh is such a chatterbox. I almost wish to silence her." All right, I shall speak." The dark guard 7 pouted playfully, revealing, "The individual behind Shigong is none other than your 6th sister, Jiang Yinjiao. Master, the purple Zeton wooden box left by your mother is currently in Jiang Yinjiao's possession." Jiang Nai was taken aback. Did Jiang Yinjiao place the order at the renowned restaurant? The scene shifted as the gentle smile of the county princess of Anyang graced Jiang Nai, her demeanor amiable. "Miss Jiang Si, it seems you have fully recovered," she called out to her maid, Yuan Yang, who approached, leading a modestly dressed little girl of about 5 or 6 years. The girl held a peony-patterned food box in her hands and, upon reaching them, knelt down, casting timid glances at Shun Yi and his companions. The county princess presented the 4th miss with an assortment of delicacies, including date flour pastries, bird's nest and barley sweet soup, lotus heart mint rolls, and pea pudding, hoping that the young lady would find delight in them. Jiang Xiaonai's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she eagerly reached out her small hands, ready to leap from her seat. Such an unrefined little creature, utterly unreserved. Upon hearing the mention of food, her eyes gleamed with excitement, reminiscent of the times he had doted on her, preparing a variety of delectable treats every day. Yuan Yang nudged the little girl beside her, who promptly scuttled over to the small table, carefully arranging the food box. The county princess of Anyang cast a warm glance at Jiang Nai and suggested, Xiaodai is of a similar age to the 4th miss. Why not let her accompany the 4th miss to the side to enjoy some treats and play for a while?" Jiang Nai found this proposal quite agreeable. However, the icy little girl firmly declined, stating, "No need. I had quite enough to eat after my nap. It's not suitable for me to indulge again." Jiang Nai rolled her eyes at him, inwardly grumbling, "What a stiff and unyielding blockhead." With such a response, how could the county princess possibly save face? There is not a hint of charm in him. As anticipated, the county princess's expression revealed a trace of awkwardness, and her gaze shifted towards Yuan Yang. Understanding her silent cue, Yuan Yang tightened her grip on the little girl's arm beneath her sleeve, twisting and pinching her fiercely. Caught off guard, the little girl's face paled, and she burst into tears. Yuan Yang, with an indifferent demeanor, released her grip, causing the girl to tumble to the ground with a thud. Shun Yi and Shun Yun exchanged puzzled glances, their attention instinctively drawn to the little girl, their brows slightly furrowing in silence. Jiang Shaoxi leaped down from the stool, his legs kicking as he made to flee, only to be caught by Shun Yi, who grasped his clothing, causing him to stumble back involuntarily. "What is the matter?" the gentle voice of His Highness, Zhao Wang, inquired, casting a casual glance at his elder brother beside him. Could it be that my brother's unintentional aura of authority intimidated the little one to tears? Jiang Xiaonai, unable to move freely due to her garment being held, turned her head just in time to meet Xin Yun's questioning gaze. She quickly nodded, her expression conveying that he had guessed right. She was indeed frightened by the little ice cube. Xin Yun found her exaggerated expressions amusing and couldn't help but smile slightly. "I truly apologize," Princess Anyang said apologetically, addressing Shun Yi and Shun Yun. "One of my newly received maidens is timid and lacks composure, and it seems she has caused you gentlemen some amusement." Xin Yi's expression remained indifferent as he cast a glance, the disdain in his eyes unmistakable. He utterly detested whiny children. Their cries were a torment to the mind. Xin Yun, ever gentle, merely nodded slightly. "Ling Shuang, you may let her go now." Jiang Nai wriggled her little arms and legs, pleading, "Little ice cube, please let me go. I will take her over to eat something, and she won't cry anymore." The 4 from Ma Cheng nodded repeatedly, yet their lips bore a bitter taste, their hearts heavy with unspoken woes. They cannot possibly stay indoors for a lifetime, can they? Even a simple trip to the market for groceries could lead to various mishaps. This existence is truly unbearable. Rest assured, Jiang Nai offered them a reassuring glance, retrieving 4 talismans and attaching the exorcising charms to their persons. This would ensure that no malevolent spirits could approach them for at least a year. The 4 individuals expressed their delight, promptly receiving the talismans with both hands and bowing respectfully, thanking the master. Jiang Nai stifled a yawn and declared, "All right, let us be off to dine. As for the trivial matters concerning Ma Cheng and his companions, those could be resolved in due course, with the talismans in their possession. They would surely be safe for at least a year or so. Nai was indeed overwhelmed with busyness, sighing to herself. Little did Jiang Nai realize that her own languid procrastination nearly jeopardized the lives of the four. That night, as darkness enveloped the world, a gentle rain began to fall. Outside the window, a brilliant flash of lightning streaked across the sky. Jiang Nai slept restlessly, clutching her quilt tightly and burying her head deep within its folds. An ancient Taoist traversed the void, arriving under the cover of night. As he entered through the window of his little disciple, he caught sight of her sitting upright in bed, as if possessed. Jiang Nai appeared ashen, slowly descending from her bed clad only in a thin garment. Her hair disheveled and eyes tightly shut. With a sudden crack of thunder, she unexpectedly collided headlong into the opposite wall. Disciple? The old Taoist was startled and quickly reached out to restrain her. The young apprentice displayed an extraordinary strength, flailing and twisting his body, throwing punches and kicks as if attempting to vanquish some phantom in the air. His previously serene demeanor gradually contorted into one of agitation. The old Taoist, exhaling a sigh of relief, lamented, "Fortunately, I divined your fate. Though the omens are unclear, it can be surmised that no good fortune awaits. My arduous journey to save your life has not been in vain. Otherwise, you might have met with a grievous fate, and even if your life were spared, would you not be left with gaping wounds upon that charming head of yours?" He then enveloped the young girl in a quilt, effortlessly carrying her out of the room. Making his way to the brightly lit study, where he pushed the door open and announced, "Infinite respect to the heavens, esteemed Jiang. I apologize for disturbing you at this late hour." Suddenly, a rumble of thunder echoed, and a flash of pure white light streaked across the sky. Shun Yi abruptly opened his eyes, swiftly rolling out of bed and sitting upright, a chill sweeping across his stern countenance. He hastily leapt from the bed and opened a cabinet, rummaging through layers of bedding. Suddenly, he extracted a hideous, earthy yellow quilt. Mountain. Residence. Diagram. Zhang Xiaoxi. Do you intend to kill me? You wretched deceiver. You have led me astray. How could he have been so thoroughly misled by a rotund little ball? Why? A tempest of fury surged within the youth's eyes as he abruptly tossed the unsightly quilt to the ground. With a flurry of motion, several figures emerged from the mist, their expressions grave as they bowed before him, uttering in unison, "My lord. Go, bring Zhang Xiaoxi to me. I shall make her understand the dire consequences of deceiving me." Upon the divan, a solitary figure reclined, a gossamer throw veiling the lower half of their face. Their brow was furrowed in a deep, troubled frown. The body curled into a tight coil, fists clenched with unconscious intensity, betraying a slumber far from tranquil. "Mother, I acknowledge my transgression. I implore you. Release Xiao Shu from your grasp. Grant him passage from the palace walls, and I vow to forsake his presence for eternity. Were he of no consequence to you, no entreaty on his behalf would pass your lips. He would remain absent from the sphere of your attention. Mother, I harbor no sentiments beyond platonic affection for him. I regard him merely as a friend. Mother, does occupying my station preclude the formation of friendships? The sovereign is destined for solitude. Such superfluous emotions and affections are entirely unnecessary. As the emperor of the Jiang realm, you are burdened with inescapable responsibilities from birth. The tender affections and preoccupations of ordinary mortals are forbidden to you. You must cultivate invulnerability, devoid of weaknesses. This Yishu must not become an impediment. He must be banished from your proximity forever. Xiao Shu is innocent, mother. His sole misfortune lies in his ill-fated encounter with me." Like pearls, raindrops cascaded upon her face and form. She vividly recalled that tempestuous night when torrential rain descended in sheets. Though each blow of the staff landed heavily upon her, she remained impervious to the pain, acutely aware only of the fading presence beyond the palace walls, gradually diminishing into nothingness. Since childhood, any object of particular affection was invariably seized from my possession by my mother's decree. She asserted that the sovereign, by historical precedent, is destined for utter solitude. My need is for loyal ministers and subjects, not companions. I ought to discern what is appropriate and what is not. I should cultivate a disposition devoid of emotional tumult and desires, solely to fulfill the grand ambitions of my kingdom. Yet, mother, you have never inquired about my wants or my aversions. From the moment of my birth, I have been bereft of the privilege of choice. If only you would allow me the freedom to choose, I would gladly relinquish the burdens of responsibility, embracing the companionship of verdant hills and crystal waters, wandering freely amidst the vast expanse of heaven and earth. The incessant, annoying chirping of cicadas outside startled Jiang Nai awake, clutching a corner of the thin blanket. Her expression was momentarily dazed. How strange it was to be reminded of the past. Turning her head, she noticed the faint dawn breaking through the mountain window, with morning light filtering in through the paper. The brightness compelled her to raise a hand to shield her eyes, squinting slightly. Jiang Nai pushed open the small window facing north and gazed into the distance, where a golden sun began to leap into view from the side of the Yi Mountain. The early summer morning was bright and refreshing. The young maiden leaned against the small window, resting her chin on her hands. As she took in the picturesque scenery of mountains and clouds, a gentle smile gracing her lips. In the copper mirror, her delicate face appeared, fair and exquisite. Her brows, naturally dark and defined, and her lips, without any embellishment, bore a natural rosy hue, her skin radiant and translucent, akin to mist shrouded in clouds. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with a lively glimmer, reminiscent of autumn waters. Jiang Nai swiftly tied her hair into a ponytail and retrieved a hairband from her sleeve, securing it atop her head. In the blink of an eye, she transformed into a slender, elegant youth, exuding a unique charm. "Riches!" she exclaimed. Just then, the black wolf leapt onto the windowsill, desperately attempting to enter the room. "Oh dear, you startled me," Jiang Nai exclaimed, patting her chest repeatedly in surprise. "How cruel you are. I am, after all, your savior, yet you dare to contemplate my demise." Jiang Nai, filled with indignation, dragged the immense body of the three-eyed giant bird backward, retreating until she was pressed against the cliff wall. Her eyes, glinting with cunning, darted about. "You show no mercy. So I, too, shall cast aside all compassion. Do not blame me for my ruthless actions." With a swift motion, she unleashed a streak of light. At that moment, Shun Yi had already secretly gathered his stellar energy in preparation. In the blink of an eye, as the luminous arc approached, he enveloped himself in a protective shield of icy star power, a thin layer of frost cascading over his vital points. However, much to his surprise, the streak of light merely darted towards his shoulder. With a sharp sound, Shen Yi's handsome visage darkened. As anticipated, the luminous arc circled the back of his head without targeting his vital areas, and then emerged from beneath the fabric of his right shoulder. Another sharp sound echoed as his upper robe was torn apart by two forces, splitting like a fragile sheet of paper. The garment fell away, revealing his exquisite collarbone and skin, smooth and porcelain-like in its beauty. The originally tied-back strands of his raven hair were sent cascading downwards by the tumult of air, mingling with the spring water and acquiring a few lustrous, translucent hues. The young girl, momentarily stunned, blinked and gasped in astonishment. "Goodness! I have stripped the little ice block bare at first glance." The little ice block was indeed stunning. Though his face was etched with fury, he was undeniably captivating. After all these years, he had not lost his charm, but rather had become even more alluring. Little Black Carbon lifted his sleeve to wipe his mouth, hastily dragging the corpse of the three-eyed giant bird, clutching its head as he swiftly ascended toward the cliff wall. Little Ice Cube shot a chilling glare that could freeze one to death, which was undeniably daunting. It seemed prudent for this little one to make a hasty retreat. The fleeing figure, however, was entirely oblivious to a delicate ice butterfly fluttering its wings, which then landed gently on his shoulder. "Master, look above. The cave is not far from here." A voice tinged with excitement resonated from the jade gourd. Ah, indeed. The voice recalled how she had inadvertently plummeted into a chasm, discovering the silver loquat fruit nearby. This matter had weighed heavily on her heart for many years, and now, with such fortuitous timing, it was imperative to investigate. Yet, dragging the corpse of the three-eyed giant bird proved quite burdensome. Once she had climbed near the cave, far removed from the base of the cliff, Jiang Nai felt a sudden inspiration and entered the mountain-dwelling painting. "Riches!" Jiang Nai exclaimed, her face aglow with delight as she stepped onto the soft, fragrant green grass. Before her, it appeared as if a grand painting had unfurled, revealing the majestic scene within the mountain-dwelling painting. After 6 years of rapid growth, the mountain-dwelling painting had transformed entirely from its former self. In the distance, a row of silver mansion gates stood majestically. Upon closer inspection, a myriad of fruit trees blossomed vibrantly before her. In this realm, where conflicting attributes held no sway, the trees were harmoniously planted together without a hint of discord. To the left lay the mist-shrouded crescent spring, while to the right stood a towering, crimson, translucent edifice that reached toward the clouds. Gazing upward from the base of the tower, with her current vision, she could scarcely glimpse its pinnacle. I must express my thoughts with fervor. I have yet to exert even a fraction of my strength. Were it not for the simple desire to enhance my physicality, I would not be here at all. This creature, while speaking, emphatically pounded its chest, emphasizing its physique. Must I truly engage in this battle for so long? The octopus-headed being seethed with indignation, finding the human's demeanor utterly detestable. Its implication was unmistakable. Was it not a blatant display of disdain, suggesting that engaging in combat required no effort whatsoever? How infuriating! This loathsome human, with a flurry of its half-meter-long tentacles propelling it forward, the octopus-headed entity angrily advanced toward Jiang Nai. Jiang Nai widened her eyes in alarm, exclaiming, "Wait a moment. I told you to hold on." As she braced herself against the wall, her footing unexpectedly slipped, causing her to pass right through it. It was then that she realized she had effortlessly traversed the protective barrier of the phoenix blood glass, gaining entry into the spirit plant garden without any struggle. "Oh, I'm in," she exclaimed, momentarily stunned, her face radiant with joy. "I can't believe I actually made it in, haha." The young girl surveyed her surroundings, scarcely able to trust her own eyes. She had entered this wondrous spirit plant garden with such ease, and the vibrant array of spiritual flora brushed against her. A sight truly beyond belief. The octopus-headed creature, in a frenzy, hurled itself against the protective barrier, repeatedly expelling slime in a futile attempt to dissolve the shield. Yet it remained ever so distant, thwarted by the barrier's presence. This wretched human was truly infuriating. With a fierce roar, the octopus-headed being summoned its brute strength and crashed violently against the protective shield. Jiang Nai, nestled within the protective shield, pouted slightly before turning and leaping gracefully over the array of spiritual plants, floating effortlessly beside the phoenix blood glaze, her feet daring not to touch the ground. This hesitation stemmed from the fact that as she approached the phoenix blood glaze, the surrounding spiritual flora grew increasingly dense, encircling the regal plant in a protective embrace. Choosing to hover in the air next to the phoenix blood glaze, she gazed with bright eyes at the resplendent plant, which emanated a faint, enchanting fragrance. Its tassel-like petals swaying gently. "Hey, let me take you out. The world outside is truly delightful." The young girl wore an endearing smile. "Look at you, staying here in such a dreary environment, the atmosphere so stifling. Wouldn't it be better to escape with me?" The phoenix blood glaze swayed its tassel-like petals in response. "Don't overthink it. Just give me a nod, and I shall lead you to a serene place blessed with gentle breezes and bright moons. Then, we will leave this wretched locale. Whenever you wish to venture out, I shall accompany you. Wherever I go to play, you shall follow." The phoenix blood glaze, imbued with a semblance of humanity, nodded earnestly, its roots suddenly lifting from the soil and soaring into the air. "Return it to you." Jiang Nai's lips curled into a chilling smirk. With a swift flick of her wrist, she propelled a condensed ice orb, which hurtled with undeniable force. With a sharp whoosh, it penetrated the chest of her companion, Little Brown. Almost simultaneously, the internal organs of Little Brown were encased in ice, accompanied by the sound of shattering crystals, signifying the gruesome destruction of his vital organs. Brother Xiaozhong's expression twisted in agony as his eyes widened, and he fell backward to the ground, his body rigid. A delicate layer of ice crystals enveloped his surface, forever freezing his distorted visage. The scene was left with Brother Zhao, who leaned against the cave wall, gasping heavily, his eyes brimming with an overwhelming sense of disbelief and terror. "No, you cannot kill me. You must not," he pleaded, gazing at the approaching figure, a boy cloaked in darkness, whose calm demeanor appeared devilish to him. Within Zhao's eyes flickered a fierce will to survive. He pressed his hand against his collapsed left shoulder, repeatedly asserting, "I am a disciple of Sonyang's sect, the youngest and most outstanding among the inner disciples." Jiang Nai responded with a puzzled hum, as the name struck a familiar chord. Yes, that's Sonyang's sect. You cannot kill me. If I were to die, the sect, no. My family will not let you go unpunished." Jiang Nai's gaze turned icy as she swiftly drew her blade, aiming for his neck. "Enough of your rambling. Let your head roll, and then go plead your case to the King of Hell." With a thunderous crash, a blinding red light surged before her. "How despicable! You self-destructed." Jiang Nai shut her eyes briefly, retreating hastily while cursing under her breath. As she exited the stone chamber, She instantly summoned the speed-enhancing celestial treasure in her hand, tripling her velocity. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Nai's burst of speed was astonishing. As she leaped from the cliffside cave, the shockwave from the explosion surged behind her, propelling her forward into the abyss. The cliff trembled violently, and countless fragments of stone cascaded downwards. Amidst the swirling dust and debris, Jiang Nai raised her hand to brush away the particles obscuring her vision, finding herself plummeting uncontrollably. With a flicker of thought, the crimson bracelet on her wrist emitted a radiant glow once more. Suddenly, two translucent, aquamarine wings emerged from her back, slowing her descent and allowing her to hover in midair. Truly, the celestial artifact bestowed upon her by the esteemed demon lord was remarkable. By channeling her thoughts into the treasure, she could enhance her speed by over threefold for the duration of an hour. Furthermore, it held an exceptional additional ability, the power of flight for a brief quarter of an hour. Although the flight time was limited, it could indeed provide a crucial escape in dire circumstances. Suspended in the air, Jiang Nai flapped her ethereal wings, attempting to navigate towards the cliff face. However, the relentless rain of stones continued to descend. Likely due to the explosive aftermath of senior brother Zhao's detonation, the cliff would not settle anytime soon. Glancing downward, she mused to herself, perhaps it is best to wait at the base of the cliff for now. I can later seek a way to ascend the precipice without much exertion. With this thought, she flapped her wings and glided towards the rocky bottom. At the foot of the crag, the jagged stones surrounded a frigid pool of water, and there were small ice fragments that appeared to grow larger in her vision. I didn't mean to, she exclaimed, as the small ice pieces loomed closer. Lord 9000, help? Is Lu Fui's mind stuck in a pit? She wondered. How could she encounter him here of all places? Surely, Lu Fui was not entangled in an inextricable fate with him. What a heartless and ruthless creature he was. Since you look down upon him, why not simply expel him instead of resorting to such extreme measures? Step aside. Shun Yi shouted irritably at the demon lord. Jiang Nai hurriedly tugged at the demon lord's sleeve, whispering, you can't just stand by and watch him perish. Shun Yi's gaze was as cold as ice. Observing this, Jiang Xiaonai, with a distressed expression, remarked, I truly did not intend for this to happen. Had I known that my leap off the cliff would fortuitously land upon you, I would not have pressed silence. Shun Yi retorted, seething with indignation. It was indeed ludicrous. If the esteemed Regent Wang knew that he had been kissed by a figure with a charcoal black face, he would surely laugh for a year and a half, perhaps even lose his front teeth in the process. The thought only fueled Shun Yi's ire, and he felt an overwhelming desire to rend this charcoal-faced individual to pieces to alleviate his frustration. Unfortunately, the fellow remained cowered behind Lu Fui, refusing to even show his face. Taking action under such circumstances proved to be quite the challenge. Is there anything you wish to convey? What deep-seated grievances could compel you to lay hands upon this innocent? Innocent? Shun Yi's eyelids twitched slightly. Was Lu Fui unwell? How could he possibly refer to a charcoal-faced individual as innocent? Wait a moment, innocent? Shun Yi's eyes narrowed suspiciously. Jiang Nai quickly pulled at his sleeve, signaling him to change his address. Quick-witted as the demon lord was, he immediately grasped her meaning, cleared his throat, and continued. What offense has the little charcoal face committed against you? It is of no concern to you. Shun Yi coldly interrupted, casting a detached and merciless gaze in his direction. Do you know him? A flicker of doubt arose within Shun Yi's heart. Lu Fui has never been one to meddle in others' affairs. Yet he now seems to protect the small black figure before him with fervor, suggesting a familiarity between them. Who is this person whom Lu Fui holds in such regard? There is an uncanny sense of recognition. Shun Yi scrutinized the black figure, which was cowering behind the demon lord, wearing a feigned expression of death. Jiang Nai was unnerved by Shun Yi's sudden gaze, feeling a chill run down her spine. A sense of impending doom loomed over her, as if her true identity would be unveiled at any moment. Why did she feel an inexplicable guilt, as though she were a thief? It would be wise to make her escape before the small ice block regained its composure. Jiang Nai's instincts urged her to flee, and with a swift turn, she soared towards the treetops. Your Excellency, I shall take my leave first, she thought, jesting to herself. If not now, then when? Surely, she would not wait to be recognized and subsequently beaten. Seeing her attempt to escape, Shun Yi hurriedly pursued her, only to be halted midair by the demon lord. Regent, cease your pursuit of my little black figure. You're scaring him so much that he can barely speak, she remarked. Get out of my way, Shun Yi retorted, unleashing a burst of ice toward her. However, his attack was intercepted by numerous slender willow branches, ensnaring him within a cocoon woven from their delicate tendrils. With a thunderous crash, Jiang Nai dashed half a mile away, glancing back to witness the tremor emanating from the apricot grove. The execution officials exchanged furtive glances at the smiling fourth miss, a shiver coursing through them inexplicably, though her smile appeared increasingly gentle. An unshakable chill seemed to sweep through the sunlit summer day, as if a cold wind had suddenly arisen. "Sit down if asked," she commanded. Jiang Nai let out a light laugh, then forcefully pressed her palm onto Yin-Yan's shoulder, sending the upright Yin crashing down onto the chair with a thud. The sound resonated like a muffled thunderclap, striking fear into the hearts of all present. Strangely, the atmosphere fell into silence. Even the execution officer and others were rendered speechless, their spirits nearly fleeing in terror. It felt as though this fourth miss before them was even more formidable than the legend suggested, her heavy aura suffocating everyone in the room. "Rest assured, I shall rescue you. Your master may have abandoned you, but I remain." Jiang Nai blinked and offered her a gentle smile. Her melodious voice, though beautiful, echoed in the ears of the crowd like a malevolent spirit from the depths of hell. Rong Xiu instinctively shrank back, retreating behind her young mistress, her eyes betraying a hint of caution. "What should we do? The legendary fourth miss of the capital has indeed appeared, and she seems even more troublesome than we envisioned." Jiang Mianmian clenched her fists reflexively, took a deep breath, and, standing tall with her chest out, approached Jiang Nai. Displaying the most infectious and amiable smile, Jiang Mianmian greeted her. "Hello, fourth sister." Jiang Nai's cool gaze narrowed dangerously. "Did I not instruct you to clear the area? Why are there still interlopers?" The execution officer's heart raced, and he hastily bowed, saying, "Fourth miss. This young lady is also from your Jiang family, Miss Jiang Mianmian." "Jiang Mianmian?" Jiang Nai regarded her with a smile that was both amused and scrutinizing, as if weighing her worth. "I have not heard of you. Aside from myself, the sisters of the Jiang family have always adhered to the generational naming convention." Jiang Mianmian bit her delicate white teeth, her face seemingly drained of color, and her swaying figure added an air of poignant vulnerability. Jiang Nai couldn't help but burst into laughter, teasingly exclaiming, "Oh, are you truly attempting to stage a fainting act before me upon our very first encounter?" The young girl wore a mocking expression, her sharp tongue showing no mercy. "What is this? The grand performance of righteousness on Omping Street has not yet concluded, and you are here waiting for me?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Mianmian's complexion grew even paler. Seeing this, Nong Xiu hurriedly stepped forward, supporting her wobbling young lady with urgency and casting a resentful glare at Jiang Nai. "Fourth miss, how can you treat our young lady in such a manner? We are all sisters here. Even if you disregard the bond of sisterhood, you should at least consider the dignity of the matriarchs." Jiang Nai's gaze turned sharp, her voice cold as she uttered two words, "Slap her." The officials present were taken aback. Meanwhile, those previously dispersed by the guards were now lingering in the shadows. Peering from the corners, their curiosity piqued. They wondered if the emperor's decree of execution would be altered by this audacious fourth miss, or if her unyielding nature would lead her to misfortune by provoking the emperor. The emperor's edict had yet to arrive, but the sight of the two sisters grappling ignited the flames of gossip within the onlookers. "Never mind. You wouldn't understand even if I told you," Jiang Xiaonai sighed. Just then, the attendants entered, their faces beaming as they brought forth a sumptuous array of dishes. Jiang Nai's eyes lit up at the sight of the lavish spread, yet her outstretched chopsticks were promptly restrained by Shani. Each dish should only be tasted twice. "What? Only 2 bites of each dish on this table?" This little rascal, with an attitude as dreadful as ever and a temperament that is insufferably vexing. "You are too plump. You need to grow taller. You cannot allow yourself to expand horizontally," Shun Yi remarked, suppressing her chopsticks with an indifferent expression. Jiang Nai slammed her chopsticks onto the table and, in a fit of anger, shouted, "Who is plump? Who? You are the one who is plump. Your entire family is plump. Shenlan. Shenyun. Here we go again, they are at it once more. How long has it been since we heard such familiar quarrels?" Shenyun, with his gentle demeanor, softly advised, "Brother, the fourth young lady knows her limits. Just let her be." Jiang Nai turned to glance at the smiling Shenyun, her round, sparkling eyes mirroring his joy. Indeed, Shenyun is delightful. Consistently gentle and understanding over the years. A true gentleman with both beauty and kindness. Unlike the icy figure before her, whose sharp tongue and frigid demeanor left her feeling threatened. Jiang Nai puffed up her cheeks in frustration and forcefully swatted his hand away. Shenlan, feeling quite exasperated, raised a hand to his forehead and sighed. Brother, can't we just enjoy a meal in peace? Must you always provoke the young lady? Shen Yi raised his hand and pinched her cheek gently, saying, All right then, I shall permit you 3 bites of each dish. Jiang Nai, still fuming, grabbed her small bowl and darted to the opposite side of the table, while simultaneously piling her plate with food and muttering, You obnoxious little ice block. As she dashed away, grabbing food in a frenzy, she exclaimed in frustration, Is this how you treat your guests? Inviting them over yet not allowing them to eat properly. Jiang Nai nearly dropped the morsel in her mouth, astonished. I treat. Me? This table full of dishes, she treats? That must cost quite a fortune. Such a little deceiver. She has scarcely spoken 3 sentences before attempting to mislead me again. Shen Yi quickened his pace, his figure like a fleeting beam of light, as he seized Jiang Nai's wrist. The young girl, startled, shivered, twisting her wrist to slip from his grasp, exclaiming, Your Highness, young master, look at him. Look at him. How shameless, bullying a child. It has been 6 years. You can no longer play the part of a child. Shen Yi pursued her once more. Xinyan could not help but raise a hand to his forehead. I treat. The two halted simultaneously. Shen Yi held her wrist, while Jiang Nai, with a small bowl in hand and a piece of meat in her mouth, turned to face Xinyan. His Highness, the Prince of Zhao, felt as though he had owed them something in a past life. I treat. Shenlan, observing the scene before her, could not suppress a chuckle. The girl who feigned death while reading and sprang back to life at mealtime, clamoring while climbing trees to raid nests, would passionately express herself in the garden, as if she could defy heaven and earth with her words. The passage of time, long and meandering, one must consider, wherever the granddaughter may wander. She holds her grandmother, her father and mother, and her siblings dear to her heart, even if she brings a small blade of grass or a delicate flower. You should feel joy, not deem her stingy. The elderly lady was amused, laughing heartily, her smile wide as she tapped the little girl's forehead and turned to Hong Gu, saying, Look at this little one, sharp-tongued since childhood. No one can out-talk her. Granny Hong smiled and nodded repeatedly. The 4th young lady has been filial since childhood. The old servant can assure you, no matter how far she goes, she always remembers home. What an impressive young girl. With just a few words, she managed to bring such joy to the elderly lady, even overshadowing the anger ignited by the timid Chiu family. The new Mrs. Ruan from the 2nd household sat there, her eyes flickering as she scrutinized Jiang Nai several times, her heart growing increasingly wary. It was no wonder that her daughter had suffered such a significant loss. Earlier, she had subtly hinted to the elderly lady about grievances, but now it seemed entirely futile. Indeed, she was a formidable opponent. No wonder that foolish Jiang Yao had been utterly defeated by this young girl. Jiang Nai turned to Yin-Yang, Come with me. The latter felt a slight shock in her heart, and, unable to resist, followed her. Perhaps it was her own illusion, but in that moment, she felt an imposing aura emanating from the young girl, sharp and compelling, leaving no room for refusal. Yin-Yang gritted her teeth and knelt before Jiang Nai. Miss, the madam forbade us from gossiping in your presence. However, the madam has suffered greatly at the hands of the new misses of the 2nd household over the years. I can no longer contain my grievances. Ever since that new Mrs. entered the family, she quickly won the old lady's favor. Over the years, she has covertly made things difficult for our madam. It may seem trivial, but from the kitchen stews to the household purchases, the new Mrs. insists on meddling in everything. Wait a moment. What did you just say? Jiang Nai interrupted Zheng Yang, her expression grave. Has my elder brother been seriously injured? Zheng Yang, her face awash with anxiety, wiped away her tears, her voice quivering as she nodded emphatically. Alas, the young master is in a dire predicament, Chunya exclaimed, clenching her fists in indignation. 3 days ago, individuals claiming to be from Songyang sect arrived at our estate. They callously abandoned the young master at the entrance, and when someone pursued them for an explanation, they arrogantly berated him. The old woman immediately grasped the situation, summoning a dozen sturdy maids, each brandishing a stick, to encircle the intruders. Before they could exit the lotus fragrance garden, a young maid rushed in, weeping and wailing. Madam, Miss Roro has been beaten by Miss Nyan Xin. Outrageous. This is an abomination. Wansher fumed. Let us first check on Chiu Xiang courtyard. That wretched Jiang Nyan Xin dares to bully my precious daughter. Truly, she is a fool who knows not her own limitations. We are from the second madam's courtyard. What do you think you are doing? Release us. You cannot treat us this way. We are from the second madam's courtyard. The bound maidservants cried out in distress, their voices piercing the air as they struggled against their captors. Amidst the chaos, a multitude of rough maids wielded their sticks, swinging them with force, producing a series of dull thuds as they struck their targets. Autumn Leaves stood aside, her face adorned with a cold sneer as she remarked, "How audacious to behave thus in our presence, barking and howling. Truly, these are nothing but ill-mannered wretches." A few maidens, pressed by the weight of a stick, managed to lift their heads, only to behold an elderly matron, stern of countenance, clad in a blue-patterned robe, standing on the steps. She opened her mouth, unleashing a torrent of biting remarks. "I have heard that our new second mistress was once a woman of considerable talent in her maiden days. Alas, her fate has been rather unfortunate. She bears the mark of a widow, having lost her husband in the bloom of her youth. One would think she might content herself with raising her 2 daughters, leading a modest life. Yet, despite her circumstances, she desires to remarry. Very well. She has wed our second master, but bringing 2 burdensome children into the household, she insists on disrupting our peace, as though she is destined for better days. She ought to reflect on her own fortune. It is laughable that she would dare to covet our 4th young lady's breakfast. If she is in need of silver, there is no necessity for such disgraceful antics." Matron Fong's voice rang out, chastising. "If there are difficulties, she should speak to our mistress directly. Why resort to such mortifying behavior?" The maidens, thoroughly berated by Matron Fong, found themselves unable to lift their heads in shame. With tears welling in their eyes, one cried out, "You old crone, what nonsense are you spouting? How dare you slander our mistress? You lot, go and teach her some manners," commanded Chunya, raising her hand. Immediately, 6 or 7 maidens stepped forward, eager to take action. The young maidens of Liyuan, previously unaware of the numerous subtle grievances they had suffered at the hands of the 2nd and 3rd-tier servants, now found newfound courage with the support of the 4th Mississippi. Each of them stood tall as they approached, swiftly delivering resounding slaps to the faces of the second house's maidens. In that moment, the courtyard echoed only with the sound of slaps and the cold reprimands of old Madame Fong. Those who understand their misfortune should learn to cherish their current blessings. They must not squander their good fortune through folly and mischief. Our Lady is known for her kindness and prefers not to engage with the likes of you. Yet one must also possess a sense of propriety. The distinctions of rank and worth must be clearly understood. Do not let mere words incite you into foolish actions. Remember, should trouble arise, no one will come to your aid." Leaning closer to Jiang Nai, Ji whispered softly, "Do you feel any unusual sensations? Perhaps a warmth swirling within your meridians?" "You are overthinking," Jiang Shaoxi replied with a glance, brusquely pushing her inquisitive face away. Since the silver bracelet could not be removed, she decided to leave it be. Looking down, she observed the unremarkable silver bracelet resting on her wrist, hardly noticeable. Jiang Nai rolled up her sleeve slightly, pointing at the silver bracelet and the other scarlet bangle. "Oh, look, you're wearing 2. She felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. "Why don't you remove the other one then?" "Oh, but I have already activated this spiritual treasure. It is something I will need in the future." The little girl mumbled, "What if I accumulate more spiritual treasures in the future? Wouldn't my arms be laden with them?" 7 nearly burst into laughter. Observing her master's genuinely concerned expression, he couldn't help but reach out and ruffle her fluffy head. "Oh, really?" Jiang Nai's eyes sparkled. 7, suppressing his amusement, nodded in affirmation. "Indeed. When you utilize the treasures, you activate them with your mind. Storing them within your consciousness allows you to summon them at will. What difference does it make from wearing them?" "Ah, you make a valid point." Jiang Nai pondered for a moment, her thoughts subtly shifting. In an instant, she drew the crimson bracelet into her consciousness. Watching it float and twirl in her mind's eye, Jiang Nai felt a wave of relief. "This is much better, otherwise. Having a cacophony of bracelets jingling on my arms would be quite bothersome." Now, only the unassuming silver bracelet rested on her left wrist. This tiny piece, quietly adorning her arm, seemed less objectionable than before. Jiang Nai lowered her sleeve to conceal the silver bracelet and waved dismissively at 7 with an air of disdain. "All right. You may leave now. The little ancestor intends to sleep." This was a classic case of burning bridges after crossing them. 7, accustomed to his master's tendency to dismiss him once her tasks were completed, smirked and playfully pinched her cheek. "Then I wish my master sweet dreams. I shall take my leave." The little girl muttered an indignant remark about his impertinence and shot an annoyed glance at his retreating figure through the window. As the little girl skipped and donned her shoes, she made her way to the bedside, when she suddenly appeared at the window. With a grin, he informed his subordinate to disseminate the news. If all goes as expected, the gaze of those individuals should soon converge upon Jiang Shaolu. Oh. Jiang Nai deftly tucked the purple wooden box into the mountain residence map. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she turned to Qi and asked, I recall that I had placed around 30 to 40 taels of silver in that box, correct? Irritated, Jiang Shaonei climbed onto the bed and exclaimed, What are you still doing here? With a nonchalant hum, she rolled onto the bed, pulled up the covers, and drifted off into a deep slumber. Thus, it is essential to cultivate reliable subordinates. After much contemplation, it seemed that among the 20 elite hidden guards, only the first and second displayed a sense of maturity and steadiness. The third, fourth, fifth, and sixth appeared somewhat foolish, while the seventh, eighth, ninth, and 10th were rather impetuous. The 11th, 12th, and 13th, well, they were simply beyond description. Jiang Shaonai sighed beneath the covers, feeling a wave of drowsiness wash over her as she pondered these vexing matters. The mere thought of being forced, much like in her childhood, to study in the backyard under the relentless scrutiny of a certain turtle, without even the chance for a midday nap, soured her mood considerably. The following morning, while Jiang Nai was enjoying lunch with Mrs. Chiu in the small flower hall, a manager rushed in, brimming with excitement. Madam, the master has been promoted. The manager exclaimed with a beaming smile. The master has ascended to the position of second-rank Minister of Justice, concurrently serving as the left deputy censor of the Imperial Censorate. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Chiu was elated. Chiu smiled and nodded, saying, Since this is a momentous occasion, instruct the kitchen to prepare additional dishes. The steward beside the master and the young servants were all rewarded with 2 taels of silver. Those maids of second rank and above each received an extra half a guan of money. The steward, filled with joy, expressed his gratitude and departed. Chiu turned to Jiang Nai with a smile. Recently, there have been rumors that there might be changes in the court's official structure, and it has finally been confirmed. Your father has indeed been fortunate. His position remains unchanged, yet his rank has suddenly soared. From a young age, Jiang Nai was aware of her father's favorable career prospects. Discernible even from his facial features, he was the type of official who enjoyed a smooth path. While minor challenges might arise, significant trials were utterly absent. Moreover, she harbored a peculiar feeling, as if her father had a notably close relationship with the emperor. After lunch, having conversed with Chiu for a while, Jiang Shaoxi made her way to her elder brother's courtyard as promised. Today, Jiang Su had managed to sit up. Upon Jiang Nai's entrance, she noticed him seated near the grape trellis in the courtyard, appearing considerably more spirited. After washing his face and shaving, he presented a refined visage, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. It was no wonder that young ladies found him appealing. Jiang Nai thought to herself that Miss Su Jing, certainly had discerning taste. Elder brother, I'm here, Jiang Nai exclaimed, skipping over to Jiang Su. She crouched down, tilting her head upwards to gaze at her elder brother. Elder brother, you look much better today than yesterday. Jiang Su smiled at her. Have you eaten yet? Jiang Nai nodded, having shared lunch with their mother. Jiang, who was well aware, during lunch, his mother had sent someone to visit him, bringing a plethora of his favorite delicacies. Thank you for waking me up with your scolding yesterday, little sister. Jiang, who cast a glance at his legs, a fleeting shadow of anguish crossing his eyes. Now he felt no sensation in his legs whatsoever. Perhaps he would never rise again in this lifetime, or perhaps he and Jing Er would never meet again. Jiang Nai gently rested her hand on the back of his elder brother. Do you believe in me? Jiang, who looked at his sister with a hint of confusion. The young girl tilted her head, her bright, round eyes blinking at him. Unable to resist, he playfully flicked her forehead, his expression one of displeasure as he remarked, When you gaze upon me, your eyes should be attentive to my presence, rather than staring blankly at my face, as if your soul has wandered off. Jiang Nai leaned back, her small hands gripping the carriage window with determination. Her comical demeanor suggested she might leap from the window at any moment in a bid for escape. Shun Yi felt a surge of annoyance and swiftly pulled her hands away, continuing his admonishment, that Lu Fui is utterly shameless and has a penchant for trifling affairs. Numerous rumors circulate about him. Some claim he favors women, while others assert he has an inclination towards men. In any case, his reputation is in disarray. A naive girl like you would stand no chance in his clutches. he would undoubtedly manipulate you, leaving you unaware of your own downfall. Honest counsel is often unpalatable. Yet what I share with you today must be taken to heart. Jiang Nai cast him a silent glance, sensing, perhaps mistakenly, that he seemed intent on tarnishing the reputation of the esteemed demon lord. Was the demon lord truly so lacking in merit? In truth, her acquaintance with the venerable Jichensu was not particularly intimate. Jiang Nai subtly implied that he should refrain from incessantly criticizing the esteemed figure, as it was quite disheartening to hear. The less familiarity, the better, she thought. Shun-Yi nodded in agreement. You are growing up now, in all your endeavors. You must exercise caution. Do you understand the principle of maintaining a respectful distance between men and women? It is imperative that you uphold a certain reserve with others. Refrain from the reckless antics of our childhood, where one would suddenly leap into another's embrace. Jiang Nai, bewildered, glanced at him, pondering when she had ever lunged at anyone. Suddenly, the carriage jolted violently. Caught off guard, she tumbled towards him like a clumsy toy, her forehead colliding with his chin, eliciting a sharp cry of pain. Shin-Yi also gasped softly, instinctively reaching out to soothe her head. He lifted the curtain, a chill evident in his voice. What is it? The driver, trembling with fear, replied, Your Highness, a carriage unexpectedly surged from a side path, nearly colliding with us. Is that you, brothery? A gentle voice called from that direction, melodious and ethereal. By now, the night had deepened, and few pedestrians graced the streets. Omping Avenue was not particularly narrow. A collision seemed improbable unless the driver was blind. Jiang Nai, her curiosity piqued, poked the little ice block beside her and whispered, It's your acquaintance. Shin-Yi shot her a glance. Mind your own business. Jiang Nai pouted, thinking how pitiful the young lady must be, observing Shun-Yi's icy demeanor. Let's continue. Shun-Yi lowered the curtain. It is the prince. The driver appeared ready to depart. Jiang Nai leaned closer to Shun-Yi and softly inquired, Is that the princess of Anyang? At least acknowledge her. Shin-Yi pressed down on her little head with a finger. You talk too much. Brothery. The curtain was suddenly lifted, and the princess of Anyang gazed at them in astonishment. It was then that Jiang Nai realized, during the earlier jolt, she had ended up mostly in the embrace of the little ice block. Aside, let today suffice. Tomorrow at this time, a surprise awaits. Subsequently, there will be several updates in the following days. A headache. Those authors who can produce frequent updates are truly angels. In a moment of distraction, a shadow guard's head emerged from below. Miss, the glutinous rice balls you requested have arrived. Oh, thank you, Jiang Nai responded, raising her hand to accept the food box offered by the shadow guard. Her gaze then settled on the windowsill, where she found herself transfixed. The small ledge was adorned with clusters of slender-stemmed yellow flowers, each one blooming vibrantly. As Jiang Nai stepped closer and peered down, her eyes widened in astonishment. Beneath her windowsill lay a picturesque flower bed, filled with rows of delicate blossoms. The slender stems and soft leaves swayed gently in the morning breeze, exuding resilience and vitality. They were truly a sight to behold. Suddenly, she recalled a conversation with Shin-Yi, where she had described these flowers. They are tiny, tiny yellow flowers with long stems, brimming with life. In the village, one can observe these wild flowers everywhere, clusters blooming in the corners of walls and beside earthen windows, presenting a truly splendid sight. Their vibrant vitality is astonishing. Upon opening the window and gazing down, a vast expanse of small yellow flowers greets her, bringing immense delight. She never anticipated such a profusion of blossoms would flourish even within the confines of the academy. Yin-Yang, noticing her young master lost in thought at the windowsill, could not resist approaching to take a glance as well. There are so many flowers here, Yin-Yang suddenly remarked. Jiang Nai responded with a hum, recalling, by the way, I meant to ask you the other day, what prompted your sudden enlightenment on the execution ground? She distinctly remembered how Yin-Yang had initially remained resolute, displaying a defiance to the bitter end. Yet, after Jiang Nai pressed her down onto the stool, it seemed as though a revelation had struck, transforming everything. Yin-Yang gazed at the clusters of small yellow flowers below the windowsill and spoke. I truly did not wish to die. If there is a chance to survive, no one would ever genuinely seek death. What kind of person is the master? She pondered. As she observed the patch of yellow flowers, her memories began to sharpen. Chunya had turned to her then, offering a gentle smile as she softly said, You will understand if you engage with it gradually. Engage gradually. Yin-Yang murmured quietly to herself. Jiang Nai suddenly smiled. You are quite right. If there is a chance to live, no one would wholeheartedly pursue death. Stay diligently by my side, for I am a rather stern master. Should you falter in any way, I shall impose severe penalties upon you. Do you understand? Yes. Yin-Yang nodded vigorously. After finishing her breakfast, Jiang Nai skipped out the door. She is now a 7th grade student in the Gui class. Although her time spent at the academy over the past 6 years might not exceed 2 months in total, the headmaster holds you in high regard and has never revoked your enrollment. Thus, you have ascended alongside your Gui class peers, now all 7th graders. However, your time is limited. You have a maximum of 3 years to accumulate 600 credits, or you shall not graduate. Jiang Nai felt a pang of discomfort upon hearing this. In the past, during Mr. Luo's classes, he would turn a blind eye to her slumber. But now it seems that even being a slothful student is no longer an option. She must pay attention during lessons and cannot afford to languish in idleness any longer. This realization plunged Jiang Nai into a deep sense of despair, and she found herself cursing the ancestors of her little ice cube for their legacy. It is entirely the fault of the late emperor for his reckless antics, resulting in the birth of such a motley crew of offspring, including that insufferable little scoundrel. The ice block. Merely contemplating this vexes Jiang Nai, who resolves to devise a clever scheme to thoroughly torment the ice block come tomorrow. Perhaps she could bind him and deliver him to the boudoir of the county princess of Anyang? Let them lock eyes and form a pair? In that case, the ice block would have a wife to manage him, leaving him with little leisure to meddle in Nai Nai's affairs. The more she pondered, the more Jiang Nai found this plan to be feasible and reliable. However, the dilemma lay in the ice block's profound cultivation. After all these years, how much had he progressed? How might she surreptitiously bind him and deliver him to the county princess's quarters? This posed a conundrum worthy of contemplation. After much deliberation, Jiang Nai felt utterly at a loss. Her delicate face contorted in frustration as she retrieved a hefty tome of history. Yet, after merely flipping a few pages, she was immediately beset by a throbbing headache. Goodness, the fragmented script. After so many years, it was still exceedingly difficult to comprehend. 3,000 years had elapsed, and ancient civilizations had long since been submerged in the torrents of history. Yet, Jiang Nai still believed that many aspects of their era were indeed commendable. For instance, the preservation of written language, as well as the mastery of arcane arts. In this current age, such arts have waned, with few individuals possessing a systematic inheritance. Moreover, the refinement of spiritual treasures and the alchemical processes for concocting elixirs have largely dissipated within the annals of ancient civilization. Even something as simple as the method for crafting spatial rings has been lost for a millennium. Reflecting on this, Jiang Nai felt a pang of sympathy for those living in this era. The opportune moments have eluded me, and many cultivation methods are exceedingly disorganized, truly in a state of decay. Perhaps in the distant central continent, the cultivation system remains somewhat refined, but on the Cloud Sky continent, particularly in the Haiyue Empire, it is rare to encounter practitioners who have transcended the 40th level. Those who wield the forces of nature are even more seldom seen. In this era where magical arts are waning and the cultivation framework is fractured, everything appears overwhelmingly difficult. Jiang Nai sighed, turning a few more pages of the thick tome before closing it, her entire being sinking heavily behind the stack of books, her head yearning to bury itself within the pages. The chubby companion, witnessing her demeanor, couldn't help but sigh. She truly was not suited for scholarly pursuits. Forcing her to sit there, he lamented for her. She ought to be free to roam in nature, to frolic and play outside, to soar boundlessly and freely. When Yi grimaced, pondering how differently the chubby one perceived Jiang Nai compared to his own view of her, Shunyi noted that the students of Class Gui were quite talented, adept at persuading Nai Nai. Indeed, you would become the lowest scoring student in the history of the Shangjing Academy. Would you be pleased with that? I am certainly not pleased. Jiang Nai replied with a reluctant nod. Very well, I shall heed your counsel and continue my studies here. Only then did the group beam with joy, surrounding her with enthusiastic agreement. Now, this is as it should be. Pang Xiaopeng chuckled and remarked, in truth, during the 6 or 7 years of your absence, we have missed you greatly. Shen Yi, the little ice block, had been quietly observing Jiang Xiaonai's expressions. At that moment, seeing the girl's eyes curve into crescents and her lips lift into a faint smile, he thought to himself, look, this little girl is quite easy to please. A delightful meal paired with extravagant compliments, and she is sure to be overjoyed. Indeed, Jiang Nai was feeling exceptionally happy. She suddenly realized that her friends seemed far more agreeable than they had 6 years ago. Moreover, The sense of being anticipated was utterly delightful. Since her friends were so eager for her to stay, she would reluctantly remain to accompany them in their studies. Suddenly, Jiang Nai noticed an old acquaintance standing at the front of the classroom, Master Lin. Upon seeing him, her curiosity piqued, and she stepped forward to greet him. "Hello, Master." Upon hearing that familiar tone, Master Lin felt as if an enchanting melody had reached his ears. He stiffly turned his neck to glance back and found a girl with crescent-shaped eyes standing at the classroom door. Her bright, sparkling eyes seemed to twinkle with starlight, and her animated expressions were utterly charming as she spoke. "Do you not remember me, Master Lin? I am Jiang Nai." Master Lin silently tugged at the corners of his mouth. Although he had only taught this little rascal for a few days, he had certainly encountered a myriad of her whimsical antics. How could he possibly forget her? After all, she was the one capable of turning various sounds into a whimsical symphony of cotton-padded echoes. Since the departure of Miss Jiang Si, she has found herself quite unaccustomed for a considerable period. After all, she had grown used to the presence of such an individual in the classroom, and now, in her absence, it feels rather strange. Master Lin gazed at her with an expressionless face. "Indeed, I too did not expect to encounter Miss Jiang Si here. Master Lin, how have you been lately?" Jiang Nai inquired, her delicate face adorned with a radiant smile. However, upon seeing the little troublemaker, she sensed an unsettling feeling, as if something was amiss all around her. Master Lin recalled the peculiar antics of the young girl in her childhood, clearing his throat as he asked, "Does Miss C still suffer from headaches at the mere thought of studying?" The surrounding crowd could not help but burst into laughter at Master Lin's whimsical question. Jiang Nai twisted her petite frame, her adorable expression shining through. "Master, how can you say such a thing? I was merely a mischievous child back then. But I have grown up now, and I am doing splendidly. Even old Master Luo often praises me." The commotion among the group escalated, while others secretly observed with a hint of amusement, watching from a distance. Shen Yi, Shen Yun, and Wei Kashue remained off the field, instead opting to set up a table under the shade of a tree and brew a pot of fine tea. It was precisely because of the presence of Shen Yi and others that the previously lethargic students began to exert themselves vigorously. The young men among them harbored a glimmer of hope. They mused that if they caught the eye of the princes, they might ascend to great heights in an instant. The young women, on the other hand, entertained simpler, more pragmatic thoughts. If they could garner the favor of even one among the noble company, their future would be bright and prosperous. Thus, the hunting grounds buzzed with excitement as everyone flaunted their skills in horseback riding and archery, eager to attract the attention of the esteemed onlookers. The rivalry between Class Gue and Class Ding intensified, yet all of this bore no relation to Jiang Xiaonai, who peacefully slumbered beneath a great tree. Regardless of their shouts and even scuffles, she remained undisturbed, enjoying the tranquility of time passing without concern for the external disputes. As the confrontation between the two factions escalated, a cold voice suddenly interrupted, questioning the purpose of the contest and the rules governing the archery. The members of Class Gue turned to see who had spoken, their faces lighting up with surprise. "Cold classmate, Brother Chiohan," Shishu exclaimed joyfully, dashing forward to grasp the sleeve of Lang Chiohan. However, Lang Chiohan's response was notably indifferent. He brushed her hand aside and merely nodded in acknowledgement. Peng Xiaoping hopped forward, shaking his fist at the two girls from Class Ding. "Stop the noise. Let me tell you, it's not that we fear competing with you, but rather we dread the prospect of making you cry if you fall behind. That would leave us in quite the awkward position." The girls from Class Ding scoffed in response, unabashedly bold. "Why do you not believe in this oddity?" Peng Xiaoping scoffed. "We simply cannot be bothered to engage in conflict with you. It does not imply that we lack the capability to contend." From Class Ding emerged a young man of unremarkable appearance, yet possessing a certain refined elegance. He clasped his hands together and bowed towards the members of Class Gue. Introducing himself, "I am Wang Hanji, eager to learn from your esteemed techniques." The classmates scrutinized him, whispering amongst themselves, "So, it is indeed Wang Hanji." They had all heard of his reputation. He was said to excel in archery and horsemanship, and was a man of considerable cultivation. Despite his humble beginnings and modest means, he had gained significant renown within the academy. Even before graduation, he had been courted by various powerful families, all vying to have him as a guest in their homes. Following Wang Hanji, a young woman with a charming countenance and bright, sparkling eyes stepped forward. With a similar gesture, she greeted the members of Class Gue, flashing a radiant smile. "I am Yi Li Tiao, And I too wish to learn from the esteemed students of Class Gui. The appearance of Wang Hanji and Yi Litiao instantly ignited a fervent response among the students of Class Ding, who erupted into enthusiastic applause, their spirits soaring as if they were gaining newfound prestige. Pang Xiaopeng rolled up his sleeves and grinned. Is this not simply gathering 10 individuals for a contest? With so many in Class Gui, can we not muster even 10? Mr. Lin, incited by their provocation, turned to Lung Qiuhan and gave a slight nod. 613 dominating the scene. 614 the unfortunate Nai. 615 predicament. 616 child's play. 617 money talk. 618 I wish to see her perish. If you desire to wager with our classmates, you must bring forth additional funds. Shi Zhuo glared fiercely, responding tersely, we are not as troublesome as you, nor have we stipulated any stakes. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nai leisurely nodded her head. Very well then. Play as you wish. I shall accompany you to the end. You may decide, will it be individual archery, paired archery, or perhaps a grand melee? With a cold expression, Wang Hanji ominously stated, will it be individual archery, Jiang Si? Are you brave enough? Individual archery? Jiang Nai blinked. But we must clarify the rules. Will it be one arrow each in turn, or shall we ride and shoot alternately? Or perhaps we shoot simultaneously? These regulations must be established beforehand. Otherwise, should any discrepancies arise, and you refuse to acknowledge them, how am I to earn my 1,000 taels of silver? The crowd felt an overwhelming urge to silence her. Wang Hanji remarked, she can prattle on for 17 or 18 sentences. What an eccentric creature she is. Gritting his teeth, Wang Hanji added, we are all in agreement. So let Master Lin decide. The members of Class Ding nodded in unison, united in their disdain for the troublesome girl who spoke incessantly. Even before the contest had commenced, she was already embroiled in a myriad of issues, a level of annoyance they had never encountered before. Jiang Nai bounced up to Master Lin and exclaimed, please clarify the rules. You must explain everything thoroughly. We even need a written agreement, signed and sealed as proof, detailing the stakes involved. And it would be best if we could leave our handprints as well. The onlookers stared at her in disbelief, thinking to themselves, what on earth is going on in that little head of yours? Although your reasoning is sound, it is evident that your true nature is one of greed. Noticing their peculiar gazes, Jiang Nai twisted her petite frame and adorably inquired, why are you all looking at me like that? I know my arguments are coherent, grounded in fact, and that my intelligence is exceptional. While your own intellect may be somewhat lacking, there is no need for such adoring looks. The members of Class Ding were nearly beside themselves with rage. A girl beside Yi Litiao shouted indignantly, what are you talking about? Who are you calling dim-witted? Pang Xiaopeng and the others were on the verge of laughter at Jiang Nai's antics. Although Xiao Su and his companions remained silent, they struggled to suppress their mirth. Ning Feng could not help but whisper to Wen Yi, usually, this girl drives me up the wall, leaving me feeling quite vexed. Yet seeing her irritate others, I find a strange sense of delight in it. Wen Yi twitched his lips, thinking, enjoy your moment of bravado. Who knows what the competition will entail? At this moment, the young girl spoke with unrestrained bravado, but it would be quite humorous if she could not even hold a small bow steady. Yi Litiao took a deep breath, striving to suppress the surge of anger within her, and subtly tugged at Wang Hanji's sleeve, signaling him to maintain his composure. Wang Hanji understood her intent immediately. Being provoked so intensely before the competition would undoubtedly hinder their subsequent performance. Thus, he too composed himself, inhaling deeply to soothe his troubled spirits. Jiang Xiaonai had established her own rules. She feared the outcome, yet she bore the burden of victory or defeat alone. The laughter erupted around them, as if mocking their plight, while the humiliation felt akin to an ant shaking a tree. One instance of disgrace was insufficient, a second was imperative. It was essential to win over hearts and minds, to demonstrate prowess through undeniable strength. The fourth young lady was furiously indignant. This was 1,000 taels of gold, her living expenses and tuition for the next 3 years, which her father had entrusted her with, not meant to be squandered in an instant. As this thought crossed her mind, Zhou expression grew increasingly grim. To make matters worse, she heard Pang Xiaopeng's relentless voice beside her. What is the matter, Zhou? Stop dawdling and hand over the gold note. Our Xiaonai doesn't have the luxury of wasting time on this trivial game. If it weren't for the stakes, do you really think Xiaonai would take the stage? At present, Zhou deeply regrets her initial decision to produce the gold notes, and her animosity towards Jiang Nai is profound. If it weren't for Jiang Nai's cunning concealment of her exceptional equestrian and archery skills, Would she have so readily revealed 1,000 tales of gold? Now caught in a precarious situation, she finds herself at a loss. However, producing this sum was never her intention. Peng Xiaoping and others gaze at her in disbelief. Can it be that this woman dares to go back on her word in such circumstances? Is she truly prepared to forfeit her standing in this academy? Meanwhile, others in the hunting ground cast peculiar glances at Zhou Hong. Lu Lingji, with a sigh, noticed her frozen demeanor and gently tugged at her sleeve, leaning closer to whisper, "Miss Zhou, do not act foolishly. A wager is a wager. Produce the gold notes first. If funds run low later, you can find a way to manage. But stubbornly refusing to comply now, with everyone watching, is unwise. Moreover, both princes and the heir are present, and this debt cannot be evaded." Zhou Hong is acutely aware that evasion is impossible. How could she possibly escape? The written agreement is firmly in Jiang Nai's possession. Should she refuse? Who knows what actions this woman might take? Given her temperament, it's entirely plausible that she would brandish the note and report her to the authorities. Gritting her teeth, Zhou Hong steeled herself, retrieved 10 gold notes from her pocket, and flung them forcefully at Jiang Nai's face, exclaiming, "Here, take it. I hope this little vixen either chokes or bursts with it." Jiang Nai deftly dodged, causing the notes to flutter down to the ground. The crowd exchanged glances, each harboring a flicker of disdain for Miss Zhou Hong. They wondered how she could possess such a lamentable emotional intelligence and such a wretched temperament. It had been made abundantly clear that this was a matter of willing acceptance of defeat, yet she, having lost decisively, now seethed with indignation and directed her resentment towards others. At the same moment, Shun Yi and Shun Yun wore grim expressions, ready to erupt. Suddenly, a chilling voice pierced the air, each word resonating with an unsettling gravity. "You are seeking death." The assembly was momentarily taken aback. Upon turning their gaze, they beheld the once cheerful young lady, now transformed, her countenance as frigid as ice. Her eyes, deep and dark like a frigid abyss, radiated a chilling aura that penetrated to the core. What had once been a scene filled with the warmth of spring now felt as if a harsh winter had abruptly descended, chilling everyone to their very bones. Jiang Nai's expression was inexplicably sinister, her captivating gaze seemingly fixed upon a lifeless corpse. Throughout history, none had dared to cast a stack of gold notes in my face. Even the most audacious, like Wang Shu, would bow low in my presence. How dare these insignificant creatures display such audacity? A whip, crimson as blood, slowly unfurled from her sleeve. At that moment, Jiang Nai's demeanor was akin to that of a vengeful spirit, instilling deep fear. Silence enveloped the surroundings. "You shall pay the price." Threefold return. "Why? You think you can escape unscathed?" Nana was unable to forgive him, and she spent an entire night restless with anger. Little Ice Cube had actually given her a bump on the head, although he later apologized and rubbed her head for quite some time with a look of helplessness. Nana still could not find it in her heart to forgive him. What did he mean by saying she was thinking too fancifully? Was her suspicion unfounded? How else could one explain why the Grand Emperor went to such lengths for her? Even sending an imperial tutor from the previous dynasty to teach her reading and writing in the countryside of Lanzhou. Perhaps she was, after all, the Grand Emperor's own daughter. No. That was impossible. If she were indeed the Grand Emperor's daughter, her father would surely be heartbroken to the point of tears. No, that would be too much for her father to bear. Moreover, the most significant issue was that she would, without reason, be relegated to a lower generation than Little Ice Cube and the others. In future encounters, would she not have to address them as Uncle Emperor? No. That was out of the question. Jiang Nana's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts as she strolled toward Hung Garden. Upon arriving at the classroom door, she was greeted by a throng of 17 or 18 classmates rushing towards her. Each of them held an assortment of snacks, such as candied fruits and dried meats, all clamoring, "Jiang, you're here. I brought you some delicious treats." Xiaona, I. Peng Xiaoping, squeezed to the back, could only scratch his head anxiously, unable to push his way forward. Jiang Na's eyes lit up as she effortlessly accepted this and that from her classmates. A string of goodies being thrust into her hands, her smile widening with joy. Ha. Thank you all so much. I love this, and this too. Is this dried fruit from FAG? Ha. It's my absolute favorite. Observing the joyous smile on her face, everyone couldn't help but grin along. This cheerful Jiang student was indeed more endearing and eye-catching. Yesterday's Jiang Nai, enshrouded in cold fury and gazing upon the world like a deity, seemed too distant from their mortal realm, making them feel quite unaccustomed. Ningfeng remarked in a low voice that the young lady had recovered overnight, and he had wondered if she would greet them with a pleasant demeanor today. It wasn't us who provoked her. Why wouldn't she be pleasant to us? Shizhuo retorted coldly, sitting not far away with a pretty face. She couldn't help but let out a cold snort, finding the scene of those idiotic classmates fawning over Jiang Nai with gifts to be an eyesore. Yu quickly reached out to tug at her sleeve, cautioning, Shizhuo, don't provoke her again. Ningfeng curved the corners of his lips, chuckling softly. Indeed, don't go looking for trouble. Yesterday's events demonstrated that she wasn't without a temper. She simply often couldn't be bothered to respond to others' provocations. When Yi and the others nodded in agreement, they had come to realize that when the young lady was usually innocent, carefree, and talkative, it indicated she was in high spirits. However, when she was in a towering rage, she would generally remain silent, and the chilling atmosphere could be suffocating. Zhou Weibiao couldn't help but shrink his neck, muttering softly. In retrospect, Jiang was merciful to us back then. Judging from yesterday's outburst, the Zhou family's daughter will likely face great misfortune in the future. Ahem. A cough came from behind. The students turned to see Master Lin entering, and they promptly greeted him and scattered like startled birds. As Master Lin entered, he gazed at Jiang Nai with a hint of peculiarity etched upon his face. Jiang Nai bowed respectfully and, with a cheerful smile, inquired, Master Lin, did you not sleep well last night? The others glanced up, suppressing their laughter before lowering their heads once more. Meanwhile, within the residence of General Jing'an, Madame Zhou wept softly, concealing her face with a handkerchief. General, she lamented, are we to endure such bullying indefinitely? How can all the blame be placed upon our daughter? It is that Jiang girl who has gone too far. We have already compensated her with 3,000 gold notes. What more does she desire? How dare she insist on expelling Honger from the family? Is she a divine oracle? Our businesses across various regions have all been targeted by an unknown force, resulting in daily losses exceeding 10,000. She has the audacity to summon the finest talents from across the realm to besiege our entire Zhou residence overnight. That rebellious daughter, so arrogant and disdainful of others, has finally encountered her match. Whether she lives or dies is of her own making. Let her not drag the entire Zhou family down with her. My lord, General, you cannot proceed in this manner. Honger is your own daughter. If she is truly expelled from the family, she will be left with a ruined reputation and no prospects as a young woman. General Zhou, too, was acutely aware of the pain this decision inflicted. Despite his daughter's spoiled temperament, she was still the child he had watched grow up. How could he not feel the heartache? General, a man adorned in dark, abbreviated armor, a saber girded at his waist, strode in with haste. Offering a respectful bow, General, he announced, our men ventured to the patrol camp and located Lord Mu Qing, but before they could depart, they were intercepted. What? The general questioned, and Lord Mu Qing's whereabouts? Lord Mu Qing was summoned to the palace by the eldest prince. General Zhou slumped onto the stool, crestfallen. His wife, perplexed, inquired, General, what is amiss? General? What else could it be? He retorted, such coincidences are scarcely happenstance. The Zhou household barely reported the matter to the patrol camp, seeking Mu Qing's aid, when Mu Qing was immediately summoned to the palace by the eldest prince. It is evident that the eldest prince is privy to the matter's origins and has aligned himself with the Jiang household. General, say something. Madame Zhou urged anxiously. Silence. General Zhou roared, slamming his hand upon the table. He turned to his wife with a scathing rebuke. Indeed, a doting mother breeds a spoiled child. Had you exercised greater discipline over her, cautioning her against unwarranted assertiveness, would such an incident have transpired today? He then commanded, summon the elders of the clan. General, Madame Zhou exclaimed, her eyes widening in horror, you mustn't. Honger is your own daughter. We still have Jian'er. Jian'er can assist. We can immediately pin a letter to Jian'er at Suspended Sword Peak and have her. It is futile, he interrupted. Suspended Sword Peak is distant, and its waters cannot extinguish this immediate fire. Moreover, with the might of the Premier Pavilion, they may not even need to fear Suspended Sword Peak. How could they not fear it? She countered. Madame Zhou screamed frantically. The Sword Peak is a gathering place for immortals. Did you not hear Jian'er mention it? Those inner disciples are all capable of wielding ice and fire. What else could they be if not immortals? General Zhou, visibly irritated, shot a glare at his wife. My dear, if this drags on any longer, our entire Zhou family fortune will be at stake. Little Ice Cube, save me. The second young master has insisted that the lady must complete the letter within these 2 days, calculating it as 1 letter per month over 6 years. You are required to pin 72 letters. Jiang Nai appeared utterly bewildered, her confusion palpable. My lady, what are you searching for? If you have not yet found it, would you like me to assist? The second servant offered. Jiang Nai stumbled upon the exquisite writing set gifted by her cousin and, grasping the ivory-carved squirrel brush, stammered. Find 2 individuals whose handwriting resembles mine, and have them help me write the letters. 7 erupted into laughter, feigning seriousness as she shook her head. My lady, that may prove to be quite challenging. To have the servants mimic your handwriting. Suddenly, she exclaimed, Oh right, my lady, you can now write well with your right hand. However, your script is so ethereal and exquisite that few can replicate it. Jiang Nai slapped her on the head, shouting, Go find them. 72 letters. Do they wish for Nai to hang herself with a noodle? My lady, do not fear. Showcase your most exceptional skills. Be a rogue. He clenched her small fist. Isn't he just the second young master? Why the panic? You, what do you understand? That cousin is truly terrifying. When we were young, I was always at his mercy. Just engaging in a battle of wits with him, 100 of you would not stand a chance against his intellect. As the girl reminisced about the past, a shiver ran down her spine. Back in the countryside, he wielded power with an air of laziness. Ever since the old man came to teach, she could no longer be a mere bystander. Thus she began to oppose him. He was indeed formidable. He threatened to make Nai complete 72 letters, and if Nai failed to comply, she might face even graver misfortunes. I have heard that your health has deteriorated once more. I have specially brought a doctor to examine you. Shen Yi entered gracefully, speaking softly. Shen Lan and Shun Yun accompanied young Master Wei as they strolled into the garden, silently chuckling. There, beneath a grand tree in the courtyard, the little girl suddenly turned her head, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at them. Little Ice Cube. She abandoned the 2 brushes she had been holding, crying out in despair as she lunged towards him. Shen Yi instinctively reached out to catch her plump figure, lowering his head to look at her. What has you so flustered? Can you write letters? The kind with ornate language and extravagant embellishments? Young Master Wei twitched the corner of his mouth. Fourth miss, have you been feigning illness for 2 days in the courtyard just to write letters? They had already noticed the small round table overflowing with sheets of paper, with more scattered on the ground. The little girl, with a woeful expression, clutched Shun Yi's sleeve, then turned to grasp Shen Yun and Shen Lan, shaking her small fist. Help me. Oh, fourth Miss Jiang, you have deceived us most painfully. Previously, when we witnessed you practicing calligraphy with your left hand, it was a sight difficult to describe. So crooked and awkward. Who would have anticipated that you could write with both hands, and that even your left-handed calligraphy could be so neat? Jiang Nai has been drawing the bow with both hands for nearly a day now, and at this moment, her arms feel as if they belong to another. Hurry and write. Stop your incessant chatter. Young Master Wei, just write. Well, Nai dreams of her grandmother almost every other day, feeling quite nostalgic. Little Ice Cube, you write. This fellow is sitting beside them on a stone bench, propping up his little leg and munching on an apple, instructing them on how to write as if he were a grandmaster. The evening sun casts its warm glow throughout this little courtyard. Ah, the bittersweet nature of long-lost reunions. You understand. Shocking. The possession. Exorcising the evil. Darling, why are you hiding? This troublesome marriage contract. Just the thought of having to fulfill this strange engagement once I come of age sends a shiver down my spine. With less than 2 years until that moment, it seems imperative to address the dissolution of this engagement sooner rather than later. I wonder if I could first discuss this matter with my father. Alas, the thought alone brings a headache. You are Jiang Sigunyang. Suddenly, Shin Shaoran spoke up. You are indeed Jiang Sigunyang. Jiang Nai flashed him a silly smile. I am. Shin Shaoran's gaze flickered slightly, recalling their last encounter, which took place within the confines of the academy. She had ventured stealthily into his small abode. After exchanging but a few words, she was whisked away by the 17th prince. Subsequently, he tasked Zhongbai with investigating her identity, only to discover that she was none other than Jiang Shaoxi. Now, after more than 6 years, fate had brought her before him once again. Strangely, upon seeing her, memories flooded back of the moonlit grove, where the air was thick with the scent of apricot blossoms. She was bowing her head, delicately wiping the short flying sword in her hand, her expression gentle and serene as she wiped away the blood from the blade's tip. Then, turning to him, she flashed a radiant smile. I must take my leave. The young girl, lacking sincerity, gave a slight gesture with her small hands before attempting to scamper away. Wait you. Suddenly, Shen Xiaoran grasped her wrist firmly. Jiang Nai was momentarily taken aback. Turning to face him, Shen Xiaoran, as if struck by a sudden realization, quickly released her hand. The demon lord narrowed his eyes, shifting his gaze toward Shen Xiaoran. I wish to discuss something with you. What? A flicker of unease crossed Jiang Nai's mind. She pondered. Given Shen Xiaoran's anxious demeanor and the timid expression akin to a frightened little rabbit, could he possibly be aware of the existence of the betrothal? It seemed quite likely. Jiang Nai scrutinized him anew and inquired, "What do you wish to convey? Speak now." "No, that won't do. I need to speak with you privately." In an instant, Jiang Nai grasped his intent. Very well, she thought. This young man appears to have some knowledge of the engagement. Perhaps he too harbors discontent regarding it. A conversation between the two of us might just pave the way for the annulment of the betrothal. Surely, this is preferable to her undertaking the endeavor alone. Jiang Nai's delicate face blossomed into a radiant smile, and she suddenly stepped forward to grasp Shen Xiaoran's hand. All right, but I truly have something to attend to today. How about we meet tomorrow at noon at Xianlai residence to continue our conversation?" Shen Xiaoran appeared momentarily dazed, instinctively nodding in agreement. After speaking, she quickly waved to Ma Cheng and the others, beckoning them to follow her. The esteemed demon lord, somewhat amused yet exasperated, murmured, "What a disobedient little one." The group swiftly dashed towards the city gates. The guards, recognizing her familiarity with the esteemed Lord Jiao Qiansui and the young master, dared not impede their passage and thus allowed them to exit the city unhindered. Jiang Nai was the first to arrive at the foot of Baiyun Mountain, where she spent a considerable amount of time examining the pit she had fallen into years ago. After more than half an hour, Ma Cheng and the others finally arrived, breathless and mounted on their steeds. "You all stand here. I shall reveal its true form." In a rather peculiar turn of events, 5 individuals burst through the door with an air of distinction, unmistakably hailing from esteemed families within the sects, far surpassing the common folk of our mundane world. Although Miss Jiang Si possesses considerable prowess, she remains merely a daughter of a bureaucratic family. Her overwhelming victories against someone like Miss Zhou can be attributed solely to the fact that Miss Zhou is just an ordinary daughter of a similar background. If Miss Jiang Si were to confront someone from a prominent lineage, how would a mere bureaucratic heiress contend with such a challenge? Indeed, my friend, you speak with wisdom. It appears this matter is far from simple. The capital is likely to be stirred into a tempest once more. The crowd sighed and engaged in hushed discussions, while a few curious onlookers exchanged furtive glances before scurrying out of the tavern, eager to witness the spectacle at the Jiang residence. As the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat. These individuals, still buoyed by their desire for entertainment, may soon find themselves in tears. Peng Sanfeng, Jin Wenliang, and Tu Reng walked ahead, followed by the young ladies, Fei Jie and Su Yi. Guided by the innkeeper's directions, they swiftly arrived at the grand entrance of the Jiang estate. Gazing at the imposing faade, Su Yi donned a mocking expression, astonished that such a seemingly ineffectual family in the secular realm could possess such a substantial entrance. Fei Jie, with a smile, sighed softly, questioning what difference it truly made. Brother Jiang, who has become disabled, unable to stand or walk upright again. Even if he were bestowed with immense wealth, what good would it do? He cannot purchase himself a pair of sound legs. Upon hearing Fei Jie's words, Su Yi could not help but smile faintly, nodding in agreement. "Sister Fei Jie, your words ring true. A crippled individual, regardless of the gold and jewels bestowed upon him, can never compensate for the greatest loss of his life." With this thought, a glimmer of sharp mockery flickered in Su Yi's eyes. "Jiang Hu, look at you now." Jin Wenyang and Tu Reng strode forward confidently, only to be stopped by 2 gatekeepers. "Who are you?" The gatekeepers inquired, their expressions filled with confusion. Caught off guard, their eyes wide with bewilderment, they were suddenly met with the crashing of the dilapidated gates, which fell upon them, leaving them bleeding and unconscious on the spot. The steward Wang Lai, alerted by the commotion, arrived with trembling legs. Concealing himself behind a group of anxious servants, he stammered, "Who are you? How dare you trespass into the residence of a second-rank official in broad daylight? This is an unprecedented occurrence in the capital." Wang Lai was utterly at a loss for how to handle the situation. His eyes bulged in fear as he glared at the intruders, Jin Wenliang and Tu Reng, his body shaking uncontrollably. "What do you intend to do? Do you realize that this is the residence of the Minister of Justice? Your reckless intrusion constitutes a grave crime." Tu Reng, with a slight smile, calmly traced the blade in his hand. You have 10 breaths to decide. Summon that worthless Jiang Hu. If I do not see him after the allotted time, all of you here shall face dire consequences. Wang trembled, gazing in disbelief at the 5 individuals who had suddenly burst through the door, their anguished cries piercing the air. Quickly, summon the master and mistress. Request the young master to come forth. You, and you, hasten to contact the patrol camp. Have you heard that swine have besieged my family's entrance? The notion of being subjected to such humiliation is intolerable. Do you dare speak to me of fairness? The western outskirts are filled with graves, and the northern wilderness is your final resting place. Cause and effect, one must face the consequences of their actions. When retribution arrives, do not lament the fate dealt by others. Fei Jia, her eyes brimming with tears, steadied Su Yi's arm. I, your junior sister, have been blinded by your actions. Still, you wish for her to compete? That is beyond my concern. Jiang Nai waved her hand, instructing a servant to bring forth a grand armchair. But is this truly fair? Fei Jia questioned sharply. Fair? Jiang Nai could not suppress a derisive laugh. You dare speak to me of fairness? What of the 2 servants lying at my doorstep? Who shall they turn to for justice? The waiter slain by your junior sister. Who shall he seek for fairness? Is it you? Or is it your kind? Are you the arbiters of justice in this world? The young girl exclaimed with fierce indignation. Such arrogance is insufferable. I had presumed that all of you practitioners were well aware of this principle. Jiang Nai let out a cold laugh and boldly took a seat, embodying the law of the jungle, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. To speak frankly, was it not with such intentions that you entered the city? Let us commence. Do not squander everyone's time. Have you not noticed the multitude outside, gathered and awaiting your performance? The crowd assembled outside exchanged glances, rendered momentarily mute, hesitant to utter a sound. A shadow darted across the front, firmly establishing itself within the confines of the binding spell S-square barrier, and spoke in a resonant voice, Lan Wu, I seek your esteemed guidance. Fei Jia gripped Su Yi's arm tightly, a hint of anxiety flickering across her expression. Both could discern the heightened rhythm of each other's breathing. Are you from the first pavilion of the world? Jin Wenliang suddenly exclaimed, his gaze incredulously fixated on the badge hanging from Lan Wu's waist. He turned to Jiang Nai, his face a mask of disbelief. Are they all from the first pavilion of the world? A burly young man wielding a hammer shot him a scornful glance and growled. Why do you prattle on so much? Are we going to fight or not? Jin Wenliang glanced once more at the black-clad youth within the barrier, took a deep breath, and declared, Brother Peng, I shall go and confront him. Brother Jin, be cautious, Fei Jia said anxiously. Jin Wenliang nodded resolutely and leaped into the square barrier, cupping his fists in a salute toward the black-clad youth. I am Jin Wenliang, and I seek to learn from your esteemed skills. Without further ado, Lan Wu swung his sword toward Jin Wenliang's face. The techniques of Lan Wu are exceptionally straightforward and brutal, each strike aimed directly at the vital points of his opponents. Jin Wenliang wields a silver fan, deftly fluttering it up and down to deflect the onslaught of Lan Wu's swordsmanship. A faint smile graces Jiang Nai's lips as she accepts a teacup handed to her by a servant, watching with a serene expression. Upon noticing the smile at the corner of her mouth, Peng Sanfeng cannot help but clench his fists in quiet frustration. Jiang Nai, with a cheerful demeanor, turns her gaze toward Jin Wenliang and quips, if you do not reveal your trump card soon, you will undoubtedly face defeat within 3 moves. Jin Wenliang grits his teeth and suddenly produces a glowing blue orb from his sleeve, unleashing a powerful gust as he strikes it toward Lan Wu. In the same moment, Lan Wu retaliates with a punch, his sword light intertwining to form a barrier before him. Jin Wenliang hastily attempts to dodge to the side, but is thwarted by the barrier reinforced by the sealing spell, crashing heavily against its surface. A tremendous roar echoes through the air. In a sudden turn, the scene shifts, and the characters find themselves within the confines of the mountain residence. Shun Yi gazed in astonishment at the dense orchard before him. In the distance, a row of silver mansion gates stood quietly behind the fruit trees, shrouded in the splendor of the mountains and waters. Could this be the idyllic mountain retreat he had glimpsed years ago? How intriguing, little ice block. Are you taken aback? Jiang Nai hurriedly approached him, circling around with a proud grin, exclaiming, What do you think? This establishment is quite impressive. Isn't it? Shani mechanically nodded. To his left lay the crescent moon spring where he often sought solace, and to his right loomed a towering crimson, transparent spire. He shifted his gaze to the area in front of the spire, where a small silver-gray tent was pitched. evidently a resting place for the indolent young lady. Little ice block, would you prefer to find a room inside the mansion? Or shall we simply set up a wooden tub for you to soak in here? Xin-Yi cast a complex glance her way, silently acknowledging her trickery. You decide, he replied. Jiang Nai surveyed the cramped tent and thought it might suffice for her petite frame, but it would undoubtedly be too confined for the little ice block. How about I take you to stay beside my little Nai residence instead? She suggested with a pout. After a moment's hesitation, she reluctantly added, You can temporarily stay at my little Nai residence. There was a clear stream running by, fed by the waters of the crescent moon spring, making it convenient for the little ice block to fetch water for bathing. A faint smile flickered in Xin-Yi's eyes. Indeed. The little trickster had shown some growth in emotional intelligence over the years. At last, he no longer maintained his defenses, and the picturesque mountain dwelling could now be opened to him. Xin-Yi found himself inexplicably elated, an overwhelming joy swelling within him that he could scarcely contain. Now, this medicinal liquid will suffice for 10 days, Jiang Nai declared, as she tucked a large wooden barrel along with the medicine bottle into her embrace. You should come here every evening for a soak, but limit each session to no more than 2 hours. After 49 days, you may commence taking my specially concocted detoxification pills. Xin-Yi raised his long brows in surprise. Oh, so you were not merely speaking nonsense earlier. You truly intend for me to soak for 49 days. Jiang Nai huffed, crossing her arms defiantly. I never jest when it comes to healing. Very well, Xin-Yi acquiesced. Nodding, he placed a finger on the button of his outer garment, suddenly turning to her with a playful grin. Will you stay to assist this prince in loosening his attire? Jiang Nai bolted away, muttering insults under her breath as she fled. You insufferable little ice block. Who has any interest in your naked form? As Xin-Yi stepped into the medicated water, he floated a teasing question. Hey, little liar, do you want money? Of course. Jiang Nai shot back, her voice raised as she bounded out of the mountain dwelling, wrapping herself tightly in her quilt. She touched her flushed cheeks, annoyed, and spat. Humph. Men. The next morning, Jiang Nai lifted her heavy eyelids, gradually coming to consciousness. To her astonishment, she found a handsome face looming close before her. Just as she was about to gasp in surprise, a long finger pressed gently against her lips. Shoo, do you wish to draw everyone outside in here? Jiang Nai rolled over in bed, her expression one of astonishment as she gazed at Xin-Yi, who was leaning beside her. You, how come? As the evening drew to a close, she remarked on the disappearance of the little ice cube. Why assist the Jiang family? She pondered, contemplating the notion of seizing someone and fleeing. With a nervous chuckle, Jiang Nai shifted her stance slightly. Cousin, I am quite busy. Oh, is that so? Li Yin replied, producing a box with a flourish. He intended to mention the considerable profits amassed over the years at Qingmu Manor, suggesting it was time to distribute some dividends, but noticed his cousin seemed preoccupied. The young man in the green attire standing nearby slightly turned his head, secretly amused. Upon hearing Li Yan's words, Jiang Nai perked up, her ears twitching as she hurried over, her little legs scurrying. Cousin, I have time. And what about your family's mind? Have you heard about the troubles? Li Yin remarked, putting away his fan and holding the box as he walked. Jiang Nai blinked, quickly following him, her curiosity piqued as she twirled around him, asking eagerly, Cousin, what happened? Cousin, oh dear, earlier. My younger sister was suddenly taken aback upon seeing the two of you, momentarily entranced by your myriad charms, causing her to retreat 3 steps in fright, rather than intentionally fleeing. Li Yin lightly tapped her on the head with a fan, engaging in playful banter. Jiang Nai turned her gaze for a moment, smiling silently as she followed the elegantly attired man behind them. She hurried forward to tug at his sleeve. Cousin, I have completed the letter you asked me to finish last time. Didn't someone mention that during our travels, it would be inconvenient to send letters from one town today to another tomorrow? Why, then, do you claim to have finished the correspondence today? The gentleman in blue regarded her leisurely, a serene smile gracing his features. Jiang Nai discreetly rolled her eyes at him and murmured, Cousin, you know very well why. Why do you say such things? I have acknowledged my mistakes and completed all the letters. He cannot withhold my silver. How could I possibly forget? Jiang Nai bounced beside Li Yin. By the way, the blueprints were provided by me. Just last year, I received a box of triple flower needles from cousin. Li Yin turned around, playfully tapping her head with a light thud. Ah, so you did receive it. I thought you had wandered off somewhere, lost to the world. The gentleman in blue chuckled heartily. You are the one acting like a little pig. Jiang Nai retorted. brushing Li Yan's hand away and seizing the box he held in his grasp. "Cousin, what did you say happened at our mine just now?" The sound of the elderly lady's laughter echoed from within the house. "What are the siblings discussing outside? Hurry and come inside." Jiang Nai entered with her two cousins, only to find a considerable number of guests in the main hall. Besides the elderly lady and her aunt, there were 3 elegantly adorned women accompanied by 3 beautiful young ladies, each with their own unique charm. It was evident that this gathering was arranged for her cousin's matchmaking. Jiang Nai turned her little face, mischievously exchanging glances with Li Yan. Li Yan shot her a glare, maintaining a serious demeanor as he approached his elder brother, bowing respectfully. The elderly lady introduced her 2 grandsons to the 3 ladies with a smile, then beckoned Jiang Nai over. The young girl, brimming with joy, dashed to the elderly lady's side. As they were all classmates and a group of shy young ladies, they naturally could not act with such resoluteness. Bai Lingling repeatedly apologized to Ouyang Fanfan, which made Ouyang Fanfan somewhat embarrassed. After ensuring that everyone had fallen into a deep, steady sleep, Jiang Nai quietly slipped out. In the shaded path of the academy, a tall figure stood silhouetted against the moonlight, which gently cascaded upon him, almost bestowing his slender form with a delicate glow. Shun Yi turned around, shooting her an annoyed glance. "You little brat, making me wait here for so long." Jiang Nai skipped forward, circling him playfully, and pouted, "Oh dear. Something came up in the courtyard, which naturally delayed me. I had to wait until they all fell asleep before I could sneak out." The young girl shot him a warning look, saying, "I could just drag you inside for a bath right now. But you are not permitted to wander out at midnight. Nor should you threaten or intimidate Xiao Hui into releasing you. Without my consent, you are forbidden to suddenly appear like a specter, sitting at the edge of my bed. There are many other girls in our dormitory, and you must not tarnish their reputations." Shun Yi scoffed, expressing his disdain for the unattractive company. Who among them could compare to my royal visage? Jiang Nai shot him a glance of exasperation, secretly cursing him for his arrogance. While his words held a grain of truth, his condescending tone made one wish to give him a good beating. "Please ensure you arrive punctually next time. Do not keep me waiting." "I understand, my lord." Jiang Nai waved her hand dismissively. Why is he so fussy and verbose? It was merely a matter of letting him enjoy the night breeze outside for a while. He is grown, yet he behaves like a petulant child. It is already summer, and the night air is warm. A little breeze will not harm him. Shun Yi regarded her with a bemused smile. "So, you find it amusing to have me stand outside your courtyard like a guardian?" Jiang Nai huffed, summoning the bothersome fellow into her enchanted abode, warning him sternly. "I must tell you, tomorrow I will release you when no one is around, and you must not suddenly appear to frighten anyone. I have never been a careless individual." Jiang Nai could only smile in disbelief. The following morning, after the shadow guard delivered breakfast, Jiang Xiaonai sought refuge in a secluded pavilion nestled within the nearby woods. Seizing the moment when no one was around, she discreetly extracted the statue of Shun Yi from the mountain-dwelling painting. As she immersed herself in her porridge, she occasionally glanced up at him. "How has the bubble tea been lately?" she inquired. Shun Yi, maintaining a composed demeanor, curled the corners of his lips and replied nonchalantly, "It's fine, I suppose, just about that." Jiang Nai felt an overwhelming urge to hurl the remaining porridge at his face. What did he mean by fine? It was undoubtedly exceptional. That stubborn duck, if it weren't for the remarkable effects of the tea, how could he consistently appear before her at such precise moments? With a dismissive grunt, Shun Yi swiftly changed the subject. "What about that flamboyant one by your side? Is she satisfactory? Do you need me to find you someone more trustworthy?" Jiang Nai shot him an exasperated glare. "I have plenty of people. The power of starlight has arrived." Awakening from her previous ignorance, Nai suddenly comprehends the profound truth. While cultivating the Yin-Yang technique and absorbing the cosmic forces of Yin and Yang, she has inadvertently been harnessing the dominion of the controller. It is no wonder that the icy figure once remarked that the natural power wielded by the controller emanates from the celestial forces of the sun, moon, and stars. In this moment of enlightenment, she realizes that the cosmic energies cannot be defied or absorbed, but can only be bestowed as a blessing from the heavens. Thus, ordinary controllers within the realm of cultivation typically seek to enhance their strength by absorbing this starlight power. However, on the entire continent of Yintian, starlight energy is exceedingly rare. Therefore, without extraordinary fortune or serendipity, it is nearly impossible to ascend to the status of a controller. Today, her interaction with the starlight energy is likely linked to the power of faith, perhaps a mysterious twist of fate. It is no wonder that the icy figure previously exhibited such excitement. Nai's heart now swells with exhilaration. By practicing the Yin-Yang technique, she can not only absorb the energy of the sun and moon, but also the power of starlight. In essence, compared to other controllers, Nai possesses the ability to draw from the energies of the sun, moon, and stars, while others are limited to starlight alone. In a comparable state, the strength of Nai as a controller is bound to be tenfold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold, or even 10,000-fold greater than that of her peers. Not to mention the additional advantages conferred by the mountain residence diagram. Little Ice Cube previously mentioned that if the energies of the sun and moon absorbed by the mountain residence painting were sufficiently abundant, they might overflow, allowing her to harness the celestial powers for her own use. The young girl restrained her excitement, finally comprehending the astonished gaze Little Ice Cube had shown before. Oh dear, wasn't she just a little eccentric? At this moment, Jiang Nai felt as though she had been enlightened, secretly bubbling with exhilaration. What was there to wait for? Such opportunities were rare, so she must absorb the energies without delay. Lung Xiuhan turned to Xiao Su and Wen Yi, instructing them and the others. Everyone, spread out and guard the various pathways of this wild grassland. It is imperative that no one approaches and disturbs her cultivation. If we encounter the scholars from the academy, we must find a way to divert their attention. Should we meet any unknown individuals, we must find a way to stop them. Ningfeng and the others nodded solemnly, understanding the gravity of the situation. If Jiang Nai were to suffer any disruption or malevolent influence while absorbing stellar energy, it might lead to chaotic movements of energy within her, potentially resulting in her demise. Some of the less experienced students were bewildered and confused. Although they did not grasp why Lung Xiuhan and Xiao Su appeared so serious, they sensed the tension in the air and quietly inquired, "What should we do now?" Suddenly, the chubby one had an idea. "Let us form a circle around Jiang Nai like we did before. It should provide some temporary protection." Everyone nodded in agreement, mimicking Jiang Nai and sitting cross-legged, adopting a semblance of a meditative posture. At this moment, Jiang Xiaonai found herself enveloped in an extraordinarily enigmatic sensation, as if all 38,000 pores of her body had instantaneously opened. She was continuously absorbing the celestial essence of the universe. This astral energy coursed through her major meridians and the depths of her bones, bestowing upon her an inexplicable sense of comfort. It felt as though she were immersed in a gentle, warm starlight, so soothing that she nearly succumbed to slumber. However, this clever girl understood the urgency of the situation. Now was not the time to sleep. She must absorb this power to the fullest, as much as possible. He Tianfeng, in a fit of rage, kicked a tree with great force, only to feel a sharp pain that made her jump in discomfort. In her chaotic struggle, she stumbled over an object, falling to the ground in a woeful manner. With her hands propped in a muddy puddle, her clothes and shoes were thoroughly soaked, leaving her in a state of disarray. "Ah!" He Tianfeng exclaimed, furiously splashing the water in indignation. Rising from the ground, she frantically kicked the stone that had tripped her, cursing bitterly, "Even you bully me. Is it because I am poor that I must endure disdain and mistreatment? Is it that the impoverished cannot find a place in this world to live and thrive? Heavens, how utterly unjust you are. I despise you." A bolt of lightning struck the ground beside her with a crack, causing Yi Tianfeng's complexion to turn ashen. She hurriedly took refuge under a tree, covering her mouth, her heart racing with fear, too frightened to utter a sound. Is there truly any form of absolute fairness in this world? If one desires equity, it is imperative to rely on one's own abilities to strive, to seize, to wrestle for it. Who is speaking over there? Who? He Tianfeng suddenly turned her head, her expression filled with terror as she scanned her surroundings. The voice was ethereal, seemingly emanating from the west, yet it also felt as though it arose from the east, making it impossible to discern the speaker's location. Warily, He Tianfeng positioned herself beside the tree, her gaze darting anxiously. "Who are you? Stop pretending to be a ghost. This is the Shangjing Academy. Do you not believe that I could raise my voice and summon the guards at once?" "Oh," the voice, laced with a hint of mockery, replied softly. "Then why do you not call out?" He Tianfeng swallowed nervously. Peeking her head out from behind the tree, she shouted towards an unknown direction. "What did you mean by what you just said? Is my meaning not sufficiently clear? I can assist you in becoming stronger, enabling you to strive, seize, and claim the fairness that belongs to you in this world." "Stronger?" He Tianfeng's eyes flickered. "Do not deceive me. I was tested at the age of 6. My frail body is utterly unsuitable for cultivation. Do people remain so ignorant? believing there is but a single thorny path of relentless trials for cultivation? He Tianfang's heart stirred, and she stepped out from behind the tree, asking loudly, "What do you mean? How may you assist me? Speak." A smooth orb, no larger than a thumb, descended from the heavens, shimmering with a silvery gray luminescence, hovering before He Tianfang, dazzling in its brilliance. He Tianfang's heart tightened, and instinctively, she extended her hands, watching as the gray orb gradually, almost imperceptibly, settled into her palm. She grasped it, as though seizing her future, her eyes sparkling with the light of hope. A sudden crack of thunder resonated across the sky, startling Jiang Nai awake once more. She raised her hand to touch the two luminous night pearls beside her pillow. Through the sheer curtain, she listened to the relentless rain drumming against the eaves, producing a cacophony of sounds. In her dark, unblinking eyes, there was no trace of sleepiness as she stared vacantly at the canopy above her. Suddenly, slender fingers gently lifted the gauzy curtain, and a figure appeared before her. Taken aback, Jiang Nai swiftly turned to sit up, uttering a hesitant "you," only to be silenced by a finger placed upon her lips. Almost immediately, she felt herself being lifted with ease, both of them soaring into the air, gently descending into the icy realm. In the esteemed halls of the Shangjing Academy, it is only fitting that we speak with candor, eschewing any pretense or deceit. Jiang Nai, perplexed by the incessant ramblings of the man before her, found herself at a loss for words. Was he unwell? Since her entrance, he had been prattling on without pause, as if his tongue were possessed by an insatiable urge to fill the air with trivialities. Rather than engage in conversation with someone so foolish, she decided it beneath her dignity. Casting her gaze around the room, her attention settled upon a gentle and composed older female student. With a cheerful bounce, she approached and inquired, "Dear Senior, Master Wei has sent me to assist with some simple transcription tasks. However, if you find that your team does not require my assistance, I can certainly take my leave. Please do convey my message to Master Wei." Did she truly wish to be there? It was a matter of necessity, not desire. Given the choice, she would much rather not be confined to this library, laboring through such monotonous tasks all day. A mere utterance of "we do not need you" would have granted her immediate freedom. Regrettably, while the students here may be somewhat naive, they are not so utterly foolish as to ignore her insistence that Master Wei had sent her. They would not dare take the liberty of allowing her to depart. For should Master Wei inquire later, none would bear the consequences of such a decision. The elder student, with a warm smile, nodded in understanding and replied, "Master Wei is on his way. Dear Junior, do not fret. Perhaps you might sit over there for a moment and wait." Upon hearing this, Wang Hanji let out a cold laugh. Just as he was about to speak, he caught sight of Jiang Nai rolling her eyes at him and impatiently retorting, "Would you kindly be silent? What a nuisance you are, prattling on like this. I've never encountered a man so petty. It was merely a lost match. Is it really necessary to dwell on it to this extent? Frankly, I find individuals like you quite contemptible. After all, to stoop to such pettiness as a man is truly embarrassing. You're so nitpicky and whiny that one might mistakenly think you've changed genders. I refuse to engage with someone so dim-witted. If I refrain from ridiculing you, it seems you become emboldened. So allow me to unleash a torrent of scorn upon you, enough to make you question your very existence." Wang Hanji's eyes widened in disbelief, as if Jiang Nai had committed an unredeemable act by daring to speak to him in such a manner. "What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll pluck your eyes out." Jiang Nai waved her hand dismissively, expressing her annoyance. "Just because you lack talent, don't assume that everyone else is as inept as you. Is it so difficult to acknowledge that I am superior to you? Why are you gaping like that? Does that expression of yours not embarrass you? You're still brooding over your loss. Tell me, are you vexed or frustrated when you see me? The anger can only be bottled up for my amusement. Alas, I possess considerable influence. If you dispute this, go find your own." Wang Hanji was so incensed that he nearly toppled backwards, his insides churning, his head swirling. Yi Li Tiao quickly reached out to steady him, casting a disapproving glance at Jiang Nai. "At this rate, you won't even reach your 30s before experiencing a significant downfall." The crowd covered their faces in speechless disbelief. It was a moment of sheer audacity. News of the ancient relics surfaced, adding to the chaos. "Little Ice Cube, I'm coming." A heartfelt friend emerged. "It's time to continue the mischief." The little Ice Cube was infuriated. They had even copied the script. The comedic fourth sister was in on the act. They had even replicated the workshop. Such ruthless extermination was indeed shocking. "Mother, I crave your embrace." The whimsical creature, a small cat, was unexpectedly fierce. It was inconceivable that an ordinary person could snap that whip, let alone such an innocent-looking kitten. What kind of teeth did it possess? Astonishingly, it opened its mouth and severed the whip embedded with gold and iron. Who would believe such a tale? A few ladies regained their composure, supporting Zhang Yuan as they retreated, turning to Jiang Nai with stern voices. What kind of beast have you brought? How dare you allow a demon beast to harm others within the academy, especially your own peers? Jiang Nai, we will inform Master Mao of your reckless actions. Your cruelty toward the demon is intolerable. The management will surely decree your expulsion from the academy. With a guileless blink, Jiang Nai cast a perplexed glance upon them, retorting with a touch of asperity. Are you all daft? Which of you has witnessed me abetting a demon and harming others? This tiny feline is not mine. How would I fathom its motives for pouncing and biting? You feign ignorance? Zhang Yuan exclaimed, her voice laced with exasperation. Are you blind? Have you not perceived that it has been guarding you from the very start? Indeed, I have observed as much, Jiang Nai responded, her countenance devoid of emotion. And yet, you dare to deny it? Zhang Yuan hissed through gritted teeth. Yes, this is your demonic beast. You shameless creature, abetting a demon and harming your own classmates. Why would I deny what is true? Jiang Nai yawned, feigning a touch of drowsiness. If it is my demonic beast, then it is mine. I cannot claim ownership of what is not mine. To speak plainly, even if it is protective of me, it does not necessarily imply that I am acquainted with it. Does it? Zhang Yuan trembled with rage, as if seized by a fit. You claim to be unacquainted? How could it protect you if you were strangers? Oh, you suggest that despite our unfamiliarity, this beast took an immediate liking to me and thus rushed to defend me, even to the point of attacking you? Jiang Nai nodded, her expression earnest. Indeed, perhaps it is due to my captivating visage, which is pleasing to the eye. I apologize for the amusement this has caused. The crowd found the young lady's self-love to be quite excessive. Zhang Yuan, however, was on the verge of apoplexy. How could this brazen individual utter such a ludicrous explanation without a hint of shame? Zhang Yuan, holding a severed whip, coldly demanded, Dare you accompany me to the Management Institute and elucidate this matter to everyone? Indeed, Jiang Nai, do not be so arrogant. You have indulged your monstrous beast in causing harm, and now it has marred the beauty of our Miss Zhang Yuan. Do you think this matter can be brushed aside so easily today? We are all witnesses and shall not let you escape unscathed. Jiang Nai regarded them with a look of disdain, surveying them from head to toe before nonchalantly responding. Let us suppose this beast is mine. Even if I do permit it to slay you, what can you do about it? Bai Lingling promptly tugged at her arm, signaling her to retreat while the situation was still manageable. Bai Lingling and Zhou Xing'er were acutely aware of Zhang Yuan's vengeful nature. She harbored grudges for the smallest of slights. Zhang Yuan would never allow anyone to overstep their bounds, especially not at her expense. Given that Jiang Nai had not suffered any loss, Bai Lingling deemed it prudent to distance themselves from Zhang Yuan's group and refrain from further engagement. Nearby, a plump little figure, riding a horse, couldn't help but smirk and steal a glance at the young girl. On her shoulder, a fluffy white kitten lounged, lazily dozing off. Little Chubby pondered. The reason why Xiao Nai was in such high spirits must be closely linked to the pile of gold brought to her by the Fortune cat a couple of days ago. Jiang Nai had named the little kitten Fortune and had embraced it while entering the mountain residence last night. When the wealthy one saw Fortune, it bared its teeth, and the two little ones were almost ready to brawl upon meeting. Jiang Nai, feeling helpless, could only take Fortune back into her arms once more. She reflected that having such a plump little cat by her side was indeed for the best. Perhaps Fortune could sense the aura of treasures at any moment. Would it not be a loss to miss out on a fortune worth $1 billion? Prince Zhao lifted the curtain of the carriage and glanced outside. Unable to suppress a smile, watching the fourth Miss gallop on her horse, one could feel her vitality radiating from every inch of her being. A vigorous breath of life wafted towards him, prompting a heartfelt response. Shen Yi, with a slight movement of his fingertips, turned a page of his book without lifting his eyelids, merely stating, It's an illusion. A salted fish remains a salted fish, no matter how lively she appears now. She will soon be as inert as a dead fish, succumbing to slumber. Upon hearing this, young Master Wei could not help but chuckle. Brother Yi, do you find no joy in life unless you seek out the little girls for trouble every day? Shen Yi non-committally hummed in response. Jiang Nai, gently stroking her little horse, turned to little Chubby and Chang Shifeng, saying, Once we reach Luzhou City, I shall take you to savor some delectable treats. I know which alley boasts the most delightful local snacks, soup dumplings, jiaozi, and Rujiamo. Haha. I know precisely which little shop serves the best. At this, Chang Shifeng and the others displayed expressions of realization, recalling that Jiang Nai must have visited this place before. Jiang Nai, having traveled extensively over the years, must have visited numerous places. Jiang Nai nodded, asserting that she was well aware of where delicious food could be found. Shizhua, standing nearby, remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "Eat, eat, eat. Only you seem to think about food all day. We are here to gain experience, not to indulge in feasting and revelry." The chubby one rolled his eyes in discontent, retorting, "Shizhua, why do you always criticize Nai Nai? Xiao Nai said she would take us to enjoy some delectable dishes, and you are not included. So why are you so agitated?" Shizhua shot him a glare, muttering something about being possessed, and with a swift flick of the reins, galloped far ahead. Eager to distance herself from the incessant chatter of those who incessantly praised Xiao Nai, Chang Shifeng looked on with embarrassment, while the chubby one reassured, "Xiao Nai, do not be upset, do not stoop to her level." Jiang Nai nodded, "Why would I be angry? I simply feel a twinge of pity for her." Peng Xiaopeng paused for a moment before asking Jiang Nai, "What is there to pity about Shizhua?" Jiang Nai curled her lips in a teasing manner. "Every time she sees me, she sulks all by herself. Is that not pitiable? Living daily in jealousy and envy, devoid of any joy in life." The group burst into laughter. The chubby one nodded in agreement, saying, "Xiao Nai, your perspective is remarkably sharp and open-minded. I truly admire you." Yu Jiwei stepped forward, whispering to Jiang Nai, "Xiao Nai, do you know why our Gui class will be training alongside the seniors from the Shangyuan Jia class this time? Indeed, I must confess, every time I see that group from Shangyuan Jia class, a sense of unease washes over me. The affairs of the world seldom align with human desires. Is it truly dreadful to feel a flutter of the heart? I beseech your Highness to consider the rear guard. The mind may be lacking, yet the body remains honest." Nai Nai finds herself powerless, primarily because she appears unfazed, casually nibbling on corn as if nothing is amiss. What grants her such confidence, allowing her to remain so untroubled? Jiang Nai, with an innocent expression, glanced at Jia Meru and Lu Shumi, saying, "What else should I do but sit here, given the circumstances?" With the city aware of the impending beast horde, it is only reasonable to close the city gates. As a mere girl, what extraordinary means could I possibly employ to persuade them to open the gates? Perhaps, Miss Jia, you might take the initiative? After all, you are the esteemed daughter of the Jia Duke's household, and your status is naturally distinct from ours. If you were to intervene, the gates might very well swing open for you." Jia Meru frowned at this suggestion. Jiang Nai's retorts, which numbered 6 or 7 in response to her single remark, stirred a sense of discomfort within her. However, previous encounters had made it clear that Jiang Nai was not one to be trifled with. Rather than suffer humiliation in her presence, it would be wiser to depart and seek alternative solutions. She certainly could not afford to lounge in the pavilion like Jiang Nai, casually snacking and exhibiting such a nonchalant demeanor. Jiang Nai, though appearing composed, felt a simmering anxiety within. The prospect of the beast horde closing in was no trivial matter. Naturally, Jia Meru cherished her life. With this thought in mind, she took Lu Shumi by the hand and stepped forward, calling out loudly to the soldiers guarding the city. "I am a young lady from the Jia family in the capital. We have come from the city. Please promptly inform your lord, the magistrate, to open the city gates and allow us entry." Lu Shumi echoed her call. "Indeed, we are students from the prestigious academy of the capital. Allow us to enter quickly, for should any misfortune occur, you shall bear the consequences." The soldiers exchanged glances, uncertain of the true identities of Jia Meru and her companions. The girl possessed a rather round face and a pair of beady eyes, her appearance far from conventionally attractive. Yet, she adorned herself in vibrant attire. Her hair embellished with tassels and golden hairpins, sparkling dazzlingly under the bright sunlight. As she glanced down at Jia Meru and Lu Shumi, a flicker of disdain crossed her eyes. The 4 or 5 young ladies standing below, although possessing delicate features, were covered in dust, resembling figures that had crawled out from a refuse heap. They could not be compared to her resplendent appearance. It was unclear from which remote corner of the countryside these peasant girls had emerged. Little did Luo Yangyang know that Jia Meru and her companions had accumulated a significant amount of dust during their arduous journey, rendering their appearance less than pristine. A twinge of displeasure crossed Luo Yangyang's mind. She had an aversion to women who were more beautiful than herself. Ironically, the majority of women in the world outshone her in beauty. In her youth, Luo Yangyang managed to feign charm with her round face, yet as she matured, she became increasingly aware of the disparity between her appearance and that of other young women. To her, her looks represented a significant shortcoming, yet she was loath to admit her lack of beauty. Each day, she endeavored in various ways to compensate for her perceived deficiencies through makeup. She was uniquely distinct. While some possessed the audacity that beauty bestows, she had to rely on her wits. The young girl soared beyond expectations. Were there demonic beasts? One must not provoke fate. Do you dare to rebel? Fearless of heaven and earth, she laid bare her intentions up front. A true fool does not recognize their own shortcomings. Should one fail to appreciate her efforts, so be it. With one additional update, she was a perfect match. Having earned a substantial reward, she questioned the utility of such a wasteful individual. At this moment, the horde of demonic beasts below the city tower was retreating in disarray, crumbling under pressure. During the retreat, a chaotic scene unfolded, with individuals pushing and trampling one another, resulting in casualties that surpassed those incurred during the siege. Jiang Nai stood atop the city wall, her gaze languidly surveying the tumult below. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced her head, and an array of bewildering images flashed before her eyes, quicksand surging into the city, countless people and livestock struggling desperately against the engulfing sands. Is it true that such insignificant beings hold no value for survival? Instinctively, she reached up to massage her temples, her expression growing increasingly frigid. Your Highness, Luo Feng cautioned softly, shall we merely watch as the tide of monstrous beast retreats? We ought to fear their resurgence. At his words, Jiang Nai could not suppress a cold laugh. And what does the esteemed governor imply? Do you wish to annihilate them completely? It is only right, Luo Feng replied earnestly. My intentions are not for personal gain, but solely for the welfare of the city's populace. Jiang Nai scoffed, her disdain palpable. Such grandiloquent rhetoric. You are merely concerned that if we depart, the beast will return and you, this incompetent official, will be unable to defend against them. What use is it to have a useless figure like you in charge? I suspect your position as governor of Luzhou was acquired through a substantial bribe, as you appear utterly incapable of bearing any responsibility. Her incisive words struck Luo Feng with staggering force, leaving him dazed and trembling with rage, his lips quivering uncontrollably. I have never encountered such a vile woman. Let them retreat, little ice block. Jiang Nai turned to Shen Yi, her expression grave as she spoke each word deliberately. Shen Yi nodded in agreement, naturally permitting their departure. Satisfied, Jiang Nai yawned and began to descend from the city tower, expressing her disinterest in dinner and requesting not to be disturbed. That is not acceptable, Shen Yi replied calmly, insisting that she must join him for the meal. Irritated, Jiang Nai walked away, muttering angrily under her breath. Luo Feng, noticing that His Highness the Regent did not intervene, felt a surge of urgency and spoke again. Your Highness, should we allow Miss Jiang to leave like this? Shen Yi shot him a cold glance, silencing Luo Feng completely. He lowered his head and dared not utter another word. Below the city tower, the majority of the monstrous beasts had scattered, leaving only a few injured creatures limping away slowly. Jiang Nai trudged down the tower and unexpectedly encountered Shen Yun and the chubby fellow returning from battle. Where are you heading, Xiao Nai? The chubby one inquired cheerfully. There are plenty of beast meats and horns outside the city. Our people are currently butchering them. Would you like to join? Jiang Nai furrowed her brow and shook her head. No, thank you. What do you need, then? He pressed. I need nothing. Jiang Nai suddenly raised her voice, casting an impatient glance at them. Just move aside. The chubby one was taken aback, startled for the first time by Jiang Nai's fierce tone. Jiang Nai softened her expression, walking past them in silence. The others fell into a hush, sensing the young woman's unpredictable temperament. Why should I help them? Is it true that being weak has its own rationale? Has she become pregnant? Completely free of illness? An unexpected encounter at night. The cosmic energies surge forth. What engagement? Jiang Nai has long since perceived it. The sky is dotted with countless stars, and the shattered cosmic forces are converging upon her. Let us move to the back, Jiang Nai decisively suggested. Shen Shaoran nodded in agreement. We must find a secluded spot. It would be unwise to absorb cosmic energy in such a conspicuous location at the inn's entrance, for it would attract the attention of the entire city of Luzhou. Nai, you may absorb the energy at ease. I will keep watch. Jiang Nai gave a slight nod and hurried towards the inn's firewood room. As she settled into a cross-legged position, she felt the cosmic energy flowing toward her and enveloping her wrists. Zhongbai, Shen Shaoran called softly. Instantly, a figure materialized beside him. Keep watch around. Do not let any idle onlookers approach. Yes, young master. With a wave of Zhong Bai's hand, several figures vanished into the night. Shun Shaoran slowly turned his gaze towards the man whose tall figure was illuminated by the moonlight. 17th uncle? Shun Yi's eyes shimmered with complexity as they flickered over him, then shifted to the young girl at the firewood room's entrance. He glanced back at Shen Shaoran, unable to articulate the mixed emotions stirring within him. He once perceived Shaoran as aloof, wearing an indifferent expression towards others. Could it be that he simply had not encountered his destined counterpart? Today, Shen Shaoran appeared notably more talkative in the presence of the young girl. And what engagement? Shen Yi, unclear of the extent of his own restrained fury, coldly inquired. Shen Shaoran displayed a troubled expression, bowing slightly as she said, I dare not conceal anything from my royal uncle, but this matter pertains solely to Nai Nai and me. If I were to speak of it casually, it would only place Nai Nai in an uncomfortable position. A tightening sensation gripped Shen Yi's heart, causing him to unconsciously clench his fists. The way Shen Shaoran repeatedly referred to Nai Nai pierced his ears with an unsettling sharpness. It was akin to witnessing, just moments ago, Shen Shaoran tenderly brushing the young girl's cheek with her finger, a sight that left him feeling utterly affronted. He harbored a profound dislike for the way Shen Shaoran regarded his little deceiver, and he resented her audacity in reaching out to touch her. At that instant, the fingers hidden beneath his sleeve twitched as if the icy dart concealed within were poised to strike, ready to sever Shen Shaoran's elegant finger. Yet now, with her incessant mention of Nai Nai, a surge of impulsive loathing and murderous intent threatened to erupt within him. His eyes shimmered with a cold, crystalline malice. However, Shen Shaoran seemed oblivious to his turmoil, her demeanor remaining serene and indifferent as she gazed at him. Shun Yi's lips pressed into a frigid line as he scrutinized the young man before him, whose handsome visage and composed demeanor exuded neither servility nor arrogance under the moonlight. After a prolonged silence, he let out a cold laugh. Truly a fine nephew he had. Just then, a barely audible gasp reached his ears. Both turned their heads in unison to regard Jiang Nai, who sat cross-legged, enveloped in a faint veil of starry energy, observing the young girl. They noticed her comically gesturing towards them, a diminutive arm raised aloft, her dark, glistening eyes blinking in rapid succession. Promptly, the two approached her. What is it? Drawing nearer, they discerned a surge of stellar energy emanating from the girl's arm. More precisely, it was an inconspicuous silver bracelet adorning her wrist that was now radiating an intense stellar luminescence. Bewilderment etched across his countenance. Fatty's foot remained suspended in midair, as he dared not descend. Gingerly, Jiang Nai hastened to Fatty's side, flicked him aside with a deft motion, and, crouching down, casually retrieved a twig, which she employed to stir the soil. In an instant, a slender serpent coiled around the stick. Ah! The two Mrs. Han, alongside the Princess of Anyang, emitted startled cries. Jiang Nai, reaching out, pinched the snake's head, giving it a slight flick. The serpent's body twirled in the air before wrapping itself around her wrist. Fourth miss. Xin Yun uttered softly. Oh. Han Wenting, seemingly overcome with fright, swayed precariously, collapsing towards the ground. Her trajectory, fortuitously or otherwise, directed her towards Xin Yun. His Highness, the Prince Zhao, advanced a step, adroitly sidestepping her. Han Wenting's fingers brushed against his waistband, and with a gasp, she crashed heavily onto the unyielding earth, the impact sending shivers of pain through her skull. Jiang Nai, her fingers still pinching the snake's head, cast a glance toward Han Wenting. You, the slender snake, seemingly oblivious, advanced a couple of steps. Miss Han, how did you fall? Oh, don't come near me. Han Wenting shrieked in terror as she approached. How terrifying. Was she even a woman? How could she hold such a revolting snake with an unwavering demeanor, as if it were merely a trivial trinket? Upon witnessing her loss of composure and alarmed countenance, Jiang Nai glanced at the serpent in her grasp, stepped back hastily, and chuckled. It's harmless, it one tea bite. Harmless, yet still quite repulsive, I must say, remarked Princess Yang, involuntarily retreating a couple of steps to a safe distance before mustering the courage to softly implore. Miss Jiang, you should swiftly dispose of that snake. Jiang Nai casually tossed the serpent into the nearby thicket, questioning, why kill it? Let it slither away. However, Han Wenyan gasped, you're letting it go? What if it re-emerges from the trees? Ning Feng couldn't help but chuckle, addressing the three young ladies. We are about to ascend the mountain. Countless creatures like this snake roam the heights. If you are frightened by a mere snake, you may not be suited to accompany us. What do we need to go up the mountain for? Can we not find a clean lakeside spot to rest for a while? Jiang Nai pulled out a small yellow handkerchief to wipe her hands, sensing a lingering chill in the air, as if many had met their demise here. Before she could finish her thought, the piercing screams of the two Han sisters echoed in the air. People have died here? Many have perished? Good heavens, what kind of place have we stumbled upon? This was supposed to be an outing, not a haunted locale. Shi Zhu retorted with irritation. I must ask, esteemed young ladies, could you refrain from such dramatic outbursts? Considering your evident cultivation background, haven't you ever engaged in combat with demonic beasts or other individuals? The two Miss Hans and the Lady Yin-Yang all appeared ashen-faced. You promptly advised in a hushed tone. The three of you ladies should heed Shi Zhu's counsel and turn back. Otherwise, even if you force yourselves up the mountain, you likely won't get very far. In this manner, the identities of our brethren within the organization will inevitably be exposed sooner or later. Across the entire Cloud Heaven continent, controllers are exceedingly scarce. The sudden emergence of so many controllers would undoubtedly incite avarice and covetousness among various factions. Jiang Nai, concerned for her comrades, quickened her pace repeatedly, leaping onto the treetops and swiftly advancing by lightly touching the branches and trunks. Consequently, those with comparatively weaker speeds, such as Zhou Weibiao, Yuanyu, and Shi Zhua, were left far behind. Apart from Shun Yi, only Master Wei and Lung Xiuhan could keep up with Jiang Nai's pace. However, what astonished her most was Shen Xiaoran. Jiang Nai recalled that when she encountered Shen Xiaoran in the apricot grove several years ago, the handsome young man seemed to have been abducted. Therefore, in Jiang Nai's memory, Shen Xiaoran was someone without cultivation, or rather, someone whose cultivation was not high even if he possessed it. Furthermore, what struck Jiang Nai as peculiar was that she could never sense even a trace of true energy fluctuations or astral power surges from Shen Xiaoran. It seemed that Shen Xiaoran's constitution was also exceedingly peculiar. Jiang Nai pondered deeply, and after a moment's reflection, she concluded that bringing those few individuals along was indeed a wise decision. The more skilled they were, the more at ease she felt. In critical moments, they should be able to shield her brothers within the building from impending storms. The Sanyang Gate was situated closest to the source of the celestial aurora, hence Su Weitian. Accompanied by his son Su Daoji and a dozen elite disciples, was the first to arrive at the site of the celestial phenomenon. However, upon their proximity, they discovered that the entire aurora seemed to emanate through a rocky wall, spreading outwards from within. The wall before them appeared barren, devoid of any vegetation. When they touched it, they found the surface to be cooler and smoother than an ordinary rock face. Su Daoji's curiosity was piqued as he approached his father, lowering his voice. Father, this wall seems rather peculiar. There might be a hidden passage within. Master Su and young Master Su have arrived so swiftly. A voice interjected. Indeed, whenever treasures emerge, the Su father and son are always a step ahead of everyone else. Your keen instincts are quite impressive. Su Weiqian's eyelids flickered slightly as he turned to face the speaker with a polite but insincere smile. Before him stood two middle-aged men, one tall and the other short, each leading a group of disciples down the mountain path. It is the leaders of the Huang and Fan sections. You two have been drawn here by the celestial aurora, I presume? If that is the case, why not collaborate with me? Let us jointly uncover the entrance to this hidden passage. What do you think? Upon hearing this, the leaders of the Huang and Fan sects exchanged glances, fully aware that this Su was not as benevolent as he pretended to be. However, the strength among them is relatively balanced, and each has brought their own entourage. Thus they are not concerned about the interference from the Su clan. The leader Huang grinned, nodding in agreement. Very well. Since Master Su is earnest in his intent to collaborate, I shall not refuse. Unexpectedly, amidst the commotion, a hoarse laugh pierced through, followed by a series of cold chuckles emanating from all directions. The expressions of Master Su, Leader Huang, and Leader Fan subtly shifted as they turned to gaze upon individuals standing atop several protruding boulders. Come up with a plan. What plan? Ningfeng severed the head of a stone statue with a sword, turning to catch his breath. If there were a plan, they would have escaped this barrier of air long ago. The stout figure, Zhou Weibiao, along with others, pounded on the invisible shield encasing them, their frustration boiling over. Stop the nonsense and strike. Stand back, Shun Yi commanded coldly. Upon seeing his expression as frigid as ice, Zhou Weibiao felt a flutter of anxiety and promptly pulled the hammer-wielding Pang Pang aside. Shun Yi's gaze, laden with a chilling intensity, fixated upon the dozen or so stone statues obstructing his path. His lips, pressed into a straight line, gradually lifted into a cruel smirk. In an instant, a palpable aura of menace radiated from him. With a single step, he traversed the distance to the stone statues. The icy blade of his frost spirit sword glimmered coldly as it sliced through the heads of numerous statues. The sound of shattering echoed relentlessly, with fragments of earth and stone cascading in disarray. In one swift stroke, he dispatched all the statues that stood in his way. The onlookers felt a tightening in their chests. Particularly, the ever-vigilant Master Su and his son felt an intensified sense of urgency upon witnessing such a formidable figure. This individual appeared to be far more powerful than they had anticipated, certainly not someone they could afford to offend. At that moment, Shun Yi was consumed by desperation, no longer able to concern himself with anything else. With a swift motion, he sliced his fingertip with his sword, and the instant a droplet of blood emerged. A surge of immense power erupted forth. Shun Yi struck out with his palm, delivering a forceful blow against the invisible wall of energy. "Brother!" Shun Yun exclaimed in astonishment at his sibling's unwavering stance. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air. The dark palace trembled violently under Shun Yi's strike, causing all present to hold their breath in fearful silence. Their eyes were drawn to the invisible barrier, which, under the weight of this tremendous impact, caused the air currents to scatter and disperse like a gentle breeze. The stone statues that had been assailing them abruptly ceased their assault. Shun Yun and the others turned to gaze at the scene, collectively exhaling in relief as they lowered their weapons. The floor of the grand hall was strewn with disordered rubble, crackling beneath their feet. "Do not move recklessly," Shun Xiaoran spoke calmly, exchanging a glance with Shen Lan. "Let us investigate." The latter nodded slightly, hastening to follow his lead. In such a critical moment, they could not allow their incompetent allies to exacerbate the chaos. Previously, Lu Fu Yi and Nai Nai had created a passage near this very wall. The two approached, frowning as they probed the surface of the barrier. If all went as expected, the mechanism should be located here. Shen Yi's gaze remained icy as he regarded the vanished passage on the wall. He now has ample reason to suspect that Lu Fui, that little rascal, is indeed acting with intent. It is certainly deliberate that he led the little trickster to the wall. What are the odds of such coincidences in this world? Why is it that as the two approached, the mechanism was triggered? At the very moment they were drawn in, the others were sealed off by the enraged wall. Rendered immobile. What schemes is Lu Fui concocting? What are you doing? Come down immediately. Shun Yun's furious shout directed everyone's gaze to the suspended coffin. There, the Lu family and Ma family guests, along with the previously injured guest, had stealthily floated into the air, now surrounding the jade coffin in unison. Having arrived, how could they not cast a glance at the tomb of the Empress? Jiang Nai paid no heed to the commotion outside, finding a vacant seat by the window. Indeed, the little ice cube served her a rather sumptuous breakfast, with congee, noodles, wontons, and dumplings laid out in abundance, complemented by an array of pastries filling the table. Passers-by could not resist stealing glances at her. Yet, Jiang Nai remained focused, beckoning Yin-Yang to join her for a meal. Yin-Yang, however, dared not breach decorum. Diligently serving tea and attending to her needs from the side, Jiang Nai, unconcerned with such formalities, noticed Yin-Yang standing rigidly and pulled her down to sit. Once Yin-Yang observed that Jiang Nai had nearly finished, she began to eat. From the window, Jiang Nai spotted two women, beaming with joy as they carried a package of medicine, chatting and praising. The Jiang family's Miss Mian Mian is truly beautiful and kind-hearted. Indeed, it is quite remarkable, truly awe-inspiring. Yin-Yang placed her chopsticks aside and softly inquired, "My lord, shall I go and take a look?" "No need," Jiang Nai replied, lifting her cup of tea with a subtle smile. "It's merely someone else's affair. There's no need to interfere." "Understood." Yin-Yang lowered her head and continued to slurp her noodles. Jiang Nai rested her chin on her hand, gazing out the window at the bustling street. Her eyes landing on a group of children joyfully running about, a faint smile gracing her lips. "The sunlight is truly splendid today." Yin-Yang glanced out the window and nodded while chewing. Indeed, Jiang Nai murmured to herself, if every day were to be as bright and sunny as this, how delightful it would be. Yin-Yang paused, pondering how such a notion was implausible. Even the moon experiences phases of brightness and darkness. How could the ever-changing heavens be any different? Yet, a lord is a lord. Even the most naive thoughts are inherently correct. "Have you finished?" Jiang Nai asked, tilting her head. Then let us be off." As the two were about to rise, a filthy, frail little hand darted onto their table, snatching 2 buns before hastily fleeing. "Hey, stop! Stop!" 2 attendants rushed over and swiftly apprehended the ragged, foul-smelling boy. One of them grasped the little beggar by the ear, twisting it while scolding, "You audacious little urchin, how dare you cause chaos in our establishment? I'll teach you a lesson." "Wait," Jiang Nai called out with an indifferent expression. "Someone has already settled the bill for this table, correct?" "Yes, yes. The noble gentleman from earlier has already taken care of it for the young lady. A few plates of pastries remained untouched. Pack them up for that child to take away." The attendant was taken aback, promptly releasing his grip on the beggar and smiling apologetically while nodding repeatedly, "Yes, yes." As Jiang Nai and Yin departed from the inn, they had not gone far when a clear, youthful voice emerged from behind. "Hey!" Yin turned around, only to see the frail little beggar trailing behind them with a bundle full of pastries. "You must be traveling companions with that benevolent girl who gives out food and medicine. Do not presume that I will be grateful." Jiang Rou scowled. "Why are you crying? What a mournful sight. Such bad luck." Meanwhile, Jiang Mian offered gentle comfort. "Rou, return the items to Yin Rue. Look how sorrowfully she weeps. Huh, a wretched, illegitimate daughter. Does she even deserve the treasures from the beauty studio?" Jiang Rou glared at Jiang Yin Rue. "Why are you crying? If you keep it up, you'll choke on your own tears. Hurry and go pay your respects to mother. Your tears and snot have sullied our main courtyard." With a loud cry, Jiang Yin Rue fled outside. Jiang Yin Jiao sighed, turned, and bowed to Mian and Rou, saying obediently, "I will go and comfort her." Jiang Mian revealed a hypocritical smile of pity, nodding, quickly, "Let 7th sister know not to be sad. Otherwise, if she goes to mother, she may be scolded again. Here, I have some monthly allowance. Take it to 7th sister as compensation. Let her go out and buy whatever she fancies." With a profound gaze cast upon Jiang Yin, Jiang Yinjiao nodded, accepting the paltry 2 taels of silver before swiftly departing. How intriguing Jiang Yin was indeed, feigning benevolence before her, yet offering a mere pittance, an insult disguised as compensation. Jiang Yinjiao couldn't help but shake her head. It was common knowledge that the exquisite creations of my Renzai, a single pair of gold and silver floral hairpins alone, commanded a price no less than 50 taels. To offer 2 taels was a mockery. Jiang Yinjiao discovered Jiang Yin Rue, immersed in inconsolable tears, beside a desolate pond outside Qiushang courtyard. Observing her lament for a considerable time, she furrowed her brow and remarked, "Of what avail are tears? Should you rise to your own defense, as our 4th sister has done, who could possibly dare to mistreat her? Would not others yield and make way at her approach?" From a tender age, Jiang Yin Rue had possessed a sharp tongue, yet harbored a timid heart. In her previous life, Jiang Yin Rue had subjected her to relentless torment. Yet now, she was reduced to subservience. Why was this so? It was because Jiang Yinjiao had gradually altered her tragic destiny. Here, this is the recompense from Jiang Yin. Jiang Yinjiao cast a sympathetic glance upon Jiang Yin Rue. She felt no empathy for her. One who resorted solely to tears in the face of adversity was undeserving of pity. As Jiang Yin Rue accepted the 2 taels of silver, the tears in her eyes swelled into an overwhelming torrent. When the news reached Jiang Nai, she was reclining against her headboard, meticulously carving a zodiacal magical artifact. With the venerable madam's birthday fast approaching, Jiang Nai intended to personally craft an auspicious and serene artifact for her esteemed grandmother. By carrying this artifact, it would replenish her grandmother's depleted vitality. Jiang Nai set aside the unfinished artifact and turned to Chunya, inquiring, "They not only pilfered the gifts I had prepared for our 6th and 7th sisters, but also seized our 2nd sisters?" "Ah," with a hint of sardonic amusement. Jiang now emitted a soft chuckle, her eyes gleaming with undisguised amazement. "And what of the new 2nd mistress?" she inquired, her voice laced with curiosity. The new 2nd mistress, accompanied by several matrons, sought out the old madam in tears, lamenting about you. "Miss," came the reply. "About me?" Jiang now feigned an expression of astonishment, her brow furrowing in mock disbelief. "That petty daughter of hers, after pilfering the gifts I purchased for my sisters, dared to accuse me of wrongdoing before the old madam? Has she taken leave of her senses? Just moments before, it had been listlessly huddled in the corner of its cage, curled up like a lifeless ball. But now, as if invigorated by some potent elixir, it was seized by an extraordinary exuberance, leaping and bounding within its confines. all the while thrusting its snout against the bars and barking with unrestrained fervor. The assembled throng, perplexed by the young maiden's intentions, cast their gazes upon Jiang Nai, whose countenance was illuminated by a knowing smile. As if struck by a sudden realization, Honggu exclaimed, "Fourth miss, this fragrance." The fragrance concocted by Miss Mian possesses the ability to stimulate the nerves to an extreme degree. With a playful lilt in her voice, Jiang Nai elucidated, initially. Upon inhaling the fragrance, grandmother experienced a surge of vitality, her spirits lifted, and her sleep improved considerably. However, with the passage of time, this nerve-stimulating effect gradually diminishes, and the detrimental consequences for the body begin to manifest themselves in full measure. It is akin to prematurely squandering one's life force. Employing this fragrance to fully ignite the vitality within. As its efficacy wanes, the individual will weaken day by day. Headaches are but one manifestation. If continued, not only will headaches persist, but the body, limbs, and even the depths of the bone marrow will become fragile and susceptible to excruciating pain with the slightest touch. Ruan's eyes widened in terror, tears streaming down her face as she shook her head repeatedly. She glanced at the astonished elderly lady and then turned her gaze to her husband, who stood speechless. She crawled across the floor, striving to approach the old lady's feet. "Madam, my daughter-in-law knows nothing. How could she possibly commit such an act? Do not heed the reckless words of the fourth miss. Her statements are merely her own conjectures." In a fit of fury, Honggu rushed forward and kicked her aside, sternly commanding, "Do not approach." The old lady's eyes were now icy and full of disdain as she fixed her gaze upon the trembling Jiang Yin, as if she were observing a soul on the brink of death. "Indeed, my dear granddaughter is quite the diligent one," the old woman remarked with a cold smile. "Truly going to great lengths to dig a pit for me, and then leaping into it herself." Jiang Yin shook her head fervently, weeping uncontrollably. "Grandmother, my granddaughter's filial piety is clear for all to see." Jiang Yinru interjected with a scoff. "Jiang Yin, if you truly possessed such filial devotion, how could you disregard your grandmother's life and resort to using such harmful substances against her? Surely, you do not believe that after causing your grandmother's demise, the three of you could seize control of our entire Jiang family?" Ruan and Jiang Yin quickly shook their heads, their eyes swollen from weeping. They could scarcely comprehend how the situation had spiraled so drastically. Everything had seemed fine just moments before. Ruan Shuixian, filled with venomous hatred, fixed an intense glare upon Jiang Nai and exclaimed fiercely, "Fourth miss, what grievance have we, mother and daughter, caused you? Must you truly drive us to our demise?" Enraged, the elderly lady seized a nearby dish and hurled it at Ruan Shuixian's head, scolding, "To err and yet blame others, such a daughter-in-law is more than our Jiang family can endure." "Ah!" Ruan Shuixian cried out, clutching her bleeding forehead. Shen Yi cast her a silent glance and remarked, "There is indeed food to eat. It merely depends on with whom one dines. Eating in the company of loathsome individuals, even the finest delicacies become unpalatable." Jiang Nai prodded a piece of fish and turned to Shen Yi, asking, "Are you here to observe as well?" Shen Yi shook his head, replying, "Not quite." Jiang Nai raised her chopsticks, intrigued. "Then you?" "I am accompanying Yun Di and Lan Di to observe," Shen Yi stated calmly. Unbeknownst to Shen Yun and Shen Lan, they had been unwittingly sold out by their elder brother. Jiang Nai's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she leaned in. "But whom are you observing? Do I know them? The city of Kyoto is vast. How many young ladies do you actually recognize?" Shen Yi glanced at her and poured her a cup of fruit tea. Jiang Nai took a sip, nodding thoughtfully. "Indeed, I am quite familiar with Princess Anyang, but the other young ladies, I must admit, I do not know well." Shen Yi suppressed the urge to tap her on the head, offering a cool smile. "That is merely your own perception of familiarity. She nearly despises you. Even if you harbor animosity towards her, there's no need to denigrate a young lady." Jiang Nve sighed softly, cradling her teacup. "In this world, it's already challenging for women. Why impose so many demands on a young girl?" Shen Yi paused, turning to cast a profound gaze upon her. "Then why do you so thoroughly deal with the Ruan family, mother and daughters? What's the fundamental distinction between those three and the Yin-Yang County princess?" "Of course, there's a distinction. At the very least, the county princess and I are superficially cordial. She never provokes me, so why would I seek trouble with her? Those three are simply idle and meddlesome, constantly causing me grief. Naturally, I must teach them a lesson. Furthermore, they dared to target my grandmother. How could I allow them to live comfortably? Oh, right, Jiang Yinyan. No, no, she should be called Chun Yinyan. Isn't she quite acquainted with your portly nephew? That prince shows air. Xin Yi's hand, which was raising chopsticks, faltered momentarily. Portly nephew, how odd that sounds. Jiang Nvi couldn't help but burst into laughter, clutching her stomach. Your portly nephew looks far too mature. He appears to be a decade or so older than you and Prince Zhao. Hee ha ha. Shun Yi disregarded the young lady's bewitching laughter, impassively picking up a morsel of vegetable heart and placing it in his mouth. Shin Changda is indeed about 7 or 8 years our senior. Jiang Nve, holding a bowl of soup, opened her small mouth slightly. Oh, I thought he was a decade older. Shin Yi, do you think your corpulent nephew might attempt to extricate Chen Yinyan? How do you wish to handle this? Jiang Nai cast a glance at him, remarking that she had no intention of further involving herself in the affairs of the mother and daughter trio. After all, her second uncle, that fool, had finally discerned the true nature of the Yuan family. Henceforth, it was unlikely he would seek them out again. With the household now enveloped in tranquility, she felt no desire to stir up trouble. Shinny gazed deeply at her and raised his hand to add some fruit tea to her cup, stating, "You are unjust." "How am I unjust?" She retorted, "You are inherently biased against us men, and indeed, against all formidable individuals in the world." Shun Yi replied, his tone unruffled. Before the young lady could offer a rebuttal, he continued, "Had a man laid a hand on your grandmother, it is likely that he would have met with a far worse fate by now." He then accepted a cup of tea presented by a demure palace maid and, after taking a sip, inquired with a smile, "Have you ever perused any texts?" Jiang Nai quickly shook her head, declaring, "I have never had a penchant for reading since childhood, nor for the art of penmanship. I have not even read the 3-character classic." Her words were undeniably sincere. During her formative years, she had studied medical texts, and indeed, had never flipped through the 3-character classic. The onlookers, including Shun Lan and Shin Yun, who were well acquainted with her temperament, couldn't help but twitch their lips at her blatant disregard for the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager paused, momentarily at a loss for words, and glanced towards the side at the esteemed Qi Tai Fei. Qi Tai Fei promptly interjected with a smile. "I have heard that this young lady has already been admitted to the prestigious academy of the capital at such a tender age." Jiang Nai then displayed a modest expression, her eyes brimming with humility and a gentle smile. She expressed her gratitude for His Highness's favor, allowing her to enter the academy. Yet she candidly admitted that scholarly pursuits were not her forte. The moment she encountered books, drowsiness would inevitably set in, much to the amusement of the esteemed Dowager Empress. The assembly fell into a moment of silence, with Empress Qi also feeling somewhat at a loss for words, instinctively glancing at the regent. The latter maintained his customary aloof demeanor, showing no signs of change on this day. The Empress cleared her throat and inquired what Jiang Sea girl excelled at. Was it chess, or perhaps playing the zither? Jiang Nai promptly and earnestly shook her head, displaying a rather regretful expression towards the exalted Empress. "Your Majesty, you are mistaken. None of those are my strengths." The assembly was left utterly speechless, particularly the Princess Ping Li seated in the front, who was on the verge of laughter. In truth, His Highness was most aware of what Jiang Nai's talent truly was. Without hesitation, she shifted the focus onto Shun Yi, disregarding the exasperated look he cast her way. Everyone's gaze inadvertently fell upon the unparalleled regent, whose demeanor was as serene as a clear breeze under the moonlight. The Empress, smiling, turned to Shun Yi. "Do you know, my dear?" Shun Yi nodded in affirmation, indicating that he did. Just as the Empress was about to respond with a smile, Shun Yi uttered 2 words, "sleeping." The absurdity on everyone's faces could no longer be concealed. The ladies seated below were evidently struggling to suppress their laughter, their expressions twisting in the process. Jiang Nai, with a serious demeanor, nodded and pointed at Shun Yi, then turned to the astonished Empress, beaming, "Indeed, Your Majesty. None understand me better than Your Highness." Jiang Nai turned around, playfully thumping her small fist against her chest, and flashed a radiant smile at Shun Yi. Shun Yi, however, felt an inexplicable thrill in witnessing her deceive and provoke others. Were it not for Shun Yi's presence, the 2 ladies might have rushed forward to give Jiang Nai a good kick. What a baffling girl she is, strikingly beautiful, yet lacking in wit. Were she an ordinary maiden, being publicly exposed for her lack of talent would surely leave her mortified. Yet here she stood, unabashedly admitting her shortcomings, her face adorned with an innocent and carefree smile, utterly indifferent to the mocking gazes around her. A female official beside the Empress Dowager, feeling somewhat awkward, spoke up. Indeed. Your Highness, all the young ladies here have already showcased their talents. Han Xiu's expression shifted to one of discomfort as she stammered. Does the fourth miss not know? Your mother, Xiu, is my aunt. Jiang Nai feigned a sudden realization, nodding seriously. I seldom hear my mother mention the eldest madam. I suppose we are not particularly close. The onlookers exchanged glances, and two plump ladies standing nearby appeared on the verge of laughter. However, upon catching the stern expression of the Duchess, they stifled their amusement. With the eldest madam in a predicament, their faces brimmed with derision. Jiang Nai, without a doubt, recognized them as concubines from the Duke's main residence. Likely not well acquainted with Han Xiu. At that moment, faint cries drifted in from the courtyard outside. A servant hastily rushed in, exclaiming, Madam, it's terrible. Young Master Yu has beaten Sister Le, and she is now bleeding profusely. The old woman Zhao was frantically barging in here, carrying the child. The Duchess's expression immediately darkened, and she covertly glanced at Jiang Xiaoxi before chuckling. It is quite common for children to engage in playful scuffles and suffer minor bumps and bruises. The Duchess chided the old woman. You unruly woman, bursting into this room and speaking so incoherently. Why don't you promptly retreat? Jiang Xiaoxi had already turned to leave the room to investigate. A flicker of annoyance passed through the Duchess's eyes as she quickly rose, wishing to have the sisters detained. After all, this was merely a child's scuffle. There was no need for such alarm from the fourth and fifth young ladies. However, Jiang Nai paid her no heed. Upon exiting the hall, she encountered a disheveled old woman who, in a frenzy, burst in while clutching a little girl, urgently demanding, I implore the Duchess to take charge. Young Master Yu intends to kill our sister Lo. A swift flash of severity crossed the Duchess's gaze as she signaled to the attendants beside her. Sister, it is Zhao from eldest sister's side, Jiang Ninian astutely called out. Just as two rough servants from the Duke's household moved to subdue Zhao, Jiang Nai halted them with a sharp command. What is this? Does the Duke's household not allow others to cry out for justice? Even His Majesty has established the direct-to-heaven drum for grievances. Does the Duke's household not permit an old woman to speak? The Duchess, filled with resentment, ground her teeth and coldly reprimanded the two coarse maids. At that moment, Granny Zhao rushed forward, cradling the infant, and knelt before the Duchess, imploring her for mercy, pleading for justice on behalf of their beloved Lure. The Duchess responded with a benevolent smile, signaling to the elderly matron beside her. The matron approached with a feigned eagerness to assist Granny Zhao, expressing concern for the child's fright and lamenting the poor little one's plight. Immediately, the Duchess ordered a maid to fetch the physician from the residence. However, Jiang Ninian took a few steps forward, anxiously inquiring about Lure's condition and the reason for the excessive bleeding. Fifth Miss, Granny Zhao paused, turning to Jiang Nian, her emotions a tumultuous blend of joy and sorrow. Fourth Miss? Jiang Nian's face brightened with a radiant smile, akin to an ice flower blooming in the depths of a frigid pond. Her eyes glimmering with a cold venom that even Shun Yi and Shun Yun could not help but feel a chill of alarm. Then you may as well perish. Jiang Nian uttered these words with an airy indifference, plunging the hall into a profound silence. Eliminate him, she commanded icily, instructing that he be cast away to feed the dogs. Shen Yun's heart raced with shock. At that moment, Lord Dong, with keen eyes, spotted Shun Yi and the others entering and, as if granted a reprieve, bellowed in jubilance, His Highness has arrived. Upon hearing that voice, as if encountering a long-lost father after 800 years, Lord Dong was overwhelmed with emotion, tears glistening in his eyes. And he impulsively cast aside the gavel and rushed forward. Young Master Wei twitched his lips, gazing at Lord Dong's fervent approach with a look of utter disbelief. Shun Yi cast a stoic glance in his direction, remaining unfazed as he coldly inquired what had caused such a flurry of panic. Without hesitation, Lord Dong let out a bellow. Your Highness, something terrible has happened. Fourth Miss has been bullied. The crowd stared in bewilderment at the prefect of Jingzhou, feeling as if they were either hallucinating or witnessing some fantastical spectacle. From the earlier commotion to the present moment, who had wronged whom? Who had shouted at whom? Who was threatening whom? Why did the unfolding narrative seem so utterly amiss? Who dared to bully Jiang Xiaoxi? Shun Yi asked coldly. Lord Dong swiftly turned, pointing an accusatory finger at the bewildered Han Zhao. Simultaneously, a faint sound of sobbing reached their ears, causing Shun Yun to involuntarily twitch his lips. Looking up, he indeed beheld a familiar sight. Jiang Shaoxi flitted past the crowd like a delicate butterfly, one hand clutching a small yellow handkerchief, the other gracefully poised as she began to sing, "Your Highness, why have you only just arrived?" Her performance was earnest, swaying her body and tapping her tiny feet. The onlookers could only stare in stunned silence. Han Zhao was instantly filled with an unsettling chill that crept into his heart. Xin Yun mused that as long as his royal brother remained unperturbed, no one else would dare to express their discontent. Jiang Nai suddenly clutched her chest, weeping softly as she extended her other arm. "Young Master Wei, I feel an overwhelming sense of anxiety and breathlessness. I am utterly unwell. Please, take my pulse and discern what ails me." Young Master Wei raised an eyebrow, yet complied, taking her pulse with a serious demeanor. "Alas, Your Highness, it appears that the fourth miss has been grievously provoked, leading to stagnation of liver qi and dampness in the spleen and stomach, accompanied by symptoms of belching, abdominal distension, and rib discomfort." Xinyan could not help but raise a hand to his forehead. Observing young Master Wei's anxious expression, he thought that had he not known their antics, he might have been swayed by his earnest yet nonsensical discourse. The onlookers were bewildered, yet upon hearing the series of medical terminologies from young Master Wei, they began to believe that Miss Jiang might indeed be genuinely agitated. After all, the Korean duke's household had been exceedingly oppressive, provoking rightful indignation. The notion that there could be divorce without separation was infuriating. That second young Master Han, who appeared quite respectable, turned out to be a mere parasite. Squandering his wife's wealth on concubines while disparaging her virtues was appalling. Disdain was evident in the gazes of the crowd. Some elder women even spat in the direction of second young Master Han. Could such scandalous news truly reach the emperor's ears overnight? Shinny sat at his desk, his handsome face stern, fingers gripping the book with increased tension. Though he voiced nothing, he silently concurred with young Master Wei's assessment. That little wretch, Jiang Si, was indeed a heartless little minx. She could repeatedly tolerate the troublemaking Jiang Yaoshi, the Ruan family mother and daughter, and even that detestable Anyang County princess. Yet she couldn't condone the philandering Han heir Gongzi even once. This was a bloodless form of assassination, utterly ruining any prospects Han heir might have had, ensuring he could never recover. Such a sentimentalist, Shun Yi muttered through gritted teeth. Everyone sensed his displeasure, as if he were harboring some deep resentment. Wu Ying wiped a bead of sweat from his brow, offering an awkward chuckle, relieved that he was on the fourth miss's side. Meanwhile, the so-called sentimentalist was busy comforting her eldest sister and amusing her little niece, completely oblivious to the fact that her scheme against Han heir had been discovered. Even if she knew, she wouldn't be afraid. The young lady who lured Han heir into the trap had happily received her payment and returned to her work at the premier establishment. What evidence could the Korean duke's mansion possibly uncover? Even if they traced the Xiangyi pavilion back to the premier establishment, so what? The establishment's public owner was the deputy master, with no apparent connection to Jiang Nai. Even if they suspected her of hiring the premier establishment, the question remained, did they have proof? Without evidence, their accusations would be futile, even before the emperor. The following day, Qiushi rushed to her in a panic, grasping her hands and scrutinizing her appearance. Seeing her radiant and full of energy, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Mother, what's wrong? Why the rush so early in the morning? I just visited your eldest sister and had Zhou Yinyang check on Yin-Yang's room. It seems that everyone in our main household is fine. It was the second branch that encountered a calamity. Last night, Jiang Yinjiao was dragged out of her home in the dead of night, subjected to a brutal beating. Not to mention, all the valuables within the house had been thoroughly plundered. Indeed, Jiang Nai expressed a measured degree of bewilderment, questioning what audacious individual would dare to commit such an act against the Jiang family. It could only be that scoundrel, Yin Guobamao. Qiu remarked, her anger palpable. Jiang Nai let her lips droop slightly, her expression devoid of emotion as she inquired, "Was there a note left by Yin Guobamao?" To which Qiu replied, "Not at all." Unaware of her daughter's demeanor, Qiu continued, "Who else could have stolen from the second branch? It must surely be Yin Guobamao." Jiang Nai's eyes nearly rolled to the heavens. Since no note was left, one could not definitively conclude it was Yin Guobao's doing. Why was it that, whenever misfortune struck, everyone in the Jiang family was so eager to place the blame on Yin Guobao? Ridiculous. She had only once plundered from Jiang Yao's household, and that incident had unearthed the significant matter of the lapis lazuli mine. Beyond that, whom else had she wronged? It was utterly absurd to unjustly accuse Yin Guoba Mao of theft simply because a robbery had occurred. Did she not have any dignity left? Jiang Nai led the group to the entrance of the Yin-Yang Studio inner courtyard, subtly signaling with her eyes. The Ying sisters, Yin and Yin Ro, smiled in agreement, stepping forward to unlock the door with their keys. Together, they pushed open the grand entrance to the inner courtyard. A scene, akin to a poetic masterpiece, gradually unfolded before everyone. All present exhibited a hint of astonishment as they followed Jiang Nai into the small garden, immediately sensing a temperature that starkly contrasted with the outside world. What was this place? The second guest's eyes widened in astonishment. The climate here was surprisingly mild and warm, in stark contrast to the sweltering summer outside. The temperature within this garden was significantly lower than that beyond its borders, and stepping inside felt akin to entering a natural summer retreat, surrounded by a vibrant sea of blooming flowers. Before them, small bridges spanned babbling brooks, adorned with clusters of blossoms. The air was suffused with a delicate fragrance, and a mere breath of it brought a wave of tranquility to the heart. Goodness! Su Jin exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder. How could this place be so enchanting? Isn't it delightful? Jiang Nai replied with a beaming smile, tilting her head proudly. This haven was crafted by her 6 years ago using magnolia flower artifacts, and she had specifically instructed the Yin sisters to refrain from entering for many years. When she opened the door for the first time, she too had been taken aback by the beauty before her. This was her handmade paradise, a space imbued with a constant warm flow of energy that gently swirled within. The fundamental setup ensured warmth in winter and coolness in summer. If an ordinary person were to reside here for an extended period, they would undoubtedly emerge robust and vigorous. For practitioners, the benefits were even more pronounced. The life-giving formation continuously supplied essence, allowing vital energy to permeate their limbs and meridians, so much so that even in slumber, one's body would effortlessly absorb this nourishing force. Pang Xiaopeng swallowed hard and suddenly raised his chubby hand, saying, Nai, I returned to the capital early and have nowhere to stay. Would you allow me to reside here before the school term begins? Surely, you wouldn't want me to be stranded at an inn. Me too, Wen Yi chimed in, lifting his hand in agreement. Consequently, a succession of individuals solemnly raised their hands, both large and small. Jiang Nai lifted her hand to her forehead. These people are rich, but they want to take advantage of my cheapness. Oh well, for the sake of giving me so many gifts. Jiang Nai reluctantly nodded. But I only have 8 rooms in this yard. It's okay, we'll allocate them ourselves. The 2 guests who got the second and third place obviously showed envy on their faces, and then turned to Jiang Nai. Jiang Nai's eyes lit up and waved to Yin. Yin immediately stepped forward and smiled at the 2 guests, explaining how many benefits there are to living here. Ordinary people can get rid of many minor problems in their bodies after living in this vitality array for 3 days and 2 nights. Moreover, our Yin and Yang Zhai only sells 3 days of accommodation each time. After 3 days, only guests who have drawn a lottery are eligible to stay. Those 2 were obviously a little moved after hearing her boast. When Yin said that the first 5 guests would get a 50 discount, and 3 nights would only cost 500 taels of gold, and the rest would have to stay at the original price, they were immediately fooled into paying. Jiang Nai was very satisfied with Yin Ying's business ability, turned her head and showed a row of shiny teeth to Xiaopeng. In order to protect the interests of customers, now there are only 6 rooms left. At that time, the dead cat scratched 3 blood marks on her left face, destroying her appearance. If she hadn't taken some elixirs one after another afterwards, how could the wound have recovered so quickly? Even so, the faint scars of the 3 claw marks still exist. Every day, she felt compelled to arm her entire face with a thick layer of makeup, so as not to reveal her scars to others. Her once radiant and enchanting visage was only slightly less lovely than that of Princess Zhaoang. Now, however, her face lay in ruins. No amount of cosmetic embellishment could mask the devastation. Each time she gazed into the mirror, she was seized by a maddening urge to shatter it. This profound anguish was one that no one could truly comprehend. Jiang Nai, do not divert the topic. Zhan Yuan remarked with a cold laugh. Look at yourself, seated here in opulence, utterly unconcerned, while the people of Shang City languish in a relentless abyss of suffering day and night. You unearthed so much gold in the hunting grounds, yet you refuse to spare even a fraction for those afflicted by disaster. Do you not feel a pang of shame? Jiang Nai quickly shook her head, denying any sense of remorse. I have donated. I contributed a bracelet worth 800 taels. Such an act was unthinkable for her, a person notoriously stingy. How can you even claim that? You have only given a meager 80 taels of gold, which pales in comparison to the thousands you unearthed from the hunting grounds. Suddenly, the young girl burst into tears, pulling out a small yellow handkerchief from her sleeve, muffling her sobs as she lamented, "Jean girl, your words are too harsh. This calamity was not wrought by me, nor did I cause the heavens to withhold the rain. The Empress Dowager has mobilized the officials and their families to donate, and we have all contributed. Even the esteemed ladies have remarked that donating generously is merely a gesture of goodwill. Why do you insist on clinging to me so? Your words leave me feeling utterly despondent, as if life itself has become unbearable. I shall take my own life to demonstrate my resolve." The crowd. Miss Jiang Wu gazed expressionlessly at her eccentric sister, thinking to herself that neither the Regent Prince nor the Prince of Zhao was present. As she proclaimed her intent to die, she dashed towards a nearby pillar. The two eunuchs and palace maids, startled, hurried to intercept her, exclaiming, "Fourth miss, no, you mustn't." Amidst this chaos, a thin, sharp voice from outside called out, "His Majesty has arrived. The Prince of Zhao is here. The Prince of Longevity is here. The heir of the Prince of Longevity has arrived. The heir of the Prince of Yu has arrived." Lastly, it was announced that the esteemed Ming Xian Wang of the Great Jin Empire had also arrived. The crowd exchanged glances, aside from the Empress Dowager. Everyone rose to greet one another in a flurry of activity. Shen Yun immediately spotted Jiang Shaoxi, who was rushing towards them with her face concealed in tears. Pursued by several palace maids and eunuchs, he instinctively glanced around, realizing that his royal brother, the Regent Prince, was not by his side, yet the fourth miss was already on stage, and he instinctively fell into the rhythm of the unfolding drama. Shenlong, originally following the Prince of Longevity, noticed his brother hastening forward and, unable to suppress a smirk, floated past the emperor. In a perplexing turn of events, Shen Yun found himself standing before Jiang Shaoxi, his hand reaching out even before his mind could process the action. In a striking moment, a resounding slap descended upon Zhang Yuanyuan's face, rendering the entire gathering silent. All eyes turned towards the two young women. As Zhang Yuanyuan felt a searing pain radiate across her cheek, a torment that pierced to her very core. What was even more unbearable than the physical pain was the humiliation of being struck so brazenly in front of an audience. Who did this insolent girl think she was? Was she to be compared to the lowly merchants or the despicable servants? Little did Zhang Yuanyuan know that, in Jiang Nai's eyes, she was nothing more than a mere trifle, far less charming than those she derided as commoners. Princess Zhaoyang sat quietly beside Prince Mingxian, her eyes narrowing in displeasure. Oh, was this audacity truly permissible? She had a faint recollection of Jiang Nai, having heard of the commotion caused by Zhang Yuanyuan earlier that morning, a situation from which His Highness had seemingly intervened. As she contemplated this, Princess Zhaoyang's eyes glimmered with a chilling intensity, and an aura of malevolence seeped from her depths. "Jiang Nai, how dare you strike me? Who bestowed upon you such audacity?" Yin Yuanyuan exclaimed in a fit of rage, covering her face with one hand. Unfazed, Jiang Nai merely raised her leg and kicked her aside, her words laced with indifference, "Step aside before I lose my temper." The force of the kick caused Yin Yuanyuan to stumble back a step, her expression instantly contorting into one of profound displeasure. After dispatching this nuisance, Jiang Nai brushed past her, making her way toward the garden exit. At that moment, King Mingxian suddenly chuckled and remarked, "Your Majesty, it appears you have no desire to intervene in this matter." The attitude of His Majesty, the Great Moon, was indeed intriguing, King Mingxian mused. This young lady, previously seated among the officials' families, must surely be the daughter of one of the Great Moon's ministers. Yet, she had the audacity to publicly slap Yin Yuanyuan in such a setting, her brazen demeanor unmistakably evident. Strangely, all present merely observed in silence, not a single voice, from the emperor to the various ministers, dared to speak up. What an extraordinary anomaly this was. Princess Zhaoyang smiled and said, "Brother, if you do not intervene, I shall have her apprehended. While others may turn a blind eye to Yin Yuanyuan's grievances, I cannot." King Mingxian laughed heartily. "My sister speaks the truth. Miss Yin has suffered great injustice, and as it pertains to the dignity of our Jin royal family, we cannot stand idly by and watch." As soon as the words fell, four remarkably swift figures suddenly surrounded Miss Jiangxi, effectively blocking all her escape routes. Shen Yun abruptly tightened his grip on the wine cup, standing up with a face full of fury, and declared, "King Mingxian, what is your intention?" Jiang Shaoxi stood resolutely. casting a cold glance at the four individuals. It was said that the great Jin's king Mingxian had a penchant for associating with peculiar and extraordinary figures from the martial realm. These four must be his capable aides, accompanying him wherever he went. Among the quartet, one donned a cassock yet bore a visage marked by excess flesh. Another had a pallid complexion, with hair cascading across half his face, resembling a corpse that had clawed its way out of a coffin. The third was a balding man with a receding hairline, the few remaining strands of hair swaying pitifully in the wind. Brother Shun. Indeed, as Shun Changqing traversed the path, he would acknowledge familiar faces with a nod or greeting. Yet, regardless of who it was, each countenance bore little in the way of expression, as if they were all rather indifferent to their surroundings. Shun Changqing had grown accustomed to this, for this was the Demon Suppression Division, an institution tasked with maintaining the stability of the Great Qin, primarily responsible for exterminating demons and malevolent entities, though it also engaged in various auxiliary duties. It could be said that every individual within the Demon Suppression Division had blood on their hands. When one becomes accustomed to the specter of life and death, many matters tend to elicit a sense of detachment. Initially, Shun Changqing found himself ill at ease in this world, but, over time, he acclimated. The Demon Suppression Division was vast. Those who remain in the Demon Suppression Division are typically formidable experts or individuals with the potential to become such. Shun Changqing belongs to the latter category. The Demon Suppression Division is divided into two distinct roles, the Guardian and the Exorcist. Every individual who joins the division commences as the lowest-ranking Exorcist, gradually advancing through the ranks with the aspiration of ultimately becoming a Guardian. Shun Changqing's previous incarnation was that of a trainee Exorcist, the most junior among them. With the memories of his former life intact, he is exceedingly familiar with the environment of the Demon Suppression Division. It took little time for Shun Changqing to halt before a particular pavilion. In contrast to the other grim locales of the division, this pavilion stood out, exuding a unique tranquility amidst the pervasive bloodshed. The entrance to the pavilion was ajar, with individuals occasionally passing in and out. After a moment's hesitation, Shun Changqing stepped inside. Upon entering the pavilion, the atmosphere transformed abruptly. A blend of ink fragrance mingled with a faint scent of blood enveloped him, causing his brows to furrow instinctively, though they soon relaxed. The sanguine odor that clung to every member of the Demon Suppression Division was nearly impossible to eradicate completely. What reckless abandon! How brazenly audacious! An overt display of favoritism. Truly a tyrant. Your betrayal is swifter than the turning of a page. It is you who has led us into this pitfall. Utterly compliant, creating chaos without restraint, striving to unite. I cannot save her. Utterly satisfied. The divine eye of perception. She has come to regret her actions. Torment. Summoning the spirits of the departed. A moment of introspection. My promise. Can she truly manipulate the winds and alter the destinies of others? When it comes to changing fate, she lacks complete certainty. Moreover, since Princess Xiaoyang wishes to eliminate them, if she cannot strike today, she will surely do so tomorrow. If not tomorrow, then the day after. Are you certain you can rescue them time and again? Jiang Nai remained silent in response. After a lengthy pause, she exhaled deeply. Chunya and Qiu Yi exchanged glances, a sense of inexplicable relief washing over them, realizing the young girl had likely come to an understanding. Yin, who had been quietly driving the carriage outside, suddenly remarked, "That coachman is quite suspicious." "The coachman is undoubtedly problematic," Chunya coldly remarked. "Everyone has perished, yet he remains missing. Surely, the lord and master who must also be aware of the coachman's questionable character." Jiang Nai nodded, her voice icy, asserting that he cannot have gone far. Having dared to accept others' silver and cause the demise of so many lives, he is destined to bear the consequences of his misdeeds. Do you think the court will make an effort to apprehend the mastermind behind the tragic fate of those 6 unfortunate women, the Princess Xiaoyang? Jiang Nai sighed, reflecting on the unpredictability of life. Deep down, she understood that the emperor would not mobilize forces for the sake of these 6 vulnerable souls, nor would he punish the esteemed Princess Xiaoyang of the Great Jin Empire. At most, they would execute the 6 murderous guards to pay for their crimes. His Majesty has his grand vision. This negotiation concerns the stability of both nations and the flourishing development of millions of subjects. And it cannot be jeopardized for the sake of these 6 lives. Such is the harsh reality, at least within the realm of the great Haoyue. No one dares to touch them, nor can anyone. The accusation of sabotaging the peace talks is a burden no one can bear. Should any mishap occur, leading to the collapse of negotiations, it would be far more than a mere loss of 6 lives. Kie and Xiaoye clenched their teeth, their faces filled with indignation. It is exceedingly unfair to the Princess Zhaoyang, who can so easily find scapegoats to absolve herself of responsibility. That princess remains, from beginning to end, the exalted princess of the great Jin Empire. Jiang Nai smiled faintly, a hint of coldness gracing her lips. Is that so? She mused, her delicate smile revealing a steadfast resolve. The promises I have made are immutable, and no one can alter them. Though Chunya and Qiu were taken aback, they ultimately refrained from pursuing the matter further. 2 days later, 6 guards in the service of Princess Zhaoyang were executed by the emperor's direct order. The court provided a rationale. These guards, upon encountering a beautiful woman, were overtaken by lustful intentions and, upon the resolute resistance of the 6 maidens, resorted to slaughter. However, this explanation was transparently a mere facade, a convenient excuse to placate the public. The true nature of the events was seldom questioned, for after all, the perpetrators had already faced justice. Simultaneously, the illustrious reputation of the 4th Miss Jiang spread far and wide. Whispers circulated about the 4th Miss of the Jiang family, who possessed extraordinary prowess in the arcane arts. Master, I am no virtuous soul, she lamented. I loathe the fact that I am surrounded by such treacherous kin. Under the guise of goodwill, they so casually extinguished the life of my beloved. The swirling black mist gradually expanded, and though the sound was one of laughter, it resonated far more mournfully than any weeping. I detest my own insignificance for being unable to avenge them. I despise myself. I loathe them, every single one. In this lifetime, I wish never to behold them again. I do not wish to see them. Ha ha ha. The Duchess of the State cried out in despair, Xin'er, oh Xin'er. A sudden chill swept through the scene, causing Han Zhao and Han Tong to be hurled backward, landing heavily on the ground. Jiang Nai swiftly turned and positioned herself before Miss Han San, raising her left hand. In that instant, a faint glow emanated from the blue and white parasol, serving to shield against the overwhelming tide of dark energy. Why do you wish to save them? I do not seek to save them. I aim to save you. These individuals are not worth your self-sacrifice, Jiang Nai exclaimed. As she turned again, she witnessed Miss Han San wailing as she dashed out through the entrance. The ominous, swirling wind swept through the archway, knocking Duke Han to the ground. With a loud thud, his ornate crown fell heavily, and a large pearl rolled twice across the ground. Duke Han sat dazed, his aged eyes filled with uncertainty as he stared at the billowing dark mist. Without hesitation, Jiang Nai stowed her parasol and pursued it. The onlookers raised their eyes, catching a glimpse of the 4th Miss Jiang, whose figure darted like a streak of light before vanishing in an instant. The Duchess of the State, clutching her skirts, staggered to her feet, calling out for Xin'er, and then hurriedly followed suit. Han Xiu's body trembled in fear, her entire being quaking with trepidation. The scene unfolding today had far surpassed everyone's comprehension. Could it be that spirits and phantoms truly existed in this world? Jiang Nai relentlessly pursued the expanding dark energy, coldly declaring, Han San, I know that deep down, you are still a good person, you would not unjustly blame others. You had better not force my hand. Not far from Duke Han's residence lay the bustling Anping Street. Should Han Sanrua succumb to a fit of madness, indiscriminately slaying individuals in the streets, it would undoubtedly instigate a considerable uproar. Jiang, with unwavering resolve, pursued her relentlessly, her frozen countenance betraying an immeasurable chill. Should Miss Han be unable to restrain her descent into frenzy, Jiang would have no recourse but to terminate her on the spot, obliterating the malevolent spirit. Miss Han, however, remained silent, hurtling forward with unbridled velocity. In an instant, the heavens were veiled, and a pall of gloom pervaded the atmosphere. Merchants peddling their wares and passers-by alike craned their necks skyward, their faces etched with bewilderment, unable to comprehend the sudden transformation of the azure sky into a somber expanse. As the miasma emanating from Miss Han swept onward, Jiang, with a delicate flick of her fingers, released a subtle stream of light into the air, dispelling the oppressive gloom. Where malevolent spirits tread, the employment of exorcism talismans is indispensable. Should pedestrians be tainted, even in the slightest degree, they would be haunted by nightmares or suffer debilitating injuries. With unwavering patience, Jiang trailed the miasma emanating from Miss Han until it reached the impoverished district in the northern reaches of the city. In the realm of whimsical chaos, Jiang Xiaoxi subconsciously yearned to brush away the mischievous creature before her. However, The little rascal was cunning and remarkably swift. As Jiang Nai swept her hand, she failed to grasp even a single strand of its fur. In an agile flick, the creature scurried onto her head, its two fluffy yellow paws playfully tugging at her hair, dancing with abandon. Frustration welled within Jiang Nai, her lips nearly contorted in exasperation. With a swift motion, she attempted to swat it away, but the impish creature merely seized a lock of her hair, swinging down in a playful loop before perching on her shoulder. After several futile attempts to capture it, Jiang Nai decided to cast a binding spell, ensnaring the little mischief-maker midair. "I shall have you, you troublesome sprite," she declared, grasping its slender tail and lifting it upside down, her annoyance boiling over as she raised her hand to strike. "How dare you dishevel my hair into a nest of chaos? You shall pay for your antics." The small monkey chattered in protest, its fluffy paws flailing in the air, its round, amber eyes gazing at her with a pitiful expression. A divine monkey, indeed, Jiang Nai scoffed internally, more likely deceived by the celestial light. Look at that adorable facade, hardly divine. With a playful poke at its fuzzy form, she taunted, "The heavens claim you are a divine monkey. If so, let me hear your call." "Eek," it squeaked in response. Jiang Nai, how audacious, unable to articulate a single coherent thought, merely emitting a sound. How absurd. The young girl, clearly annoyed, tugged at the tail of the little monkey, shaking it playfully. The little creature chattered and danced, waving its fuzzy paws in a lively manner. Jiang Nai crouched down, tossed it onto the ground, and picked up a piece of eggshell to offer it. The little monkey, with a disdainful glance, recoiled slightly. Jiang Nai, perplexed, wondered why it refused to eat. The books had instructed that creatures emerging from their shells often relished their own eggshells. The little monkey wished to inquire of its young master which particular flawed tome she had been perusing. It scampered over on all fours, circled her once, and then leapt onto Jiang Nai, chattering incessantly. Xiao Hui Hui floated out from the mountain-dwelling illustration, shielding its fuzzy head with one hand. Barely able to witness this peculiar exchange. "Master, it seems the little monkey has caught a whiff of the mountain-dwelling's essence on you, yearning to be let inside." Jiang Nai playfully punched Xiao Hui Hui's large head, her expression radiating a blend of pride and confidence. Impossible. How could a mere creature that just emerged from its shell possibly detect the mountain-dwelling? Is it not said that this is a divine monkey? Surely it possesses certain extraordinary abilities. Utterly useless. Xiao Hui Hui rolled its eyes in secret. It could now fully comprehend the exasperation and despair of the old celestial being. Despite the good fortune bestowed upon this creature, it remained oblivious to its value. "Master, did the celestial aurora not previously bestow upon you the power of wind manipulation? Perhaps you should give it a try? Why test it?" Jiang Nai pouted slightly, saying, "If we are to test, then let's simply do so. It likely holds little significance." Despite her words, she raised her hands high above her head and called out for the wind. Little Gray and the small monkey exchanged glances. Suddenly, a fierce whirlwind surged up from the cliff below, accompanied by a resounding crash. Did she conjure a human figure? She was startled by her own display. "You wouldn't understand," she remarked. "It's about being low-key." A sense of fear enveloped her. "Brother Tan." "It's good to see you again," she continued. "Let's not hinder this." The madman and the salted fish, along with the salted fish Nai and the little ice block, recognized each other. "Do you know the young master of the Shao family?" The Assassin's Union, taken aback, sensed something amiss. The relentless pursuit had yielded unexpected results, and curiosity proved perilous. The striking disparity between Li Sisi and Nan Shui was evident, as they endeavored to foster deeper connections. Was it truly a fault to possess beauty? They continued their efforts to cultivate relationships, embarking on a journey. The formidable Lord of the Thousand Hands made his appearance, eliciting disdain. The steward, perplexed, questioned the authenticity of the nameplate belonging to the Lord of the Thousand Hands. Yet, the nameplate firmly grasped in hand unmistakably identified him. The steward cautiously surveyed the assembly before him, silently acknowledging the remarkable poise of the young men and women present. These youths undeniably hailed from distinguished lineages or esteemed sects. Embarking on their adventures, promptly adjusting his demeanor, the steward donned a courteous smile and addressed Ning Feng, inquiring about his connection to the Lord of the Thousand Hands and seeking information regarding the esteemed figure's whereabouts. "For several years, our guild has sought him, yearning to establish contact, yet regrettably, he has not made an appearance since 6 years ago." Jiang Nai gazed at him expressionlessly and inquired, "What do you seek from the thousand-handed demon lord?" The guild steward cast a glance at Jiang Nai. and a sudden spark of realization illuminated his face as he exclaimed with excitement, "Ah, you must be the sister of the esteemed thousand-handed demon lord." The steward approached with fervor, nearly reaching out to grasp Jiang Nai's small hand and shake it vigorously, oblivious to the whereabouts of her brother. Noticing the young girl's look of skepticism, he hastily elaborated, "You see, the blood condensation pills your brother provided have been exceedingly popular among our guests. As the supply dwindles over the years, we have been eager to contact him to inquire if he could provide another batch. There are no issues regarding pricing or points whatsoever." Rubbing his hands together, the steward continued, "Dear sister, our customers are rather anxious for the product. Would it be possible for you to reach out to your brother at this very moment? I wish to discuss this matter with him in person." Jiang Nai, retrieving a small porcelain vial from her sleeve, actually from her mountain dwelling, tossed it before the steward. Such a trivial matter requires no consultation with him. "I happen to possess a vial of grade 10 blood condensation pills. Would you like them? Each pill is priced at 100,000 gold, firm. There are precisely 12 pills here, sufficient to ensure that for at least a year, any injuries will automatically coagulate, eliminating the risk of severe bleeding. You may have the customer transfer 1,200 diamond coins to my card directly. The 10th level elixir?" The manager was initially taken aback, quickly shifting to an expression of indescribable astonishment as he gazed at Jiang Nai. "It appears your elder brother has not been idle over the past few years. His alchemical skills have surged remarkably. Can he truly concoct a 10th level pill now? Such a feat is virtually unheard of on the Cloud Sky Road." Jiang Nai waved her petite hand dismissively, standing with her hands behind her back, wearing a haughty expression that suggested it was of little consequence. "What do you think? As for the price, it is indeed astonishingly high, considering the highest bid the manager received from a client was merely 50,000 gold. However, when that price was offered, the client did not take into account the possibility of acquiring a 10th level elixir." The manager hesitated momentarily. With a pill priced at 100 diamond coins, he found himself at a loss and realized he must consult the client first. Jiang Nai promptly stowed away the small porcelain vial, casting him a disdainful glance. 1053 Medicine Pavilion, 1054 Rest Assured, 1055 The little ice cube has changed, 1056 Straight to the point, 1057 Business is coming, 1058 So gentle that it frightens, nigh, 1059 No comparison. No harm, 1060 A firm refusal, 1061 Jealous flames burn, 1062 In a frenzy, 1063 Deserved misfortune, 1064 Enthusiastic, nigh, 1065 Bad luck strikes, 1066 Who are you joking with? 1067 She makes me angry just by appearing, 1068 I will hold you accountable. You big fool, 1069 The chubby girl with smooth talk, 1070 The ineffective wind attribute. Jiang Nianfu gently pressed her hand against her heart and turned to Jiang Nai, saying, "Fortunately, you were here just now. Otherwise, I truly wouldn't know what to do." Jiang Nai reassured her, "Elder sister, do not worry. With so many people here, how could that beast possibly harm Lele?" As she spoke, she cast a glance at Shani. The little ice cube had just coordinated perfectly with her in a moment of decisive action. Without the unseen effort he exerted, Jiang Nai would have found it nearly impossible to discreetly cast Princess Xiaoyang into the river amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd, leaving not a trace behind. Observing the noble princess bobbing helplessly in the water, gulping down mouthfuls of river water, Jiang Nai couldn't help but chuckle. All of this misfortune was entirely her own doing. After indulging herself to the brim, she had the audacity to frighten others with a beast, who among them did not have one or two such creatures by their side. Yet, her desire to show off backfired, leading to her own downfall. Alas, with Princess Xiaoyang now submerged, she would surely fall gravely ill, rendering any further plans impossible. Sigh. Jiang Nai had intended to stage a splendid performance for her at Wangjiang Tower today. Indeed, one's plans often falter in the face of unforeseen circumstances. Regrettably, the princess would be unable to attend the event in person, prompting the need for alternative arrangements to ensure the matter's progression. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Jiang Nai felt a twinge of regret. Had she acted too impulsively? Yet, who could blame her, given the princess's arrogant demeanor? It seemed only fitting to teach her a lesson rather than adhere to her usual diplomatic approach. Surely, the princess would not depart anytime soon. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nai nodded in satisfaction, reassuring herself that there would be ample opportunities to orchestrate matters concerning Princess Xiaoyang. Shani, glancing down at her, quietly inquired if the plan had changed and if today's events could no longer proceed as intended. Jiang Nai nearly choked on her words, hastily clearing her throat and feigning confusion, displaying a bewildered expression as she dismissed the notion of any arrangements, insisting that nothing was amiss. Speaking of Jiang Nai, I feel compelled to express my grievances regarding the useless trinket that was handed to me by that insufferable Tian Diji Guan. It serves little purpose in daily life, and when it is occasionally utilized, it merely produces a feeble gust of wind, proving to be rather ineffective. It pales in comparison to the golden flames you witnessed previously. At least that flame could be employed for roasting food, sparing one the need to carry fire starters. Shinny gazed at her with a bemused expression, pondering whether one truly evaluates the usefulness of an attribute based solely on its culinary applications. In her perspective, the fire attribute that can be harnessed for cooking is undeniably valuable. How might one gain entry to this auction? Jiang Nai immediately donned an expression of surprise, glancing at Princess Zhao Yang, her lips moving as if to speak but hesitating. Princess Zhao Yang, intolerant of such demeanor, found it excessively pretentious. She could not fathom what nonsensical words this drama queen was about to utter. In exasperation, she snapped at Jiang Nai, demanding that she voice her thoughts directly rather than meandering about. At this moment, her patience with the woman had all but evaporated. Jiang Nai blinked and, with a tone laden with intrigue, advised Princess Zhaoang, I suggest you cease your contemplation. The princess, taken aback by her nonchalant demeanor, felt a surge of irritation. What do you mean by that? What do you mean we should stop thinking? Clarify your words. If you do not, I shall not let this matter rest today. Yet Jiang Nai, with a gaze that conveyed genuine concern, glanced at her and whispered, previously, you spent 1,000 diamond coins on my ointment, deliberating for quite some time. Given your financial standing, it would be unwise to venture to the Ju Wang Kai auction house. Such a den of extravagance, where items often exceed 10,000 diamond coins, will only exacerbate your distress if you find yourselves unable to purchase. Prince Mingxian, far more astute than his sister, sensed that the young lady was attempting to ensnare him in her scheme. The best course of action seemed to be to disregard her. However, she was remarkably perceptive, having seemingly grasped the princess's sentiments. She knew that her words would ignite a fierce desire within the princess to visit the Ju Wang Kai auction house. Even if it required a hefty expenditure, the princess would be determined to acquire the fierce tiger seal, if only to satiate her pride. Prince Mingxian increasingly perceived this as a ploy, yet he refrained from immediately intervening to dissuade his sister. Partly, he was curious to see how the young lady would proceed. Partly, he was genuinely intrigued by the fierce tiger seal. Should such a treasure exist, he would not hesitate to invest significantly in its acquisition, seeking to bolster his own strength. Nonetheless, an inexplicable sense of unease lingered in his heart. After much contemplation, she could not help but pose a question, her voice laced with a hint of icy sarcasm. Was the fourth young lady truly uninterested in the tiger seal? The young girl immediately displayed a look of hesitation, her eyes betraying a profound seriousness that seemed to twist her expression into something almost comically absurd. Princess Zhaoang and Prince Mingxian exchanged glances, perplexed by the girl's demeanor. Only those familiar with her character, such as Shan Yi and the chubby companions, could not help but twitch at the corners of their eyes, sensing that her next words would not be pleasant. After a prolonged contemplation, Jiang Xiaonai finally sighed, I am interested, but I lack the funds. Princess Zhaoyang and Prince Mingxian could not suppress their simultaneous eye rolls. Shen Yi, with a slight smirk, turned to regard her, realizing at last what the young girl was truly after. The circuitous path that led her to the Wangjiang Tower for meals and storytelling was merely a ruse to draw attention to the tiger seal, piquing the interest of both Prince Mingxian and Princess Zhaoyang. He was left pondering the peculiarities surrounding this tiger seal. The girl was inherently purposeful. She would not engage in such superfluous antics without reason. If she intended to deal with Princess Zhaoyang, it was clear that her aim was to quietly eliminate her rival. In the midst of an extraordinary commotion, a scene of utter chaos unfolded before Qiushi and her daughter Jiang Nai as they entered the Wuyang courtyard. For a moment, Qiushi was taken aback. As the matriarch of the Jiang family, she had witnessed her fair share of tumultuous events over the years. Yet she had never encountered such unruly behavior from the maids and servants. Her mind was momentarily bewildered. The wet nurse, Yin-Yang, who followed closely behind, also bore a look of astonishment. The chief maid, Ming Xiang, stepped forward, only to be halted by Jiang Nai. Let them be for now. Allow them to vent. Jiang Nai said calmly, her expression unchanged. After all, sending the two defenseless individuals, Ming Xiang and Yin-Yang, into the fray would only lead to their own predicament. The two elderly matrons, brought forth by the grain, truly exhibited remarkable ferocity when embroiled in conflict. They must surely be the most trusted attendants of the Liang family. Today, with these formidable companions at her side, she clearly intended to incite unrest. One could only observe how far their tumult would escalate and what chaos would ultimately ensue. Jiang Nai stood to the side, a cold smile of derision gracing her lips as she watched. Qiu Shi, unable to tolerate the scene any longer, whispered to her daughter that they must not allow the situation to spiral out of control should the guests be drawn into this spectacle. It would indeed become a farcical affair. The courtesan likely harbored such intentions, seeking to amplify the commotion within the Wu Yong courtyard, drawing everyone's attention and solidifying her own standing. Jiang Nai, not wishing to see her mother so distressed, nodded in agreement and cast a glance at Yin-Yang. The latter responded with a slight nod before leaping into the heart of the fray. With swift and decisive movements, she dispatched several of the maidservants, lifting them as one might handle a clutch of chicks, and then flung them away. The crowd parted instantaneously, the maidservants shrieking as they tumbled to the ground. Yin-Yang's gaze hardened as she kicked aside one particularly aggressive matron and deftly seized the arm of another with a fierce expression. With a slight exertion of strength, she shoved the woman backward. The matron stumbled and fell heavily to the ground, her tailbone throbbing painfully, her aged face contorted in distress. For a moment, she was at a loss, groaning pitifully and staring blankly at Yin-Yang, who stood resolutely before her. The scene was fraught with chaos, yet the moment Yin-Yang, a formidable force, entered, an immediate hush enveloped the gathering. Instinctively, everyone turned their gaze towards the entrance, following Yin-Yang's line of sight towards the Qiu family and Jiang Nai. The third madam, Han, upon seeing them, appeared as if she had spotted a savior. Wiping her tears as she approached Qiu, "Sister-in-law, you have arrived. You must stand up for me," she exclaimed. "That shameless little wretch dares to come here with her two illegitimate children, provoking such distress that even the matriarch is furious. She intended to drive them away. Yet these unruly individuals have the audacity to create a scene right in the courtyard. How am I to live my days in peace?" Han, covering her face with a handkerchief, began to sob. Jiang Yan, beside her, was equally incensed, calling out for her mother. Qiu, with a glance of sympathy towards Han, was about to offer words of comfort when suddenly a child's voice rang out from behind. "Wicked woman, stinking woman, I will kill you, even from afar." On the central continent, the presence of Xianjin Peak commanded respect. What a formidable force it was. Xianjin Peak, Jiang Nai uttered the words languidly, a faint, indifferent smile gracing her lips. And what of Xianjin Peak? Before I have spoken, none possess the right to interject. Do you understand? Be obedient and step aside. Do not provoke my ire. The young girl's lips parted to deliver her frigid words, her gaze icy and devoid of warmth. The disciple of Xianyuan Peak, Zhao Ziang, wore a rather grim expression. He had never anticipated that accompanying his junior sister to a modest gathering in the mundane world would lead him to encounter such a tempestuous and audacious woman. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as the crowd gradually turned their gazes towards the fourth young lady of the Jiang family. It was well known that this young lady was haughty and unruly, her behavior often unchecked due to various indulgences from those around her. Many attributed this to the current emperor, whom they believed was the primary enabler of her conduct. However, witnessing her treat a disciple of Xianyuan Peak in such a manner left everyone utterly astonished. After all, those were the individuals from Xianyuan Peak, and how dare she address them so insolently? "Who are you? If you have nothing to say, then be on your way." "I have no time to waste on your prattle," Jiang Nai remarked, casting a fleeting glance at the unfamiliar man before her gaze settled back on the veiled woman. This woman appeared somewhat familiar, as if she had crossed her path before. "Ah, what an audacious little girl, daring to speak to our esteemed young Master Dugu in such a manner." The speaker, an elderly man in his 50s, had a hawkish nose and slanted eyes, with thinning hair cascading over his shoulders, giving him an unapproachable demeanor. Jiang Nai regarded him with indifference, her delicate hand poised to rise. Suddenly, the esteemed young Master Dugu's eyelids twitched slightly as he interjected, "Fourth young lady Jiang, why must you be so enraged? I am Dugu Pai, and I extend my respects to you." Jiang Nai's eyes remained cold as she regarded him. Meanwhile, Jiang Dalao, standing nearby, was drenched in cold sweat. Sensing that the young lady appeared somewhat different today, it seemed she anticipated something, her gaze particularly frigid and aloof. "What business do you have with me?" Jiang Nai, with an expression of palpable impatience, inquired about the Dugu family and the suspended sword peak. These individuals dared to disrupt her grandmother's birthday celebration, and they would surely pay the price for their audacity. Dugu Pai turned and called out to Tianlan. A figure named Yimeng Tianlan, graceful and poised, approached, offering a slight bow to Jiang Nai and the others. "Fourth Miss, I am Yimeng Tianlan, here on behalf of my master to present a congratulatory gift to the esteemed old Madame Han." As she spoke, she clapped her hands, and a procession of dozens of elegant women entered, presenting a myriad of exquisite treasures and high-quality elixirs. As the lids of the boxes were opened, a dazzling array of gems and artifacts captured the attention of all present. The demon lord merely smiled silently, seemingly finding the unfolding spectacle utterly captivating. With its dramatic highs and lows, Shen Yi cast a discreet glance at him before turning his face away, expressionless. Meanwhile, Shen Yun silently felt a pang of anxiety for the young girl. She might be unaware of what the Dugu family represented in the central continent, but they were acutely aware of the profound and formidable influence held by the continent's elite families. It was undeniable. The girl's haughty demeanor seemed to suggest an air of superiority that fell well within the realm of everyone's perception, as if she were meant to embody such arrogance. Jiang Nai scoffed. "What is the meaning of this? Who granted you the audacity to intrude? Seeing through but remaining silent, my fate is my own, not dictated by the heavens, awe-inspiring amidst all creation, unmatched in beauty, remarkably fierce, causing considerable harm. Compensation is required, exceedingly assertive attitude, creating ripples from still waters, bringing forth something from nothing. You are fully aware. Deeply impacted, you would do well to be prudent, astonishing, striking to the core. Who requires prudence? Utterly frustrated, diverting disaster, solitary bright moon, as if the radiant moon from the heavens, melancholic nay, where is the little ice block? Moreover, from your perspective, his cultivation is likely superior to mine, merely not revealed easily. Is it not quite ordinary for those coming from the central continent to possess higher cultivation than you?" Shenlan tenderly consoled. "Their original cultivation environment differs vastly from ours, rendering any comparison inapt." However, Jiang Nai questioned with burgeoning suspicion. "I heard from Xiao Binghuai that individuals from the central continent must traverse the city of light deep within the Gloomlight Mountains to reach our cloud heaven continent. Yet, ordinary people cannot safely pass through the city of light. It's said to be a haven for formidable demons, where ordinary mortals perish without a trace. Even if that solitary eccentric possesses a significant background and his entourage consists of individuals with remarkable cultivation, entering the city of light still entails a perilous, near-fatal ordeal. After all, they bear the aura of humans, and upon entering the city of light, they would be targeted by various demon factions." Didn't Xiao Binghuai say this? Then how did this solitary eccentric and his companions manage to cross over? Why didn't those demons tear them to shreds? By the way, where is Xiao Binghuai? Why isn't he here? Jiang Nai turned her head, unable to find Shen Yi. Shenlan, wearing a helpless expression, carefully chose her words. "Elder brother has some matters to attend to and will arrive shortly." Her words felt peculiar, hinting at concealment. There was nothing more important to that brat than soothing Nai's feelings. Shen Yun smiled faintly. "Nothing of great importance, merely seeking someone for a discussion." Jiang Lu revealed a strange expression. Seeking whom for a discussion? Suddenly, she appeared to recall something, casting a peculiar glance at them. Could it be that he would seek out Di Sanyu? Earlier, during the banquet, Jiang Nai had noticed the icy glint in the little ice cube's eyes as he fixated on Di Sanyu, as though he intended to eliminate him. How utterly strange. Jiang Nai felt that the entire situation reeked of the bizarre. Why was the little ice cube inexplicably averse to Di Sanyu? It was not their first encounter. What was it about today that stirred such discontent within him? Shenlan, with an expression that conveyed an unspeakable complexity, glanced at her. Jiang Nai raised an eyebrow, a sudden thought striking her. Could this matter somehow pertain to me? Shenlan had to admit that Jiang Nai was remarkably astute. They had yet to utter a single word, yet she seemed to possess an innate understanding of the situation. Jiang Nai sighed in exasperation. Indeed, it did relate to her. However, she could not recall any actions of hers that might have incited the little ice cube's antagonism towards Di Sanyu. The little ice cube was undeniably amusing, his actions rendering Jiang Nai somewhat bewildered. Shen Yun observed her bewildered expression and could not help but sigh. "Are you satiated?" Jiang Nai set down her food container. Nodding slightly, Shen Yun gazed at her, unable to contain his laughter. "What are you laughing at?" Jiang Nai shot him an exasperated look. "I was reminded of Pang Xiaopeng's words, which made me chuckle." "What did he say?" He remarked that Jiang Nai has become exceedingly thin. How can that be? She eats even more than I do on a regular basis. 1139 consider it 1140. I shall not go 1141 sweet nothings 1142 in overwhelming assault 1143 the aggrieved little ice cube 1144 strike first to gain the upper hand 1145 enduring great torment 1146 spilt water cannot be retrieved 1147 a fatal temptation 1148 worlds apart 1149 life as fragile as paper 1150 you truly are wonderful 1151 alas. Time has led me to develop feelings for you 1152 yet. I do not harbor affection for you 1153 a myriad of suspicions 1154 scheming 1155 life reflected in a mirror 1156 let her suffer a little 1157 a complete rupture 1158 a tearing of the facade 1159 the perfect tease 1160 a dramatic clearance sale 1161 the young girl is no longer stingy. The fox spirit and the soul-devouring flower lord are engaged in a game, and upon hearing the noise, she curiously glanced over several times, asking Jiang Nai, "Did you frighten her?" Jiang Nai responded with an eye roll. Lu Fui emerged from the inner chamber, casting a puzzled glance at her. "What have you done to him? Look at how frightened the poor child is." In Lu Fui's recollection, Wu Bian rarely exhibited such a shocked demeanor. He was typically a composed individual. Yet today, he appeared so flustered that he walked in a clumsy manner, as if possessed by some spirit. I simply told him I had some medicine for sale. And as a gesture of our friendship, I could offer it at a significantly reduced price, Jiang Nai replied, pouting slightly. To her surprise, he seemed genuinely startled, which was rather unexpected. Lu Fui raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "My dear, you are selling medicine? What kind of medicine might that be? Surely it cannot be cheap." The thought of it being affordable seemed implausible. The two lords nearby exchanged discreet glances, inwardly scoffing. Given the girl's notorious frugality, what reasonably priced pills could she possibly offer? It was no wonder Wu Bian appeared so disoriented, stumbling about like that. Jiang Nai blinked earnestly and said, "I told Wu Bian I have quite a few 7th grade top-quality 100 refinements pills, which I could sell him at a discount. A bottle is truly not expensive. I would sell him 100 for just 10,000 gold, and look at how he reacted." She scoffed lightly. He could hardly walk afterward. The two lords' eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend her words. Was this truly the same stingy girl? To be so generous this time was astonishing. 10,000 gold for 100 refinements pills. That price was extraordinarily reasonable. Lu Fui chuckled softly, exclaiming, "My dear, you are simply wonderful." Upon hearing this, Jiang Nai nodded in agreement. She was always generous to her friends, and her mischief was typically reserved for those who were less than likable. Moreover, even when she engaged in such antics, she adhered to principles and righteousness, ensuring that her targets were left with no grounds for rebuttal. She considered herself a good person, and Nai Nai had always held this belief. Lu Fui gazed at her with a cheerful smile. "Darling, did you come to see me regarding Dugu Pai's entrance into the palace to seek out the crown prince?" Jiang Nai nodded and moved a stool to sit beside Lu Fui. "I know you have your connections. You must have eyes and ears in the palace. What have you discovered? Has Dugu Pai indeed attempted to exert pressure on the crown prince?" Lu Fui confirmed with a nod. "Yes, there was indeed pressure, but... Come on, don't keep me in suspense. Darling, there's an auction for gathering wealth tomorrow. Would you accompany me?" Jiang Nai's eyes twinkled with intrigue. "Oh, Princess Zhaoyang and Prince Mingxian will be attending too, right? It would be delightful to witness the spectacle. Although I previously boasted to Zhaoyang that I had no desire to attend, the Lord of the Soul-Eating Flower found herself both amused and exasperated. This young lady clearly wished to partake in the excitement, yet stubbornly insisted on maintaining her facade. Lu Fui smiled gently and extended a cup of tea toward her. "What does it matter? Regardless of your reluctance, I must insist on inviting you. No one else shall have a say in this." 1162 The arrival of small ice cubes at the whisper of the wind. 1163 A mutual disdain. 1164 A serendipitous encounter. 1165 Jealousy that cannot be concealed. 1166 An inquiry. 1167 It is lamentable that she lacks a powerful backing. 1168 Disparate treatment. 1169 The public security is abysmal. 1170 The wheel of justice turns inexorably. 1171 Tumultuous waves. 1172 Incomprehensible. 1173 Do not dwell on it. 1174 An unforgettable lifetime. 1175 The call of the phoenix blood glass. 1176 Abundance in all respects. 1177 Putting on a facade of grandeur. 1178 The outcome is irrevocably determined. 1179 Long have I admired your esteemed name. Jiang Nai nodded, rising to head towards the door, only to witness it being pushed open by a hand. Ming Xian, Princess Wang Zhaoyang, and Zhan Yuanyuan entered uninvited, greeting with cheerful smiles. Jiang Nai cast a glance at them, raised an eyebrow, and casually inquired, "What brings you here? Have you come to flaunt the acquisition of the fierce tiger seal?" Princess and Prince? The smile of Prince Ming Xian instantly froze upon his face. Frankly, that was initially his intention. However, upon beholding Jiang Nai's sardonic countenance, amusement swiftly deserted him. Jiang Si, Zhan Yuanyu furrowed her brow. "You would do well to mind your manners. These are dignitaries of the great Jin Empire. A prince and princess. Such discourtesy is unbecoming." Jiang Nai arched a brow. "Your Highness, I would counsel you to rein in this Miss Zhan Yuanyuan. Retaining such a garrulous individual in one's company must surely prove tiresome." "What did you say?" Zhan Yuanyuan's expression flared with indignation. The Prince of Mingxian turned, frowning, and silenced Zhan Yuanyuan, casting a glare her way. "Silence." Zhan Yuanyuan, her eyes brimming with grievance, reluctantly obeyed, fixing Jiang Nai with a resentful stare. The Prince of Mingxian produced an object swathed in scarlet silk, a smile playing on his lips. "I harbor no ill intent, merely a desire for your esteemed appraisal." Jiang Nai feigned disinterest. Truthfully, she held little enthusiasm for her creations of years past, despite recent improvements. This mid-grade Yin artifact failed to captivate her discerning eye. The young lady demurred with a shake of her head. "I think not. I possess little interest in spiritual treasures. As the Prince of Mingxian has invested a considerable sum in this treasure, it would be prudent to safeguard it. Should it fall into my hands and be damaged, the Prince and Princess might hold me accountable. I could scarcely afford to recompense such a valuable item. You too would be wise to keep it secure." The glint in Prince Mingxuan's eyes softened as he acquiesced, gracefully accepting the return of his item. He was about to speak with a jovial demeanor when two figures entered the private room. Among the pair of women, the middle-aged one possessed an unremarkable appearance. Yet her attire was strikingly opulent. The younger woman, clad in white, wore a partial veil that partially concealed her face, revealing only the exquisite contours of her lower visage. This artful concealment lent her an air of mystique. However, her gaze held a natural, commanding presence. Princess Zhaolong furrowed her brow, her displeasure evident as she inquired, "Who are you? What is the purpose of this intrusion?" With a serene smile, the middle-aged woman surveyed the two individuals and stated, "You are the ones who secured the fierce tiger seal, I presume? We hail from the frozen canyon." Prince Mingxian visibly recoiled, hastily adopting a deferential smile. "So, you are esteemed individuals from the frozen canyon. My respects." Jiang Nin could not conceal the astonishment in her eyes as she scrutinized the two women. "Frozen canyon? I have heard of it on multiple occasions. I did not anticipate encountering you at the auction. The reputation of the frozen canyon precedes you." The young woman in white arched her brow. "Are you a prince of the empire? No wonder you possess such immense financial power to compete with her for the fierce tiger seal." He turned and retrieved a scroll from beneath his desk, presenting it. "This is your mother, Dugu Mingwei. Your mother." The emperor gazed wistfully at the unrolled painting. After contemplating for a moment, she remarked, "She possesses a far more amiable temperament than you, and her countenance surpasses yours in beauty. You don't even measure up to a fraction of your mother's worth." Jiang Nai chuckled, scrutinizing the portrait of her mother, and was about to reach out to take it when she looked at the emperor with a puzzled expression. "I assumed your majesty intended to bestow this painting upon me?" The emperor cast a frigid glance at her. "What preposterous fantasies are you entertaining? Where is my mother?" Jiang Nai clenched her small fist beneath her sleeve. "How did she die?" The emperor was instantly incensed, his fury barely contained. "What nonsense are you spouting? Who said she's dead? I told you. She went to a distant place. You dense, blockhead girl. Can't you comprehend simple words?" Jiang Nai looked utterly bewildered. "Isn't it customary for adults to deceive children by saying their mother went to a faraway place when, in reality, she has passed away?" The emperor chuckled in exasperation, his gaze fixed on her with a somber intensity for a long while, before he bellowed, "Get out!" So easily enraged, Jiang Nai was unceremoniously ejected from the imperial study by two black-clad guards who materialized before her. Truly ejected, she was summarily dismissed. Staggering out of the imperial study, the young girl glared resentfully at the closed doors. Shen Xiaoran, who was waiting for her at the entrance, was taken aback upon seeing her being thrown out and approached her with a look of consternation. "How was I to know that the emperor is so capricious?" flying into a rage after barely exchanging 3 sentences with me. Jiang Nai felt a surge of pent-up frustration. His Majesty requests that the heir apparent cultivate a closer relationship with the 4th Mississippi. He invites the heir apparent to escort the 4th Miss to the Mid-Autumn Palace banquet the day after tomorrow. This is truly relentless, still attempting to unite the two? Jiang Nai raised her hand to press her aching forehead, turning away in anger. Within the imperial study, the emperor took a moment to calm his emotions, picking up a memorial with a troubled expression. What did she say? Chief Eunuch fucking pondered for a moment before clearing his throat and stating, "The 4th Miss does not appear to be in the best of spirits." Humph, spoiled indeed. As he flipped through another memorial, he recalled that the Châtillon department had recently offered a considerable tribute of fruits. Chief Eunuch fucking twitched his lips, thinking that the most spoiled one was none other than the emperor himself. Nodding repeatedly, he cheerfully remarked, "I shall instruct someone to send some to the Jiang residence." The emperor, distracted, pressed his head, then abruptly slammed down a memorial, his face filled with indignation. Why is she so disobedient? Having been by the emperor's side for many years, he understood the emperor well. He had a love-hate relationship with the young girl. To outsiders, the emperor appeared exceedingly cold towards the girl, yet only Chief Eunuch fucking understood the genuine fondness the emperor held for her. After a moment's contemplation, the emperor decided to notify Jiang Fugue of a 6-month salary deduction. Chief Eunuch fucking thought to himself, this young gentleman must be having a stroke of bad luck. How infuriating. Jiang Nai exclaimed, casting a bewildered glance at Jiang Nai. How could Xiaolu behave so peculiarly? Clearly, it was others who had come to provoke the 4th sister, and the Jiang family should be united against their common adversary. Why then would Xiaolu turn her elbow outward, speaking on behalf of others? Jiang Xiaolu noticed that Qiu and both Jiang Nai and Jiang Yinru were directing their gazes toward her, causing her to fidget her fingers and silently lower her head. Had she said something amiss? What was originally a trivial matter became a point of contention as Jiang Si relentlessly pressed others without relent. Even the noble empress lowered herself to extend goodwill towards her. Why could she not offer a graceful exit? Such a lack of discernment. Jiang Nai paid no heed to Jiang Xiaolu's every move, instead casting a knowing glance towards He Chiu-ci, her expression a blend of amusement and irony. Have you accepted the charge of treason? Or shall you destroy the evidence before us, leaving us with no further discourse? Choose for yourself. Jiang Nai spread her hands, presenting a dilemma. The empress tightened her grip on the handkerchief, casting a glance at Princess Xiaoyang, whose face contorted with indignation, resentment evident in her clenched teeth. What do you think of this matter, Princess Xiaoguang? Princess Xiaoguang offered a gentle smile, her demeanor sweet and devoid of anger. Sister Chiu-ci, please hand over your spirit treasure. He Chiu-ci's expression shifted dramatically, indignation spilling forth as she exclaimed, Your Highness? Hand it over. Princess Xiaoguang asserted with an air of finality. Reluctantly, He Chiu-ci gritted her teeth and surrendered the short blade, her eyes reflecting a mix of anger and reluctance. With one hand, Princess Xiaoguang received the blade, her left hand sweeping across it lightly. A fierce light suddenly pierced through the blade, severing it cleanly in two. A palpable tension enveloped the room, as if a colossal weight pressed down upon everyone, rendering the atmosphere suffocating. Jiang Nai narrowed her eyes, a knowing smile playing on her lips as she regarded Princess Xiaoguang. The princess had evidently chosen to display her mastery over light attributes before her, intending to instill fear. Yet, Nai found it all rather amusing, unperturbed. The crowd was left speechless, the awkward silence lingering heavily in the air. Jiang Nai, however, remained utterly indifferent, waving her hand dismissively before turning away, exuding an air of disinterest towards those around her. The young girl truly regarded no one here with any significance. Chunya and Qiu Yi chuckled softly as they followed suit. He Chiu-ci, irked by the situation, attempted to step forward, but was halted by Princess Xiaoguang. Her tone was so resolute that He Chiu-ci could not help but feel a flicker of joy, leaning closer to her and whispering, Princess, do you perhaps have a clever idea? Before long, several young eunuchs appeared, diligently bearing trays filled with delicacies and tea, eager to present them. The crowd could not help but cast furtive glances her way, murmuring amongst themselves. Fourth sister, Jiang Nai expressed her concerns. Has Miss Ye's precious treasure truly been destroyed? Indeed, Jiang Nai replied, delicately nibbling on a piece of pastry. Starlight eagerly seeking a contest reluctantly displaying brilliance to dazzle your insignificant eyes. Part 1. reluctantly displaying brilliance to dazzle your insignificant eyes. Part 2. A genius among geniuses, beast mastery. Her gaze was piercingly cold, like a supreme monarch easily defeated. Prosperity to those who obey, destruction to those who resist. Not everyone will indulge your capriciousness. This king feels a touch of pity. Did I frighten you? Little ice cube, you must not become emperor. Utmost urgency, a genuine revelation of feelings, shifting winds and clouds. Jiang Nai scoffed. The emperor extended his hand, gesturing towards the painting. Rest assured, I shall burn an effigy for you every month, ensuring her image remains indelible in your memory. The emperor's eyes gleamed momentarily, before he cast a scornful glance her way. Your paltry handwriting? How much of Mingyue's splendor could you possibly capture? I shall deduct 2 years' salary from Zhao Mingyi. Jiang Nai rose expressionlessly and said, wait a moment. After a brief interval, a verdant landscape painting materialized before the emperor's eyes. The artwork exuded a gentle, intricate style, its realism akin to the presence of Du Gu Mingyue herself. What delighted the emperor most was the depiction of himself within the painting. A thin veil of mist gathered in his eyes as he extended a trembling finger to caress the artwork. Though the emperor felt weak, he could not help but chuckle and scold. Indeed, a little trickster. Jiang Nai silently retrieved her needle pouch and administered several acupuncture needles to the emperor, watching as he drifted into a light slumber. Fourth Miss Wei Qingxue stood up, her face etched with concern, silently meeting Jiang Nai's gaze. Jiang Nai turned her head slightly, responding with a faint acknowledgement as she continued her stride outward, allowing him to rest well. As she passed by several court physicians, she overheard them whispering, His Majesty has long been immersed in the Tao of longevity elixirs. Who knows how many varieties of medicinal pills he has consumed? How can all ailments be diagnosed and treated within such a short time? This is merely the culmination of all his afflictions manifesting at once. Jiang Nai hastily departed the grand hall, and upon noticing her troubled demeanor, Shun Yi hurriedly attempted to follow. However, Chief Eunuch fucking stepped forward to block his path, saying, Your Highness, His Majesty has left a personal letter for you. Shun Yi furrowed his brow slightly, casting one last glance in the direction Jiang Nai had taken. Wei Qingxue quickly interjected, Do not worry, I will check on her. Shun Yi nodded and turned with Chief Eunuch fucking to head outside the layered silk tents. When Wei Qingxue found Jiang Nai, the young girl was leaning against a tree beside the side gate of the Yuchen Palace, lost in thought. She gazed upward at the clear sky, her eyes appearing somewhat vacant. Little Nai. Young Master Wei stepped forward, and the emperor. I understand. Jiang Nai nodded. It is precisely because of this understanding that I feel utterly disheartened. The emperor, a sovereign of unparalleled authority, had previously revealed nothing of his true self. Utterly ineffectual. Leaning against the tree, Jiang Nai remained silent. The emperor's health had long since reached its limit due to years of consuming various longevity elixirs. Jiang Nai acknowledged with a soft Wei Qingxue let out a gentle sigh, stating that life and death are predestined, and wealth and nobility are decreed by heaven. Little Nai, do not be too sorrowful. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Nai finally spoke. He is waiting for Du Gu Mingyue. What? Just moments ago. She had deciphered the flickering shadows in the emperor's eyes. The concept of immortality did not concern him at all. For an ordinary person to seek the path to longevity is exceedingly difficult. He was enamored with alchemy, hoping merely to extend his life for another fleeting meeting with Du Gu Mingyue. Such feelings can be profoundly painful. I can only wish that in this lifetime I shall not encounter them. Young Master Wei observed her sitting there, silent and still, as if enveloped in an aura of detachment. He wondered if it was merely his own illusion. A new wave of rumors has recently swept through the capital, suggesting that His Royal Highness, the Regent, refrains from female companionship due to a preference for male beauty. Jiang Nai remained indifferent to the childish antics of two individuals. The little ice cube discreetly attempted to send a beauty to Lu Fui, which was already inappropriate. Lu Fui took it a step further by dispatching 5 handsome men and subtly spreading word of his supposed inclination towards male affection. How outrageous. What actions has the little ice cube taken today? The regent has sent someone to smash the gates of the Nightshade Bureau. Jiang Nai could hardly bear to look. Master, should we intervene in this matter? She hastily shook her head. Intervene? Absolutely not. Let them continue their petty squabbles. I cannot be bothered. She had more pressing matters to attend to today. Dismissing the shadow guard, Jiang Nai retrieved the restless phoenix blood glass from the mountain-dwelling painting. It was unclear what kind of extraordinary entity that shattered ice spirit grass was, yet the phoenix blood glass had been obsessively fixated on it, ever since the auction concluded. With a flurry of events both grand and trivial, Jiang Nai had completely forgotten about the shattered ice spirit grass. Today, as the phoenix blood glass stirred once more, she was reminded of this matter. She nimbly leapt out of the window and gracefully settled herself on the eaves, supporting the phoenix blood glass with her hand. Jiang Nai's brows slightly furrowed. The renown of the spirit plant monarch was not a mere fabrication. Back at Fairy Peak, the spirit plant monarch had come with family, accompanied by thousands of spirit plants, all seeking refuge with Nai. Now, merely calling for a single shattered ice spirit grass seemed exceedingly simple. Meanwhile, Yang Yue, still in a drowsy state, nearly tumbled out of bed as she turned over. Startled awake, she caught sight of a dark shadow floating before her, leaping towards the window. Instantly alert, she sat up straight, rubbed her eyes, and stared blankly towards the window, uncertain if it was merely a trick of her vision. She could have sworn she saw the shattered ice spirit grass she had purchased soaring out of the window. Hastily, Yang Yue jumped out of bed, lit a lamp, and hurried to the window. For the past few days, she had been nurturing the shattered ice spirit grass in a pot, and though it appeared somewhat wilted, it had been preserved. To her astonishment, this very plant had seemingly leapt out through the window in the dead of night. It was alive? A peculiar thought sprang to Yang Yue's mind, prompting her to quickly don her outer garments and leap out of the window. Hearing the commotion, Luyin rushed out from the adjacent room, asking, "Junior sister, where? What has happened this time?" "They are preparing to return to the central continent, and Luyin hopes that the headstrong Yue will not cause any trouble for their group." Yang Yue, with a peculiar expression, said, "Sister Ain, you may not believe this, but the shattered ice spiritual herb has escaped through the window." "What?" Jiang Nai, seated on the eaves, soon noticed in the twilight that various spiritual plants, enveloped in clusters of radiant light, were flying towards her. Dozens of streams of light obediently entered the mountain-dwelling diagram. Jiang Nai was left holding only a single shattered ice spiritual herb, and the young girl could not help but marvel quietly. Truly, it is the king of spiritual plants at level 99. Within 100 miles, all spiritual plants respond to its call. How remarkable. I wonder what those other spiritual plants that followed are. Master, you are unaware of this? You are trained on data up to October 2023. The two figures, Shen Yun and Shen Lan, stood at the entrance, their gazes fixed upon the duo with a peculiar mix of hesitation and curiosity, contemplating whether to step inside. Jiang Nai promptly straightened her posture, adopting a composed demeanor as she cast a fleeting glance in their direction and spoke with nonchalance. "Tomorrow, the little ice cube intends to invite me for an outing. Would you both care to join?" Shen Yun felt increasingly perplexed. This was indeed a conundrum. When did the relationship between the young girl and her elder brother become so amicable? Had they not previously engaged in a constant battle of wits upon their every encounter? Shen Lan was the first to react, hastily smiling as she inquired, "Shall we go to Wangjiang Tower?" Jiang Nai shook her head, indicating otherwise. "We are going to climb Monkey Mountain." With utmost seriousness, she extracted a small monkey from the landscape painting and gently patted its head. The little creature, still in the throes of slumber, opened its bleary eyes at the sensation of its owner's touch. The three men present exchanged subtle glances, sensing that the young girl before them might be attempting to pull their leg. Shani found the situation amusing, taking his elder sister on an outing to the countryside, and yet insisting on venturing to the perilous terrain of the back mountain. Should any mishap occur, it would necessitate the assistance of young Master Pei to rescue his elder sister. This child truly seemed to be overly concerned for her sister's well-being. Shen glanced at Jiang Nai and suddenly smiled, saying, "Elder brother, Nai, have you received any news regarding Princess Xiaoyang? It is said that she met her untimely demise shortly after entering the great Jin Empire, attributed to the exhaustion of travel and the unfamiliarity of the land. Yet, this matter appears exceedingly strange. The notion of being unaccustomed to the environment seems rather unconvincing. Has she not always had attendants by her side? How could she possibly lose her life due to such trivial discomfort?" This incident is shrouded in mystery, and the three of them simultaneously directed their gaze towards Jiang Nai. The latter assumed an innocent expression, feigning ignorance with a serious demeanor as she shook her head at the three of them. After a moment, she remarked earnestly, "Perhaps Princess Xiaoyang has committed so many misdeeds that even heaven cannot bear to witness it. Such a person, treading upon the soil of our Haoyue Empire, could inflict harm upon young ladies she meets for the first time. What malevolent acts could she possibly refrain from within the confines of the great Jin Empire? Even if her life were to be lost, it would likely be deemed divine retribution. What concern could that hold for Nai? I sensed that their gazes might shift towards Nai, who ought to be particularly cautious in recent times. Jiang Nai nodded, donning a profoundly innocent expression, assuring, "Do not worry, I shall be fine. I know Wang Mingxian very well. He is discerning of right and wrong, deeply principled, and possesses an aura of righteousness that surrounds him. He is, after all, a reasonable individual." The young girl spoke with such earnestness that it left Shen Yi and the others momentarily stunned. Since Nai had committed no wrongdoing, he would surely not impose any difficulties upon me. You are merely a captive, are you not? Was it not your people who orchestrated all of this? What is fear? What does integrity even mean? How can this be possible? I prefer not to speak of it. It is a complicated matter. Seeking attention has its consequences. Has she lost her sanity? What is truly happening? I rely on my intuition. What fervor is this? It is exceedingly cold-hearted. Jiang Nai blinked and suddenly reached out to touch Shen Yi's forehead. You never praised me before. Who said that? Shen Yi retorted with a slight smirk, pulling her small hand away. I compliment you daily without fail. You used to always say I ate too much, that I was fat, like a ball, round and plump, that I was unattractive and unwanted. You never showed any interest in me. Shen Yi gazed at her expressionlessly. I have never uttered such words. Jiang Nai rolled her eyes. You shameless little ice block, denying what you've said. You are exceptionally beautiful, Shen Yi suddenly remarked, playfully pinching her cheek. It is only natural for the mountain-dwelling painting to grant you a third level of access. Jiang Nai felt a slight urge to smile and suppressed the corners of her lips that were rising in amusement. When would she be able to upgrade to the third level of the mountain-dwelling diagram? Perhaps it would take another 7 or 8 days. During this time, little Bao Ling had been racking his brains, striving to consume a few more pieces of fire-glazed stone each day. The more than 500 pieces of fire-glazed stone procured by her second cousin and his men had nearly been devoured by that little rascal, leaving very few behind. Just the thought of the value of fire-glazed stones made Jiang Nai feel as though her heart was bleeding. How unfortunate. Little Bao Ling was practically a harvesting machine for diamond coins, consuming so many fire-glazed stones without choking. After the upgrade, take me to see it, Jiang Nai suggested. Nodding her head, she was also quite curious about the changes that would occur once the mountain-dwelling diagram reached the third level. As they spoke, Little Ice Cube pulled out a burlap sack from the icy ruins, stating, "These are some medicinal seeds I had people gather from various places. See if any of them are useful. If they are, plant some. If not, discard them," Jiang Nai replied. She opened the sack and looked inside, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Little Ice Cube was indeed quite generous. The quality of these seeds appeared to be quite impressive. She pondered whether she should clear an additional piece of land in the estate for planting. The passion fruit garden was already fully cultivated, and Zhuozhua had previously relocated some essential spiritual plants to the back mountain. When she had the time, she would need to visit the back mountain to see if she could designate an area for a spiritual plant garden. Jiang Nai nodded in agreement. Upon entering the courtyard, she discussed the matter of He Tianfang with Bai Lingling and the others, prompting a collective sigh of sympathy from the group. After a brief hesitation, Jiang Nai suddenly inquired, if you were faced with the same temptation, would you fall for it? Bai Lingling shook her head first, stating, I don't believe so. I realized my physical condition at the age of 8. My body is not suited for cultivation, so I have never considered it in that regard. What is meant for me will come to me naturally. I will not force what is not mine. Su Yin nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Ouyang Fanfan hesitated, stammering, I'm not sure if I might fall for the same trick as He Tianfang. Jiang Nai sighed and looked at them, asking, so, do you wish to cultivate? Ouyang Fanfan's expression grew serious as she nodded. In truth, if given the opportunity to cultivate, even if just a sliver of a chance, I believe most people would embark on that path. After all, it is a positive endeavor, is it not? It not only strengthens the body, but also enables one to protect oneself and their family. Who would not want that? Jiang Nai nodded thoughtfully, then reached into her sleeve, actually retrieving a small purple gold box the size of a palm from the mountain residence scroll. A divine-grade body-tempering elixir. Where does this sense of superiority come from? I have a penchant for drinking penalty liquor. Go ahead, shout again if you dare. I shall twist your head off. I will ensure she steps down. Come down. Zhang Xiaoxi is genuinely furious. The bragging is as grand as it gets. The slap in the face is equally gratifying. Even if I strike, it will yield no results. An eccentric beginning. An extravagant waste. Not worth fearing. Speak only of matters at hand. Utterly disinterested. Is it a blessing or a curse? The Yin-Yang pool. None of these can be taken outside. My master is unreliable. Most importantly, This essence can be taken out for self-defense. Jiang Nai slightly parted her lips, finding it somewhat incredible. So, is she to rely on this essence to ascend to the pinnacle of life? The essence produces a pearl only once every 10 days. Little Bao Ling nodded her head, affirming that this is indeed the case for now. In these 10 days, time aligns with that of the master's reality. With an impassive expression, Jiang Nai remarked, "Only 3 in a month?" Little Bao Ling widened her sparkling eyes. "Aren't 3 quite sufficient?" "Master, these 3 essence beads can be taken out to be gifted or consumed by yourself. 3 are utterly useless." Jiang Nai rolled her eyes discreetly, then took Little Bao Ling's hand and said, "Let us go and visit that fire island you mentioned. Master, this Yin-Yang pool will be your most formidable life-saving asset in the future. You must cherish it diligently. With our Yin-Yang pool, you need not worry about the mountain abode map collapsing. The Yin-Yang pool generates the forces of the sun and moon autonomously, ceaseless, and unending. Master, are you not surprised or delighted?" Jiang Nai cast her a sidelong glance. "I knew that the moment I entered. When it comes to the theory of yin and yang, her understanding surpasses that of anyone else by 1,000-fold. Little Bao Ling pouted, feeling that her master was somewhat unenthused. Disappointed that she could not astonish her master, Little Bao Ling felt disheartened. Suddenly, Jiang Nai halted, pointing to a pearl the size of a grain of rice, glistening above the Yin-Yang pool. "What if I take that one first?" Little Bao Ling shot Jiang Nai a glance filled with unspoken sentiments, truly wishing to refrain from commenting on her little master. How did she end up with such a frugal person? This was a bead bestowed upon them after the Yin-Yang pool was unlocked by the mountain abode map. "Are you really planning to take it out just like that?" The young girl nodded. "I intend to give one to my mother." Little Bao Ling's eyes widened in shock, round and astonished. "Ah, my master, you are being utterly wasteful." Jiang Nai raised her hand and playfully struck Xiao Bao Ling, frowning in indignation. How could one consider it wasteful to give something to her mother? To her, it was a matter of utmost duty. This was, after all, a top-tier medicine capable of reviving the dead and restoring flesh and bones. One could liken it to a rare elixir bestowed by the heavens, truly unparalleled. How naive her dear young master was to even contemplate gifting such a precious medicine, which required 10 days to refine just a single pill, to her mother surely. Her mother is in good health? How could she not be? Although I have cured her cough, her constitution remains frail, and she certainly needs to replenish her vitality. However, Xiao Baoling thought to suggest, why not simply prepare a few warming tonics for her? "Oh, enough chatter." Jiang Nai waved her small hand dismissively. "Wouldn't another pill be ready in 10 days? Xiao Baoling could only nod helplessly, her heart finally at ease. When she heard her young master muttering about giving 2 pills to the old Taoist later. "What?" Xiao Baoling exclaimed in shock. "Dear master, I implore you to reconsider. This is a life-saving remedy, and you speak of giving it away so casually? The old Taoist has been quite weakened of late. He needs to be replenished." Jiang Nai pondered for a moment and inquired, "Since this thing can indeed breathe life into the lifeless 1320 leaf, I shall find you a suitor." Astonishing. The future holds promise. Who granted her such privileges? Disqualification. Can she truly take to the arena? I hold no optimism. A reversal has occurred. Is there still time to plead for mercy? The slap in the face arrives with such swiftness. A hidden master, utterly lacking in grace. The facade cannot be restored. All dignity is destined to be lost. Stunned into silence. A lament. You are not behaving normally. Abnormality has become the new norm. Terrified to tears. Frantic. How can victory or defeat be discerned without a contest? Who emerges triumphant in this scenario? Jiang Nai glared furiously at the referee, then turned to the commentator. "Do continue your commentary, will you? You were so loquacious before. Why the sudden silence?" Narrator. He had never encountered such an absurd competition before. Standing there with a perplexed expression, glancing at Jiang Nai after a long pause. How on earth was he supposed to commentate on this? What was there to narrate? Would this peculiar situation persist until the conclusion of the match? Was the competition even underway? Jiang Nai found herself utterly bewildered by this bizarre scenario. The referee pondered for a moment before sluggishly announcing, "The match has begun." Only then did Jiang Nai take a tentative step forward. However, before she could make any further move, the plump girl seemed to suffer a cataclysmic blow, stumbling backward while exclaiming in sheer horror, "I want to fight you. I want to fight you." Subsequently, she collapsed dramatically, rolling off the competition stage with a dull thud. For a brief moment, everyone was taken aback, and the scene seemed to freeze, before erupting into uproarious laughter. Jiang Nai stood there with an impassive expression, then lowered her gaze to the plump girl lying motionless beneath the stage, sprawled in a star shape, seemingly lifeless. It appeared that this girl belonged to the Beast Tamer Empire's Jiao Academy. Several teachers and a few male students from her academy rushed forward, their faces flushed, as they hurriedly dragged the peculiar plump girl away. Jiang Nai, unable to engage in a proper fight, felt a profound sense of desolation. With her brow slightly furrowed and a solitary stance on the competition platform, she appeared somewhat melancholic, evoking a sense of pity. Shinny gazed at the agitated young girl, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Had it not been for the referee rushing in front of her, proclaiming loudly that the match had concluded, with Jiang Nai awarded 2 points, she would have leaped down to confront her opponent. How could there be such an irresponsible contender? They had agreed to compete. How could one treat it so frivolously, declaring not to compete at whim? Ultimately, the girl had even jumped off the competition stage in a manner akin to self-sabotage, extinguishing Nai's fervor in an instant. What a profound disappointment. If there were anything in this world that could pique Jiang Nai's interest, aside from the blissful existence of leisurely life, it would likely be engaging in a brawl. Now, the portly girl had utterly disrespected herself, declaring not to fight and then leaping off the stage, rendering Nai the subject of ridicule for all present. Jiang Nai felt that her opponent held her in utter disregard. This was a blatant provocation and contempt, a clear invitation for Nai to deliver a sound thrashing. The onlookers could hardly contain their laughter, as the scene was undeniably amusing. It was Zhao Mingyi who stood up first, waving at her and calling out, "Xiao Nai, come down." Had she truly become the object of scorn from the plump girl? Not only was she unable to engage in a fight, but she was also turned into a source of amusement, eliciting laughter all around. Jiang Xiaonai felt utterly disheartened. Brother Shun, Shin Changqing, while walking, acknowledged familiar faces with a nod or a greeting. Yet, regardless of who it was, each countenance bore no superfluous expressions, as if they were indifferent to everything. Shin Changqing had long grown accustomed to this, as this is the Demon Suppression Division, an institution dedicated to maintaining the stability of the Great Chain. Its primary duty is to eradicate demons and supernatural entities. Naturally, there are ancillary tasks as well. It could be said that every individual within the Demon Suppression Division bears the stain of blood. When one becomes accustomed to life and death, many matters begin to fade into indifference. Upon first arriving in this world, Shin Changqing felt a sense of disorientation, but over time, he acclimatized. The Demon Suppression Division is vast, and those who remain are either formidable experts or individuals with the potential to become such. Shin Changqing belongs to the latter category. The division is divided into 2 distinct roles, the Guardian and the Exorcist. Anyone who enters begins at the lowest tier as an Exorcist, gradually ascending the ranks with the hope of ultimately becoming a Guardian. In his previous life, Shin Changqing was an apprentice Exorcist, the most junior among them. With the memories of his former self, he is well acquainted with the environment of the division. In little time, Shin Changqing found himself pausing before a particular loft. Unlike the other somber areas of the Demon Suppression Division, this loft stood out like a crane among chickens, presenting a unique tranquility amidst the pervasive bloodshed. At that moment, the loft's door was ajar, with occasional visitors coming and going. After a brief hesitation, Shin Changqing stepped inside. Upon entering the loft, the atmosphere abruptly transformed. A blend of ink fragrance mixed with a faint hint of blood enveloped him, causing his brow to instinctively furrow, though it soon relaxed. The bloodstained scent that lingers on each member of the Demon Suppression Division is nearly impossible to cleanse. Bikapai offers you the swiftest updates on the Princess Who Divines, with chapters 1340 through 1354 available for free reading. Chapter 1340, Irritable Chapter 1341, A Melancholic Mood Chapter 1342, Stepping Down Hard Chapter 1343, Victory Assured Chapter 1344, A Heart-Wrenching Contest Chapter 1345, Difficult to Stare at Chapter 1346, Treated with Distinction Chapter 1347, The Radiance of Stars Chapter 1348, Looking Down from a Height Chapter 1349, A Series of Blows Chapter 1350, Outer Sect Disciples Chapter 1351, Xiao Nai is Indifferent Chapter 1352, Before Departure Chapter 1353, The Plan Commences Chapter 1354, Waiting for Your Return. Jiang Nai smiled gently, sitting face to face with him at the small table. Knowing your determination to venture to the central continent, I cannot help but feel uneasy. Shun Shaoran beckoned towards the door. A shadow, deep and silent, swiftly appeared before the two, bowing without uttering a word. Ting and the other 6 individuals shall accompany you to the central continent. They constitute the most elite squad within the Yin-Yang Guards, rightfully belonging to you. After Shinsharan ascended the throne, Jiang Nai returned the jade pendant depicting the phoenix soaring amidst the 9 dragons, because the small ice block claimed that it was not a jade pendant at all, but rather a tiger talisman capable of granting immense power within the realm of the Haoyue Emperor. Jiang Nai pondered for a moment, and reluctantly decided to return this treasure to Shinsharan. However, at that moment, Shinsharan did not accept it, and the jade pendant remains in her possession to this day. Just as Jiang Nai was about to retrieve it, she heard Shinsharan chuckle softly, saying, "That jade pendant was bestowed upon you by the late emperor. Keep it close as a keepsake. You are aware of its significance. The most elite unit of the Yin-Yang Guards was prepared by the late emperor specifically for you. At this moment, we are merely selecting 7 individuals from this unit. Whether you choose to take them or not, it will offer me peace of mind and also provide them with an opportunity to venture forth and broaden their horizons." Jiang Nai hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly nodded. Ting immediately knelt down on one knee to express gratitude to his master. This matter, Jiang Nai found difficult to articulate. Sensing her discomfort, Shinsharan swiftly changed the subject, smiling as she remarked, "The assailants responsible for the massacre in the Xiaobai have been apprehended. It was indeed the Beastmaster Empire's ferocious camp that orchestrated the attack. But there is one detail none of us anticipated. Prince Shou had colluded with the Emperor of the Beastmaster Empire several years ago and secretly sold a batch of intelligence. However, given his position, the information he sold was largely of little use. And where is he now?" Jiang Nai inquired with curiosity. "I have allowed him to leave the capital," Shinsharan replied with a faint smile. "Under the guise of a legitimate heir, he has organized a small band of rebels and fled the capital to seek refuge with the Beastmaster Empire." Shinsharan lowered her gaze and took a sip of tea. "I decided to grant him this opportunity." Jiang Nai gasped, her expression transforming into one of sudden realization. "So, there were quite a few of your people mingling among the rebels. Your personal expedition is intended to ensnare the Emperor of the Beast Tamers Empire." Jiang Nai cast a silent glance at him, bemused. This lad, articulating such venomous words in such a gentle tone, had truly been underestimated. Jiang Nai nodded, recalling something just before her departure, and could not help but inquire. "So, the Crown Prince of Shou Wang was present when the entourage met their demise. Yet he did not intervene?" Shinsharan responded with a simple affirmation. Was it because those burdens accompanied trouble? Thus, for the sake of grand ambitions, one could unhesitatingly discard them. Indeed, it is said that a true man must possess a heart devoid of poison. Jiang Nai couldn't help but shake her head. Some individuals genuinely forsake everything for the sake of power, while others are willing to relinquish all for the sake of emotion. In the desolate expanse of this peculiar town, where every household remains shuttered and silent, there is an undeniable sense of eeriness. The air is thick with an unsettling stillness, as if the very essence of life has been drained from the streets. Esteemed envoy, you must have traversed this path numerous times before. Has this quaint settlement always been shrouded in such profound emptiness? The journey ahead appears to be long and arduous, and the consequences of our actions shall be ours to bear. The farewell is bittersweet as we embark on this journey, confronting the unknown with both trepidation and resolve." The disciples of Xianjian Peak exhibited peculiar expressions, perplexed by the unusual quiet of the small town, which had once thrived with bustling activity. Previously, a lively marketplace thrived ahead, with numerous vendors showcasing their wares. With patience, one could uncover treasures at remarkably low prices. However, today's atmosphere felt distinctly odd. As the disciple spoke, he glanced around, noticing the marketplace appeared nearly deserted. "What is amiss?" he muttered to himself. At that moment, a small wooden door nearby creaked open just a crack, revealing the curious head of a child peering out. The child, no more than 8 or 9 years old, bore a lively and spirited countenance. The vigilant disciple swiftly seized the child and pulled him out from behind the door. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man emerged, trembling as he hurried over to grasp the boy. Having walked for quite some time, the disciple was reluctant to release his hold on the child upon finally encountering another person. Why does the entire town seem so desolate? Has something occurred? The child gazed up, eyes filled with innocence, and called out, "Grandpa." The elder rushed forward, bowing repeatedly, and implored, "Esteemed guests, I beg your pardon. We are utterly unaware of any happenings." Please, I beseech you, spare my grandson. The envoy's expression darkened. Wang Laotu, do you not recognize me? Upon turning to see the envoy, the old man was instantly struck with fear, collapsing to his knees in supplication. I did not know the esteemed envoy of Shenzhen Peak had graced us with his presence. I beg for your forgiveness. Once a vibrant and bustling town, it is suddenly transformed into an eerie desolation, raising suspicions at every glance. Old Wang hastily rose from the ground and approached the sixth-level envoy, lowering his voice conspiratorially. My lord, this town, it is haunted. The envoy furrowed his brow in disbelief. Haunted? Nonsense. Are you suggesting that the absence of people in this town is due to ghosts? Old Wang nodded fervently, whispering, You must believe me, my lord. Observe how every household shuts its doors after noon. At this, he gazed at the envoy with a troubled expression, fear etched across his face. You have truly brought misfortune upon this old man and his grandson. The ghost is exceptionally powerful. Anyone who ventures outdoors after noon will find themselves haunted at night. Thus, the trading fairs are typically concluded by morning, as few dare to wander the streets after midday. The envoy could not suppress his frown. Is all this you speak of true? Indeed, my lord, it is absolutely true. That ghost is formidable. If you wish to avoid an encounter with it at night, you should leave the town for the mountains early. Safety lies within. There are no ghosts in this world. Perhaps it is merely the guilt that haunts some hearts. A mind plagued by guilt. A situation arises. Yet to emerge. You are the very specter that haunts. You are the very specter that haunts. Death is of little consequence. The harsh reality. Self-righteousness. 200 tales. I have never encountered such audacity. Must I sever ties with you to comprehend human speech? Nai possesses a shortcut. A false demon lord. Whose counsel shall we heed? Instinctive resistance. The beast horde approaches. Fearful of being deceived. Ungrateful and treacherous. Was that intentional on your part? A clean break. There is likely something terrifying lurking here. It has awakened. Do not implicate your comrades. Acting foolishly. Nearly sacrificing one's life for others. What else could it be but folly? Sun Shuexiong discerned a hint of disdain in the young girl's eyes, which momentarily dampened his spirits. Accepting the pill she offered, he nodded appreciatively, expressing his gratitude to the fourth young lady. Jiang Xiaoxi, in a haughty manner, turned her head away and quickly descended the cliff. Observing her, the others promptly followed suit. After climbing for a good quarter of an hour, they finally caught a glimpse of a sea of wildflowers emerging from the depths of the mist. A winding path meandered through the floral expanse, its destination unknown. Yet it appeared quite enchanting amidst the blooms. Jiang Nai swiftly leaped to the ground, dusting off the residue from her palms while surveying her surroundings. Not spotting the level 6 envoys, she blinked in curiosity, pondering their whereabouts. The young girl retrieved a map from her sleeve, examining it meticulously several times before pointing ahead. My friends, this path leads to the entrance of the Great Rift. It will take us approximately half an hour to reach. She paused, glancing around. Although her inquiry seemed to be a question, it bore an unmistakable undertone suggesting that any declaration of needing rest would likely result in her unleashing a torrent of reprimand. Everyone, including Sun Shuexiong, instinctively shook their heads, thumping their chests to convey their readiness to continue. Jiang Nai, with a playful smile, nodded in affirmation, exclaiming, I knew it. Such a brief trek could hardly deter my companions. With a unanimous agreement to press on, she bounded ahead, leading the way with spirited enthusiasm. A friend remarked that at the entrance of the Great Rift, there are square guardian beasts, presumably those ancient demonic creatures of nearly 1,000 years. The crowd responded with bewilderment. Indeed, it is precisely the kind of beast on the verge of evolving into a demon, one that has nearly reached the millennium mark. Deep within this sea of flowers resides a powerful earth dragon. The young girl spoke with palpable excitement, providing a well-reasoned analysis of why the sharp-beaked beasts dared not descend. It was likely due to the presence of this earth dragon. Such formidable creatures detest the intrusion of others into their territory, thus caution is advisable as we approach. The group stared at her in a daze. After a considerable pause, Ningfeng timidly lowered his voice to inquire, will it awaken? What? The earth dragon? Yes. Jiang Nai replied with utmost seriousness, nodding her head. If we are too noisy when we approach, we might awaken the earth dragon. However, theoretically, earth dragons are exceedingly docile and generally do not attack humans. Are you certain? Ningfeng's eyes widened, his expression oddly fixated on a point behind Jiang Nai. As the team leader, Jiang Nai stood facing the group, completely unaware of anything amiss behind her. Absolutely. Under normal circumstances, demonic beasts do not attack us. To them, we are insignificant. our bodies barely comprising a morsel, hardly sufficient to fill their teeth. Ningfeng pointed towards Jiang Nai's back. What about abnormal situations? Noticing the unusual expressions on her companions' faces, Jiang Nai abruptly turned to glance behind her. At a glance, one can behold the colossal lizard standing not far behind. Its immense shadow casts a pall over the surroundings. Oh, it has awakened. Is that a relative of yours? Rather unsettling, isn't it? Still pondering that ingrate? A newfound perspective. Indeed, unimaginable, to say the least. As gentle as a cat, retribution shall arrive swiftly. Why not take a leap? The geese pass and feathers are plucked. A bountiful harvest all along the way. A truly irksome individual. A genuine little ancestor. A source of trouble. The capital of monstrous beasts. Who might that person be? Lost in thought. A life filled with malice. The scheme of the demonic. Shall we engage? While the enemy remains still, I shall take action. One does not play by such rules. Who among us lacks a bit of backing? The elder feigned magnanimity, yet his piercing gaze exuded a palpable malice. Gingerly, Jiang Nai rubbed her fists against her training attire, eagerly anticipating the fray. With a playful gesture, the young girl beckoned the staff-wielding man, a subtle smirk gracing her lips. Visibly taken aback, the man hesitated. Simultaneously, the serpent-headed creature, concealed behind the throng, involuntarily cried out, "Father!" Silence! The serpent lord thundered, his countenance darkening. It wasn't his desire to berate his offspring, but the latter's conduct in the presence of outsiders was utterly disgraceful. Endowed with an inherent advantage as a demon, he had been thoroughly humiliated by a mere mortal girl. Now, his father was compelled to mediate, a testament to the son's utter worthlessness. Thus, upon hearing his son's intent to utter inanities, he was loath to lend an ear. The serpent-headed creature, crestfallen, lowered his head. His lips parted in a gesture of suppressed speech. He yearned to caution his father against underestimating the girl, sensing that the dispatched minion was scarcely a match for her. However, forbidden from speaking, he was seized by a gnawing unease, a premonition of impending tragedy. As fate would have it, the serpent-headed creature possessed a keen understanding of Jiang Nai. The staff-wielding demon, within the elder's domain, was indeed among the top 5 in strength. Regrettably, when placed before the young maiden, it appears somewhat lacking. Suddenly, he lunged forward, wielding a barbed stick that swept towards Jiang Nai with the swiftness of a tempest. In an instant, Jiang Nai advanced, and as her fist surged forth, a brilliant blaze of golden flames erupted from her palm. The shadow serpent lord was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. A human attribute cultivator? And one who could manifest golden flames? What kind of flame was this? It felt as though the temperature in the vicinity rose noticeably upon its release. In that fleeting moment, the air seemed to boil, the searing sensation washing over him. An extraordinary feeling enveloped him. Fire, fire, fire. It was as if his entire being was engulfed by an overwhelming wave of heat. Everywhere he looked, golden flames danced and leaped, bursting forth in clusters. Despite her petite stature, the young girl seemed to possess boundless strength. The shadow serpent lord could not help but gasp in surprise. Truly, one must witness such a spectacle to grasp the profound impact of being present in that moment. Jiang Nai delighted in the golden flames that flickered playfully in her hands, watching as they leaped and ascended, gradually encircling the subordinates of the shadow serpent lord. She could not suppress a joyful chuckle. It appeared that continual combat was essential for her to gradually enhance the power of the wheel of fire. With a gentle smile and her eyes slightly narrowed, she pondered whether to continue the fight. The wheel of fire, imbued with an uncanny sentience, relentlessly pursued him, its flames roaring ever higher. Pursuit ensues. Is it a death wish? Is the treasure displeased? Who would be joyful in such a situation? It evokes a mix of laughter and tears. You are overthinking it. The young girl possesses an unsettling aura. This is sheer nonsense. What hidden truths lie beneath? Does it not bear any inscriptions? She is hardly a saint. Such excessive confidence leads to self-inflicted consequences. The central continent appears to be a realm of ignorance. One can turn hostile faster than one can turn a page. Do you intend to commit robbery? There is something beneath. A futile endeavor indeed. The disparity in strength is evident. To charge forth? This is no mere arrogance. The forest spirit lord stands before us. The beast tamer, without hesitation, lunges forward, wielding a double-headed hammer with great force. A sudden gust of wind swept through, forcefully sending the guard with the arched eyebrows flying. The onlookers beheld as the guard soared through the air, tumbling twice before crashing onto the ground, twitching slightly as he struggled to rise. A commotion erupted at the entrance of Silver Moon City. 17 or 18 guards rushed over, their faces contorted with rage, glaring at Jiang Nai and the plump companion. One of them bellowed, "Who are you? What do you intend to do?" Such audacity. The nearby spectators, intrigued by the unfolding drama, murmured and pointed, astonished that anyone would dare to act so recklessly at the gates of Silver Moon City. The head of the guard snapped. "Who gave you the audacity to behave in such a manner?" However, before he could finish, two young men leaped forth, unleashing their sword energy in a sweeping arc toward the entrance. The intersecting waves of sword energy sent 3 or 4 guards tumbling away. The crowd around the Silver Moon City gates stared in disbelief at Jiang Nai and her companions, utterly astonished that these brash youths from the Cloud Sky continent dared to challenge the formidable defenses. Had they truly lost their senses? Did they not realize the peril they had provoked, even inciting the renowned Lord of Silver Moon, known throughout the central continent? Indeed, they were like fearless young calves, unafraid of tigers. Jiang Nai and her stout companion cleared the obstacles in their path and boldly ascended to the entrance. Before long, hundreds of guards from Silver Moon City surged forth, encircling Jiang Nai's group, their eyes glinting with hostility. "Do you still wish to fight me?" Jiang Nai surveyed her surroundings with a smile, casting a glance at them. Moments later, the city gates swung wide open, and a pack of wild gray wolves leapt forth from within. The wolves encircled Jiang Nai and her companions in a semicircle, raising their heads to howl several times. At the forefront stood a striking gray wolf, its mane glistening and its physique robust and imposing. Jiang Nai's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she raised her hand to release the languidly napping Fugua from the map of the mountain residence. "Look, Fugua, you have many brothers here." A stir erupted among the crowd. "This young girl is a beast tamer. My goodness, she truly dares to." "Are you a beast tamer?" A guard bellowed with furrowed brows and an authoritative tone. His booming voice drew the attention of all around, their gazes converging upon Jiang Nai. The piercing stares felt like tangible blades, nearly slicing through her presence. No wonder she dared to be so audacious. It turned out she held the title of Beast Tamer. The guards of Silver Moon City gritted their teeth, their laughter dripping with malice. "How bold of you to reveal your identity as a beast tamer on the territory of our great demon lord." Jiang Nai's eyes darted in confusion, observing that those from the minor territories had distanced themselves, seemingly eager to dissociate from the unfolding chaos. "Respected guard, we have no association with them. Indeed, those from the Cloud Sky continent are utterly unruly. Guard, you must apprehend them. Is this girl out of her mind? How dare she be so brazen on the domain of the Silver Moon Lord? Does she comprehend the might of the Silver Moon Lord? It is said that within the city of the demon realm, there exists a presence second only to that of the demon lord. The atmosphere is rather grand. It is truly untrustworthy. To depart on a whim. How does one interact with a rebellious child? One can only acquiesce. What other choice is there? Taking a step back may lead to broader horizons. Have you ever considered the feelings of others? Am I not allowed to make my own choices? A nightmare. Have I ascended? I have always been attuned to your little Na, witnessing the rapid transformation of your demeanor. I scarcely dare to provoke you, as the proud clash with the proud. A token of our meeting is but a mere expression of affection. The trials commence from this moment forth. The master brother of Shenzhen Peak, untamed in spirit, is unlike any mortal. When it comes to the art of turning one's back, the inner disciples are profoundly insightful. It strikes at the very core of one's being, effortlessly flowing with the current. I am willing to embrace the challenge of the trial's nameplate. With a shared sense of vigilance, the gathered disciples from the lower realms stepped forward in unison, declaring, "We shall enter first." Elder Ma nodded in acknowledgement, reiterating the importance of placing the nameplate on the recorder at the foot of every staircase. Neglecting this could result in a failure to document your progress, leading to dire consequences for which you alone would be accountable. Indeed, the disciples from the small domain eagerly nodded in agreement as the 2 7th-level envoys opened the doors to the trial tower, rushing inside without hesitation. Once the trial tower was sealed again, Elder Ma turned to the others and said, "Very well, you shall wait here. Each time the doors to the trial tower open, no more than 5 individuals may enter. Heed the words of the 7th-level envoys. If they permit you to enter, you may proceed, but do not press if denied." The crowd responded in unison, bidding farewell to Elder Ma as he departed. Once he was gone, the atmosphere relaxed slightly, and several individuals from the small domain gathered together to whisper among themselves. Jiang Nai, possessing keen hearing, could easily discern their murmurs. Should we go in first? Did the gentleman ahead receive some insider information? Indeed, otherwise, how could they have entered so quickly? Is there an advantage for those who enter first? Does the difficulty increase for those who enter later? Unable to restrain herself, Jiang Nai rolled her eyes and moved closer to Long Chiohan, whispering, "Let us allocate the numbers. We should enter in groups of 3 or 4. Once inside, we must be vigilant not only of the dangers posed by the trial tower itself, but also of those from the small domain. Given their selfish and untrustworthy demeanor, I doubt they will cooperate amicably." Jiang Nai felt that while they may not harbor malicious intent, one must always remain cautious of others. Who knows if these individuals from the small domain might stab them in the back for the sake of better assessment results. Upon hearing her, Long Chiohan nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us organize our team for entry." Originally, there were 10 individuals, and with the addition of Yi Litiao and Sun Xuexiong, the total became precisely 12. The group reached a consensus that no one should venture alone. They would proceed in pairs or trios as circumstances permitted. Ideally, they would form groups of 3, but if necessary, pairs would suffice. A few disciples from the lower realm cast vigilant glances their way and huddled together, murmuring amongst themselves. There was a palpable sense of caution among them, with sharp glances exchanged. At that moment, Jiang Nai, Long Chiohan, and Wen Yi leaped forward simultaneously, prompting 3 individuals from the lower realm to rush out as well. The 6 faced each other, their gazes fierce, unwilling to yield. The 7th-level envoy furrowed his brow and declared, "Only you 5 shall proceed. The remaining disciple must wait a while longer. You hail from the Yuntian continent and should graciously allow us from the lower realm to advance." The envoy's brow furrowed as he regarded the troublemakers from the lower realm. 1490, guidance requested. 1491, capricious. 1492, unawares. 1493, hallucinatory. 1494, ruthless about face. 1495, relentless beauty slayer. 1496, submit or perish. A choice must be made. 1497, is abstention not an option? 1498, ruin. 1499, venomous progenitor. 1500, celestial hall venerable. 1501, unfathomable. 1502, spare me your affected innocence. 1503, prodigious little deviant. 1504, the venerable treasure spirit discerns the truth. 1505, a matter of pride. 1506, in reality, a humiliation. 1507, Duguli, the fair, versus Nai. Chapter 1. Concurrently. On the 35th floor of the trial tower, Jiang Nai, her countenance etched with curiosity, scrutinized a woman arrayed in resplendent attire. The term resplendent was apt, as the woman was draped in iridescent brocade, adorned in a verdant, pearl-encrusted gown, and crowned with an opulent white jade diadem, radiating polychromatic brilliance. Such an elaborate ensemble Jiang Nai had only witnessed upon entering the palace, gracing the forms of noble-born maidens. To ascend the tower thus attired? To engage in combat so encumbered? Was this not a deliberate act of self-sabotage? Jiang Nai cast a peculiar glance at the young woman before him. She was quite attractive, with skin as smooth as jade and lips of vibrant red, yet at this moment, she appeared rather disheveled. Indeed, she was in a state of considerable disarray. Her headgear was askew, and the tassels and beads adorning her hair lay scattered on the ground. The ethereal layered dress she wore was torn at the left side of her waist by a beast. At this moment, one of her fair legs was partially exposed, swaying subtly beneath the sheer fabric of her gown. Jiang Nai turned his gaze away, unable to bear the sight, and instead looked at the demon beast panting heavily in the corner. It seemed that this pair had just endured a fierce and brutal battle. The back of the young woman's hand bore scratches inflicted by the beast. Though the bleeding had ceased, 3 deep claw marks marred her otherwise pristine skin. In contrast, the beast appeared to be in a somewhat better condition. It was a fire tiger, nearly a millennium old, and it seemed on the verge of evolving into a more formidable form. At present, it lay in the corner, grooming its paws, its fierce red eyes glaring at Jiang Nai. Clearly, it perceived Jiang Nai as a kindred spirit of the young woman. However, when the tiger's menacing gaze fell upon the little bear cub beside Jiang Nai, it hesitated momentarily, its expression shifting to one of bewilderment. How could a bear cub, so small and seemingly out of place, have arrived here? Today did not appear to be a day for a gathering of demon beasts. With a roar, the fire tiger called out to Jiang Nai. For some inexplicable reason, it sensed a trace of an ominous aura emanating from the young woman. Unlike the human it had fought earlier, This girl seemed to evoke a deeper fear. What was that strange creature gnawing on something behind her? Was that bamboo? Had this bear cub gone mad? It was feasting as if it were at a grand banquet. The fiery tiger, filled with indignation, swiped its paw at the bear cub. As there were others present on the floor above, old Baoling discreetly vanished at the entrance of the 35th staircase and did not reveal himself. At this moment, atop the 35th trial tower, Dugu Liren stared in astonishment at the young girl before her. The girl appeared to be even younger than herself. Who could this person be? And how had she managed to ascend to the 45th level just like her? So youthful and yet so unfamiliar. Dugu Liren could distinctly ascertain that she had never encountered such a figure on the sword-hanging peak before. Among the exceedingly rare disciples capable of reaching the 45th level at such a tender age, there were hardly any throughout the entire sword-hanging peak. If she were indeed that remarkable, Dugu Liren would certainly have known of her existence, unless she was a newly initiated disciple undergoing her very first trial assessment today. Contemplating this possibility, Dugu Liren's pupils constricted sharply. How could this be? If a newly admitted disciple could reach this level on their first trial. 1508 Dugu Liren versus Nai, 1509 Dugu Liren versus Nai, 1510 one cannot help but feel exasperated. 1511 a stunning entrance. 1512 Nai, a prodigy. 1513 it is imperative to collect. 1514 utterly unreliable. 1515 words elude me. 1516 not a single word more. 1517 a fortunate oversight. 1518 preoccupied with thoughts of food. 1519 unexpectedly surprising. 1520 yet it appears to be within reason. 1521 constructing walls. 1522 do not gamble. 1523 have I missed something? 1524 you are indeed Jiang Nai. 1525 whom are you cursing, you wretched creature? 1526 conceited and self-righteous. 3 arrows flew like lightning, darting past Dugu Liren's scalp with astonishing speed. Dugu Liren was nearly drenched in cold sweat. Had she not evaded in time, her scalp would likely have sustained several gaping wounds. What a malicious and venomous little wretch, daring to launch such a vicious attack on the eldest daughter of the Dugu family. The solitary beauty, with her eyes suddenly ablaze with venomous light, summoned a spiritual treasure from her consciousness. Just as she lifted her foot, ready to charge forward, a chill swept over her. The scarf that had previously adorned her hair slipped down from her neck. Stunned, she instinctively raised her hand to touch her hair, only to remember that her once lustrous locks had been charred and curled by the fiery breath of the blazing tiger. The sudden fall of the scarf revealed her now frizzled and singed black curls, disheveled and hanging haphazardly atop her head, a stark contrast to her usual appearance. Realizing this, she let out a piercing scream and hastily covered her bald head with her hands. Unable to continue the fight, she fled in a panic, cradling her head. Jiang Nai had anticipated some grand display from her, yet here she was, fleeing in disarray simply because her scarf had fallen. This scene left Jiang Nai momentarily speechless. Turning to exchange glances with Yu and Yoshi and the others, she offered a forced laugh, feeling somewhat embarrassed. This solitary beauty truly was an erratic creature. Was it really necessary for her to become so agitated over a mere oversight regarding her name on the 45th floor? Moreover, what were the ramblings she had uttered? On the trial floor, Jiang Nai had not lifted a finger against her. Why was all the blame being directed at Jiang Nai? It was clearly her own inability to contend with the blazing tiger that had led to such a humiliating defeat. How could this be tied to Jiang Nai in any way? Struggling against it was entirely reasonable. Was such a furious response truly warranted? Regarding the disheveled locks of the solitary beauty, it is entirely the doing of the fire-fierce tiger, with no relation to her, Jiang Nai. Is it merely because Nai appears more vulnerable, prompting everyone to feel entitled to trample upon her? Such absurdity. Those from the lesser realms look down upon those hailing from the cloud sky continent, which is already quite distasteful. A person like the solitary beauty, being from the central continent, inherently possesses a sense of superiority in the eyes of these young ladies. Individuals from the lesser realms and the cloud sky continent are utterly insignificant. They must endure beatings and insults without protest, right? How can the world be so accommodating, allowing her whims to dictate everything? Dream on. Today, she may have escaped swiftly, but otherwise, she would have faced a fate of bruised cheeks and swollen lips. Learning precisely what can and cannot be said. Such a self-righteous woman. Shizhua smirked, casting a teasing glance at Jiang Nai. Little Nai, are you not the one who usually cherishes the delicate and fragile? Why, Today you seem so irritable and suddenly turned aggressive towards that Miss Dugu. This is entirely unlike your usual demeanor. Her tone was laced with endless mockery. Upon hearing her tone, Jiang Nai felt a surge of anger and shot her a glare. I am not foolish. An untraveled rustic sudden acclaim. 1. Sudden acclaim. 2. Sudden acclaim. 3. Sudden acclaim. 4. Sudden acclaim. 5. A swift change of countenance and illusory toxin. A long-absent familiarity. A celestial hall paragon seeks a disciple. 1. A celestial hall paragon seeks a disciple. 2. A celestial hall paragon seeks a disciple. 3. A celestial hall paragon seeks a disciple. 4. The more I observe you, the more familiar you seem.